Chapter 1 The Historical Video Platform of the Heavens? Zhang Wei had just turned on his computer when it blue-screened. On the blue screen, an ultra-low pixel, randomly drawn palace appeared. Hello, this is the Zhutian History Video Platform with many client terminals, sufficient traffic, and large user rewards. Insert, in this platform's Diqin History Parallel World Server, a short video on Su Fu's health has just been rewarded by Emperor Qin Shi Huang with 1,000 yields of gold. That is, 20,000 taels of gold. This kind of reward is very common on this platform. The Historical Video Platform of the Heavens. The revenue is awesome. Not only money, what you want, there is all here. The Historical Video Platform, operating for 3,000 years. Steady as an old dog. Trustworthy. As long as the video is well cut, you can get everything here. Great good. You are identified as the only internal user of this platform. As long as the station, your account, will be the only official account of the History of the Heavens video platform, with its own logo, unique. In addition, because your account comes with privileges, the short videos you publish will be pushed to all the terminals in all the parallel worlds of history. A great favor, rare in 1,000 years. Do you choose to be stationed? The History Platform of the Heavens? Choose. I choose your father. Dog virus, all marketing words, but also an Su Fu Qin Shi Huang. Play a fart. Shut down button pressed for a long time. The computer is not moving. Detected that you have chosen to enter. Congratulations, made the most correct choice. I chose? Zhang Wei couldn't operate his computer at all at this time. Please enter your personal information. Perfect your data. Especially don't forget your bank card. Bank card. My old man's bank card is all old cards. You'd better take it away. Return the bank card. Shameless. Then, under Zhang Wei's eyes, the computer automatically entered all of Zhang Wei's information, phone numbers and so on. Okay, really okay, dog virus, I'll see what kind of you can be. Then, the extremely low-pixeled, old-school style palace became clear all of a sudden. This clarity really stunned Zhang Wei for a moment. Wow, beautiful. Although Zhang Wei was very unpopular, in the end, he had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had done all the video editing work. Could this bit of aesthetics still be absent? This picture quality, it's awesome. Your account has been named. History of the Heavens, creative funds are being dispersed. Distribution of creative fund completed. With a ding, Zhang Wei stared at the exquisite picture on the computer and absent-mindedly touched his cell phone out to take a look. The message showed that there was an extra 888 yuan in the card. This, the Historical Video Platform of the Heavens, providing you with the greatest creative support and guarantee. Please click on the author area to unlock more benefits. Zhang Wei didn't even click. The computer screen jumped to the author area. Look at the avatar. There is really a logo. That is a dynamic avatar similar to the naked eye 3D. To be precise, it was a 7-colored changing, gulping black and white copper mirror. Before he had time to properly scrutinize it, Zhang Wei was attracted by the prompts from the computer. 888. This platform has issued a total of 888 Red Lotus coins for you. 888. I wish you all the way to hair. In the History of the Heavens video site, you just have to cut. You have money. As long as you cut well, you can go all the way hair. After determining the money in the card, blinking, and then blinking again, Zhang Wei's 2 eyes shed tears and shot up. Goldfinger, it's you. It must be you. Zhang Wei was a traveler, having worn into this alien world called Red Lotus Star for a year and a half. There was nothing uncomfortable about crossing over. This was because apart from the existence of the alien talent in Red Lotus Star, everything else, whether it was the historical development trajectory or the existing urban civilization, was more or less the same as the blue star that Zhang Wei had been in before. It was just that there was no golden finger, no alien ability, no family and friends, and no money. This year and a half of life, Zhang Wei could be said to be very inspirational and half dead every day. Finally, the day of emergence. Gathering his emotions, Zhang Wei digested everything that had just happened. Meaning I can just cut videos? I still don't know how to cut videos? Old school. First, I'll give you the top 10 Empire's best. While muttering to himself, he organized the material. With a ding, a layer of 7-colored light screen flashed on Zhang Wei's computer. The patch package has been loaded. The current video maker has been upgraded. All videos produced will be presented according to the original appearance of the original location of the historical figures. Please edit boldly. Historical figures in their original form. This is all there? Yes, it's a golden finger. Let's see. Wow. Ming Tai Zhu looks like this? He's so handsome. He's so powerful. Who said he was a big shoehorn with his face sticking out? Rumors can't be trusted. Oh, Qin Shi Huang, no wonder called people 1,000 ancient emperor. Hegemony ah. Finally, by dawn, this video is considered to be cut. No hurry, a good work must have a good synopsis. Let me think. Standing up, a closed eyes. 2 lines so crooked that they weren't called poetry came out of the synopsis. The great wave tries to find sand. The wave tries to find out. 1,000 ancient sinking sands. Seeing in the sand, counting the winds and streams, and then seeing the dynasties. Staring at the crooked synopsis, Zhang Wei knocked down a few more lines. And look at the top 10 emperors of the history of the heavens. Special note, the emperors listed in this movie. The reason for the list, simply because of a certain aspect of the emperor's ultimate. This movie only to do interpretation inventory. Do not do specific rankings. The original creator, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's work, must be fine. That's about right. As always, Zhang Wei carefully sifted through every detail. Okay, by the way, let me upload a handsome avatar. Zhang Wei took a selfie of his disliked face, and then made this big face photo his avatar. Perfect. Tapping upload, Zhang Wei went to sleep satisfied. Video review passed, according to the authority, has been automatically added to the official prefix and suffix video, has been arranged for top promotion. Congratulations on your work. The best of the 10 greatest emperors in the history of the heavens has been uploaded successfully. Chapter 2, 10 Great Emperors? I'm sure Zhu Changbai is one of the most extraordinary. The 8th year of King Yu of Zhou. Haojing, the palace of the western Zhou. Outside the palace, the moon in the sky, through the moonlight, vaguely visible, between heaven and earth, there is a mountain in general size, flashing colorful light of the copper mirror-like things, constantly rotating, gulping black and white. From a distance, the copper mirror is engraved with 4 big words, the history of the heavens. Inside the palace, Zhou Yuwang took a copper mirror, is left, right and left so light. To take this copper mirror and outside the sky of the copper mirror comparison, can only say that, in addition to the small copper mirror body engraved with the word of the heavens instead of the history of the heavens 4 words, regardless of the shape of the small copper mirror system, or the small copper mirror around the body of the floating colorful light and hidden flashes of black and white, that are exactly the same. Holding this mirror, Zhou Yuwang is also turned over to take a picture. Lying down also take a picture. On his face, from time to time, he also showed a little bit of a flirty expression. The eyes, colorful. The beauty Baosi on the side looked at King Yu of Zhou, angry red face. King, whose beautiful concubine are you looking at again? Can't I satisfy you? Baosi was angry. The small waist swung and the small teeth clenched. How could this be tolerated? Beauty, what are you talking about? King Yu Zhou fondly put the bronze mirror down and picked up Bergzi. By the time King Yu of Zhou picked up the bronze mirror in his arms, Bergzi had a jealous look on her face. I'd like to see which Tai Fox the king is looking at. Pick up the bronze mirror and take a look. In the bronze mirror, a beautiful girl, step by step. Every time she looked around, she was truly so beautiful that her heart trembled. Sure enough, it's prettier than my concubine. No wonder the great king can't keep his eyes off this mirror of the heavens. Oh beauty, I swear to the historical mirrors of the heavens, to the gods in charge of the divine mirrors, I swear that I have no second thoughts about you. If I have any second thoughts, I will let the widow die, and I will let the widow destroy the country. What was called the mirror of the heavens by Baosi was the bronze mirror in the hands of King Yu of Zhou, which got its name from the word of the heavens on the bronze mirror. This was the client terminal of the Zhu Tian historical video platform. It is similar to the smartphone of Blue Star. 6 functions: watch video, send video, comment, reward, change avatar, change nickname, and the large bronze mirror floating in the air. Functions similarly to a base station for sending and receiving signals. Because it was engraved with the 4 big words of the history of the heavens throughout its body, it was called the history mirror of the heavens. In the beginning, for each history platform, there was a base station, and several terminals. After development, by now, the platform's terminal, the mirror of the heavens, is in each historical parallel world. Basically manpower has one, and the historical parallel world, each emperor belongs to the dynasty, is a parallel historical world. For example, the Han dynasty of Emperor Wen of Han, and the Han dynasty of Emperor Jing of Han, are 2 relatively independent parallel worlds. In each historical parallel world, princes and emperors, the more powerful they are, the more famous they are in history, the more types of videos they can see, the more videos they can send every day, and the more video recommendations they have, and the more ordinary, the less remembered by history, the less types of videos can be swiped. The number of videos that can be uploaded daily and the amount of recommendations, the less. People in each historical parallel world can only see videos posted by people in their own historical world. Similarly, The videos posted by people in each historical parallel world could only be seen by people in the parallel world they were in. Currently, of all the users of the Heavenly History video platform in all the Heavenly History worlds, it was Zhang Wei's video that had the highest permissions, able to pass through to all the historical parallel worlds and be seen by everyone. Hey, the widow's Baosi is the most beautiful in the world. What is such a commodity? The great king just now, isn't it looking good? Seeing that Baosi is angry and can't be coaxed well, King Yu of Zhou is quite anxious. Beauty, I don't look at it, you don't look at it either. Taking the mirror of the heavens gently from Baosi, and arriving at the door, King Yu of Zhou called his inner officer. Last time Beauty was angry, I lit the beacon fire to coax her. Beauty was happy. Go, light the beacon fire. Yes, the inner official left. King Yu Zhou took the mirror of the heavens and sneaked a few more glances. Not bad, really good. This woman's waist is so slim, skin so snow white. Then Baosi, not much better. Must receive in the widow's palace. After the eye candy, King Yu of Zhou walked back towards Baosi's place. Beauty, don't be angry. Come on, let's brush up and see. What's fun? No. Okay, why don't we take out the video of that beacon fire playing with the lords again and see? Is ready to hold Baosi tendersome. Zhou Yuan handheld on the mirror of the heavens. The video automatically refreshed. The History of the Heavens video platform. The only platform official account. The History of the Heavens. The History of the Heavens. We sincerely launched the first short video, the top 10 emperors of the history of the heavens, to celebrate the creation of this platform's official account. From this moment on, this platform will light up all the Zhutian history mirrors. Light up for 3 days. For congratulations, the sound is still there, outside the palace. It penetrates into a strong light. The whole palace, a few as daytime. When King Yu of Zhou saw this, he did not care about the glare. He froze. This platform statement. The video for this platform only official account release. Video content, to ensure that real. Special note, the emperor on the list of this film. The reason for the list, simply because of a certain aspect of the emperor reached the ultimate. This film only do interpretation inventory. Do not do specific rankings. Note that this video, for the Days of History platform official video, anyone, may not plagiarize, may not pretend to be the author in order to cheat improper rights and interests. The producer of this video, not in your world, is not you know anyone. Recognize the holographic image played on the history mirror of the heavens. This is the only author, all the reward, only through the mirror of the heavens to reward the real to the hands of the author and the platform. Please support the original. Recognize the author. It can be understood that this video was produced and released from the large bronze mirror suspended in your world. This video is a list of emperors. Whoever is on the list is considered to have contributed to the production of the video. So the top 10 emperors appearing in this video will be rewarded. Fixing his eyes on the light emanating from the small mirror in his hand, King Zhou walked to the door and then looked at the overhead bronze mirror that was flooded with white light, like the sun that illuminates the world, and muttered to himself, "It is the upper god. It must be the upper god. I have been looking forward to this every day. God, you have finally appeared. This kind of divine light, mind-blowing, must be the divine light that the upper god said illuminates the world. Upper god, your majesty, what is wrong with you?" With the miracle in front of him, King Yu of Zhou was not able to hear Burgessi's concern at all. Zhang Wei, is this the name of a god? Or is it a dharma name? No, I shouldn't call out the name of the god. God, I was wrong. King Yu of Zhou knelt down and worshipped at the bronze mirror in the sky, and as Baosi watched, she followed suit. At this time, in addition to King Yu of Zhou, in the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, and other historical parallel worlds of the heavens, many people were also brushing the projections of the heavens. Moreover, even more people also received this push. 1378 A.D., Hanwu 10th year, Nanjing, the imperial capital of the Great Ming. In the sky above the imperial capital, a mirror that was generally the same as the copper mirror in the parallel world of Western Zhou history was suspended between heaven and earth. Under the light of the moon, the copper mirror glowed with a soft, faint light. Inside the imperial capital, Zhu Yuanzhang, who was having a late-night snack with Empress Ma, also swiped to this tweet. Empress, look, there's a bold one here who dares to impersonate a miracle, and says that in order to celebrate, the world will be bright for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly, the night sky of Daming at the stroke of midnight brightened up all of a sudden. Not waiting for Empress Ma to react, Zhu Yuanzhang stepped out of the door, looking at the bronze mirror in the sky that was releasing light, and then looking at the small bronze mirror in his hand that was also releasing light. His face deepened. Empress, a miracle. It's a miracle manifestation. All the emperors on the list are rewarded with rewards. Rewards of miracles. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered. Empress, if we remember correctly, According to the history books, miracles have appeared for 3,000 years. This is the first time miracles have sprung up, right? Yes. The founding emperors and empresses of Daming looked at each other before looking at the huge bronze mirror glowing in the air. They all understood what this meant. Empress, what do you think the reward given by the miracle will be? Can we dip 'em most? Can we appear in the video? The reward from the miracle. Let's be honest. We want it. Yuan Zhang. If I say, you can be in it. As far as these emperors of all time are concerned, you are the most inspirational. Empress, how do you say inspirational? Inspirational is bitter. To say bitter, which emperor can be more bitter than you? At this moment, in the Great Qin History Parallel World, the Great Tang History Parallel World, and all the Heavenly History Parallel Worlds, whether it was the commoners, or the kings and lords, or the emperors of all the dynasties, all of them had also brushed up to this tweet. The people who had seen the heavenly mirror's great illumination of the world each held a bronze mirror and prayed with unrivaled devotion, and they all felt that by watching the video made by God, they would be able to communicate with God. And the emperors who had witnessed the greatness of the divine light of the mirror of the heavens were all looking forward to being on the list. For a time, almost everyone in all the parallel historical worlds, that really were all watching with bated breath, waiting for the video to play. In the midst of all the attention, a piece of music rang out from the tiny mirror of the heavens. Under the music, the images of the video officially unfolded. Chapter 3: The Bronze Mirror. Lighting up. The first thing that came into view was not a specific emperor or a palace. Instead, it was mountains and rivers. Above the mountains and rivers were a few lines of large golden characters. The great waves of sand. The waves of sand. 1,000 years of sinking sand. Seeing in the sand, counting the winds and streams, and seeing the dynasties again. The music changes again, resounding and surging. And look at the top 10 emperors in the history of the heavens. Special note, the emperor on the list of this film. The reason for the list, simply because a certain aspect of the emperor to achieve the ultimate. This film only do interpretation inventory, not to do specific ranking. The original creator, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's work is of the highest quality. The subtitles dissipate. In the quietly changing picture, a man stands with his hands in the air. What was left to the world of the history of the heavens was his pale, slightly stooped back. He, the longest-lived emperor, viewing all the emperors, but all those who live a little longer are generally lazy, because they don't care about anything, they don't consume their spirit, so they live a long life. For example, Emperor Wanli of the Great Ming Dynasty. Wanli is not the longest-lived, but the lifespan of Wanli is definitely lazy out of it. Wanli 56 years old to heaven. This age, not the longest life, but far higher than the average age of death of the emperor 39. 2 years old. This, thanks to Wanli's lazy government. Thanks to Wanli's reign up to 30 years of lazy government. 10 years of Wanli. The Ming Dynasty. It was dusk. Will be the night before the night? The sun has not completely set the mountain. Ming Shenzong Zhuijuan, that is, Ming Wanli Emperor, at this moment lying on the dragon bed, is brushing the short video of the top 10 emperors of the most. Brush. Wanli sat up. Wanli, lazy out of the long-lived emperor? Lazy government. Looking for death. The old eunuch beside him listened to the huffing in Wanli's tone and glanced warily at the hanging bronze mirror outside, a bead of sweat on his face. Your Majesty, this video, it was produced and released in the miracle. That's what the gods and goddesses did. Your Majesty, the might of heaven cannot be offended. Playing God. What miracles? I do not believe. Said what the heavens historical mirror will be bright. Bright enough to light up the night. Now not far from the darkness of the sky. My mirror, glowing, I look at your. It glows? Outside the sky that mirror is the biggest. It is bright. Open your dog's eyes to see. It is bright. Wanli gas ah. Being called Wanli straight in the video, and being called lazy. This video, everyone in the world might be watching it. After losing this big face, can he not be angry? He hated that he couldn't kill the one who made the video. No, but your Majesty, the miracle of the gods says that the sun sets before it lights up. You are so huffy in this blaming the gods. In case the gods know, how can it be good? The old eunuch knelt and uttered these words, not daring to raise his head. You are reckless. You dare to contradict me. It's all because I've favored you too much on weekdays. I don't kill people indiscriminately. Tonight, if that mirror really lights up, you live. If it doesn't light up, you die. And that Zhang Wei, he's also going to die. He thinks I can't find him. He's bold. The old eunuch looked at the fuming Wanli, trembling with fear. And in the video, the narration continued. Of course, it does not mean that all lazy people can live a few more years, such as Wanli's grandfather Jiajing. 25 years do not go to the court. He is also lazy, but he only lived 44, for no other reason. Jiajing loved to cultivate, day to day, so the death of the early, and then lazy, but also cannot be saved. In this case, Zhang Wei advise you a word of advice. Interjecting a sentence off topic. To live well, cultivation cannot be engaged. Wanli listened to this sentence. Eyes slightly narrowed. That a face. The face is not good. Cursing me, also cursed my imperial grandfather. Good, very good. Emperor Wanli was furious. The old eunuch looked at the sun outside, and then looked at the bronze mirror in the sky, swallowed his saliva. Almost sunset. In case the sky is dark and can't light up, then he will have to die. In the bedchamber, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, and at this time, outside the bedchamber, the imperial city, East Street, on a small stall, the crowd looked at the bronze mirror in the air, all happy. What do you guys say about this Zhang Wei? What kind of person is he? How is he so powerful that he dares to upload such a video and scold the emperor like that? He's not afraid of death? The key, he also dares to talk about miracles. He's not afraid of retribution? What? That's a miracle. Who else but God would dare to talk about the emperor like that? Forget it. I'd say it's just the ones who can't stand it anymore. Who can't help it. Keep your voice down. I'll catch you again. The companion whispered a reminder, glancing at a group of patrolling officers and soldiers next to the stall. As soon as the patrolling officials and soldiers left, the few people at this stall proceeded to watch the video of the top 10 imperial best and proceeded to discuss it. In addition to this stall, East Street, West Street, the imperial city of Daming, the various cities of Daming, the various streets, the tea house, around the liquor store, the hooker house, as long as there is someone's place, everyone is holding a heavenly mirror to see. Business is not done, nothing to do, just watch the video. Moreover, other videos do not watch, just watch the video of the top 10 emperors. While watching, the people are also talking, discussed much the same. Basically are these issues. The copper mirror in the sky, the copper mirror in the hand. Will it really be bright? Really? Can it be so bright that it illuminates the night? Video? Really God among the miracles. Only 10 years of the great Ming dynasty. All eyes, all looked to that last touch of the afterglow down the mountain. The moment the afterglow disappeared, in the air, the huge bronze mirror with the history of the heavens written all over it, lit up. Chapter 4, Never perfect. Your Majesty, it's lit up, it's lit up. The old eunuch happy witch, with a pious face, kneeling outside the historical mirror of the heavens, the old tears. Wanli looked at the lit up bronze mirror outside, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Wanli stood up, shuffled his feet, and walked out of the bedchamber. In Wanli's eyes, that lit up copper mirror, there is another layer of light. That light is solid and flat, four square, just like the sky let a person hang a piece of white cloth. Immediately, above the white cloth, there was an additional layer of images. What is that? Back to the words of the emperor. Look, is a human face? This face, some familiar, old slave, momentarily cannot think of. Yes, familiar. Suddenly, Wanli's pupils slightly dilated, lifted his hand holding the mirror of the heavens, and looked at Zhang Wei's avatar. It was the same big head selfie that Zhang Wei disliked his face. Looking closely at this face, he then looked at the image that appeared on the light screen in the air that was almost connected to heaven and earth. This was the same face which, actually, Wanli was already speechless with astonishment. After a long time, Wanli only calmed down. This kind of celestial phenomenon, the supreme God, the words follow the law. I don't want to. This miracle that hasn't moved for thousands of years, is actually here in me, manifesting itself. The superior God released this video, specifically mentioning me and royal grandfather. What exactly is the intention? Is it admonishing me? Or, could it be that I am wrong? Wanli did not say a word, staring at the bronze mirror, not moving. Behind him, the old eunuch was respectful, holding the tiny mirror of the heavens in his hand, his voice trembling. Emperor, this short video, still put which, I listen to which. In the mirror of the heavens, the narration continued. Speaking of cultivating immortality, to put it mildly, all cultivation is bull *******. The topic of longevity was of interest to everyone throughout history, and in history, the ones who were most interested in longevity were the emperors. At this moment, in various historical parallel worlds, many emperors, such as Emperor Jiajing of the Great Ming Jiajing Decade, Emperor Taizong of the Great Tang, Emperor Huizong of the Great Song, and so on, held their mirrors closer and closer, fearing that they might miss a word. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was staring at the mirror of the heavens at the moment, with a serious face. Next to him, a group of people. None of them dared to speak. They all saw that their Qin Shi Huang, right now, didn't want to hear anything else. It only wanted to listen to the commentary in the short video released in the mysterious and unpredictable All Heavens historical mirror, which was most likely produced by a god. This daming, what kind of year is it? Judging, Wanli, and what is it? To live well, cultivation of immortality cannot be engaged in. Su Fu, aren't you always telling me how fragrant cultivation of immortality is? What's going on here? How come in the short video released by the God of the Gods, he is exhorting the world not to allow cultivation of immortality? When asking these words, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's face, however, was quite gloomy. This was because after personally watching the historical mirror of the heavens in the darkness of the night shine brightly, and personally comparing that image revealed on the screen of light released by the bronze mirror and the avatar of Zhang Wei, the video number, he had personally determined that this was a divine miracle. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang was convinced of every word said in this video. God said that cultivating immortality leads to early death, and Su Fu said that cultivating immortality leads to long life. That must be Su Fu lying. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, kneeling down. Su Fu was full of nonsense. Your Majesty, cultivating immortality for longevity is an ancient practice. Then are you telling me that what the God said is wrong? Su Fu's eyes rolled extremely fast, but even faster. He had no words to argue. The huge bronze mirror outside was still lit. That avatar, the pair of eyes on that big face, looked at him, Su Fu, like every moment. If this wasn't a god, what was it? Your Majesty, elixir for longevity. It's absolutely not true. Maybe in the view of man, cultivating immortality elixir is one thing, but in the view of the gods, maybe the gods think that elixir and cultivating immortality are two different things. Your Majesty, no matter what, the real gods must have been alchemists. This is in many ancient books. Ah, Your Majesty, the god said in the video that cultivating immortality is a crooked path. Maybe the gods don't want the people of the world to cultivate immortality and gain the right path, and deliberately intimidated the people of the world. Maybe, because the gods think that no one can get the real cultivation method of cultivation of immortality. My minister thinks that, Your Majesty, the God's chosen monarch, has the blessing of the heavens. Your Majesty, will surely be able to get the right path of cultivation of immortality. Ah, Your Majesty. Su Fu kowtowed while babbling illogically. Qin Shi Huang did not take a stand. Su Fu's head was bleeding, but he still had to keep kowtowing. If you don't kowtow, it's easy to die. Noisy, if you are so loud again and delay me from hearing one less word, I will never spare you. Right now, what Emperor Qin Shi Huang cared more about was not whether what Su Fu said was true or false. What Emperor Qin Shi Huang cared more about was the short video released by Zhang Wei. Your Majesty, shut up. Qin Shi Huang's dragon eyes flashed, unwilling to miss a word. Let's continue talking about his longevity. He, who reigned for 65 years, had a high life expectancy of 89 years old. Such a longevity is almost the length of life of 3 emperors combined. Hearing the number 89, Qin Shi Huang didn't feel much. 89, a very long life. What I want is a long life. No, this emperor of 89, according to what the god above said, is the longest lived of all the emperors, which means that even if this emperor is me, my life, I only have 89 years of life? Qin Shi Huang was lost. 89 years old. How is it enough for me to fulfill my ambitions? At this moment, the Qing dynasty, inside the palace, Emperor Qianlong was reviewing his medals while watching the short video posted by Zhang Wei. Seeing this sentence from the 89-year-old emperor, Qianlong didn't even approve the Zhangji anymore. Good guy. 89. Compared to the successive emperors, it is indeed a high life expectancy. Just don't know. Who is this emperor? Jinzhong. After shouting out Jinzhong, a young and capable eunuch came over. Your Majesty, find more literate, go and turn over all the emperor's biographies. See which emperor lived to 89 years old. No, those who lived to 70 years old or more. All counted. Find it, and then turn over the wild history of the official history about them, and then from it, carefully search for the method of health maintenance. One by one, list, the eunuch governor Qin Jinzhong went out, and in the short video, the narration still continued. As said before, such a high life expectancy was not something he exchanged for with lazy governance. On the contrary, he was quite diligent, even though he was far less diligent and competent than his father. Even though, compared to his father, he is more like a stupid son of a landlord's family, more like a second generation of the emperor who has never suffered. But the merits of his life are enough to make a strong proof for his diligence and not laziness. Qianlong saw this and let out a cold laugh. Not bad. In history, more is the old son diligence. Son asshole, unlike me, I can be considered a perfect good son. Never give father lose face. I, never perfect, never so. Listen to the meaning of the words. The gods should be to say some of the merits of this long-lived emperor. This is good. With my understanding of the various emperors in history, listen to some. probably know who this emperor is, so that today I can find his health tips. I have to say, 89 years old, his regimen must be good to use. I really can't wait. Chapter 5 Living to me so long? Said. Qianlong put down the Zhu pen that he just picked up shortly again. During his reign, he had many martial arts achievements. Not to say that he conquered the north and the south and the west to settle the east, but he definitely stabilized the foundation of the empire that he ruled, and laid down more territories. And during his reign, the empire that he controlled, at its peak, its territory, was more than 1,800 square kilometers. Early in his reign, the number of people reached 130 million, and in the middle and late stages of his reign, the dynasty he was in charge of had a staggering population that reached more than 300 million. On top of that, during his reign, he made many achievements in the economic, political, and cultural fields of the dynasty. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang's eyes glazed over when he heard this sentence. 130 million, more than 1,800 square kilometers? My Great Qin, total and 6 countries. The north to attack Xiongnu, the south to level the Hundred Yu, from Liaodong in the east to Longxi in the west, north to Yunzhong, south to the South China Sea of the border. But only 3,600,000 square kilometers of the number of him. How could there be 18 million square kilometers of territory? The world is big, I know, but it is so far away. Someone come, fetch the public opinion map. I am only 40 this year. Give me another 40 years. I can also make the Great Qin territory. Hit 18. No, I want to hit 2,000. Hit 30 million. Qing dynasty, inside the palace. Qianlong looked at this data, frowned, and unconsciously glanced at the historical mirror of the heavens outside. This emperor, who is it? Sounds like 13 million, like the current population of the Qing dynasty, only, the territory is not so big. It is hard to believe that it is my children and grandchildren. Think about it, my achievements are here. My descendants, even if they are more diligent, do a good job. Compared with me, certainly not. I have to listen carefully. My intuition, this is my descendants. Qianlong is fully concentrated. The screen turns again, is a dense jungle. Although his political achievements are more embodied in the old capital of the ancestors to keep, although many of his credits are in fact basically do nothing, steadily enjoying the empire for several generations of development of the burst of dividends and fruitful, although his later years of good and great, always losing the policy, lost a number of big policy, but still cannot cover up his outstanding political achievements. These political achievements are enough to prove that he is not lazy. His children, his 17 sons, 10 daughters, can also prove that he is not lazy. He is proficient in Manchu, Chinese, Mongolian and Tibetan languages, 6 trips to the south of the Yangtze River, like to ride and shoot, love of art, love of wit. These can also prove that not only is he not lazy, but also quite capable of tossing and turning. Qing dynasty, Jiaqing years, the Jiaqing emperor, who had just ascended to the throne not long ago, was also brushing this video of Zhang Wei. Looking at this long-lived emperor introduced in the video, Jiaqing's expression was, well, worth playing with. I only know that my father has lived for a long time, but I didn't realize that my father is actually the one who has lived the longest among all the emperors. So it seems like how can I not live as long as my father in this life? However, living too long is not a good thing. People, actually, living too long is not the key. The key is knowing how to let go. The only 4 words in the divine's evaluation of father, the most in my heart, that is good and big. On the side, Jiaqing's eunuch-in-chief heard these words, hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down. Your Majesty, the miracle manifests itself. I am afraid that everything can be heard. Your Majesty is the benevolent ruler of filial piety and heaven and earth. Your Majesty, be careful what you say. Jiaqing listened to these words, and his face did not look good. Could it be that, all my life, I can only tolerate it? Father has not gone. I have to tolerate it. Now that father has gone, I still have to tolerate it? They say that the emperor is the biggest. The emperor is the biggest. I am the emperor. Is not the biggest at all. This emperor to do in the end, what is the meaning? What's the point? The God above all said father's late years, do a lot of things, are very should not be, especially unjustified favor hush in this one. It is the most should not be. Summon, the God above dream to me, want me, for father's father to correct the error, correct the world's official style. I, sensing the order of the heavens, no one is not from, give me Hushin's home copied, borrowing the so-called manifestation of the historical mirror of the heavens, borrowing some denials of Qianlong in the video released by Zhang Wei, Jiaqing, laid hands on Hushin. One cannot help but say that Zhang Wei's video has, to a certain extent, stirred up the storm clouds in various historical parallel worlds, and this stirring the wind and clouds of the video And no matter because of the video content of some of the parallel world of history caused what impact, it was just like that, continuing to play normally according to the speed that Zhang Wei had adjusted. To summarize, the reasons that made him live such a long life are roughly summarized in 4 points. Hearing that the video was going to summarize the reasons for his longevity, Qin Shi Huang of the Great Qin Xianyang Palace took the brunt and called in dozens of people. At the moment, these people with knives and pens in their hands, faced Chen bamboo slips, a face of concentration, not a word, all to me to write down. Understand? Promise. Under the nervous preparation of the crowd, the video, the reason for the longest life of this long-lived emperor, slowly displayed. The first reason is a good mind. A good mind is divided into 2 aspects. One is mental wellness. People with mental wellness generally haven't suffered any major stimulus injuries or anything mentally, and that's the case with him. At this moment, the Great Qin Xianyang Palace, Qin Shi Huang listened to this sentence and secretly nodded his head. Indeed, mental health. It's important. The importance of mental wellness to physical health. How can I not know? Think of the past. Forget it. Don't mention it. Speaking of this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a bit despondent. The knives and pencils that were writing furiously heard Qin Shi Huang's exclamation, and their engraving knives all paused, stealing a look at Qin Shi Huang. Seeing that there was no murderous intent in Qin Shi Huang's expression, the gang of knife and penmen secretly sighed with relief, took their knives and pens, and continued to follow the narration in the video, recording word for word. When it comes to the importance of psychology to longevity, one person has to be mentioned. Qin Shi Huang. Hearing these words, Qin Shi Huang stood up with a jerk. In his eyes, he was astonished. At this time, why would you compare me? That long-lived emperor has not suffered a wound in his heart, so he has a long life. What about me? I have to mention me, the wound in my heart. At this time, Qin Shi Huang did not know how to react, and the video, still continuing. Qin Shi Huang, all his life, especially when he was young, due to the psychological trauma suffered a huge trauma, cannot accept, from then on, hurt the root of the body. Qin Shi Huang was a typical emperor whose lifespan was compromised due to having suffered a severe psychological trauma. He, on the other hand, is a typical emperor who has an exceedingly long lifespan due to extreme mental health. Doing the math, he lived much longer than Qin Shi Huang. To be precise, he lived almost as long as 2 Qin Shi Huangs. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang had already gritted his teeth to the bone. To me, too, this year, already 40, this long life, 86, 2, Chapter 6 Su Fu. Do you have anything to say? Under the first emperor of Qin, these people in the Xianyang Palace who were catching the knife and carving words, one by one, shivered. They knew very well what they had heard. The whole hall, a needle could be heard. It was quite quiet. Suddenly, an engraving due to abnormal nervousness. Knife and pen did not clutch. Engraving knife and pen fell to the ground. Simply, a flood bell, knocking on everyone's taut heartstrings. You guys, why don't you remember? Your Majesty spare your life. Just now this sentence. We didn't hear it clearly. Your Majesty, we didn't hear it either. Please punish your Majesty. Staring at this circle of people, a trace of unwillingness flashed through Emperor Qin Shi Huang's gloomy, watery pair of eyes. I was gas and blood attack fell sick. I did not expect, actually secretly took away many of my life expectancy. Continue to record. I do not believe, just because of some things back then, set my destiny, even if it is, now the miracles appear. The gods and the upper god will tell this matter in advance, in me, that there must be a way to break the law. Remember word for word, new awe. A group of people continued to catch the knife and carve words, recording every word in the video, and the other side of a good mindset is confidence. He's not confident, but extremely confident. In fact, in his early years, he didn't have much of a good life. His mother was a concubine. A child of this separation would have been depressed. He wasn't. He was just confident. He just thought he was the best. This self-confidence, it is self-confident for a lifetime. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong years. Upon hearing this narration, Qianlong's face, slowly, became unattractive. This longest living emperor, could it be me? From the territory, the population of the country, to the origin, this longest living emperor, is me, but the video said, this long-lived emperor, not as good as his father, more like a landlord's stupid son. Then the father, clearly the merits are better. No, this is not me. Mouth said no. Qianlong looked at the video, that more serious. He had to be sure. This is not him. The video continued to play. How exactly is he confident? Confident to the point that he had to print all his various big seals on a painting. He felt that the painting was perfect. confident to the point that he felt that his father's generation of royal porcelain was not good, personally redesigned, and then, self-confessed perfection. In his later years, he named himself the 10 perfect old man, the emperor of the 1,000 years, and he thought that he was extremely perfect, whether as an emperor or a husband, or a father or a son. In all aspects, he felt that he had done a perfect job. It's no secret that he was confident, blindly so. In his later years, he began to be good for nothing, making deaths without stopping, and the empire he was in charge of was made to have all sorts of problems, going from strength to strength. If it was his father who was alive, he must have scolded him first, and after scolding him, he stayed up all night to solve these many problems, whereas he, with great self-confidence, decided that none of this was a problem. His empire was still perfect, and so, with a superbly nurturing mindset, he did not listen to, did not look at, and did not rush through all the hidden dangers, all the problems. This is not considered an excellent quality for an emperor's responsibility, and it can even be said that he was not very competent. But, for longevity, it can be said that, with a great and extremely abnormal good state of mind and self-confidence, he ensured an unimpeded heart, and, subsequently, a long lifespan. This, then, is the first reason why he became the longest-lived emperor. Qing Dynasty, Jiaqing years. Emperor Jiaqing had a happy look on his face when he saw these few uncritical descriptions of Qianlong in the video. Superior God. Worthy of being superior God. Reading things, too accurate. Too accurate. Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng years. Emperor Yongzheng was also watching this video posted by Zhang Wei. Seeing the benefits of this self-confidence and mindset on longevity, Yongzheng let out a long sigh. I, for one, have not been very confident in my life, and I, for one, do not have as good a life as this emperor. In fact, I am more like because of psychological trauma and folded life expectancy of Qin Shi Huang that, only he was injured, is because his mother to do that ridiculous thing, and hurt me, is because my mother bias, indifference, and my brother, each of the wolves and tigers toshing. The more said, Yongzheng more angry. A long time, Yongzheng's mood only somewhat calmed. Now it seems, this does not work, must be wide-hearted, if not wide-hearted again. I am afraid in Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng general end. Long exhaled a breath. Yongzheng a nuzzle. Su Pei Shang, you say, I can find something to do, to relieve my mood? Su Pei Shang, who was beside Yongzheng, had already practiced his skills. He was generally the same as the roundworm in Yongzheng's stomach. As soon as Yongzheng pouted, he knew exactly what Yongzheng wanted to do. Your Majesty, the slave is stupid. I think, the palace of the mother than the slave more intelligent, should be able to think of some law for the emperor to share the worry. Your Majesty, just so happens to honor the room of the people to send the card. You see? Yongzheng flipped through the cards, but his eyes were not willing to leave the Zhutian mirror for a moment. The second point, there is a trick to maintain health. He is one of the few professional healthcare providers among the emperors of all sizes of historical dynasties. I can't help but say that his ability to identify, search for, and implement health maintenance techniques is indeed very strong. Let's start with the collection of health preservation methods. History books, wild history, partial prescriptions, medical books, and so on, are all the channels through which he searched for methods. After searching for almost every method, he had to examine its authenticity from many sides. For example, just now mentioned alchemy, this kind of immortal cultivation stuff. He firmly do not believe in the study of elixir Huang Lao, perhaps because before him, among the Chinese emperors, there were many emperors who walked fast and furious on this crooked road of certain death, walked righteously, and walked to certain death. He was not willing to die early due to Dan like Qin Shi Huang, so his attitude towards the matter of cultivating immortality was very resolute. Resolutely not cultivate. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Hearing this sentence, each and every sword and pen guest unconsciously gulped their saliva. This job, it's really not good to do. In one video, their Qin Shi Huang had appeared several times. It's just a matter of appearing. But the point is, this is not a good thing to say. Just now, they said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang's life was shortened due to psychological trauma. Now it is said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was biased in favor of elixirs, so he died early. How can they remember this? Isn't this letting them die this? Your Majesty, I don't dare to remember. Your Majesty, I, too, dare not. I am terrified. One person led a group of people, and each of them dropped their pens and knelt on the ground. Looking at this group of people like this, Qin Shi Huang didn't have much time to care if they memorized or not. This is too much information. Qin Shi Huang has not yet digested. Su Fu, Fang Shenggod's video said that cultivation cannot be engaged. You said that maybe in the eyes of the gods, cultivation and elixir are two different things, and now Shenggod said that I is due to elixir early death. Do you have anything to say? Su Fu's face beaded with sweat as big as soybeans as he listened to Qin Shi Huang's words. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the way to longevity was originally handed down by the immortals. This, Your Majesty. I don't understand what Your Majesty means. Is Your Majesty suspecting me of cajoling Your Majesty and victimizing you? Your Majesty, even if you give me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Chapter 7 I will quit this gentle land from today onwards, Su Fu said movingly, but Qin Shi Huang was unmoved. I told Your Majesty that the most holy person of this elixir is the immortality pill, and the immortality pill? Su Fu never said that Su Fu himself has it. What Su Fu never told Your Majesty is that Su Fu can find that immortality pill for Your Majesty. In the past Su Fu said so, and now Su Fu still says so. Saying that, Su Fu looked outside at the historical mirror of the heavens with a pious look on his face. Your Majesty, look at that bronze mirror and the gods and immortals that are now on top of it, as well as the videos released by the gods and immortals. All of this, all prove that the gods must exist, the gods exist, that the way to cultivate immortality is naturally not illusory. I concluded that the gods said that cultivating immortality is useless, in order to exterminate the world's people from cultivating immortality. Your Majesty, could it be? Do you really believe it? Su Fu, this pair of mouth of yours, really extraordinary, miracles appear. I know that the gods are real. I know that cultivating immortality all the way is real and feasible. Not to mention that I don't doubt the Danmu Dharma of cultivating immortality. Just that, whether your Danmu is real or not, whether the Tao is real or not, I don't know. After saying that, Qin Shi Huang to Su Fu that is really not even a glance. Qin Shi Huang was a very wise king. The video said that he died because of Dan. Just this one sentence could make Qin Shi Huang decide a lot of things. Su Fu, no matter if you're real or not, no matter if you're good or not, I'm sure that you didn't bring the pill of immortality back to me. Or rather, you didn't give the real pill of immortality to me. Come on. Su Fu first class, escorted to the death row. All those who come to Xianyang to deliver the medicine of the prescription, all arrested. In addition, pass the order down, issued an edict to the world. The world can no longer talk about the yellow old man pills of art. Again, kill without pardon. Promise. Su Fu heard Emperor Qin Shi Huang's order and it was a bolt from the blue. Your Majesty, keep me. I can trek all over the world for you, seeking traces of the immortals. Your Majesty, keep me, Your Majesty. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Su Fu didn't manage to get half a bit of mercy from Qin Shi Huang. Noisy, it's good that I can still hear the video of the Supreme God clearly. Holding the mirror of the heavens a little closer, Qin Shi Huang stared at the video, his eyes riveted in concentration, and because of his contact with folk longevity people, he was more partial to folk earth remedies, and because he knew that many families lived long lives, he also valued the Taoist method of health maintenance. In practicing it, with a clear mind, he precisely discarded and took the various methods of health maintenance, and finally, he picked up the Taoist method of vomiting, strengthening the spleen and lungs, and knocking his teeth every day, and never slacking off. Hearing this, Emperor Qin Shi Huang finally spread a smile. Knocking teeth, vomiting, spleen and lungs. Just, what is kowtowing? Where the upper and lower tooth beds touch each other? This, then, can prolong life? Vomiting, breathing, then, how to breathe to be considered the correct method of vomiting. Asking himself but not being able to answer himself, the desire and yearning for knowledge in Qin Shi Huang's heart, simply could not be pressed. The third point, very restrained. Although he south patrols several times, back to collect beautiful concubines, every year into the palace of beauty is also countless, and he, but can keep his body like jade, to health as the prerequisite, to save the sharpness of the essence as a guideline, the precise arrangement of their own house, precise as this, never oversteps the mark. This, is a lot of indulgence and the desire of the emperor cannot be compared to. Qin Shi Huang listened to this sentence and thought deeply. This, I can do. No, I can do better than him. Great Tang, the year of Kaiyuan, Li Longji, who was getting more and more stabilized on the throne, had less things to worry about in his mind, and spent more time with Yan Yuwei. Right now, he was in one place with Yan Yuan, shirtless, the two of them folded together, watching the short video of the top 10 emperors released by Zhang Wei. It was all fine to hear the front, but when he heard that restraint can lead to longevity, Li Longji looked at Yang Guifei in front of him and subconsciously took his hand away from Yang Guifei. His body, too, unconsciously moved away from Yang Guifei. Yang Guifei concubine naturally detected these changes, and naturally knew that Tang Xuanzong was like this because of this indulgence restraint thing that the video said. Your Majesty, are you not going to touch Huan anymore? Your Majesty is thinking that Huan has hurt your Majesty's body and damaged your Majesty's lifespan. If that's really the case, Huan deserves 10,000 deaths. Yang Guifei got angry and shook up and down so much, The snow-white skin almost didn't flash Li Longji's eyes. Love consort. Where is this meaning? Just this restraint, is also to have, male and female things, do not restrain, depletion of men's life, is not depletion of women's, no matter how. Li Longji still put the originally stripped messy clothes, put on a board, and then, he actually really with Yang Guifei 2 people into lying. Autumn no offense. Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng year. Yongzheng had already flipped the card, also has been to the concubine there. See Yongzheng came, concubines natural happy, left and right packing, are ready to sleep, candles are resting, but Yongzheng looked at the video said restraint, straight is sitting up again. I just thought up, the former dynasty still have some things to deal with, just go first, good rest. By the way, I newly got some fun objects today, send someone to you tomorrow. Touching this concubine's small face, Yongzheng has much reluctance, however, he still got out of bed, put on his clothes, and left. Your Majesty, Yongzheng put on his clothes and left, leaving this concubine, secretly sad. After leaving this concubine's place, Yongzheng took a long breath. Su Pei Sheng, slave in, tell the people in the honoring room, the recent month do not send cards to. In addition, the video on the god said the Taoist method of vomiting, knocking teeth method, give me defined, from today, quit this tenderness, good health, new awe, bring the mirror closer. The upper god must still have some health tips to summarize. I want to hear it really, promise. Yongzheng a word, several eunuchs a person holding a plutonic mirror, 360 degrees around Yongzheng, followed by Yongzheng a piece of forward, this time, is considered to be solidly built a mobile humanoid stereo speakers. The fourth point, willing to put down the capital. He is very careful in the diet. It can be said that do not drink rootless water, do not eat nameless material. In addition to paying attention to the ingredients, he is also very concerned about dietary balance. A meal of more than 100 dishes, each of which takes the essence, point to point, never eat more. Of course, his longevity is also inseparable from a strong medical team and his absolute severity, and absolute generosity towards them. For example, as long as something goes wrong with his body, even if it's a cough, the relevant eunuch or the person in charge of his diet for the day, the person who may have triggered his illness, will all be held responsible, head and shoulders above the ground. Naturally, as long as someone solves his illness, anticipates his exhaustion in advance, and prescribes some formulas to make him refreshed and physically comfortable, he rewards them with 100 golds and 1,000 golds. There is nothing that best demonstrates his willingness to lay down his capital than the fact that in the last 13 months of his old age, he used up 36 pounds and 7 taels of wild ginseng. It can be said that his last life was hardened by hanging on with gold mountains. At this moment, De Ming, in the imperial palace, Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang saw this, skimming his mouth and frowning. Another look at the late-night snack that was about to be brought into his mouth. A bowl of meat dumplings, a meal of over 100 dishes, a little bit of each dish, and all year round, day in and day out? Saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang put back the dumpling that was sent to his mouth. This dumpling, we don't want to eat it. Chapter 8, the upper god's presence on earth is a variable in itself. What's wrong? Isn't it good? Empress Ma said, and brought a dumpling to her mouth. It smells quite good. Yuanzhang, didn't you eat quite well just now? Why, you, looking at Empress Ma, Ming Taizu's eyebrows were almost wrinkled off. Empress, this, you say what? How? You also want to learn him, day-to-day so eat method, more than 100 dishes, each dish just eat a bite, that live or people live days? Alas, let's calculate how much money this dish has to be. What rootless water? No what? According to not too expensive count. Counting. Zhu Yuanzhang are counting music. Empress, let's roughly calculate. He ate this meal down, 1,800 silver is gone, 1,800 taels, I don't think it's enough. Yuanzhang, what are you counting this for? Hey, Empress, our good Empress, what else can we do? Are we trying to eat like him? We think this emperor is not a good emperor. If he does this, then his son and daughter and his wives will have to do the same. If they do this, then his son's relatives and his brothers will have to do the same. Eyes turned upwards, Zhu Yuanzhang began to count again. Finally from the emperor to the palace, and then to the roots of the imperial city, and then to the whole world. But anyone who has a little money, a little official power, every meal does not eat 100 dishes, but also have to eat 90. Where does the money come from? But not from the people's bowl to squeeze out. Speaking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang a huff. We have suffered, put cattle, to the landlord has done work. We know too much about this money finally have to come from where? Empress, in my opinion, his 800 square kilometers, sooner or later, must be gone. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang say this, Empress Ma sent a large dumpling into Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth. That's right, I thought you were going to learn from this bull longevity emperor, which can't be, or else we have a good empress, I think. This bull long-lived emperor doesn't have such a good empress like us, otherwise, he can't be such an asshole. These two legendary founding emperors and queens were eating dumplings and discussing the political affairs of the world. They were happy and helped each other out. It was exemplary. Yuanzhang, what is it, Empress? This video, without delay, the people of the world can see it as well. What if someone follows suit? Hearing this question from Empress Ma, Zhu Yuanzhang swallowed the dumplings in his mouth with a murderous look on his face. Empress is right. Let's write an imperial decree. We have to let the world's officials and nobles understand that as long as they dare to learn this extravagant style, as long as they dare to seek longevity in this way, we will directly let him have no longevity. Empress, come on, you give us a video. Send up, let the world look at, let the world know our attitude. We do not send other, just send this meal. I take the lead in frugality. If they dare to spread extravagance, we'll rule them the crime of great disrespect. Good, just about to take the heavenly mirror to shoot a video. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the video of the top 10 emperors being played in this heavenly mirror, hesitated for a moment, and at the same time, took another sip of the dumpling soup. Empress, why don't we give it to finish watching it? This spreading we don't learn, maybe later. Besides that knocking teeth, spitting, there are still somewhat not spreading method. Let's learn. Life for a few more years, also can work for the descendants for a few more years. Okay, Zhu Yuanzhang couple continued to watch the video. In the video, the reason for longevity has been summarized to the fifth point. The fifth point, the Jiangshan mountain is solid, and internal and external stability. This is not the result of his efforts, but thanks to the efforts and paving of several generations of previous emperors. The accumulation of several generations made it possible for the empire in his hands to, almost inevitably, tide over many difficulties, so he obtained a peaceful and prosperous era from birth than many emperors did not have, and it can be said that before he was born, he predetermined a lifetime of stability in advance. Unlike Chai Rong, later Zhou Shizong Chai Rong, the first bright ruler of the 5 generations, with great talent, outstanding martial arts skills, and a high level of kingly virtue like the moon. If the life expectancy is determined by the king's virtue and ability, he was 86 years old, then Chai Rong would have to be 500 years old. After all, compared to Chai Rong, what he did for the sake of ruling the country was just like children's fun and games in general. However, Chai Rong's Jiangshan, too difficult, because it was too difficult. So despite the monarchs and ministers being of one mind, and the top and bottom of the team, Chai Rong died at the age of 39, and later generations said that he died because he arrived at the sick dragon terrace and caught up with it. But in fact, he was tired, hard and exhausted. His kingdom, too shaky, the bottom is too thin, and the world, too hard. 6 years, he did too many things, used too much heart, overworked, overdrawn by none other than longevity. At this moment, Ho Zhou, at this time, it was late at night, it was like 2 in the morning, because the historical mirror of the heavens was greatly illuminated. This late night was particularly bright, and Zhou Shizong Chai Rong, at this moment, was still awake. He was looking at the map and preparing his tactics to march up to Ho Shu. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the video posted by Zhang Wei from time to time. When he saw that Chai Rong died at the age of 39, Chai Rong temporarily put down the work at hand. If not for today's heavenly apparition, I would not have opened the mirror of the heavens. Counting, it has been years since I have played with the mirror of the heavens, and when I look at it today, I actually see my fate. Wang Park, this year, 35. There are still 4 years of life. No, have to speed up the layout. You said the first easy and then difficult. Still have to do. Just, be fast, be faster. Wang Park listened on the sidelines and looked at the huge historical mirror of the heavens outside. He cried, since it's a video released by the Supreme God, everything should be true. It's just that, Your Majesty, do you believe in fate? Since the heavens mentioned that you died from overwork, then don't be so tired. Take more care of your body, even if you can't waste a meal like this bastard emperor who wasted it all over the place. But, Emperor, you really can't stay up like this anymore. Looking at Wang Park with these old tears on his face, Chai Rong was also emotional. You are saying, this is the guidance given to me by the heavens. The heavens want me to cherish life, but the gods have said this should be the fixed number. No, it is not a fixed number. The gods of the gods on earth itself is a variable. The ease of the Shang and Zhou is the gods to bring the variables. Your Majesty, you have to promise the minister, for the sake of the world, you cannot stay up all night again. But the gods also said, you also know, the world, too difficult, and my bottom, compared to this chaotic world, is indeed too thin, daily exhaustion, and still cannot be peaceful, if it is really lax. Wang Park heard, directly is kneeling. Emperor, you, is the hope of the world. I said, give the emperor 30 years time, the number of the world, not yet known also, now I am sure. Give the emperor 30 years, the world is determined. The emperor, you cannot fall you must love your life looked at Wang Park, sighed, and then stared at the outside of the huge mirror of the history of the heavens. To what Wang Park said, Chai Rong did not comment, his eyes complex. Chapter 9. But if it really is me, how should I conduct myself? Heaven's destiny is such that I don't think it is something that can be changed. Chai Rong's answer was clear, but Wang Park could not accept it. Your Majesty, I know, this world is really too chaotic. I also know that not many people can share your worries. Not many people have such a public heart as your Majesty. But your Majesty, if it is true as the god above said, you will really leave this world at the age of 39. Who else can this world rely on? This world, can you really let go? Wang Park was too talented to persuade Chai Rong, and when he saw that Chai Rong did not care about his life, he used the world, which Chai Rong cared about most, to persuade him. With this persuasion, how could Chai Rong not be moved? Your Majesty, but if I value my life and everything, what is the meaning of me in the world? Otherwise people are Chai Rong. Qianlong should learn people Chai Rong this emperor in the end how to do. Unfortunately, what Chai Rong said and did, Qianlong he cannot see, also cannot hear. Emperor, there is always a way to do everything. According to the observation of the minister, your men still have some talent, although not enough talent, but also can rest assured that entrusted some things, such as that Zhao Kuangyi and Zhao Kuangyi two brothers, as well as a number of other generals, to the time to entrust them with the heavy responsibility. At that time, Zhao Guangyi was still called Zhao Kuangyi, because his brother was not yet the emperor, so both of their brothers used the word Kuang. After some thought, Chai Rong made a decision, call the two brothers Zhao Kuangyin, Zhao Kuangyi. I'll try to be less tired, and learn some more knocking, spitting techniques, and then see if in this video, the Supreme Spirit will say some more tricks to nourish longevity. I, for the sake of the world, will learn to nourish life. Your Majesty is holy. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong year. At this moment, Qianlong looked at the video with a look of contempt. Chai Rong is certainly a proud son of heaven. It's just a pity that he was ill-fated. It's not that I don't look down on him. Chai Rong, his heart is higher than the sky. His life is as thin as a piece of paper. With his kind of origin, to be able to be an emperor is already a mercy from the heavens, even if he is endowed with genius. So what? In this world, ability is never number one. Family history, fate, is the key. However, this long-lived emperor, also really not work, but where some ability to self-evidence talent, also not to let the gods this 100 flirtation insults. Unlike me, I'm not only good life, I also, a word did not speak. Qianlong frowned. Following this, Qianlong's eyes lost their splendor, looking left and right. This can't be, the supreme god is mistaken, right? As an emperor of the Qing dynasty, and as an emperor who was quite fond of 5 texts and studying the canonical collections, Qianlong was very much a bit of a researcher on the emperors of the past dynasties. Seeing the video now, there were already a lot of clues. These clues, and who are not quite right, except for one person. That was him, Qianlong. This can't be possible. This extremely headstrong and narcissistic to the point of being somewhat disgusting. This thing that was evaluated by the gods as the stupid son of a landlord's family. This derelict emperor who was evaluated by the gods as extremely extravagant. How could it be me? Accumulated over several generations. 18 million square kilometers. Population. Reorganizing the clues, Qianlong stood up and sat down again. Following that, he stood up again, pacing back and forth. As if his body had grown hairs, he was unable to sit still, and his hands were at a loss. How can I be an incompetent emperor who was merely born at a good time? I disown it, absolutely disown it. Li Yu, calling out Li Yu's name. Li Yu hurried in. Your Majesty, Li Yu, the video released by the Supreme God, according to you, is it talking about me? Your Majesty, by no means is it your Majesty. How is this possible? Li Yu said it wasn't. Qianlong didn't believe it at all. Throughout history, has there been an emperor who lived for 89 years? The slave is stupid. The slave does not know. I remember. No, where is Jinzhong? I let him go to the history books. Why did he look for so long? In fact, from the time Qianlong let Jinzhong go to find the history book to now, not to say it is a few blinks of an eye. Anyway, it was not a few minutes. Your Majesty, the emperor spoken of in this video must not be you. Come to think of it, this is probably made up by someone who doesn't know what to make up for fun. Just like the beacon fire play in the mirror of the heavens that none watched the other day, where someone posted a video, mouthing off about how King Yu of Zhou really died at that time. It's all a lie. Your Majesty, don't take it seriously. Outside, the bright mirror was hanging high. Li Yu could see it clearly. The clues of the video, for now, all pointed to Qianlong as well. This long-lived but incompetent egomaniacal emperor was his master Qianlong without a hitch. But Li Yu could only tell Qianlong that it wasn't him. Watching Li Yu finish all this, he was actually unconsciously glancing at the huge bronze mirror in the air. Qianlong sighed with a look of displeasure. Li Yu, you are really not as good as your disciple Jin Zhong. You really can't lie. Staring straight at the huge bronze mirror in the air, Qianlong had an indifferent face. God's Majesty, I can't disrespect. After saying that, Qianlong slowly closed his eyes. A face of heartbreak look. I am the king of a country. My Qing dynasty, because I am so strong. I am perfect. Li Yu, I am not perfect. Emperor, the perfect man of the ages. Emperor, is a saint. Then how come the supreme god is making me sound as if I am worthless? This huge country is in my hands. As if it wasn't for me, if it was my father who continued to be the emperor, the Qing would have been several times stronger than it is now. And the people of the Qing would be living far happier lives than they are now. The supreme god seems to be saying that I took over such a big empire. I didn't do anything to contribute. I just kept enjoying myself. But I was really diligent. Why can't the supreme god see that? Qianlong was already a bit confused. Li Yu looked at his imperial majesty being so sad and wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know how to do so. Your Majesty, don't say that. Slaves' heart aches? Your Majesty is the best emperor. Your Majesty is the best and the best emperor, compared to anyone. The slave thinks, this must not be the emperor. Li Yu's face was genuine. Qianlong looked on, his brows furrowed. Not bad. It must not be me. Must not be. Maybe it's my descendant. I have to keep listening down. Yes, it must be one of my descendants. If he was born in my lifetime, I must give him a good admonition. Never let him become such an emperor. According to what the supreme god said, if it is really such an emperor, the foundation of the Qing dynasty must be destroyed in his hands. Talking to himself, Qianlong's face was still the same, deadly gray-like, no confidence to speak of. Now this video, the whole Qing dynasty, do not know how many people saw this emperor. If my children and grandchildren are okay, but if it is really me, I wonder how to live with myself. Chapter 10. Where is this asshole? Where the hell is he? Asking himself a question, Qianlong panicked, looking at the video that continues to play. Qianlong's face, only dead air, and then no longer have the previous expectations and ease. Nor is it like Han Zhaodi Lu Fuling. Han Zhaodi, to grow strong was set up as emperor, is also because of the robust growth. Was Han Wudi set up a prince? Compared with him, the two are almost the same. Both are after the great emperor. Are to get the position of the smooth justified. Are several generations of the efforts of the first emperor in exchange for a strong empire. It's just that, Emperor Han Zhaodi only lived to be 21 years old before he died violently. Compared to his 89 years old, he lived 4 whole Han Zhaodi more, 77 years B.C. This year was the 10th year of the succession of Lu Fuling, son of Lu Che, Emperor Wu of Han, and Emperor Zhao of Han. 2 years have passed since the Shangguan rebellion. The government is under the control of Huoguang. Emperor Zhao of Han has nothing to do every day and lives in seclusion in the palace. His only pleasure is to watch and brush videos. Right now, what Emperor Han Zhao is watching is nothing else but this video posted by Zhang Wei. Originally, watching Zhang Wei use various languages to damage this long-lived emperor who didn't know who he was like that. Emperor Han Zhaoqing was still a little happy. However, when he saw this sentence, Emperor Han Zhaodi Lu Fuling was 21 years old and died violently. Han Zhaodi could not sit still. What do you mean? I, young and healthy, how could I die violently? If we are talking about the reason for Emperor Han Zhaodi's strangely short lifespan, there is only one. Staring at this sentence, Lu Fuling stretched his ears. That was meticulous, afraid of missing a word. Powerful minister. This is the biggest reason why he and Lu Fuling clearly have similar births, but their fates are so different. When he succeeded to the throne, what his father left him was a peaceful and stable dynasty with no powerful officials, and when Emperor Zhao of Han succeeded to the throne, there were 2 major families of powerful officials. One was the Shangguan family and the other was the Huoguang family. Perhaps, because in the history books of the period of Emperor Wu of Han, in the history before Emperor Wu of Han, more changes of power, the tragic phase of the royal family, all from the harem chaotic government, the people's uprising, the foreigners' scourge, and no power ministers to kill the emperor. Therefore, before his death, Emperor Wu of Han set the borders for Lu Fuling, settled the people, and even killed Lu Fuling's own mother. But he did not help Lu Fuling to cut down the powerful ministers. If the dynasty world is compared to a cane with thorns and also poisonous thorns, his ancestors, long ago with blood and life for him to grind this with the scepter flat. So, when he took this scepter, is holding a bare gold rod, but Emperor Han Zhaodi, all over his hands and body, was wounded by the scepter full of thorns and poisonous thorns in his hands. Lu Fuling listened to all this, looked at the huge bronze mirror in the air, opened his mouth, but did not say a word. After a long time, Lu Fuling only said 2 words, Hua family, Great Han. During the years of Emperor Wu of Han, at this moment, Emperor Wu of Han was waiting to hear the trick to decide whether to live a short life or a long life, but did not want to, but heard such a sentence. Lu Fuling, the son of Emperor Wu of Han, 21 years old, died of violent death. Emperor Wu of Han's face was as gloomy as water. What do you mean? Thorns and poisonous thorns. What do you mean? Powerful ministers kill the emperor? Shangwan, the Hua family, in the palace. As the others listened to this sentence, each of them directly knelt down. Shangwan, Hua family, powerful ministers kill the emperor. Emperor Wu of Han recited these words repeatedly, the anger in his eyes, almost ready to erupt. Perhaps, because I didn't know that there were powerful ministers who killed the emperor, my son, who died violently at the age of 21. Perhaps, because I do not know that there are powerful ministers to kill the emperor, so my son, 21 years old, died violently. Han Wudi's life was magnificent, and his demeanor was even more domineering. Such an imperial temperament, coupled with these words from Han Wudi's mouth. The people serving around looked at Han Wudi so, all shivered. Normally, when this emperor is angry, it is a direct volcanic eruption, but today, this emperor was laughing brightly, without a trace of anger. This caused them to actually feel a chill behind their backs. If it's as the supreme god said, my son, died in the Hua and Shangwan families, someone come. This bull ***** long-lived emperor is so bad, yet he has his father preparing everything for him and clearing everything. What he has, my son, Lu Fuling, shall have as well. I, too, will wipe out the thorns and poisonous thorns on this scepter for my son. A single sentence in the video produced by Zhang Wei could actually change the original trajectory of a historical parallel world. It could be said that it was word-for-word thunder, and this word-startling video was, right now, still playing downwards without slowing down according to the speed set by Zhang Wei. This absolutely high life expectancy emperor, it has to be said that his extravagance is one of the spots of extravagance of the entire imperial family, and all of this is at the cost of the heavy burden of the folk. The price of his longevity, so to speak, is the downfall of the entire empire. Naturally, this installment of the video is only about the best of longevity, regardless of anything else. And this emperor, I think many people have already guessed it. At this moment, the other emperors were all confused when they saw this. Because of the historical order, it was impossible to guess what happened in the Qing dynasty, and how it was impossible for the Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming people to guess. However, even if they couldn't guess, based on Zhang Wei's comments on this long-lived emperor in the video, many of the emperors were very dissatisfied with the longest-lived one. Daming, Yonla years, Zhu Di, the great emperor of Yonla, pinched his beard and looked at his 3 sons, a disdainful face full of wisdom. The god above said that many people have guessed it, but I can't remember how I can't remember who this asshole thing is. Boss, second, third, do you guys have any impression of this thing? At all? Under Zhu Di, his 3 sons, each shook their heads. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? I'm talking about this what a long life emperor. Other than that, I don't care. I just wonder how does he have so much money? Saying these words, Zhu Di looked at Zhu Gaoqi with deep meaning. I want to have a war now, but just a war. Our good crown prince pushes 3 times, saying that the treasury has no money. The crown prince is a person of integrity and simplicity. He said there is no money. That must be no money. The crown prince, is not it? Zhu Gaoqi smashed his mouth a bit as he listened to Zhu Di's special bite of the 4 words of integrity and simplicity. Your Majesty, there's really no money. I know, so I'm curious my Ming, a vast area, but I have to fight a battle to steer a horse's money or not. But this bastard, this long-lived bastard, he every day a meal of more than 100 dishes, a dish to a chopstick, but also all the mountain treasures and seafood. I'm curious how he is so rich. This asshole, who is it? Is it Walla? Is it Yixian? He doesn't have such a big piece of land. Who is it then? Throughout the Ming dynasty, there is no such person I Yongle Grand Dictionary. There is no such emperor This asshole where? In the end where? Chapter 11, Rebellion? Yes, it's all about rebellion. Glaring at the 3 good sons, each of the 3 sons dodged. Father, We hear something in your words, but, the words in your words, we don't understand. Ha 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 ha, to not say, you are my son, the crown prince, you understand me. Well, I ask you, this bastard, since it is not damning forward, it is damning backward. Say it, this bastard, is it your oldest, is it your second, or is it your third? Agu father, big brother can still be here. This bastard, is an emperor? I an old 3, is a king? This bastard, certainly not me an old 3. Hey, who are you calling a bastard? The oldest 2 tossed their mouths. Zhu Di looked on, not paying any attention at all. Okay, boss, you say, this bastard, is it your son, or grandson? Who the hell is it, who's hiding such a tumor in their home? Or is it that our old Zhu family's rivers and mountains are going to become a part of that 18 million square kilometers of someone else's foreign name's new dynasty in the future? Tell me, this asshole, what the hell is going on? Yangla the Great, what a smart guy. Zhang Wei's video, from the very beginning until now, he had already heard it and analyzed it thoroughly. It was very clear that this bull emperor, this emperor who made people sick of hearing about him, this emperor who didn't deserve to be an emperor at all, the bull emperor who tainted the word emperor and discredited the word emperor, was not in the history before Yangla, and after Yangla. This, although there are quite a few shameless ones inside the emperor, but this one, in the shameless emperors, definitely counts as a share. Either, this person is a foreign name, that is to say, the old Zhu family has let someone take their place. Either, this, is the children and grandchildren of the old Zhu family. Either way, I will not accept it. When the 3 sons heard this, they all knelt down. After kneeling down, the second oldest looked at the oldest. What are you 2 looking at me for? Say something, what are you looking at me for? It's not like I'm having a meal with over 100 dishes. And, your majesty, that grandson of yours, you know, he's not even close to being right with this. Say it again. Zhu Gaoqi said one more time, putting both hands in his sleeves with a resigned face. The crown prince, will soon be taken down, even if this person is really a descendant of the old Zhu family. I see, not in my branch. After saying that, Zhu Gaoqi glanced towards the oldest 2 and the oldest 3. Zhu Di watched Zhu Gaoqi's performance and also put his arms up. Who told you that you, the crown prince, are about to be taken down? Father, it goes without saying, I'm not doing a good job. The emperor wants to send troops. I don't have the money. I'm not good at supervising the country. If the supervisors are profitable, how can I not have the money? So, I think that whoever can get the money should be the crown prince. Who said that? Who said that? Zhu Di looked at his big fat son, is back and forth. So look, sometimes, I really think, the crown prince's heart eyes, more than my own. The crown prince good Father, you say not as good as I say. If I do this crown prince, I supervise the country. My duty, anyway, as long as I am the crown prince. Daming, there is no money to send out troops. Lao Heir has money. I have seen him give out gold beans to people. I have received a lot of his gold beans. This crown prince, Lao Heir, is more suitable than me, Zhu Gaoqi said, about to pull the golden beans out. Seeing this, Lao Heir pulled Zhu Gaoqi. Good big brother, you can't pit me. Great Song Dynasty, Qingli years. Song Renzong watched the video and rubbed his head. Mauza, what do you think? Minion is stupid. I can't guess. Not for you to guess this. I'm saying that the gods are so unforgiving, talking about this emperor as if he's practically worthless. I'm looking at the gods commenting on this emperor like this, and I'm despising him from the bottom of my heart. Just, watching people make a fool of themselves is good to see. If the upper god sends out a video in the future and puts me in it, I don't know whether the upper god is pleased or displeased with me for my merits and demerits of my life, and I don't know in the end what kind of evaluation I can get. Zhang Mao then listened from the side and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, you are overthinking. Under your rule, the politics of the Great Song Dynasty is clear and the people are happy. Besides, Your Majesty, for the sake of the people of the world, everything is restrained. You do any one thing to put the people of the world first. People are doing. The sky is watching. Your Majesty, what you have done over the years everyone has watched. The gods must have watched as well. You don't worry about it. Really? Although Zhang Maozha more persuasion. But, Song Renzong face deep, but did not lose half a point. Zhu Di's family's father's kindness and son's filial piety as well as Song Renzong's deep heart. Leaving aside for the moment, let's just say that the emperors of various dynasties, various historical parallel worlds were cursing Qianlong while worrying about the they themselves had done. Every emperor was a bit scared. After all, if they were really pulled out to be judged like this, could they stand it? The answer was, they really couldn't. But even if they couldn't stand it, they didn't want to change anything, because in their eyes, this video was not made by someone else. It was made by a god. That's a god. If a god wants to scold you, what can you do but listen? If a fairy wants to scold you in front of the whole world, what can you do but listen? This is the common mindset of the various emperors of the various historical parallel worlds now. Under the apprehension of the emperors watching, the video still continued downwards. He is the longest living emperor. Aizen Hongli, Aizen Hongli, me, it's really me. Qianlong froze. At this moment, outside the Qing palace, streets and alleys, wherever there were people, the people were holding mirrors and looking there. Deep in the streets and alleys, a few young people with elegant clothes and elegant temperament were gathering in one piece and drinking. Axingio, after looking around and being cautious, one of the drinking youths read out the 4 words Aizen. It's actually the current emperor? Aya. Finally someone dares to say that this emperor of ours is not good. Finally not everyone does not grow eyes and ears to spread the sky to praise him. This is not a person who can't stand to look down. This is the sky can't stand to look down. The sky can't stand to look down on this emperor of ours. Aya. The heavens have eyes which, a few words, drew out their dissatisfaction with Qianlong. This dissatisfaction, the crowd full of complaints, cannot be collected. The scolding, look at him every day. Did he grow eyes? So many corrupt officials in the world. The root is in the court. He goes to court every day. He can't see? Not only can't see, the gods did not say it. Our emperor is a health emperor. He thinks of health every day. The world he will manage. Will he ask questions? How are we doing? We're not delaying people's health by drinking and eating meat. Do you expect them to care about us? I'm not saying that. This emperor, touring the world has been several times. What has he done? In addition to bringing a lot of ladies to the palace every year. In addition to using the silver money sent from many places to play with food every year. And what health? What else has he done? What else has he done? God only said that the Qing dynasty under his rule more people more money. But this money are in whose pockets? In the hands of which corrupt officials? Which corrupt officials every day so close to him? He actually cannot see. He is blind, taking advantage of the wine, but also taking advantage of the gods. All say Qianlong is bad. This bunch of people talking here, that's really considered to be a mouthful. Che, you do not see the immortals have said. Our emperor that can be very confident. He can see what he can't see anything. He grew up with a golden key. Not like Emperor Hanwu of the Ming dynasty. Not like Han Gaozu. That is really is our people and the people out of the bitter people. They also know what our people want, to know what our people lack, but also to know what our people are afraid of. If there is such an emperor, you say we have to be more happy. You can't say this nonsense. If you are caught, you are guilty of rebellion. Rebellion? Yes, I want to rebel. You watch it. This video, as long as a person with a little brain watches it, he will know that Qianlong, this emperor, he did not do well. He should. Gu, I call you a big brother. You better lower your voice. The same time and space. A few hundred miles from this one deep alley, a large mountain within, a group of brown men is also drinking and eating meat. Aizen Homely? Ha 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 ha. I guess, if this emperor old man watched this video, his face, he has to be black as carbon, red as fire. Ha 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 ha. Aya, God is worthy of being a god. See too much. Qianlong, simply a rotten emperor. Say he is incompetent. Say too right. Say he can't compare to Emperor Yongzhang. This has greatly set our heart. Come on, drink. A bowl of wine down. The people's faces reddened. Aya, think of our young time, then, or the Yongzhang emperor's world, then how good which this official dares to be so blatant, which dares to be so crazy. Who wouldn't say that? Oh, I'll just say it. Then we are still croppers. Then, planting strong the harvest every year at least can leave a large part of the weekdays encountered what injustice to the yamen, but also can be reasoned. Now not. Now, who still farms? Every year, you can leave a small half of the harvest in your own hands. That is already counted that the magistrate he is not too bad. If you have an accident, want to go to the yamen to reason, how to say, you do not send money that there is no reasoning. Oops, the world the world. Look at the meaning of the fairy said this. Our Qianlong emperor to his 89th year has not been in charge of our affairs. Damn it. Oh, damn it. The more they said, the more the anger of these big men grew. Brothers, anyway, we occupy this mountain. Also some days, you say, this video, is not the heavens give us some guidance, is not want to let us, you mean? The crowd had a few glances at each other, and the wine bowls in their hands were unconsciously put down. Chapter 12 You talk to me. This bottle, where earth, great man, dare to do and think, go TNND Qianlong. Qianlong, you listen to him to start this name, a little face do not want. What is Qianlong? Is not that thing is very big? Such an emperor, such a name, disgusting, just do it, this emperor is like this, if we don't rebel, can we live well? Let's do it. One after another. Originally is to Qianlong spit. This is good. Directly into an uprising. I say you, drink too much. You do not want to live? Live. Live what live ah. The Qing dynasty. What the Qing dynasty? Is not to steal our Han's Jianshan well. Think of when Emperor Hangu in the time, which has these people jumping feet to show off the reasoning. I see you all live confused. When the lackey when used to is not it. And then again. We are what ah? We are here. The slave cannot call themselves. This gang of Manchus, the pressure simply do not see us as people. And then again, what do we have to be a lackey ah? I don't care. Anyway, has been a thief. I am the boss of this mountain. I determined. I will lead you against this dog emperor. TMD. This video is the call of heaven. If it is to rise up, I think there will be many people to rise up. Gentlemen, I'm not drunk. Not me. This kind of emperor, by the gods sent the video this evaluation. Simply laughable. His emperor's prestige must not be as good as before. Besides, we all see, if we indulge in to live to 89, the day of the group will only get worse and worse. So as long as the uprising, not afraid of no one to help. You guys, there is fear of death no? All over the Qing dynasty, because of this one video, really can be said to be a dark current. At this moment, outside the Qing, because Zhang Wei's video was all historical worlds, everyone in each world could receive the push, plus the freshness and boldness of the subject matter of such a video. Unprecedented. After all, since the emergence of the historical video platform of the heavens, no one had posted a video that dared to take on the emperor except for the emperor himself. Not to mention videos like Zhang Wei's that directly disliked the emperor and said that the emperor was bad. People had never seen it before. So, basically, all the people in the historical world of the heavens were now watching this video. It could be said that this video of Zhang Wei was very hot, and the direct result of the video's hotness was that almost everyone in all worlds were now comparing Qianlong to their own emperors. Great Song Dynasty, Qingli years. Ouch. This Qianlong, really not as good as our Emperor Renzong. No, I should say it's far worse. Look at our emperor, how benevolent, how much he cares about the people. That's true. Look at our emperor, he guaranteed fair career paths, reduced taxes for the merchants and farmers, and we've been living better and better these past few years. Ming Dynasty, Hangu years. Oops, I have always told you, our Hangu emperor, 1,000 years. And now, I want to say, our Hangu emperor, 1,000 years. Do not know, compared to this comparison, our Hangu emperor, compared to this Qianlong, that is simply heavenly figure. No, is the heavenly, our Hangu emperor, how good for us ah. Hey, I do not know how this Qianlong's people to hold back not against, actually endure him to endure to 89 ah. In the tirade and ridicule of the various historical parallel worlds, in the video, the screen turned again, and the back figure that appeared in the beginning reappeared. Then, the back figure in the screen, slowly turned. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong years, Aizen Joro, Hongli, it's really me, it's actually really me, it's really me, it's actually really me, it's actually really me. Repeated this sentence without stopping. Qianlong was really struck, but, Qianlong is Qianlong in the end. Obviously, he has been talked about like this. Obviously, he has been struck like this. As soon as he saw this portrait, Qianlong was actually energized again, even though, the portrait of him is really mediocre. Now looking at the video of Qianlong, still quite young, looking at this portrait that was already somewhat old, Qianlong looked left and right. Then, he smiled. I'm still very handsome, even when I'm old. I'm still very handsome. Looking at such a mediocre to the extreme, flat as a pancake-like face, looking at this pair of eyes that did not have much charisma, Qianlong very naturally, very sincerely said the word very handsome, even though, if not counting this expensive costume, the person on the portrait looked like an old man walking an unusual bird on the street. Qianlong was still handsome by this old man's handsomeness. Li Yu, what do you think? Swallowing a mouthful of water, Li Yu was at the side, naturally taking the opportunity to comfort. Not bad, Emperor, look, you are so divine that no one in the world can match. That's true, however, only handsome is not work. In the end, this video is made by the upper god. I must think about it, must not really like the video said, lose temper to this point. Li Yu, you go, no, 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 tomorrow morning, I want to open up a wide range of words, introspection and self-correction. After saying that, Qianlong looked carefully at the portrait, a face of self-satisfaction. Obedient to heaven. I am a good emperor. If I really do something I shouldn't do in the future, then change it. I'm so handsome, so intelligent. As long as I change it, the gods will not blame me. Look at this face of mine. I'm destined to be the perfect emperor. All the imperfections, I won't allow it. I resolutely won't allow it. Meanwhile, Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng Year. Emperor Yongzheng looked at the words Aizen Joro, only the words, and then looked at this face in the video. Although this face was so old that it was almost as old as him, he still recognized it. That's right, it's not a renaming. This Hongli is his son, Aizen Joro. Hongli is my son? I remember just now the god said, this son think his father handpicked the royal porcelain soil? Yes. Su Peisheng. Su Peisheng came over. Yongzheng raised his hand. Emperor, what do you want? Give me your mirror of the heavens. Took Su Peisheng's Zhoutian mirror and took a look. Su Peisheng's Zhoutian mirror could see this video. Go and collect the Zhoutian mirrors of the palace's inner servants to see if they all have this video. Soon. Check it out. Everyone's heavenly mirrors could see this video. Your Majesty, is it a strict order that everyone is not allowed to see it? Can you block it? The people in the palace can see. Shows that the people outside the palace can also see. This Hongli, the face of me are lost. I am so many years, long sleep, exhaustion, only in exchange for the people love. All officials worship. So, because of such a good son, my face is gone. Go, call the fourth Ago to come. At this time, Xinjueluo Hongli, let's call him Small Qianlong. Now the little Qianlong. There is no emperor's power. Watching C short video about him in his own residence. Seeing the words Aizen Jaro Hongli, little Qianlong was quite lost. Is this what I'm going to be like from now on? How can I be so obnoxious? It's just that the things that Imperial Ama likes are really earthy. Not long after, little Qianlong was brought to the Palace of Nurturing Heart by the inner official who sent the message. In the Palace of Nurturing Heart, Emperor Yongzheng was fidgety, staring at the plainly very elegant and bland pure blue porcelain vase on the table. Emperor Yongzheng took a deep breath, and another deep breath, and then, Yongzheng picked up a large cane. Today, he must be properly disciplined. Next to Emperor Yongzheng, Su Peisheng was an anxious face. Emperor, you put this cane, or hit on the body of the slave. You want to be really angry. Pumping the slave, you pumped the slave to death. As long as the emperor can be eliminated, the slave is worth it. You shut up. Women's benevolence. I must beat him. Beat bad. Change one. The gods are not so much in the video of the emperor of the Qing dynasty into that way. I am not so much because he is the emperor to lose this person. Although at that time I have already returned to heaven. But there are still people in heaven which, how can I face the ancestors? How can I hand over the Qing to such a person? Yongzheng Emperor while saying, that fire rushed to the chest, is a burst of pain. Egu, Emperor you can take care of the dragon body take care of the dragon body. Guarantee what dragon body? Hongli where? How come not yet come? For a brother arrived. Yongzheng who was angry, saw the little Qianlong, flying up as a foot, kicked little Qianlong. Yongzheng's cane followed. Just one. Little Qianlong tears brushed down. Why? You cry. Are you not convinced? Little Qianlong did not speak, just cried. Speak or not? My son doesn't understand. Why did the gods say this about my son? I'm not as bad as the gods say. My son is very hardworking and very good. This is the truth. Why do you say that my son is narcissistic? And also say that my son's mentality is not normal and good? That means who doesn't understand that? That is to say that my son is arrogant. Disgustingly arrogant. I don't obey. Looking at little Qianlong, Yongzheng are frozen. I thought you just don't understand things. Don't want you to be so disobedient. The god said you dare not serve. You really want to go to heaven you look for a fight. Yongzheng that is really a cane to greet down. That is no mercy. Played a few times out of gas. Yongzheng Qianlong carry chicken general carry to his design a blue porcelain vase in front. Come on, you tell me. This bottle, where soil? Little Qianlong did not speak. Yongzheng saw the situation. Is the bottle personally to the little Qianlong in front of him to see? Say, Earth, say, Chapter 13 good looking? I'll make you look good. Make you look good. Didn't you say my bottle is earthy? Didn't you say it's not good looking? How? Dare not say? The son of the court said. The son of the court thinks. The Imperial Ama's porcelain bottle, not noble, is dirt. Little Qianlong powerful really dare to talk back. Probably, also was beaten sharply. Good. Dare to bear. Good. Know how the gods evaluate your design of the bottle? I know, but I am not convinced. Good. Although you are still small, but I let you now design. Design for me. I would like to see, in the end, what kind of noble spirit you are. Although crying, although looking at his father so blooming anger, but the little Qianlong also really while shedding tears, while using his father's room of ink treasure first class, painted a bottle of earthly rich and noble flowers. Just see this bottle, gold color as the main color. A circle of large flowers, dotted with some onyx color, is blooming all over the porcelain bottle. This is the way to look good. This is good looking? I let you look good. Let you look good. Su Peisheng, go out. Emperor Yongzheng let Su Peisheng close the door. That really beat up little Qianlong properly. This is dirt. This is really dirt. I really doubt that you are not my son. How such a lack of taste? Such a thing. Only the landlord who has not studied will like. Look carefully at the porcelain vase that I designed. Looking at it makes one's mind calm. This is to tell you to be restrained. To be serene. Non-tranquility cannot be far away. Non-temperance cannot be clear. You look at the painting you painted. Extremely rich. Extremely enjoyable. No wonder the gods say you are extremely extravagant. Say you do not sympathize with the people. Really let you do the emperor. My Qing dynasty is not to be destroyed in your hands. Yongzheng this sentence by sentence. The Qianlong said the tears are snapping off. I do not recognize. I am not so bad. You even know what is unbearable. I hate you today. You have to remember. I want you to learn humility. People can't be blindly confident, can't just be confident. Don't know yourself. You have to learn. Do you understand? Right. There is the matter of the seal. Su Peisheng. Yongzheng shouted this sentence with fire. Su Peisheng listen. Panic ah. A panic. Su Peisheng fell as soon as he came in. Your Majesty. Shouting a sentence Your Majesty. Su Peisheng glanced at little Qianlong. Little Qianlong is now holding his head high. Rooster-like. The head was not lowered. But little Qianlong's tears were not delayed in flowing either. Your Majesty. Go. Find someone to bring me all the books and paintings in the room of the fourth brother. Painting brought. Turn over to find a look. Yongzheng gasser still. Little Qianlong residents brought on the books and paintings. Most of the paintings stamped with little Qianlong's private seal. It is said that habits are formed from childhood. This is right. Su Peisheng, you go out. To the little Qianlong, Yongzheng saw a small Qianlong's private seal on the painting in calligraphy. Then give a foot to the little Qianlong. C1. Give a foot. I tell you, in the future, Allah can use private seal. Only you cannot, in addition to the seal, and, not allowed to leave annotations. And then let me see you in which famous painting, in whose article dare to make annotations. Let me know. I will not spare you. Little Qianlong now can't stop shaking ah. Father, why are you beating me like this? Yongzheng looked at little Qianlong like this, also heartbroken. But once he opened his mouth, Yongzheng didn't have a soft word. I am going to let you know that you are not as good as you think. And, after a while, I am going to go to the temple. You follow me to go, and then, cultivate in the temple for a period of time. At that time, what other people do you do? I want you to know that the days are not so easy to live. Palace head. Yongzheng's bitterness Qianlong did not understand. It is not known. And outside the palace, the Yongzheng years of the Qing people look at this portrait of Qianlong. That is really mixed feelings. Not far from the Qing palace, a restaurant. A few richly dressed old men looked at the video. Looking at the video of their future emperor, all with a face of dismay. This is the next lord of the Qing? I see that the future saint, although his temperament is a bit more easygoing, but, he is not losing his brilliance and his strength. You really know how to talk, looks and so on, the saint since the saint, shouldn't we say? But, don't you see, we this future saint, good and big, extremely confident, later our descendants. There is such a saint. Is it a blessing or a curse yo? Later things, I don't care, I just want to know. This is really the future emperor. This can be called noble? You're silly. The future emperor's looks. The gods evaluate. Can you evaluate? How many lives do you have? Everywhere in the Qing dynasty did not dare to discuss Qianlong's looks with abandon. And at this moment, within other historical parallel worlds, the people of all dynasties looking at Qianlong's portrait could not be so restrained. Great Qin, between the farmlands. Oops, look at this. This is the emperor? Let's see. It's really not as good looking as that old man who walks the streets selling chickens. Who says it isn't? Look at this nose of his. My goodness. Come on, son, let me see. A big man from the field carried his little son who was a few years old to his body, tasted it left and right, and took the mirror of the heavens and compared it with Qianlong's portrait. Ouch. I go. On this emperor, my son looks more beautiful than him. He can be emperor with this face. Doesn't it mean that my son also has the emperor's face? God damn. You still want to live, don't? On the side, the big man's wife hurriedly reminded. The big man looked around, very unconcerned. Alas, a 10-mile radius of our family. Who can hear? And then again, you see on this look, he became emperor. You say where to reason to go? In the year of Emperor Xuanzong of the Great Tang Dynasty, there were many merchants from different countries in the market. On top of the bazaar, merchants from various countries are trading here. A bearded blue-eyed merchant looked at Qianlong in the mirror of the heavens, and then looked in the mirror and tasted his own character. Ha 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 ha, is this really not a fake? Is it really not a funny video made by someone? To the side, a native old man of Datong told the foreigner to look up at the sky. See, this is a video sent by the upper god. You have to learn to have reverence for our god. In this country, otherwise, you will die. Seeing the old man talking so metaphysically, the foreigner smiled sarcastically. So, this is really some emperor? But his looks. Taking a closer look at the old man, the foreigner had a sincere face. I've learned some of your physiognomy, and in terms of physiognomy, his looks are not as rich as yours. Daming, Hanwoo years. On top of the street, a grandpa selling baklava watched the video and laughed brightly. His waist was bent with laughter. Ma, just this looks almost like me. It's said that looks are born from the heart. I look at his eyes. My gosh, just like me. My heart that thinks about how to sell a few more baklava every day is born from the face. Just like this emperor. Ahahaha. Then this emperor must be thinking about selling a few more baklava every day as well? Ha 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 ha. This can also be an emperor. This looks. My mom. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, this Moncler outlet store patted the Moncler outlet store selling roast duck next to him. Look at me. Look at him. Does it look like? Roast duck Moncler outlet online carefully scrutinized some. Actually also smile bent waist. Oops. So, it really looks like then this what homely. Ancestors may be a seller of baked goods it. Big brother. Ha 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 ha. Oops. Then this what homely emperor. Will not be your grandson or something, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Aya. How do you talk nonsense? Originally joked well. This sentence, the burrito Moncler outlet was shocked out of a cold sweat. Say the wrong words. The key to this looks too relaxing, but look at him like this. Although he looks like you, but he has to talk to put you on behalf of selling burritos. Can pick up this burrito stretcher not? Ah ha 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 ha. The people of all dynasties were busy comparing their own face with Qianlong's face as a way to gain comfort that they were better looking than the emperor. And the emperors of all dynasties are watching the video at the moment, focusing less on this face of Qianlong and more on Qianlong's surname. Great Tang. During the reign of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin read the words Aixinjueluo, his eyes spitting fire. A foreigner, actually became the emperor. What's going on? Must be the descendants of the future generations do not compete. Come on people, give me to check. Check whether there is this kind of family name. I am the king of the nations, 10,000 generations of the Skycon. Check. I will not make it difficult for him. I only call him that clan. Never be able to practice. Forever change the family name. Change the words. Change the customs. I will make this nation, without bloodshed, completely cease to exist. Great Han, Emperor Han Wu. Han Wu Di at this moment stared at the face of Aixinjueluo. Shut up. Is this person Xiong Nu? Chapter 14, our questions. All important. We have to ask. Even if it's not Xiong Nu, it's not my Han dynasty. Is it possible that my Han dynasty is going to be destroyed? This can't. Come on. I don't care whether the treasury is full. I don't care whether the money is enough to spend. I don't care so much. Wei Cheng, you give me to listen well. I don't care so much. Give me the western region to open up. Give me the Xiong Nu to beat the Meng. Let them no longer lift their head up. Do you understand? Daming, Hanwu years, Deming Imperial Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the portrait and first, his mouth opened slightly. Then, the mouth grinned. Ah ha 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 ha. Oops Empress. Look, this is an emperor? This face of his, he didn't let someone take a pot lid and press it, right? Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yuanzhang slapped his thighs, the dumplings in his mouth made him laugh out. Not we say, you see us, long handsome, this is right. However, we grow so handsome, we still remain low-key, our portrait, we take the initiative to request, paint yourself like that, you see him this portrait, although this portrait is already very ugly, but the Empress, not we say on his narcissistic strength, this face, he must also let people to handsome painting are this look, you say he had to look like? By Zhu Yuanzhang said is embellished this one Qianlong portrait, is a foreigner Lang Shining secretly painted down, portrait, very realistic, therefore, it is indeed not good looking. Empress Ma looked at Zhu Yuanzhang in this manner and also smiled gently. Yuanzhang, just now the supreme god said the name, did you hear it? We heard it, called Aizen Joro Hongli, Aizen Joro, this is not a Han name and, before daming, Yuanzhang, there is an emperor called Aizen Joro? Zhu Yuanzhang sniffed and suddenly clouded his face. A smile was replaced with a serious and cold face, as Zhu Yuanzhang stared at this portrait of Emperor Qianlong, a pair of eyebrows tightening more and more. Empress, you are right, this man, this emperor's dynasty, is after our daming. The dumplings in Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth suddenly stopped tasting good. Empress, we destroyed the Yuan dynasty and established daming. Did we do the right thing? Yuanzhang, You did the right thing. Then we are the establishment of the country is right. The throne is also right. This step, no problem. Empress, after we established the country, we caught any bad habits? Hearing these words, Empress Ma was somewhat silent. Seeing Empress Ma's face like this, silent, Zhu Yuanzhang's brows locked even more. We think we are a good emperor. What have we done? Looking at your face like this, what have we really done wrong? Yuanzhang, in my opinion, you are good at everything, but you are too heartless. Since you became the emperor, how many people have you killed? They are all our brothers who have lived in the past. Queen Ma said this. Zhu Yuanzhang cannot understand? His empress was disgusted that he was treating his former brothers-in-arms too viciously and ruthlessly. Empress, if you want to say this about us, we don't recognize it. These brothers fought the world and sold their lives, and they are good to us. They are righteous. We all know that, but we are not the righteous army of that year. We are not the little shunny of that year. We are the emperor. That is in charge of a country. From when the emperor, we know, with our closest is not a brother, is the people, is the world, in front of the world, who have to give way. Cannot because I am the emperor I am looking for selfishness. The empress, we have always thought that you are sensible. Did not think that you still do not understand this. I know, but some people you kill to kill. Some people you really should not. You, every time you talk about these things, the pair of founding emperors and queens of the Ming dynasty, always say not a piece. Don't say it. We know that you emphasize the righteousness. Do we not emphasize the righteousness? Or that, we are the emperor. Some things don't have to do also have to do. Do also have to do. Have to do. Obviously, they are discussing the future fate of the Ming dynasty. But these two founding emperors and queens are talking about a topic that they have been arguing about all these years. For a while, the atmosphere became heavy. After a while, glancing up at Empress Ma, Zhu Yuanzhang passed Empress Ma chopsticks of dumplings. Empress, I know you're angry with us, but let's talk about this later. This is too big now. It's obvious that our Ming didn't last until the end. No matter which dynasty or generation this Aizenjaro Hongli is from. Anyway, it's not our Zhu descendants. Moreover, it's not our Han. This won't work. Zhu Yuanzhang took the initiative to say something, and Empress Ma was not obstinate. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang was right. This matter of Xinjueluo was too big. I think about it. Oops. You see, let's look at this video to see two involved. Have forgotten to be able to post comments. Hurry to send comments to ask the gods this Aizenjaro Hongli in the end which dynasty which generation where. Empress, read his name again. Aizenjaro, female true? Empress, our empress, you are right. Female true, is female true. I did not expect. We have taken great pains to make the Mongols no longer have the power to fight. I thought that the Ming dynasty in the mountains will be forever. I cannot imagine. A small female true. And finally actually did the Lord of the Mountain. Is it they destroyed Daming? Or Mongolia destroyed Daming? He female true and destroyed Mongolia? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the portrait and paced back and forth. The Mongols in our ploy. Broken can no longer have a backhand of life. Look at the world. There is no one who can still exterminate Daming. In the end what is going on? In the end. Yuanzhang, don't guess. I've already written the question. Ask the gods in the comments section. Everything will be clear. While Zhu Yuanzhang was thinking, Empress Ma had already opened her mirror of the heavens and wrote the content of her comment. Supreme God, Empress Ma of the Great Ming sincerely asks, what is the relationship between Aizenjaro Hongli and the female true clan of the Songhua River generation in Liaodong during the Hangu period of the Great Ming? Finished writing and clicked to post a comment on the mirror of the heavens, but it shows that it cannot be sent. Sorry, because the video account The History of the Heavens belongs to the highest privilege account. At present, this account comment function has not been opened. Please look forward to looking at the word stay tuned. Empress Ma's brows tightened. Empress, what's wrong? Can't it be that, in our generation, that female truth is going to take over? No, the comment can't be used. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Can't use it. Is it that you don't have enough authority? Use ours. We are the emperor. Our heavenly mirror has the highest authority. Let us do it. Zhu Yuanzhang wrote down the same question on the heavenly mirror. Supreme God, Emperor Zhu Changba of the Great Ming sincerely asks, what is the relationship between Aizenjaro Hongli and the female Genghis Khan clan of the Songhua River generation in Liaodong during the Hangu period of the Great Ming? Then, Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the mirror of the heavens, not rushing to click send. Upper God, are there any other relative tribes of the female true clan that are also called Aizenjaro? Upper God, Aizenjaro in the end which dynasty and which generation? Is ruined in which Daming emperor? No, we want to ask. The world is ruined in the hands of which Daming emperor? Daming emperor in the end insisted on how many dynasties? Supreme God, how long did Zhu Yuanzhang actually live? What about Zhu Biao and Zhu Yunzhu? If Zhu Biao died before Zhu Yuanzhang, then who exactly should Zhu Yuanzhang choose to be the emperor? Should he choose his son, King Yin, or just settle for his grandson, Zhu Yunzhu? Question after question. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't get any idea in his head. Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to ask them all. Yuanzhang, what are you doing? You're writing so much. Aren't you afraid that the gods will get annoyed? This? Glancing at the huge bronze mirror still bright in the air outside, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. Then Empress, you tell me, which one do I ask? Which one to ask? Looking at these questions Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Empress Ma was also in a difficult position. These questions, they are all important. Why don't we start by asking about the establishment of the Crown Prince? The matter of the Crown Prince. To be honest, we are really in a bit of a trance. Speaking of the matter of the Crown Prince, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. The standard is very good. Is that, the standard this body, seems not too good. If the accident, we want to set Yunzhu, because the world of Daming is we immediately fought down. After the fight, 1,000 holes, the people want to live in peace. Yunzhu is the same as the standard, kind and generous, so we want to set him. But now look, the foreign trouble is not over. Really if one day Biao him, then, Yun braced character gentle, cultivate the people he can, but let him town border, to protect peace, difficult which, we have to ask, our questions, each important, we have to ask, all questions, one did not delete. Zhu Yuanzhang clicked send. Chapter 15, The Mirror of the Heavens is dead. Then, Zhu Yuanzhang's heavenly mirror reacted in the same way as Empress Ma's heavenly mirror, failed to send. This video account, The History of the Heavens, is the account with the highest authority on this platform, and the relevant commenting privileges for this account have not yet been opened, so please look forward to it. Our permissions are not enough either. We are the Emperor. Our permissions are not enough either. Whose is still able to? The Emperor and Empress looked at each other. Besides being helpless, they had no other method. In the end, it's a god. We can only wait. At this time, the Great Ming, during the Yunlei years, Emperor Zhu Di of Yunlei stared at the portrait of his father Zhu Yuanzhang, eating fruit with one hand and pinching his beard with the other. In his mouth, he recited, what would father do if he were here? This aches in Juel Yu O Homely, Jianzhou female truth. Well, the oldest two oldest three. You guys tell me, what to do? Your Majesty, exterminate it. My son, seconded. My son, also seconded. Looking at Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Di raised an eyebrow. Boss, attacking Vala. You don't have any money, but you have money when you fight the women's truth? Zhu Gaoqi smiled cheerfully at his words. Father, don't make fun of my son. Warrat is high in the mountains and far away. It requires too many soldiers, generals, food and grass. Jianzhou female Genghis Khan is not close, but compared to Warrat, my son's simple math, the money in the treasury, enough to use. Good. At this moment, as long as the Emperor of the Great Ming, regardless of whether it is Jiajing or Wanli, regardless of whether he is playing with birds walking his dog, or swinging a stall, all the emperors of the Great Ming looked at Aizen Joro, the Jianzhou female real surname, all made the same decision. Fight. 1636 AD, Huang Taiji and Sheng Jing claimed the title of emperor. State name, set the Qing dynasty. He is, at this moment, also watching this video. Seeing the face of this long-lived emperor, and the name, Huang Taiji looked up at the sky with a look of astonishment. My Aizen Joro family, 18 million square kilometers. This means, after a while, Huang Taiji silently tore a letter. I would have liked to fight more territory, show more means, from now on, and Daming is equals, no longer subject to his coercion and suppression. I would have thought that this is the best providence of my female real family. Now it seems that it is not so. The life of the female true, but also can be more expensive. Walking outside the house, Huang Taiji looked at the distance. The light in his eyes became different, became ambitious, became confident very much. It seems that my female clan will eventually take over the Zhu family. Since heaven's destiny is like this, then, what should I do? Immediately, Huang Taiji, who was full of joy, was sad again. Although the instructions given by the God of Heaven have been so obvious, I still have some apprehension in my heart. The Deming dynasty is after all such a dynasty that has suppressed the world for hundreds of years, and such a dynasty, even if the destiny will be near, is not something that can be swallowed by this generation of mine. However, since the gods have given such a true word that Daming will eventually become the world of my Aizen Jaro clan, then there is no need to negotiate peace. Originally in history, Aizen Jaro Huang Taiji never thought that he could eat and swallow Daming. He attacked Daming several times, just did not want to live with his head down anymore. Huang Taiji want, is with Daming, equal. After all, Daming was too powerful. Hundreds of years of shadows and history in front. Even if Huang Taiji's heart is higher than the sky, but also did not really dare to want to change naming. But now, after watching Zhang Wei's video, looking at the heir Zhang Wei's unnameable big face, Huang Taiji is sure, do not equalize, to take his place. Although this is the case, but still be cautious. I have to ask the gods. In the end, I Aizen Joro plan to take the place of the Ming is in the end. What have gone through, so that can do a lot of plans, said Dry. Huang Taiji wrote a comment on the mirror of the heavens. God, the Qing Emperor Aizen Jaro Huang Taiji sincerely ask, Aizen Jaro family when the extermination of the Ming, in the middle, experienced what twists and turns did not. Platform prompts, your comment failed to send. The video account, the history of the heavens for the platform's highest authority account. For the account of the comment function has not yet opened. Please look forward to. Looking at this prompt, Huang Taiji was not discouraged. Upper God, how can I strike up a conversation with Upper God? How can I let the Upper God show me the way? How can I open a comment? In the various heavenly historical parallel worlds, this was a question that not only Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, Huang Taiji and the others wanted to know, but many emperors, and even many of the people, also wanted to know. As the crowd commented on the failure, the long-lived emperor inventory portion of the video neared its end. The reason why emperors are precious is because they rule the world, and only long the world, in addition to having the highest authority, also has the greatest responsibility. The emperor's longevity does not indicate that the emperor is competent. Whether it is for the people and for the world is the highest standard to truly judge an emperor. Emperor longevity, not something ugly, but definitely not praiseworthy. The longest-lived emperor, Aizen Joro, homely part is over. Next to be inventoried is, in the various historical parallel worlds, no matter if it was the emperor or the people, they all crossed their fingers when they saw these next three words. Suddenly, all the heavenly mirrors in the various historical parallel worlds simultaneously died. Chapter 16, Server Upgrade, Commentary Function turned on. What's going on here? It can't be broken, right? This doesn't delay me from watching the video? No, throughout the ages, have not seen the records of the mirror of the heavens will be bad. What's going on? Is the God angry? In every world, every corner, all the people looked at the dead mirror of the heavens. All did not know what to do. And then, under the anxious gaze of everyone, above everyone's heavenly mirror, a bright light appeared. This bright light, originally, was only white. Soon, there was an additional ray of red, blue, and orange in the bright light. 9 colored light shone on it. Soon, a single 9-colored light point condensed into an image. It wasn't the likeness of that heavenly history mirror. As the image of the history mirror of the heavens kept flickering with light on all of the heavenly mirrors, the same sound resounded from all of the heavenly mirrors at the same time. Users, due to the first opening of the All History Day Parallel Worlds channel, and also because this video is too hot, the server's current capacity cannot keep up, so there is a temporary data transmission lag. Please be reminded that it will take some time for the server to be upgraded, and for the collection and calculation of the power of the mind to take time, so please be patient. The server has detected countless comments from various historical parallel worlds. For this reason, the upgraded server will load the whole service comment function specifically for the Heavenly History video account. The upgrade is complete. The user terminal is now able to receive the comments from all historical parallel worlds. The upgrade is complete. The user terminal has been able to account Zutian history of normal use of the comment reward in other functions. The inconvenience caused to you, I'm very sorry. In addition, because Mr. Zhang Wei produced the video is too hot. After calculations, it must be played in segments, otherwise the server cannot support it. The video of the top 10 emperors inventory will continue to be pushed. Please pay attention to it. The voice disappeared, and the mirrors of the heavens in the hands of various people in various historical parallel worlds shone with great splendor. Tip, due to Mr. Zhang Wei's account along with all the history parallel worlds, in order to ensure the quality of service, to ensure that the comment area is green and healthy, each user, once commented on, will bring their own dynastic logo and identity tags. Please, green comments, healthy comments, immediately afterward. The interface of the mirror of the heavens history, everything was as normal again. Everyone realized that the heavenly mirror was normal, and they couldn't wait to search for Zhang Wei's video. As expected, just as the mirror of the heavens prompted, the name of this video was now no longer Top 10 Emperors Best, but Top 10 Emperors Longest Lived. Clicking in, it was exactly the same content that everyone had just watched. Then this Top 10 Emperors and Emperor a paragraph. This is not 10 paragraphs, 10 paragraphs, little by little put. This has to wait. How anxious. Whatever. I'm going to ask the gods for marriage. I want a comment. I'm going to ask for official luck. I want a comment. Regardless of which historical parallel world, a bunch of people coincidentally started posting comments. This time, The comment section of Zhang Wei's video was really like boiling water rolling over, and the refreshed comments were really wave after wave. 1 second, the latest comment hadn't let people see clearly what it was, and the next second, the comment had long been flooded by an unknown number of comments. In short, the message in the comment section was constantly scrolling. These comments, connected into a flowery white piece of unreadable words, kept refreshing, and no one could see clearly who actually said what in that comment section. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Looking at this comment area that can't be inserted at all, Emperor Qin Shi Huang looked at the civil officials whose hands were constantly busy, and was very helpless. You guys are posting comments? Your Majesty, we didn't delay in recording it, it's all here, word for word. The swords and pens showed the recorded bamboo slips to Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who did not speak. His face was somber. Seeing that Emperor Qin Shi Huang's face was not good, these people did not dare to pound the mirror of the heavens anymore. Your Majesty, we just want to ask the Supreme God when we can be promoted and then when we can add these to our family. If you guys have this kind of mind, then I'm afraid that the people of Great Qin also have this kind of mind. Like this, you guys use your heavenly mirrors and shoot me. Ah, Your Majesty, this isn't good, right? If I let you guys shoot. Being photographed by a group of people with the heavenly mirrors, Emperor Qin Shi Huang looked into the mirror with an imperial aura that was well concealed. This aura, that was much stronger than Qianlong. It wasn't the same thing at all. Is it done? Your Majesty. Well, the dragon's might is horrible. Good. I say 3 numbers. Start recording. Promise. Tidying up his grooming, Emperor Qin Shi Huang counted 3. Air and other subjects listen. The history mirror of the heavens miracles appear. At present, everyone can already comment in the video of the Upper God. I know, the people have something to ask the Upper God. However, I also have something to ask. My business is the business of and others. You and the people. You can help me ask what I want to ask, as long as it is so that the Upper God sees and replies to you. You bring the Upper God's reply to the Xianyang Palace, and I will discuss the merits and rewards. If someone doesn't listen to the admonition and still acts on his own, posting comments without authorization, delaying the communication between me and the Upper God, shoot on sight. With 1 sentence, he almost scared the hell out of a few swords and pens holding the mirror of the heavens. Send it. With a word from Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the sword pens quickly sent out the video. Soon, the people of the Qin dynasty saw this tweet, and indeed, they all didn't dare to act rashly. After all, this place came with its own dynasty and identity markers. As soon as they spoke, when Emperor Qin Shi Huang saw it, he would know that it was them. Of course, with so many comments, Qin Shi Huang wouldn't necessarily be able to see it if they really sent it. But, this was Great Qin. The one who won't allow comments to be posted is Qin Shi Huang, the authority of the first emperor, who dares to offend. Soon, the people of Qin dynasty were not posting comments, but as Qin Shi Huang watched here, there was not the slightest sign of slowing down the flow of updates from the explosion of information in the comments section. It was still boiling hot like boiling water that kept refreshing. Qin Shi Huang looked at this situation in the comments section, and then looked at this group of swords and pens, sighed, with my Majesty, the people of Great Qin, and even the descendants of those 6 countries, even if the heart wants to go through with me, but also do not dare to go out of my bad luck in this matter. It seems that, really as the God said, this comment area, this video, really is the history of the heavens and the worlds are connected. I can set the winds and clouds of Great Qin, but I can't control other historical parallel worlds. Qin Shi Huang was a calm emperor who already knew many of the secrets of this world. Just from the information leaked from the inventory of this single longest-lived emperor, Qin Shi Huang was able to come to such a conclusion. After him, it was unknown how many years the Qin dynasty had lasted, but there were at least a dozen or so dynasties that had been established and perished one after another after the Qin dynasty. It's hard to see. It's too fast to see. Qin Shi Huang looked at the comment section of the video, hoping to see so much information in the middle, but he couldn't see it. The comments section, it was too fried. And at this time, the other dynasties. Chapter 17, Empress, I saw the ancestors. Great Ming, Great Tang, Great Song, Great Qing. As long as the emperors of the Great Unification, they all coincidentally think of this trick of Qin Shi Huang. Send out a few videos and put them out there so that the people's subjects don't talk in the comment section. The emperors all wanted to control the comment section in this way. However, in the history of China, there were too many dynasties outside of the Great Unification dynasty. 5 dynasties, 10 kingdoms, 3 kingdoms, spring and autumn, between Qin and Han, and so on and so forth. Dynasty countries countless people in countless countries in countless worlds. Basically everyone has a mirror of the heavens. Those who recognize a few words or those who don't recognize a few words. No one is an exception. All want to dip a little bit of immortal chi through this comment channel connected with the gods. Also all want to really ask the gods about their destiny. Therefore, even if the emperors of the several great unified dynasties had enough deterrence and the country had enough cohesion, and the emperors had spoken, everyone could really say nothing and ask nothing. However, it still couldn't stop the hot waves of information updates rolling over this comment section. There is no way. Only wait. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. About a few hours later, a sword and pen gently walked up to Zhao Gao. Lord Zhao. Looking at this one saber pen, Zhao Gao had a gloomy face. Didn't see His Majesty sleeping? Lord Zhao, Your Majesty's comment section is slightly calmer now. Zhao Gao sniffed and hesitated a bit. Let me take a look. At a glance, what was the extent to which it had calmed down a bit in the mouth of this blade and pen? It was that one could clearly see that the speed of comment refreshing had come down a lot. However, one still couldn't see even a single word. It's still all that big blob of whiteness due to the speed. When we can see the words, we'll come back to the briefing. No. After a few more hours, it was dawn. A knife and pen with dark circles under his eyes was happy as could be, and walked up to Zhao Gao. Lord Zhao. Zhao Gao ignored him. Well, taking a closer look, Zhao Gao was standing and falling asleep. Lord Zhao, this blade pen, didn't dare to be too loud. After all, Emperor Qin Shi Huang is not far away. He didn't dare to wake up Qin Shi Huang. What's wrong? After a long time, Zhao Gao woke up, looking at the comments in the comment section although it was still updating quickly. But, one could indeed see the words. Zhao Gao didn't dare to slack off. Stand down. New awe. Letting the sword and pen retreat, Zhao Gao walked forward and woke up Qin Shi Huang. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The comments section can already see the words. The old slave stared for a night, finally stared to this comment section to see the words. To say Zhao Gao, not polite. People's swords and pens stayed up and blackened their eyes to see. He had to say that he stared all night to stare. It's really not polite. When Qin Shi Huang heard that he could see the words, he didn't care about Zhao Gao and took out his heavenly mirror to look at them, only to see this comment section. 1,000 strange. Daming. During the Han Wu period, peasants, do you think I'm handsome? I think this what Qianlong doesn't deserve to be an emperor? Compared to our emperor, he looks simply, even I am not as good as him. He doesn't deserve to be compared to our emperor. He can only be compared to the people of our daming. De Tang, during the Xuanzong era, self-employed, 2 dogs is my son. I'm Father Airdog. Hello everyone, I'm Father Airdog. My store is on East Street in Chang'an. My family's wine is the best. Please do come yo. Great song. Artist, I'm really dashing. Hello everyone, I'm an artist from the Northern Song Dynasty. I think that Qianlong's portrait is fake. The real person is definitely uglier than that. Trust me, I'm a professional. There were advertisements, confessions, displays of love, cursing Qianlong's ugliness, praising their own emperor's prowess, and everything. What's all this, but this logo? Great Tang, Great Song, Great Ming, really no Great Qin, Great Tang. Li Shimen, at this moment, was also looking at the comments section of this worldwide connection. Me, I'm going to show off my literary skills. Soon, Li Shimen made a whole sentence up. Qianlong, you this name, quite good, but, you do not deserve. I do not disdain my children and grandchildren with you with the same name. However, has thought of a very good similar name, Longji, which is different from your Qianlong. There is a difference. My children and grandchildren. There must be someone called Longji. Write down was written. However, Li Shimen hesitated, but still did not send out this comment, because his nickname was, the greatest emperor of the Great Tang, Li Shimen. Li Shimen's throne came from the wrong place, and he himself knew it. If this place is really a universal connection, and people from all dynasties are in it and can see this comment, then there should be father in it. There should also be Li Jiancheng. I can't be exposed. Moreover, am not willing to change my nickname incognito. I am the greatest emperor of Great Tang. This is my pride, my honor. This nickname, I am determined not to change it. Forget it. Saying this, Li Shimen deleted this one comment that was not sent out. De Ming, Yanla Emperor Zhu Di looked at a phrase he had already knocked on the mirror of the heavens and hesitated to move. This one sentence was, I am Zhu Di, the Yanla Emperor, Xinjueluo. You are not worthy of the title of emperor. Listen, you must immediately return the Jiangshan, back to the Great Ming, back to the Zhu family. This Jiangshan, you cannot grasp. Looking at his father Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, Zhu Di sighed and deleted the sentences. Zhu Yunzhu sighed, send people to watch him, seize his Zhoutian mirror, his surrounding attendants and those who were previously close to Zhu Yunzhu. Everyone's Zhoutian mirror will be confiscated, and also, all those who have dealings with these people should be put under house arrest, and release the wind. No one can talk about the royal family in the comments section of the God of the Divine. Zhu Di lightly wrote a few words. I don't know how many people are going to suffer again. And Zhu Di did this for no other reason than fear. His empire came from the same place as Li Shimen. So Zhu Di was really worried if his dad Zhu Yuanzhang saw some of the things Zhu Yinzhu said. Northern Song. Mr. Zhao Guangyi, the god of the Gaoliang River car, is already an emperor. He watched this video and wanted to sarcastically satirize the Qianlong emperor, whose looks were less than 1/10,000th of his, on the comments section. But, looking at the cups in front of him, Zhao Guangyi's sentence, "You're a foreigner who looks really ugly." This sentence, in the end, did not send out. At this moment, all the dynasties, all the emperors who are not in the right position do not dare to speak, but emperors such as Zhu Yuanzhang, such as Han Gaozu, Han Wudi, Han Wendi, Han Jingdi, and then Qin Shi Huang, all of these emperors who got the throne rightfully, were now frantically brushing their comments. They just want to make Qianlong not see their anger, not see their contempt and resolute intolerance. Of course, they wanted to let the supreme god see their problems even more. It was just that there weren't too many new comments in the comments section anymore though. But, the last comment was also quickly drowned out. People from various historical parallel worlds posted their comments while looking at the new comments in the comments section. Occasionally, there were just a few people who swiped some comments that made people unable to resist looking at them a few more times. Great Qin, Emperor, I am the Great Qin ancestral dragon. Qianlong, do you count as something new? You also dare to call yourself an emperor. Is the word emperor for you to tarnish like this? What aches in Jueluo? Say, who? Which emperor? Hurry to come forward. In the end, who put this thing out to let him sit as emperor of Dashang? Look at this, what this is. Dashang, emperor, I am Han Wu Da Di. I, Lu Bor, have put my word here. You, Exin Jueluo, you hurry up and kill yourself. Hurry up and take you and your clansmen away from the place under your feet, and leave the position vacant for me, and find a Han Chinese, and preferably find the descendant of my Lu Bor, and hand over the country and the dynasty to him. I have also told you. Do you listen or not? My army has already been dispatched. I will never allow you stinking thing to be the emperor. Daming, emperor, we are the first responsible person of Daming. We are Zhu Yuanzhang, the emperor of Daming. Please don't post any more comments after seeing this comment. We have one thing to ask. According to the preliminary speculation, what ugly thing in this video is the descendant of the female Genghis Khan tribe in our dynasty? We are here to ask you guys if there is any emperor who has killed off the Ming dynasty before this female Genghis Khan tribe. That is, this ugly thing's family grows up. Who is the one who has killed off the Ming dynasty? If there is, do you dare to come forward? You say, do you dare to come forward? Dare. In order to prevent a sentence-by-sentence posting would result in the middle of two sentences being chopped up by many comments, not continuous. So the emperors spoke, no matter how long, in one sentence. At this time, at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, Emperor Xian of Han looked at his wife, Empress Dong's belly, which was getting bigger and bigger day by day, and also looked at a few generals with weapons outside. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Empress, I have seen my ancestors. Chapter 18 comments on top. The highest bidder gets it. What ancestor? Your Majesty, what happened to you? Really, I really saw the ancestor. We finally have a chance to punish the Chao traitors. After Emperor Xian of Han said this, he took Empress Dong into the most hidden room. Then, Emperor Xian of Han wrote a comment there. This is Emperor Xian of Han, the 17th grandson of Emperor Gaozu of Han, Lu Xia. This is the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. I don't know if all the late Han emperors can brush up on this message. If they can, believe me, I am Emperor Xian of Han, the 17th grandson of Emperor Gaozu of Han, Lu Xia. The Han dynasty that I am in charge of is in great trouble. There is a man called Cao Cao. He gave me a bowl of chicken soup and tricked me out of the way. In fact, he was holding the emperor hostage. Now I'm simply under house arrest. Now this Cao Cao is a Cao thief. He stole the Han dynasty. The more he wrote, the more confused Emperor Han Xian was. Who am I looking for? Han Lingdi, can't help the wall. Before Han Lingdi, and what can be changed? And, can history really change because of this? Whatever, send it and say, maybe there is a turnaround. Just about to send the comment. Suddenly, there was a considerable commotion outside. Emperor, where is the emperor? In a panic, this one comment was not sent. And then, Emperor Han Xian hurriedly deleted the comments. Empress, when you can see the Dong family next time, find a way to ask them to buy a few people's heavenly mirrors. Secretly, understand? Good. As soon as the sentence was finished, several soldiers with spears barged right in. Your Majesty, Su Chu has the honor. Su Chu took the lead and directly took Emperor Xian of Han's mirror of the heavens. Sikong has explained, the mirror of the heavens. In addition to the abnormalities, I'm afraid it's damaging to the dragon's body. Your Majesty, in the future, this thing, for the time being, don't use it. After saying that, Su Chu was so casual that he lectured a group of guards in front of Emperor Xian of Han. In the future, all of you are not allowed to use this thing. And also, you remember, in the future, all those who attack the face of the Holy Spirit, all of them, will be checked, and no one can bring the heavenly mirrors. Do you know? Su Chu walked away with some of the heavenly mirrors, walking away in style. I have to look at the dynamics of this emperor's little boy. If there's a problem, I have to take him straight away. A check. People Han Xian Emperor did not send anything. Empress Dawn's dynamics. Also clean. Count yourselves smart. Su Chu snorted coldly and went back to resume his orders. Well, the emperor finished watching the video posted by the Supreme God, but he didn't comment on it. And there's nothing unusual about Empress Dawn's and those few inner officials' heavenly mirrors, either. Got it. Looking at the historical mirrors of the heavens in the air, Cao Cao had a worried look on his face. Now that the miracles have manifested, everything is unfathomable. And now that I see that the various historical worlds really are all connected, I really don't know if history will change with it. And even more so, I don't know if it's a case of if I'm dead in the parallel worlds of the other histories, I'll really be dead. A smart person like Cao Cao had a very high thought pattern. After thinking about all these questions, he didn't know the answers. So, he was sad. After a long silence, Cao Cao pulled out the mirror of the heavens. I'm going to ask the Elder God. When Cao Cao had compiled his comment and hadn't even posted it yet, he only saw that the comment section of this one of Zhang Wei's inventory of Emperor's videos had received another wave of messages. All the messages, violently scrolling, refreshed. Looking at this surge of florid whites, Cao Cao had a weary look on his face. Headache. Covering his head, Cao Cao put away the mirror of the heavens. Walking to the house and turning around twice, Cao Cao took the mirror of the heavens out again. What can I do about this? When will my comments like this be visible to the upper gods? No, must immediately get these people to stop talking. None of them can even see what they're saying, so why are they still talking? These people, don't they know that I have serious business? Right now, in the comments section of Zhang Wei's video, no matter if it was the emperor's comment or whoever's comment, all the comments were not privileged. They were all gone in a flash. How can I keep my comments at the top? How can I? Cao Cao pondered bitterly, and at the same time, countless intelligent people in all the historical parallel worlds were also thinking about this question, and many of them, in passing, had written this question as a comment and posted it outward. Where there was a need, there was business, and the video platform of the heavens quickly realized this vast market demand. And then, a top comment let all the people envy. Here is the history of the heavens video platform. Here is the history of the heavens video platform. Detected that many users want to let the comments on top. Between this, special open comments on top service, to gold as a unit, 1,000 taels of gold, can be placed on the top of 1,000 taels. Stay for 1 second. As to whether the comment is in the first place, mainly to see how much money. If someone offers 2,000 taels of gold, and no one bids more than 2,000 taels, then the comment that bids 2,000 taels is in the first place. And so on, the more money is offered, the more the comment is ranked first. Chapter 19, The Great Qin Magician, Lu Buwei. Comments that have been topped will automatically be ranked above comments that have not purchased topping services. That is to say, after you have recharged more than 1,000 gold, your comment will stay in the first position in the comment section for 1 second. And after that, your comment will be ranked from the second position in the comment section backward in order of the size of the recharged amount. Seeing this introduction to the gameplay of commenting on top, many people in the many historical parallel worlds were confused. Stay for 1 second. What does 1 second mean? I don't know. Compared to a quarter of an hour, who exactly is more and who is less? This is not the key. The key is that the Supreme God said, this, the high bidder gets the high position and 1,000 gold to start. That's 1,000 gold at once. The rule of commenting on the top position discouraged many ordinary people. How can this work? Lord God, are you even such a Lord God? This, how can this be? If this is really the case, then the communication between us and the upper God, wouldn't that exist in name only? There is nothing left? Yes, in that case, only people with money can talk to the gods. People like us, then wouldn't we be doomed to be stepped on by them? Gosh, God loves money so much. No wonder the world is so dim. Many people in many historical parallel worlds complained a lot, but nothing could be changed. At this time, the emperors were very happy. Thousands of taels of gold, that can be considered a lot? Qing Dynasty, Qianlong year. Qianlong, as the first emperor to be inventoried in Zhang Wei's video, at this moment, he was in a state of grievance. Just now, so many comments, rinsed his words clean. He was worried about how to make his comments stand out. All of a sudden, the comment topping function appeared, which could make Qianlong overjoyed. My account. There would have been a balance of 10,000 taels of gold. This comment top. I take the brunt. Send another comment. Next to the send button of the comment, there really is a top button. Just tapping on this gray top button, the mirror of the heavens didn't have any reaction. The comment was not topped as a result. What's going on? Qianlong was just wondering, when the mirror of the heavens came up with a prompt. If you want to place a comment on the top, you must first like and follow the comment. Like and follow? What's wrong with that? Qianlong liked the attention wave and hurriedly rewrote a few words into the comment area. God above. I am Emperor Qianlong. God above. I won't be so bad as you said. If I will really do those ridiculous things you said in the future, then right now, before all of this happens, I have decided to subconsciously correct myself, and strive, not to make a single mistake. Just about to click send. Qianlong then saw many comments popping up all at once in the comment section. It was really hard to count exactly how many for a while. What's going on here? Waiting until there was almost no movement in the comment section, Qianlong slowly scrolled through it, and these comments, they all carried a golden top logo. And then look at the content. It was really strange. Great Tang. Individual. My square art is unrivaled in the world. Shangod. I don't care about this what Emperor Long. I just want to tell you, we who are engaged in the square art, ignorant, we originally thought that the Shangod never existed. So, all the legends, we think it is false. Today the upper god appeared. Let us be ashamed. We Fengsher, from today onwards, motivated to cultivate immortality. The upper god, please descend your wisdom. Guide us. Right. By the way, long live Emperor Xuanzong. Great Tang. Individuals, my family's pork is the most flavorful. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you in Chang'an. No, all of you in Datang. I am a meat seller in Chang'an City. My family's name is Most Fragrant Pork. I came here and spent thousands of dollars, not for any other reason, but to publicize my family's pork. Everyone, I raise pigs, big and fat, meat and tender, but also no meat smell. Want pork? Recognize Chang'an City, the most fragrant pig. The store also has a delivery service to ensure your satisfaction. Store address, Chang'an City, East Street, opposite the Flower Language Place. And finally I would like to say, long live the gods, long live Emperor Xuanzong. Qianlong looked at these strange comments and was confused. What is all this? Pork sellers, jugglers, darn it, this juggler says I'm a dog's ass. People from Datong, how come there are so many individual people from Datong? How come there are so many rich people in Datong? The key, these rich people one by one shouted long live Xuanzong. Li Longji, why do these people love him so much? As Qianlong saw, this first wave rushed to the top of the comments, not which emperor, but a group of individual households in Datong. Scrolling down further, basically all of them were from the Great Tang. There are also other dynasties, but just don't see the Qings. How come I don't see the top comments of my Qing's rich merchants? My Qing, there are no rich merchants. My Qing, clearly much richer than Li Longji's Datong. Saying that, Qianlong flipped faster and faster. No, still no. Flip to the bottom of the top. Really no Qing. This is not possible. The Great Tang Li Longji's Kaiyuan flourish created a bunch of rich people. These rich people in the comments on Li Longji feel deeply, not to spare thousands of dollars, also want to praise him on the top. And I, under my rule, the Qing dynasty is rich. The number of rich people, far better than the Kaiyuan. How is it that there is no one rich people to thank me? Why? Qianlong was not willing. Paddling further to the top of the comment section, there is still not a single person from the Qing, Spring and Autumn and Warring States. The great merchant, Lu Buwei? Lu Buwei. Qianlong looked again, and it was right. It was Lu Buwei, Great Qing's LV minister. How dare he show his head? He's not afraid of letting the 6 countries kill him? Not right. His comments, why has he been in the second place? Meaning the money he spends is currently number 1? Unconsciously looking a few more times, Lu Buwei's comments, at a glance, Spring and Autumn and Warring States, Giant Jade, Lu Buwei, God above, I am a merchant, although I am quite accomplished in business. However, I do not aspire to this. I want to rule the world, God above. I dare to ask Buwei, which path to take, whether it is to assist the country with the king's phase or to build the country with gold. Buwei cannot decide on his own, so, do not hesitate to spend countless amounts of money, huge sums of money in order to seek guidance from the Supreme God. Looking at the content of Lu Buwei's comments, Qianlong showed a pout. Look at his speech. At this time, Lu Buwei is but a businessman, even threatened to want to use gold to build a country. So flamboyant, simply treasonous. At this moment, Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang looked at this comment of Lu Buwei, complex look in his eyes, hard to hide. Lu Buwei of the spring and autumn and warring states. Look at the question he asked. It should still be the time of youthfulness. It should still be the time when he did not choose his father and king. Lu Buwei. Qin Shi Huang stared at Lu Buwei's comment and clicked on it. Then, Qin Shi Huang typed a few words. I am. Chapter 20. Is this polite? Polite? After thinking for half a day, Qin Shi Huang didn't know exactly what to say to this person who was so involved and entangled with his destiny. After a long time, Qin Shi Huang deleted all the words. Spring and autumn warring states. Lu Buwei, who had posted a comment, was now looking at the bronze mirror in the sky with a calm face. Let me ask you, I've spent this much money and waited for this long time, but the god above still doesn't reply me. Is it because I'm not sincere enough? Looking at the attendant next to him, Lu Buwei asked. The attendant's eyes rolled, made a bow, and also took 2 steps in front of Lu Buwei. Master, as my subordinate looks at it, the elder god's comment area is like the front yard where we do business on weekdays. It's for entertaining ordinary guests. Oh, Lu Buwei's eyes flickered with essence as he heard this. Speak on, Nu Aw. When the master entertains truly noble guests on weekdays, he has his subordinates bring them in from the backyard. The guests coming in from the backyard are compared to the guests from the front yard. Although the guests from the front yard can also eat the mountain delicacies and delicious food prepared by the master, but they can't get the master's nudges to make a deal with the master. Whereas the guests from the backyard are different. Subordinate stupidity. Subordinate thought. Maybe. Smart people. Words do not even need to say full. Good. Then, I so much money to buy the top comment. Is not a waste? This. The attendant touched his head. With a difficult face. Say it well. There are cakes to eat. Upon hearing about the cakes, this attendant gritted his teeth. Subordinate thought that there is some waste. However, it's also okay. I remember. The VIPs that Master asked me to bring to the backyard are mostly guests who spend a large amount of money in the front yard. Master also said before. This is called knocking on the door with golden bricks, and exchanging a familiar face. Hearing this, Lu Buwei smiled bashfully. Is there more? This. The attendant shook his head. Looking at the follower, Lu Buwei pulled out a few gold cakes and gave them to this follower, while afterward was directly tapping on Zhang Wei's personal homepage. The Upper Gods video is connected to all worlds. The most crucial thing is that the Upper Gods video can connect to this warring states. Lu Buwei is a merchant. All the kings and lords and generals, to me, are all contemptible in their hearts. Who is willing to give me the opportunity to let me go into politics? A huge sum of money to buy this ironic second comment. One is to mix a face with the Upper God, and in addition to that, the most important, is to let the warring states world know. Lu Buwei, rich can become a country. It can be said that whoever I choose, whoever is amongst these males, can be the hegemon and the main. You understand? Lu Buwei had a lofty look on his face, and the gold cake in his attendant's hand instantly stopped smelling good. My subordinate's thoughts are not worthy of my master's reward. I ask my master to take back the reward. Keep it. Your intelligence is worthy of my reward. After saying that, Lu Buwei stared at Zhang Wei's personal homepage, looked at Zhang Wei's avatar, and then looked up at Zhang Wei's big face in the air, which was really full of longing. This private letter is the Upper God's backyard. If I can let the Upper God introduce me into the backyard, Lu Buwei, what can't be accomplished? Just Lu Buwei. Although I have the ambition of the king and the king's son, or even, the heart of the world, but I am after all, just a merchant, and I don't know if the Upper God, whether he can give me this qualification. With apprehension, Lu Buwei clicked private message. At present, the private message function of this account is not yet open. The open rules will be announced later. Please look forward to it. Sure enough, although he said a fruitful sentence, but looking at the message that popped up in the mirror of the heavens, Lu Buwei's eyes still can't help but feel a little lost. As expected, the Upper God won't easily open up the private messages. God. Originally Lu Buwei already have a plan to settle the world. I just need to move forward slowly step by step. I have already chosen Ingzichu who is a hostage in Zhao. I have already counted every step. But, God, although I consider myself as the top of the world's capable people, but, where can I count to the sky? God, teach me, you have to teach me. Standing by the river for a long time, Lu Buwei did not say a word. At this moment, the great Tang, Li Shimen also saw Lu Buwei's comments. Even more so, he saw the comments of that one after another of the rich merchants of Great Tang. All of these, he didn't care. What he cared about was how he could communicate with the maker of the video. This group of people, in the end, is a businessman, really eager to make quick profits, but do not know how to speculate on the mind of the Lord God. This kind of money to brush the top. I'm afraid that it is not possible. I still have to go to take a look at the Lord God's private message. I am the Lord of the glorious great Tang. More than this world, more than all the subjects of all the historical worlds, my authority with the upper God must be much higher. In that case, my communication with the upper God should be at the private message, not here. While saying that, Li Shimin opened Zhang Wei's personal homepage and tapped private message, and what Li Shimin got was the same reply as Lu Buwei. The private message function of this account has not been turned on. The rules for turning it on will be announced afterward, so please look forward to it. At the same time, various emperors from other dynasties had filled up their money and were ready to put gold at kryptonite to the end. However, seeing that the comments were so numerous, the emperors also closed their hands. Great Ming, Hangu years. Zhu Yuanzhang was still struggling with how much money to spend, and Empress Ma was at the side, also with a face of flesh pain. Yuanzhang, I see that you don't want to spend money either, so why don't you just forget about it? Oops, should get Chen Wansan here. Although there are quite a few rich people in all historical dynasties, in all historical worlds, such as this Lu Buwei who never went down, but, to say that there is money, Shen Wansan has Empress, why don't you send someone to get him here? What do you think? Yuanzhang, this is not good. Shu Yuanzhang listened to Empress Ma's words and took a long breath. Right, it's not good, but let's spend 1,000 gold. We can't afford it. The key, this various dynasties, especially the Tang dynasty, there are too many rich. Also, who doesn't want to seek the future of the grand plan for themselves? Who doesn't have so many things want to talk to the gods? The key, so, let's not talk about 1,000 gold. 10,000. I'm afraid that's a muddy cow into the sea. Looking at the top logo of this comment area, Zhu Yuanzhang really can't let go. Yuanzhang you see, on the god's private letter, also cannot open. Said this account comment privilege is not open. Open the conditions and then make a statement. Yuanzhang, and so on. Truth be told, various dynasties, various historical parallel worlds, many people did not take Qianlong seriously. What they cared more about was Zhang Wei. After all, Zhang Wei was a god in their hearts. Qianlong, on the other hand, was nothing more than a clown. More than discussing Qianlong's merits and faults as well as Qianlong's looks, people wanted to get in touch with Zhang Wei. But now, many people realized that trying to get in touch with Zhang Wei was simply a fantasy. Thus, gradually, everyone's attention went from Zhang Wei back to Qianlong, the long-lived emperor who was full of black material and simply unbearable. Great Ming, Yanlai years. Zhu Di was all fired up after realizing that the private messages couldn't be clicked and the comments were too expensive to be fun. This dog emperor, called Qianlong, eat a meal of money. I see enough to brush the comments. And this Lu Buwei, how much money did he spend? How much money did he really have? Boss, can you think of a way to find Lu Buwei's descendants to find his tomb? I suspect that this old boy has a lot of money to hide in the ground. Father, this? Seeing Zhu Gaoqi's difficult face, Zhu Di waved his hand. Crown Prince, the Crown Prince of Daming. Look at it, Daming, Nuoda a treasury. I actually can't even afford to buy 1,000 gold comment tops. We are really so poor. This is called Qianlong's dog emperor. So work, so lazy, he has money to spend. I'm so industrious. I don't have any money to spend. Is this polite? Polite? Chapter 21 We, the Shu family, are united as one, and our father is kind and our son is filial. Shu Gaoqi looked at his father and apologized. The son's minister supervises the incompetence. Let the emperor suffer. But father, I see this Qianlong. He also did not post the top comment. Perhaps, he is not so rich. Fart, he is not rich, he is not face. He let the supreme god like this in the history of all worlds in front of the eyes of the people like this half scolding not scolding damage a meal. He still have the face to come out to speak? He's such a pisser. If God had praised him, he would have already pushed Lu Buwei down. No, he can not only push Lu Buwei down, he can also pay people to keep brushing the top of the comments. He can pack the first to the 100th comment area. Do you believe it? Mother asterisk 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 her, counting all this money, it's enough for me to send out troops. No, when I think of this, I will come to fire. I want to get this Qianlong dead. I can't wait. The oldest two oldest three. Listen to the order. Father, you command, because Zhu Di got the throne very late, so the name between their father and son, more commonly used as father-son these. Boss, get me all the money that should arrive now. Father you don't worry. Fight Walla. The son of the money is not enough, but fight this female true. The son of the thought, the time is not wait. All the money and food first class I will count. Absolutely rich. And, in addition, I will definitely put that should be prepared all to give you to prepare. The father you don't worry. All the everything is handed over to me. Good. To be able to glean money from this crown prince's hand is not easy. Zhu Di's face at the moment is just two words. Smooth. Lao air. Father, The son understands. From Nanjing to Haishi, the son will do everything in advance. Recruiting is not a problem. The son is set as the emperor. Prepare all the guarantees. As long as the crown prince gives enough money, the son can do everything. Good, Lao San. Upon hearing this, Lao San hurriedly responded. My son will definitely help second brother get things done. As the ruler and his father and son were of one mind, Zhu Di's wariness increased. Then I have nothing more to say. The matter of Walla, put it back a little bit. The matter of the women's realities. Let's make a deal and work together. Work together. Father, son, ruler and minister set up to destroy the female true. The second stared at the mirror of the heavens. Came to the mind. Father, I see, let's declare war on the mirror of the heavens. Up the momentum of our Ming. In the opinion of my son, this Ming is to let him female true steal undoubtedly. Let's first tell him to destroy him, and then destroy him, so that he destroyed the heart of the conviction. So, the Ming is only stable. Not bad. Father, I think second brother is right. Who let him be so flamboyant and so bad? Let the god above named him. The god above named him. That is, let's get rid of him for heaven. Zhu Di did not say anything about this proposal from eldest brother. Father, declaring war in this way is to invigorate the military. It is also considered tactical. This amount of money does not delay the war. Zhu Gaoqi heard the oldest two say this. Then he couldn't be bothered. Since the oldest two said so, then this money, let the oldest two pay for it. Father, this is fine with me. Boss, what do you mean by this? Do you even have to knock on the money to buy a placeholder and knock on the war drums twice to knock me off? Doesn't the National Treasury have any? There really isn't. Zhu Gaoqi had a hard look on his face, holding up his arms and tilting his head. Really? Father, the oldest two and the oldest three. There is no money. This placement is too expensive. 1,000 gold. Can only stay at the top for a split second? Who knows how much money that Lu Buwei actually spent to stay in second place? The oldest two. You want to be in first place? Second? How much do we have to spend to be second? Let's not talk about second. Let's talk about third. 13th. How much would it cost? If we don't take second place, we can't save face. If we take second place, we can't save money. The National Treasury doesn't have any money. Lao Air, if you have money, you do it. In terms of playing Tai Chi, Zhu Gaoqi is definitely number one. The second, your gold beans, not to say a warehouse. How also have a house. Take out some. Uplifting. How about it? The oldest sentence word for word. The second heard. Not right. Here is a pit. Father, I know the boss this is to slaughter me, but, who let this is the face of the great Ming? I really don't have so many gold beans to fight with that Lu Buwei II, but the insurance said, Father, as long as you are willing to, I will make sure to let that Qianlong can see. Zhu Di thought about it and turned back to look at Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait again. Forget it, your grandpa didn't like wasting money in the first place. Let's not waste this money either. Exterminate him and smother him. Besides, now this video. I'm afraid that not only have we watched it, but I'm afraid that the women have seen it as well, and they must have responded to it more often than not, and they might even take this as a heavenly call to them. Taking a deep breath, Zhu lifted his belt. So, everything from speed. Just don't waste your time on this. What Zhu said, the point in his words, the three brothers could all understand. His father had been given the wrong position, and didn't quite dare to take the risk of letting his imperial grandfather see it. Then father, we're leaving. Father, I'm also leaving. Father, I'm leaving too. Zhu Di's good sons each lifted their legs to go. Only Zhu Di was here looking at his father Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, his eyes full of sorrow. Wait, Lao Air, what did you just say? You said, as long as I'm willing, how do you come? Lao Air heard. Together just now the old master did not even hear him a piece of filial piety? Father, I mean, our Zhu family, up and down one heart. Father's kindness and filial piety. As long as the father is willing, the son is willing to spend money to buy the top. The son guarantees that this top will be able to that Qianlong see, but also let that the female Jin tribe to see the Lao Air. Good Lao Air, how much do you intend to spend? Being asked such a sentence, Lao Air is still a little embarrassed. This, father, everything is a child's heart. Say it, this will seem, it's okay, the money you want to spend are filled with this time out of the army military funds. Father has to let you do filial piety. You are so filial. Father, if you do not let you do filial piety. Father, difficult. This, father? Lao Air placed both hands on the empty, indeed confused. What kind of path is this? Father, I probably know what kind of number Lao Air is going to put out. Alright, since the crown prince knows, let the crown prince arrange it. Looking at the oldest who folded back, the second wanted to cry, but he couldn't cry. Boss, are you conspiring with the emperor to harm me? How can you say that? This is not because you are filial. How? You are not going to be filial again? Not difficult, not difficult. I'll tell father. You don't intend to be filial. This money not you don't have to pay. Zhu Gaoqi made a gesture to go and plead for the second oldest. The second oldest took a look and hurriedly pulled Zhu Gaoqi back. No, boss, you don't go. This money, I'm out. However, the money can be out. The key is how much you counted the number Lao I still don't know your economic level. I guarantee that this cut will not hurt you. Do you think it's okay? No. How much is it then? Between the great Ming's Yongle emperor and his three sons father, mutual, compassion, mutual, son, calculating, filial piety, calculating, they are already preparing to send troops to the Jurchen. And at this moment, the comments section of the video, some of the tops above, more are still rich gentry's advertisements and comments begging for heavenly destiny. About Qianlong's comments, the top area, basically no. At this moment, Qianlong looked at these top comments in his palace, his face strange. These people, why don't they say anything about me? Don't they think I'm that bad? Or is it that they simply feel that I am irrelevant? Anymore, the first thing that the Supreme God said was about me, so even if they were to give face, they should say a few words about topics related to me, right? Qianlong was worthy of being Qianlong, wanting presence at all times. It is also true. What all these people should be thinking about now is to get some contact with the upper God. That is God which, not that I am unimportant. The main thing is that God's existence is too dazzling. God, me, can I be a god? Qianlong looked at the comments section with boredom, floating in his mind. Suddenly, a comment refreshed, and the first few words of the comment were, I'm looking for Qianlong to speak. Chapter 22, Mine. Looking for me? Finally someone wants to get up to me. Taking a gleeful look, Qianlong's face turned green. Daming, royal family, I am Zhu Di, not Zhu Li. I look for Qianlong to speak. Let me first explain. I am a prince of the great Ming. This descendant of the female true family actually became the emperor. Really make people fuming. You where to be the emperor can be, next to not me, but I just now can see. Some people say you a few down the Jiangnan, tour Nanjing, Suzhou and Hangzhou, but also set the capital of Yanjing. This is all my Daming's territory. You dare to be so rampant in my Daming's territory. You put the old Zhu family how? You say, I your great master, Zhenjoro. I don't care what you love. I don't care who you really are. I know you must be watching this video right now. You remember, Zhenjoro, and your old man, your old man's old man, all of them, watch it for me. I have now galloped to Haishi, you female true clan. I guarantee that I will not be able to keep you this seed to come. Qianlong looked at this comment and hated it so much that he almost dropped the mirror of the heavens. Zhu Di, Yongle the Great, Zhu Di, exterminate the female true. He dares to exterminate the female true? If the female true extermination, then I am still there or not, will it really be as Zhu Di said, all history will be changed? Daming, Yongle Year, looking at this nickname called I am Zhu Di, not Zhu Li, Yongle Emperor Zhu Di really has some feelings. Lao have come to the time when you dare to steal my name, but also dare to use my name directly. Lao is really a bit stupid. Go, call Lao here, call the oldest three back as well. Soon, the four members of Zhu's family gathered together again. This one, isn't it you? The oldest two looked at the nickname and didn't even dare to pronounce it. Father, this isn't me. My nickname is, I'm much stronger than the oldest. Don't believe me. Turning over the mirror of the heavens, Zhu took a look and it was true. You are much stronger than the boss. You want to be stronger than him so much? The oldest brother Zhu Gaoqi was listening to the second brother speak so loudly, and did not speak, two hands tucked in a piece, pretending not to hear. The oldest three beside him looked at his second brother just directly nicknamed this sentence. Wanted to laugh but didn't know whether to laugh or not. Seeing Lao San in this strange manner, Zhu Gaoqi had a helpless look on his face. Lao San, want to laugh you just laugh. Lao Er's nickname I would have known. On this nickname account, he can hate a day to send up hundreds of videos, either martial arts guns or make a stick, and often find a few fat people on the side to accompany the practice. I cannot know what it means. I do not care. Zhu looked at the second's nickname, and then looked at the oldest's. The oldest called, I am really no money. The oldest three called, I am the most sober. Oops, this is strange. This person is from the great Ming. The gods gave him the logo or the royal family. So who do you think he can be? Can't it be that it's really me myself? Take a closer look. The dominance between these words. It seems like it really does have such a little bit of style from me. Soon, there was a new top comment in the comment section. Daming, Emperor, I am the first person responsible for Daming. Everyone listen to me. I am Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of Daming. Everyone don't rush to brush my comments down. I spend this 1,000 gold, just to give my son a shot of gas. Day child, you can be sure to fight for your courage. This female real clan, we don't say really kill off people, but we must let him like the Mongolian clan. From now on, no longer dare to raise his hand and take a knife to Daming. Daming, the royal family, I am Zhu Di, not Zhu Li. Father, don't worry, this matter, my son will do it. Looking at these comments next to Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, Zhu Di's eyes were a little moist. It's like a world apart, like a dream. Lao Er, come over here. Lao Er walked over and Zhu Di went up and gave him a kick. Father, this, does it hurt? Hurts. Zhu sniffed and nodded. It hurts, then it's not a dream. Raising his hand and stroking his beard. Looking at the comments in this mirror of the heavens, Zhu Di wiped his eyes. This Zhu Di should be your grandfather's dynasty when well then how good your grandfather sat in the imperial city. For your grandfather to conquer the south and war in the north, which dynasty's father and son have the tacit understanding of our master and son? Recalling the past, Zhu Di had much emotion. Dad, you want to imperial grandpa, right? Then you post a comment upwards. Talk to imperial grandpa. If you don't say 3 sons, the second one makes people shout iron bean. Sometimes, the oldest two's brain, indeed, was simpler. What kind of nonsense is said? Can dad send it, to let your royal grandfather see what to do? Also, then I'll send it, I'll never expose it. You send a fart. What's the difference between you sending it and dad sending it? Why not? The most I can do is to be a Deming royal family logo. I sent it up. The royal grandfather saw it. In addition to knowing that you miss him, the most is to know that I am a descendant of the Deming is better than my big brother. Other than that, what else can I know? Shu Gaoqi heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lao Er's words, how can I hear them? How can I find them harsh? You're good. You're too good. If imperial grandfather sees this, if he asks you how your father didn't say anything himself, what do you say? Do you say that I can't talk when I'm dead? Or what? Me? Lao Er did not speak. Your father, I dare to see anyone in this life. No one is afraid. Just afraid of your imperial grandfather. If he knows that I have become the emperor, he can directly kill me. And now do not know whether there is any correlation between this each other's history or not. Everything, cautious. Yes, father is well thought out. At this moment, the emperors of other worlds looked at this sentence of Zhu Di in the comment section and all jumped on. Great Han, Emperor, I am Han Wu Lu de Pig. Exterminate, exterminate him, just exterminate him. I don't know who he is, I just know that he's not my Han Chinese. Hey, that Zhu Di of the Great Ming, are you Han Chinese? Great Qin, Emperor, I, Ying Zhang, am the first emperor of the ages. I don't know this what Han what race. I also don't care this Aixinjueluo is not West Chang or something. In short, this Qianlong, the thought of such a thing can also be the emperor. I'm disgusting. Exterminate him, hurry up to give the extermination. Look disturbing. Great Tang, the emperor, I Li Yuan accepts the order of heaven. I think the first emperor said reasonable. This Zhu Di, look at him talk to feel domineering. Zhu Yuanzhang has a good son, a good heir which, good in my built is also good. With this Zhu Di then, my built, no less, good. Great Tang, the emperor, I Li Yuan to accept the order of heaven. I see so long, that Qianlong did not say a word. He was scolded by the gods and cried, or went to stamp the painting again? Ha 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 ha. All of a sudden, the top area of the comments, clamoring up, were either emperors or royalty. The people of the various historical parallel worlds looked at the comment area, and one by one, they looked at each other in disbelief. Great Tang, the year of Kaiyuan. This one called Han Wu Lu de Pig wouldn't really be that Han Wu emperor called Lu Pig, right? How could that be fake? This is an emperor's logo certified by the gods. A group of businessmen gathered together and looked at the mirror of the heavens, all unconsciously looking downstairs. Heavens, what did we just do? The stream of lowly merchants in the district actually dared to brush the top comments. Just now, was there an emperor for me to brush down? Aren't we a bit ungrateful? Yes, although we complimented Emperor Xuanzong in every single comment. However, in case we unintentionally squeezed out the comments of several great late emperors of the Tang dynasty, nothing is going to happen to us, right? How about, don't play, don't brush the top anymore, or simply, let's delete the comments. Although it's quite heartbreaking, but, it's important to save our lives. For a while, in the top comment area, there were no more comments from rich merchants and tycoons, except for the comments from the imperial emperor, and the comments outside the top. Still hot, still can't see anything clearly. Qing dynasty, Jiaqing year. A group of common people sitting together, looking at the mirror of the heavens, each face is bitter and hateful. I see that the emperors of all dynasties are cursing Qianlong. This emperor, really disgrace our Qing dynasty, who do not want to scold this Qianlong. Our days are so miserable. You say why? Is because of him. That's right, it's because of him. These emperors scolded him, can also be considered to give us a bad breath. Saying this, many people cried, how can we be so pitiful? Scold Qianlong, only dare to take advantage of the chaos of scolding. Only dare to scold and Qianlong cannot see the place. I would like to scold him in the top of the comments. If I can let me on the top, even if I let me report on the family, give up a family's life. I'm not afraid. I have to scold him. I have to scold this dog. Qianlong jumped and hit the head and die. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Many of the people listened to this sentence, followed by crying. Good. Is that we do not have money? To really have money, to really be able to win Qianlong, when the gods, when the people of this various historical world, in the top comment area to scold Qianlong a sentence, the death is worth it. If Qianlong that son to send people to kill, I accompanied you a piece of death. Yes, a piece of death. Death is worth it. Now this day is better than death. The people of the Qing dynasty said, all of them are cruel words, because, they simply do not have the money to brush the top. To what nothing cannot be seen in the comment area of fierce scolding. The people of some out of the gas. Some, but very unwilling. Let's talk to God. Can't let our people speak. Yes, the Lord God is above heaven and earth. The emperor is his people. We are also his people. Yes, please beg the God. The God must be able to hear us. Soon, the historical video platform of the heavens detected many homogeneous comments, presumably meaning that they didn't want to flood the comments and couldn't just let the emperor's nobles speak. Soon, an official message appeared at the top of the comments section of the video of the 10 Great Emperor's judgment. Detected a large number of user demand. Comment area rules change again, because detected that many of the users cannot pay the comment top fee, and the comment area is too hot. The user cannot be normal expression. In order to improve the user experience, now open pop-up function. Introduction of pop-up function, such as the number of likes of a comment reaches a certain number, the comment automatically on the pop-up. Pop-up function cannot be recharged to obtain. Chapter 23 said I exclusively favor Hushan. Who is Hushan? In addition, in order to ensure the effect of the pop-up screen, the pop-up screen will maintain a maximum of 5 pop-up screens per frame. That is to say, only the top 10 comments that have been hot for a period of time will be on the pop-up screen, and the hotness of the comments that have been on the pop-up screen will automatically be cleared to 0. In this way, it will ensure that more people's comments will be seen by all pop-ups. This rule, it's completely prepared for us commoners. All of a sudden, the group of people in various worlds who can only get high in the comment section have really found a vent. Qing Dynasty, Jiaqing years. A bunch of old people got together and burst into tears. Folks, let's sue the gods. Sue Qianlong. He screwed us over like this. We can't let him have a good time in heaven. Right, sue him. Soon, many of the people got together, ready to brush the comments onto the pop-up screen at the first opportunity. Qing, peasant, I'm not alone. I'm a peasant of the Qing dynasty. Qianlong, tell you, I've lived from your dynasty to your son's generation. Originally, how much I love you. But, you goddamned, you've pitched us to death you. I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm from the Huizhou province, and I hate you. I'm telling you. Qianlong, you deserve to die. Deserve to die. God above. We want to sue Qianlong. He sucked the blood of the people. He is the emperor. So suck some, but he also cultivated a group of blood-sucking ghosts, and let them eat our flesh and blood. God above. We are willing to use our lives to exchange Qianlong for an eternity and soul relegation to the 9 hells. Soon, the number of likes for this one comment exploded upwards, and then, the first pop-up was born. Qing Dynasty, during the Qianlong era, in a deep courtyard, a group of people with knives and sticks gathered together. The group was excited. Brothers, all see, this first pop-up is to Qianlong shall not die. His own people hate him. It's time to rise up. This gang with swords and spears, dressed, are not like the Qing. Copper rat-tail braids, they didn't have. The half-bright big brain characteristic of the Qing people. None of them had it either. One by one, the hair was very lush. Now that God has given us such an opportunity, we can't waste it. Let's curse too. It's best if we can send our cursing of Qianlong on the pop-up screen. This way, stirring up more people's anger, we'll rise up and it'll be easier to succeed. Understand? Understood. Good. In order to achieve great things, this matter must be done well. There must not be any mistakes. After the group of people finished discussing, multiple parties raised money. Soon, a second pop-up was born. Qing Dynasty, stragglers, I want to eat. I want to live. Qianlong, just like you still become the emperor. You hurry up and die you. The god said that you live 89 years old. What do you base on? Which meal you eat is not the people's blood, the people's meat. You still 89. I see that your original destiny, at most, just like your father, like 13 years on the throne. That counting, You are also 30 or 40 years old should be finished, but you live 89, the middle of the 50 or 60 years. How to come? All the people's lives piled up. What is the difference between you and blood-sucking monsters? I think you just want a devil reincarnated. Every extra year you live, at least suck away hundreds of thousands of people's lives. The people of the Qing dynasty, Qianlong deserves to die. If the Qing dynasty wants to live, if the people want to live a good life, Qianlong must die. He must die in a hurry. In my world, right now, Qianlong is still less than 40. The people, rise up. Everyone, rise up in many places, so that this dog emperor can't be prevented. Everyone must save themselves. Revolt against the Qing. Revolt against this foreigner. 2 pop-ups in a row, both of which were for Qianlong to die. Looking at the pop-ups that crossed over the video at an extremely slow speed, Qianlong was almost spitting blood in anger. Huizhou province, the unruly people of Huizhou province. What about the other one? The other one is the stragglers. The stragglers of the Qing dynasty. Where is he from? Saying that I am less than 40. Isn't that the current me? Bold. Simply bold. Check. Check for me. Qianlong was furious. Check is natural to check. Just check to find out. That's really not certain. After all, he only knew that the one who posted this pop-up was from the Great Qing. How many people in the Qing dynasty? It would be strange to find out. Before the bloom of anger subsided, soon, another comment floated up in the pop-up screen. Great Qing. Self-employed. These days can't be lived. Just now the 2 heroes said the right thing. You are not aware of we are Qianlong under the generation. My god. Seriously, that is simply, Qianlong, this old thing is dead, but the poison he left behind can still be there. Now this day, simply cannot live. According to say, do a little business, or not bad, but, dirty officials too much. The money all let them take up in various names. Not a bit left. A small store, supporting the big and small dozens of hundreds of officials. I have to come. You sue. No use. The officials protect each other. I now even suspect that the head of the corrupt officials is not Hushan. Is Qianlong. Yes, must be Hushan and Qianlong. They both discuss good. They are acting double read. Yes, first Qianlong play stupid. Let Hushan greedy money. After finishing, Qianlong from Hushan that takes silver with. Yes, must be so. Doggone Qianlong. You harmed us good bitter are you. At this moment, Qianlong looked at this latest pop-up. His face as gloomy as water. What greedy money? Hushan greedy money. Hushan, who is Hushan? Chapter 24 of the Qing dynasty. Hurry up against it. Hushan than Qianlong, 40 years younger. With this world now Qianlong less than 40 years old grade to calculate. And Shen probably not yet born. What Hushan? Nonsense. This group of people, so insulting and falsely accusing me. They want to rebel. They are going to rebel which? Come on people, give me the order to go down. Find a group of people to send a video to clarify. In addition, get me to transfer the various places of the military camps. Strict defense. I would like to see. You still have to how to slander me. Qianlong didn't want to get on the pop-up screen to dislike him? Didn't Qianlong want to go down and tear with this bunch of emperors? He wanted to. However, he knew very well that with this scene, he couldn't tear it up at all. Soon, the 4th pop-up screen came. Shang, individual. I'm a storyteller. Everyone, the latest news. Jiaqing ordered that Heshan's home be copied to fix the corrupt officials. This news was originally uplifting, but after reading that friend's pop-up just now, this storyteller can't help but think of a possibility. Qianlong is utilizing everything He first let Hushan boldly covet, and then when he was about to die, he secretly told his son Jiaqing to clean up Hushan, one to establish the heavenly authority, and then, the money that Hushan coveted, it all goes to his son. Borrowing people's Hushan's hand to steal the people's hard-earned money to rob and scavenge, and then, clean up people's Hushan as a corrupt official. This is really wonderful. It's really playing wonderful This pop-up of the storyteller could be considered murderous. For a time, the people of the Qing dynasty during the Qianlong period and the Jiaqing period looked at this pop-up screen and were furious and jumped to their feet. The dog days of Qianlong. The dog days. The dog days. The people of this Mr. Bookteller said right copied Hushan. This is not a problem. But the money was in the Hushan that, and then in the Jiaqing that. Sounds reasonable, but in reality, the money is not Heshan from the Jiaqing that robbed from the people that steal. The money, should be returned to the people only right That is, this money, originally all from us. Why copied Hushan? The money but not back to us. Finished. The day cannot live. These 2 masters, bad through the heart. Finished. I see. We really should be against. Grandpas. I also said that Yongjing master of this 4 son is a good emperor, but also said that our days are better and better. The more money saved more and more it together after decades of this have to be handed over to his son. Then we are equal to the whole for nothing. This also do what energy Qianlong, you are really bad. You what the hell you are. The entire Qing dynasty, Qianlong dynasty, Jiaqing dynasty, full of complaints. Soon, the people of these two dynasties of the Qing dynasty had a lot of people posting comments to scold. And there were also a lot of people who spontaneously went to give kudos to the comments scolding Qianlong. For a while, what floated on the pop-up screen was basically Qianlong you blew up, Qianlong dog farts, Qianlong shameless and other civilized phrases. Qianlong looked at this pop-up screen, and his gyre was violent. And at the same time, the people of Daming looked at this water of Qianlong can, is, love, dog, on the pop-up screen and all looked up to the sky and laughed. Soon, a wave of comments from Daming went up on the pop-up screen. Daming, peasants, I love Emperor Hangu. Qings, you listen, you are too pitiful. Hurry up and rebel. Not that I pull hatred. Our Hangu emperor compared to your dog fart emperor. That really stars in the sky. 10,000 light. To be honest, our Yen King of Daming has already sent a video. We all projected it. Qing is occupying Daming built the country. Such a good Daming. Such a good court. Such a good imperial family. Let such a garbage thing to take its place. We people of Daming resolutely do not agree. Qianlong, you listen to the right. We people of Daming and Hangu emperor, with the Yen King to live and die together. The female genitals are not extinguished. The people of the Daming one day do not sleep. We want to watch your lair die through what Qianlong. We, the people of Daming, waiting for you to finish. For a time, the Ming and Qing dynasties, the people are excited, while cursing Qianlong, while sympathizing with each other. Even, a lot of Ming and Qing people, actually directly in the pop-up area to call brothers and sisters. Qianlong alone, united two dynasties. To be honest, it is also really not easy. It's all cursing me, all of them. Why? Why isn't there a single person speaking for me? Look at the comment top area. Han Wu Di, Qin Shi Huang, etc. That guy, in the comment area to Qianlong scolded body without skin, probably means that he Qianlong is not worthy of being emperor. These emperors, all to Qianlong such a person as the emperor for shame. Why? Clearly excellent, clearly perfect, good you a bunch of unruly people, you a bunch of emperors who have long been dead. Now the world of the Qing dynasty, is any you hear 100 jump scolding and how? I'm the Jiangshan, who can snatch away, said so. However, wide mouth, not wide heart. Qianlong looked at these comments and pop-ups. The more he saw, the more angry he was, the more he wanted to see. No, I am the emperor of the Qing dynasty. How can I let others smear me? With a baseless hushin. They scolded me for hundreds and thousands of sentences. And also, this group of dead emperors, the old take me to eat things, we are all emperors. I don't believe that they don't eat like this. My Qing dynasty, the people of the world which a meal do not eat 3 or 5 dishes, which is not a meal of meat. I am the emperor. Is the king of a country? Is a country of people's parents and ancestors? They have a meal of 3 or 5 dishes. Pick out a meaty filial piety to me in each dish. More, pick a dish in each dish to honor me. Much, my Qing dynasty, how many households, how many people? Not to mention I eat a meal of more than 100, is more than 1,000, but also with my Qing dynasty people stars, I am not enough to sympathize with the people. It is not enough. This, they can do? In this way, I am a good emperor. Since I am a good emperor, why do I still have to suffer the slander of these people? Even if he is Emperor Qin in Hanwu. So what? I am still an emperor. What am I afraid of? Right, I can't be afraid. I'm walking the talk. I'm sitting straight. I'm justified. I'm going to fight for this reputation for myself. I can't just let people insult me. After doing a good deal of psychological construction, Qianlong thought about it and typed the comment. I am the longest living emperor. Qianlong, I've been reading for a while. The one who scolded me the most fiercely is Qin Shi Huang. I know, you live too little, so you envy me, jealous of me. You still hate me. Really, I can understand. Other emperors, those who practiced immortality, alchemy, and whatnot, but none of them lived as long as me. I can understand if you guys scold me, but I have to ask, am I really an asshole? Is it true that I don't sympathize with the people? Qing is rich. This is even the gods have praised. You say that I am wasteful. In reality, I only spent the people how much money. My Qing people eat meat, meals at once. I as an emperor, food and drink, are only the people's silk. You this also scold me? In addition, those what say in Shins, and Shin is Hua, my court, there is no such person, but also in Shin and Shen, you want to black me, can understand, but you cannot nonsense, believe that the people of the Qing dynasty will not be compelled by you, because their own days they know themselves. Qianlong this word for word, quite confident, He himself looked at these few words of his own defense and was quite satisfied. It was just that the people of the Qing dynasty had a hard time looking at Qianlong, who was showing his head and looking at this bull ***** that Qianlong was saying. All of them wanted to pull Qianlong out of the mirror of the heavens and beat him up. This dog emperor, is he serious? He said that we have a meal of brocade clothes and jade food. Which dog's eyes he saw? Who tm2 pickles called brocade clothes and jade food? This dog emperor, dog Qianlong, shameless, he is intending to play TM in front of the gods, which, brothers, fellow townsmen, if we can't reason here, can't sue him, then there is really no place to reason. God has now given us such a place, so that we can redress the grievances, then we can't wimp out. With this mother ******* ing Qianlong dry. With him to the end. Yes, charge up the pop-up screen and destroy Qianlong. Chapter 25, Our heart is tough, this son of ours, his heart is also tough. Almost instantly, one after another, many comments came on the pop-up screen. They were all directed at Qianlong. Qing, peasants, I hate being an official. God, you don't believe him. Our Qing people, how many brocade clothes I don't know. I only know that we have a county. The stragglers starving, can't be counted. Eat chaff at all times. There are a lot of people. Qing, individual, I can't hold on. Qianlong, you open your eyes to say blind. You have seen a few people in the Qing dynasty to eat. You are shameless, not to say that you favor hush in that moment. Say from your ascension to the throne, the Qing dynasty, when the people of each brocade clothes and jade food, I'm still a store. I can eat a few days a month good on the good. You open your eyes like this to say blind. You do not have a pain in the conscience, you hit the face, don't come too fast. Qianlong was scolded like this. A trace of uncertainty drifted through his eyes. Jinzhong, in previous years on the folders, it is written like this. Right, all over the world to live in peace and happiness. The people are well dressed. The Qing dynasty is prosperous and the people are at peace. Is not it written like this? Back to the words of the emperor. Is so written. Then why do these people say so? Why between words? This hate me? Jinzhong eyes turn. Good words, that is open mouth. It is some thieves want to take advantage of the chaos to make trouble. Smear the emperor. The slave remembers the first Kangxi master. There is the chaos of the three princes of Zhu. I think, it is that what a fight against the Qing dynasty to restore the Ming dynasty of thieves. The heart and mind is alive again. At these words, Qianlong's eyes widened angrily. Looking at the pop-up screen again, Qianlong's eyes were on fire. Not bad, this bunch of pariahs, calling themselves brothers and sisters with the people of the great Ming here. If they don't want to rebel against the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty, what is it? Pass the order down. Send more manpower, and beware of riots everywhere. After ordering down, Qianlong sends another comment. I am the emperor of the Qing dynasty. I am the emperor's name to tell you this group of people who want to compel my people, anti-Qing, to restore the Ming thieves. You listen well. The Qing Eisenjaro is the world's orthodox, obedient to the sky by the command. Immediately from the collection of the anti-heart, you will be safe, or else, waiting for you, only 1,000 catastrophes. One sentence, but it angered the people of all generations of the great Ming. Soon, a new pop-up screen went up with comments. Bull ********** Qing's Han people, listen to me. Daming is the great dynasty that reopened the flourishing world. The Qing is a mess. The women of the Qing, you have such an emperor. That's what you deserve. But the Han people of the Qing, you remember, you are the children and grandchildren of the great Ming. You are not the people of the Qing, lamenting the injustice. Why don't you rise up and fight against it, and give your bull ****** emperor to him to exterminate him, and then look for the descendants of the Zhu family, and embrace him as the emperor. One sentence. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Qianlong looked at the situation and gritted his teeth in anger. At this moment, the great Ming, the Han Wu years, Zhu Yuanzhang was now looking at the comments and curses in this mirror of the heavens. That was a tired face. We don't even want to look at these now. We just want to look at the next emperor's inventory. It's hard. I really hope that the gods can dish us in, no matter if the gods curse us or not. As long as it's about something that has something to do with us, then we can have a mistake and change it, and add more encouragement if there's no mistake. Although it's quite comfortable for us to watch the people in the pop-up screen scolding Qianlong as a dog emperor, we're annoyed when we see this Qianlong here trying to whitewash things. The god has said that he's just that kind of person. What's the point of him still looking for a remedy? Alas, the gods are right. This Qianlong really cannot do. With the miracles in front of him, Zhu Yuanzhan wanted to be able to get guidance through the miracles, instead of watching a bunch of people cursing each other here through the miracle. However, although it was true that he did not want to look at this, Zhu Yuanzhan's eyes still glanced towards the mirror of the heavens from time to time, because maybe in the next instant, there would be an update to the video posted by the Supreme God. After a short while, Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at the heavenly mirror again, and his face suddenly changed. Empress, did you just look at the pop-ups? No, it's full of curses, there's no point in looking at it. It's meaningless, it's just how did we just see someone praising our son Zhu Di? Queen Ma heard, also rushed over. Where? Just now. Zhu Yuanzhang carefully looked at the pop-up screen, but he didn't see any more words related to Zhu Di. Why are you reacting like this? If it's complimented, it's complimented. Just now, when Di said that he would step on the female Genghis Khan. Naturally, some people admire it and some people support it. No, it's not that. I just saw someone saying that this Qianlong can't compare with anyone, and also said that they hope that the Qing dynasty can come out with a person like Yan Wang Zhudi, that is, the future Yongle emperor to destroy Qianlong, and then revive the Yongle's majestic style. What's going on here? What? Yongle the Great? Empress Ma was also confused. Yuanzhang, you're looking at it wrong, aren't you? How could it be? Absolutely not. Zhu Yuanzhang was not only smart, the key was to be as meticulous and thoughtful as a hare. Yongle the Great. Deer is Yongle the Great. Deer will obviously only be a prince. How could he become an emperor? Where is the standard child? Even if the standard child dies after many years, it should still be Yunju. If it is Deer who became the emperor, where did Yunju go? Is it that Yun failed to inherit the emperor's throne and died early? Died afterward? Or did we set our mind on sealing Deer after Biao's death? Or did Deer do something he shouldn't have done? For his own mind, Zhu Yuanzhang was very clear. If Xu Biao really died, choose between Zhu Di and Zhu Yunju. He would want Zhu Yunju to be the emperor. This decision, although there was hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang was very clear that he would not change it. Empress, what do you say? Is it Di or him? Zhu Yuanzhang was anxious, and Empress Ma couldn't help but look at the pop-up a few more times when she saw Zhu Yuanzhang in such a hurry. Yuanzhang, are you overthinking it? Maybe it's just fancy looking. What do you mean by looking at the eyes? How is it just looking at the eyes? Empress, what do you say about this son of ours? King Yin, can he do something that brutally kills his closest relatives? Empress Ma was angry, was really angry. Yuanzhang, Deer is now dying for the great Ming. How can you say that about him? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he let out an ouch and stomped his foot. The key is, we think this kid like us, like very witch, we admit, we are ruthless, we this son, heart is also ruthless. From a young age we can see, he put us this ruthlessness. That is not learned a little bit, that is all learned to the bone. Hearing this, Empress Ma was also lost in thought for a while. At the same time, the emperors of the other dynasties were also over cursing Qianlong. Watching the people of Deming and Deqing cursing each other here, everyone felt bored as well. Although they felt bored, there were still not many people who exited the video interface. Because, what if the next instant, the god appeared? The only thing to do was to look at the video and wait. When will God update the video? Hurry up and update the video. Look at them cursing here. Just watched it and thought it was interesting. Then watched it again. What does this have to do with me? Yes, God. Hurry up and update it. Hurry up and update it. God. We've waited so hard. After waiting and waiting for the video to update, there was no movement. However, the pop-up area was still lively. The people of Ming and Chang and a team of whitewashing water army pulled by Qianlong just cursed It was all over the sky. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Great Tang, Emperor, Li Longji is very great. You do not scold, okay? What are you doing here? Here is the miracle of the history of the world. Not you Ming and Chang families, you have no point of merit. That the great Ming, you see you cursed as if it were true. You have this heart how the river and mountain were let people take away, or useless. In my view, the dynastic renewal, often really not because of this new royal family more powerful, often also was because of the eliminated those royal family cannot, abnormal not. Let's say Qin, how powerful a dynasty 6 countries after people like wolves and tigers. People are not afraid of Shi Huangdi. Just keep you. 6 countries so many people in the Shi Huangdi after the death of the show can show off the powerful. But in the Shi Huangdi before his death, not a person dare to move it? The great Qin is finished because of Liu Bang's power. Because of Xiang Yu's power? Isn't it still because Hu Hai was useless? Then Yu Ming, the founding of the emperor how powerful. Useless. Must also be which ungrateful grandson cannot is not. Scold a few lines on the line? By the way, here is the world of history world of people are in. That keep damning no. Where are you? Dare to stand out dare not. Stand out. Admit that you cannot. Let them do not curse. Curse to curse. See my brain hurts. Daming, 1630 AD. Zhu Yujin looked at the comment posted by Li Longji, looked at the pop-up screen, with a complicated face. Chapter 26 This go to the female true. Must be his one person not to stay. Looking at this sentence asked by Li Longji to keep the emperor of the great Ming without wear. Zhu Yuchan subconsciously took the mirror of the heavens farther. Zhu Yuchan, nervous, dry mouth, eyes panicked. Daming situation, he is very clear. I won't really be this last emperor, right? I resolutely do not do the last emperor. I cannot afford this scolding, Aizen Joro, even if you destined to replace my Zhu family world. Daming cannot die in my hands. But also to see the ancestors awe. At this moment, Li Longji's few comments made Zhu Yujin lose his mind, and also made the comment and pop-up area have a brief lull. And then, very quickly, Li Longji tasted the taste of committing public anger. De Ming, the Shi clan. I'm proud of De Ming. Li Longji, right? Look at you like this. You should now be spirited. But I tell you, you like this, do not deserve to evaluate the Great Ming. The people of the Great Ming, read the book, not read the book. How to evaluate you, Li Longji, do you know? An emperor who lost all his prestige and almost died also dared to come out to evaluate others. Our Daming's business is not your turn to say. For a while, the pop-up screen floated. All the people of Daming's words of merit against Li Longji. Big paragraphs and big paragraphs. Although the pop-up screen could only float a few at the same time. But just these few. It stuffed the display of the mirror of the heavens to the brim. The people of Daming scolded Li Longji in a trance. Dense, and at the same time, there were people who began to open fire on Daming. De Qin, the emperor, Ying Zhang is the first emperor in the ancient times. Your Daming is not good. If good, how can let a foreign state to end? And, called Li Longji's, what do you just say? What do you mean that the boy Hu Hei is not good? I clearly want to set up Fusu as the crown prince. You put the words clearly. Great Tang, emperor, I Li Longji very great. Sure Huang Di, I am honored that you can talk to me. However, you have to wait for a while. I have to wake up this bunch of dreamers in De Ming by scolding them. Listen to me, De Ming is just not good. A small foreign tribe can destroy you, and you still boast about this and that. And, you say I almost died, lost all prestige? Who are you listening to? I am clearly to save the waves from collapse. Clearly, the prestige of the world. At this time, Yanla Emperor Zhu Di looked at Li Longji, said these words. Gas Lao ere you listen well. Let's go to the female genitalia this time. We will make sure that he does not leave a single person behind. Yes, Lao Er could see that Zhu Di's killing heart had already risen. Naturally he didn't say much. Father, this Li Longji, son, find someone to scold him for you? Destroy the female truth. Then scold this Li Longji. When the time comes, by the way, the section of Manhwa slope, I'll tell him, not a word, see if he is still crazy. Yes, Zhu Di held back from cursing. Li Longji was in the middle of the cursing battle. That was getting more and more courageous. At this time, on the video, a pop-up screen leisurely floated by. Great Qing, Emperor, I am the least emperor-like emperor. The founding of the Great Qing dynasty is to rule the world on behalf of Ming. Great Qing and Great Ming, Manchu and Han family, no need to quarrel. In addition, I think Emperor Qianlong is indeed not considered a good emperor among all the Qing emperors. Good and great, poorly thought out, blindly self-confident. All of these Shongshan said are right. If Emperor Qianlong can see this, I hope that you can accept the objective evaluation from me, who is also a member of the Qing imperial family, and reflect on yourself. For a moment, the pop-up screen went quiet. The comments were also quiet. The emperor of the Qing dynasty, saying that Qianlong was bad. Also let Qianlong change. This is the legendary real hammer At this moment, Qianlong looked at this Qing emperor's logo and was baffled. Which Qing emperor is this? It can't be the father. Can it be that the father looked at the gods talking about me like this and felt ashamed? He was too embarrassed to show his identity and couldn't help but scold me. So he held back and said this to me in a calm and peaceful manner. Although calm and peaceful, I can still feel this. This is scolding me Qianlong was a little unsure, so Qianlong posted a comment. Dare I ask this emperor who is the least like an emperor? Are you? He is? He is your son. Of course, Jiaqing's true identity was something Qianlong could not even die guessing. After all, Jiaqing was only looking for someone to brush up the number of likes and get on this pop-up when he was sure that he wouldn't directly reveal his identity. At this moment, Emperor Yongzhang was here looking at the movement of the pop-ups and comments in the video, and he also didn't know who this most un-emperor-like emperor really was. My emperor's son. Only I can scold him, but in case this is father and emperor, then I have nothing to say. I just hope he doesn't blame me. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang was entangled until now because of that one sentence of Li Longji just now. And he didn't walk out even now. That called Li Longji said that my great Qin in my hands. Stable as the 6 countries, more dragons and tigers, but do not dare to move. And then to the hands of Hu Hei is finished. How will it come to the hands of Hu Hei? Fusu have any hidden disease? On the side, Zhao Gao listened to what Qin Shi Huang said. His eyes odd. Your Majesty, maybe that one called Li Longji is just talking nonsense. I don't think it's him who's bull asterisk 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 ting. It's you who's confused. You still don't understand what this account and all these people who popped up with what de Ming and de Qing. What does it really mean? Go, get Fu Su, and get a few more eunuchs. Zhao Gao went. Qin Shi Huang waited here. Was fidgety. What the hell has gone wrong? What on earth is going on? The Lord God's private messages won't open. The comments don't reply. Where did the Lord God go? Lord God, can you really not feeling Zhang's sincerity? Lord God, show yourself and give me guidance. The more Qin Shi Huang wanted to see the upper God, the more he stared at the video's pop-ups and comments without letting up. Just in case, the upper God appeared right there in the comments section or pop-up section. However, after watching for half a day, apart from a bunch of people cursing here and there was no semblance of God at all. This bunch of people, I'm really annoyed. Emperor Qin Shi Huang waved his big hand and a comment hit up. You all don't quarrel. Let me be quiet and calm. I warn you, now the correlation between the various historical worlds' influence is a big possibility to exist. My great Qin the first of 10,000 times. I just heard. My great Qin died in my youngest son's hand. I think about it. It is which don't want to die dare to die Qin's self-establishment to come. What is it called? Lu Bang. Xiang Yu. Lu Bang Xiang Yu. If you two see it, you can hide it well. I have already sent people to find you, and you a bunch of emperors. Is there anyone who is a relative descendant of these two goods? Dare to recognize. Do not dare to recognize. Just shut up. Let me quietly wait for God. Wait, Lu Bang. I just saw a person who was quite active, called Han Wu Lu de Pig. What is your relationship with Lu Bang? Far away in Great Han. Emperor Han Wu looked at the comment with a domineering face, but did not respond. It wasn't just Emperor Han Wu. When this one comment from Qin Shi Huang was sent out, the emperors of various historical worlds were all a bit flustered. After all, Qin Shi Huang was the first emperor of the ages, integrating the 6 heavens and 8 wastelands into one, and laying the foundation of the various dynasties. The first emperor was not called the first emperor for nothing. The point was, the words Qin Shi Huang said were frightening. The correlative influence between the various historical worlds was a big possibility. It was not really known whether the previous dynasties would have an impact on the dynasties that followed, and if the previous dynastic worlds could influence the later dynastic worlds. When you do the math, it would still be the other Qin Shi Huang who would have the advantage. Therefore, everyone coincidentally did not intend to make Ancestral Dragon angry. After all, who knows if anyone's ancestor would burp in the first emperor's wrath. The comments section suddenly went quiet. The pop-ups, too, had no new ones appearing for the time being. The rare clarity calmed Emperor Qin Shi Huang's heart a bit. God, these generalized people disturbed your quiet. Now well, finally can talk to you properly a few words. I actually do not care about this great Ming and Qing things. I want to know, what is the way of longevity? And what happened to Fusu in the end? Can the gods give some guidance? Can you? Will this top 10 emperors inventory continue? I believe that I am an emperor for the ages. I will definitely be able to account for one of the greatest emperors. And so on, when my video is played, many of my doubts about me will surely be solved. God above. If you feeling Zhang's sincerity, please also descend down to guide it. The emperors of the various dynasties looked at this comment and all felt that Qin Shi Huang was right. This matter of the Great Ming and the Great Qing was a grudge between them, and had nothing to do with other people whatsoever. The most crucial thing was still the guidance of the divine. Great Han, Emperor, I am Han Wu Lu de Pig. I think that the first emperor is right. You Daming and Qing's matter. You have the ability to fight, not capable of even scolding, but also God's miracle of a quiet. Here is everyone's, not your two families, and besides the upper God's territory. You two shrews like scolding here. What's the point? I feel that there is bound to be a place for me among these 10 emperors. I, like the first emperor, sincerely ask the upper God to descend again to guide me and solve my doubts. The emperors had doubts to be solved, and the people naturally wanted to have their fortunes told by the superior God. Thus, the people were busy finding those they wanted to read from the comments, those they wanted to know, and then frantically like them. For the sake of nothing else, for the sake of taking this comment, sending it to the pop-up screen, and sending it to the eyes of the upper God, the emperors sat and waited for Zhang Wei's video update in the comments section, and the more they waited, the more they realized, pop-ups are better than comments. For a while, the emperors of all dynasties coincidentally thought of controlling the people in order to manipulate the content of the pop-ups. In this process, Emperor Qianlong walked step by step to the royal shrine and looked at this one late emperor. He had to see which emperor was the least emperor-like emperor. He had to find out which ancestor looked at him so unfavorably. Chapter 27. Zhang Wei is confused. Who is the upper God? Outside the world of 10,000 realms history world, within a small rented room, a loud ringing bell broke the silence. Who? What's doing? Awakening from his sleep, Zhang Wei looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. I see. Dream. Turning on the computer, he opened the background. It was Zhang Wei's habit to wake up every day and take a look at the video data. This? Zhang Wei froze. On the backstage data, it was densely packed and full of nines. Message 99999999999 plus. Income 99999999999 plus. Likes 99999999999 plus. Concerns 99999999999 plus. Favorite 99999999999 plus. This? What do you mean this? We are not. Fire, right? Zhang Wei was a little excited. Whether it was in his previous life or this life. Whether it was before or after crossing over. Zhang Wei had never seen so many comments. How much is this? It's broken 100 million, right? Looking at the platform announcement again, Zhang Wei's mood was all of a sudden up in the air. According to the background settlement data, you have gained a total of, from this video, in addition to the operating costs, converted over, in addition to money, you have also gained 999 plus Nianli value. You have automatically obtained the Nianli exchange authority. You can open the exchange panel at any time. As soon as he opened the redemption panel, Zhang Wei's entire body was about to fly. This is all true, right? This must be all true. After all, I am a traveler. After all, I have a golden finger. Zhang Wei had crossed over for a while. Before encountering this video platform, Zhang Wei, a traveler, had no supernormal abilities at all in this other world full of supernormal abilities. One could say, ordinary, very ordinary, but it was different now. Not only did he have money, as far as this exchange panel was concerned, there were tons of alien abilities that one could have at any time as long as one wished. After all, one now had 999 plus numinous power, and in the redemption panel, the flight alien ability, it only required 1 million Nianli. Good. This platform, I've entered the right one. Looking at the delightful supernormal abilities and some light treasures, Zhao Wei didn't rush to exchange anything. This was because he hadn't figured out what he was going to do in this other world. Exactly. Gathering his emotions, Zhang Wei began to specifically look at the data of the video playback. Without looking at it, how come the video had only played 1/10 of it? Asking the platform customer service. The answer given by the platform customer service was, the video was too hot for the server to carry, so it was split into 10 segments. Wow! A section of the revenue is so powerful. I have to hurry to look at. Look at the reaction of everyone watching the video. Will not be all scolded me, to really are scolded me. Then I am also considered to be scolded into the winner of the precedent of life. Clicked on the comments to take a look. Oh my god. Happiness. For the video producer. The video of the pop-up cover of the video can't see anything. Is the greatest happiness? What is this? The upper god. Who is the upper god? I look at this. I do not say 1,000 years of the emperor, but under my rule, the Qing dynasty is prosperous. Is I really so bad? God, look at the face of my very sincere, to help me say a few good words. Please God, who is this person? What the Qing dynasty? Who is called God? God, God, God. As far as Zhang Wei's eyes could see, almost all the pop-ups, all the comments, could not be separated from the word God. That's not right. My nickname is History Video. Who is this upper god? Is there someone who is leading the rhythm here? Relying on my fiery video to play cowboys and snakes with me here? Zhang Wei's first reaction was that someone was impersonating him to engage in feudal superstition here. Can't stand it. It's not easy to be on fire and have someone impersonate him. Who can tolerate this? Swiping, Zhang Wei typed up a comment. Who is posing as me pretending to be a ghost? The video I made by Zhang Wei was not easy to fire. I haven't had the time to thank all my fans. Let you give me the whole ghost. Who wants to ruin me? Come out. As soon as Zhang Wei posted a comment, he brought his own logo. Zhang Wei's logo was the author. The simple word author was plain and simple. Yet, it made everyone in all the historical worlds shaken. Chapter 28. I'm the Shang God? Who? The author? Upper god? Great Qin. Inside the Xianyang Palace, Emperor Qin Shi Huang saw one of Zhang Wei's comments, was directly ignoring the content of Zhang Wei's comment. The upper god has finally appeared. The upper god has finally appeared. Quickly, organize my clothes for me. I wish to sacrifice to the heavens. Order the 100 officials to come to court. The world will make a sacrifice. At the Qin Emperor's order, everyone moved. At this moment, everyone within Great Qin looked at this comment from Zhang Wei and did not dare to be casual. Almost everyone was consciously straightening their clothes and placing the mirror of the heavens high in front of them with a solemn face. What's more, some were directly kneeling on the ground, offering up the heavenly mirror. Great Qin, a certain people's home. Oops, I'm slacking off. This mirror of the heavens, can't take it as any ordinary object anymore. This is an object given to us by the gods. It's used to convey the will of the gods. In the future, no one is allowed to give this to the children to play with again. Do you hear me? Family master, we understand. Daming, a farmer's house. Oldly, you said that this heavenly mirror, this can't be the gods' detachment. Right, our daily words and deeds every day, can't be in the eyes of this heavenly mirror, right? Then wouldn't this be? This, Oldly, what's wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much? Old Wang, last month, you are not at home. And Thunder, sister-in-law that what? Anyway, this thing, I cannot stand the condemnation of conscience. I now feel that the gods are looking at me. I cannot stand it. Old Wang, I have sinned, Old Wang, but I do not mean to. Is really the liquor harm people? Liquor harm people which, in addition to Great Qin, all the historical parallel worlds, too, did not dare to slack off on Zhang Wei's comments. Who dares to slack off? This is God which, at least, in everyone's heart, Zhang Wei's comment, is God. The Han dynasty, the Great Tang dynasty, the Great Ming dynasty, the Great Song dynasty, and the Great Qing dynasty, all coincidentally began to prepare for the sacrificial activities from the top down. And those various regimes that were in a troubled period of history, all had their own truce, and all prioritized sacrifices. Zhang Wei probably could not have imagined that his single comment had actually made the world pay so much attention to it. It actually made all the people in the parallel worlds of history so nervous. Look, the Supreme God has spoken again. Spoke again. Quick look at what the Upper God has said. The people of the various dynasties were each curious, and the emperors of the various dynasties were naturally even more concerned. Only to see that Zhang Wei's new comment read, I Zhang Wei, the top god, do all the videos, basically original. If it is not original who I watched and learned from, that must be named and thanked people. Although I have not been many fans, but I have always done so. The goods that impersonate me, or those people, listen up, you have to be a person which, also, although it's someone who impersonated me, which makes it hard for me, but I want to thank my fans. Thank you all, I really didn't expect this. Zhang Wei, this is on fire. Thank you to the Heavenly History video platform. Thank you to my broken computer. Thank you for everything. The crowd in the world of the history of the heavens looked at Zhang Wei's thank you. They were all confused. In the Qing dynasty, Jin Zhong looked at Qianlong with a confused face. Your Majesty, the slave doesn't understand. What is this fan that the Supreme God is talking about? Can't be talking about our imperial kitchen of that Jojo get fans, right? Jin Zhong one sentence is 2 words. Careful. Want to say. Qianlong listened and was also confused. Perhaps, this is not talking to us. The Upper God speaks. There must be a deep meaning. Copy all these words, send to each university scholar's residence, and then send a few copies to the Taoist temple. Please some have the Taoist practice to look at. By the way, the Upper God's comments released the hour of the first class. Can't be wrong. In this case, it may be hidden God's opportunity, or the emperor is well thought out. Slave this will go to do. Qianlong sent Jinzhong away and hurriedly ordered Zhang Wei's comment. He wanted to speak to Zhang Wei. God, I am the emperor of the Qing dynasty. Qianlong, I am worshipping God. God pointed out the ridiculous things I may do in the future. I read it, very shocked, very terrified. I know, God said all this, in order to let me learn from the pain. To correct it, I promise, I will live up to the God's painstaking efforts. I must not fail. Finished writing, click send. Send failed. Platform to avoid server overload. Has closed the reply function of the comments posted by the account Zhutian History in advance. Please understand, the reply function for comments posted by the account Zhutian History will be opened at an appropriate time in the future. Please look forward to it. Don't allow replies. It's fine if you don't allow replies. The superior God has already appeared. Chatting with the superior God is not far away. Not far away. Qianlong stared at Zhang Wei's avatar, and then looked at the historical mirrors of the heavens outside. It was a thrill. I must have the Upper God to see my excellence, to see my efforts. Me, is perfect. I must have the Upper God to make another new video for me. My face, in front of the people of the Qing dynasty, in front of the people in the world of the history of the heavens, from the new stand up, those who laughed at me, I'm going to hit them hard in the face. Qianlong much want face. Right now, nothing matters, just the matter of getting back his face is the most important. In the Great Han, Emperor Han Wu looked at Zhang Wei's several comments and frowned tightly. Check for me. Who has impersonated the Supreme God? How dare you, Emperor Wu of Han? Rough and tumble. After some analysis, Emperor Han Wu decided that Zhang Wei meant nothing else when he said this. That is, he wanted to find the person who impersonated him, and then, Punish him severely. The upper god points to this matter. I have to do this matter for the upper god. The video began. The upper god said clearly, anyone, it is impossible to meet the upper god. Anyone, shall not impersonate the identity of the upper god to obtain improper benefits. 3 orders. Actually there are still people dare to violate the lower god. In the event that as a result of this the upper god relents against the entire Great Han, who will be responsible? Check. Pass the order. The entire Great Han. All give me a careful check. Who actually dares to offend the heavenly authority? Who is it? I want to catch them. It's a kind of meeting gift from me to the supreme god. Emperor Han Wu was smart, and the other emperors weren't stupid either. At almost the same time that Emperor Han Wu issued his order, Tang, Song, Ming and Qing, as well as the 3 kingdoms and 5 dynasties, Wei and Jin, and so on, in all dynasties, all of them spontaneously threw themselves into the fight to find the fake Zhang Wei. What's even more amazing is that these emperors, these rulers, they not only coincidentally helped Zhang Wei to fight the fake, but they also all coincidentally didn't send comments and didn't order replies. Not bad. In addition to Qianlong, the big brother went to point the reply to Zhang Wei's comment. The other emperors, each waiting. Great Ming, Han Wu years. Empress Ma looked dizzy as she watched Zhu Yuanzhang spinning around there. Yuanzhang, what are you doing? Empress, do you think the people of Daming can do such ridiculous things? We always feel that this is something done by people from other historical worlds. The gods have made it clear in advance. Don't fake it. Don't fake it. But why don't these people listen? We have read this comment of the god. We have read it over and over again. We feel that, if we don't pull these things out, we are embarrassed to show our heads. Oops. Speaking of which, you said that in case the god took the initiative to look for us, how can we explain it? There is no way for us to guarantee that this counterfeit is not from our Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang was talking to himself, and he had a lot of ideas. Watching him from the side, Empress Ma pulled Zhu Yuanzhang to her seat and fixed him. Yuanzhang, don't go any further. I'm really getting dizzy. What are you worried about? Empress, our empress, this big mirror hasn't moved for thousands of years. Now that the upper god has come, it was supposed to be a good thing. We can tell from the video that the upper god made. The upper god must be a god that loves the people like a son, and is cynical about evil. Our Daming, all righteousness, the people of Daming, also all righteousness, according to say, the upper god must be like Daming. This is the opportunity of Daming, but now, we worry. You say that if really let so few dogs do this fake upper god thing, the upper god at that time on our Daming impression is not good, down to the natural disaster. What to do? With one sentence, Empress Ma stood up directly from her stool. Yuanzhang, this? Not only Han Wu Di thought so, not only Empress Ma and Zhu Yuanzhang thought so, the emperors of all dynasties, rulers, and even many people, thought so. So, now that Zhang Wei had appeared, and their higher god had appeared, although none of them did not want to talk to their higher god and beg for a son or a life, but, at least for the time being, before they could figure out what kind of mood their god was in, they did not dare to make a move at all. You say, my comment, can the upper god see it or not? If he can see it, if he sees it, what kind of comment? What kind of attitude? What? Me? Will I not be too strict in my wording? Will I make the upper god angry? We people, aren't we a bit undignified? Oops, apprehensive. At the time of the crowd apprehension, Zhang Wei in his own rental house here finished a few do not want a money after the top. Turning over the comments, the more you turn over the more confused. What is this? Qin Shi Huang, Zhu Yuanzhang, Han Wu Di. These people, play what? No, why did I forget? This is a historical video platform of the heavens. Thinking back carefully, when he looked at these comments again, Zhang Wei's eyes changed. Because, these people, not those bored netizens who came to the video comments section to grab the sofa in the past, but actual people from various historical parallel worlds who were living in various historical periods. Moreover, these people, at least those who have turned over these comments and posted these comments, are not ordinary people, but princes and generals. It is the princes and generals who stood out in various histories and shone brightly in the history of China. Lu Buwei, Zhu Yuanzhang, Lu De Pig. After looking at it for a while longer, Zhang Wei directly threw the mouse away. What does this mean? I'm this Shan god? Chapter 29 Zhang Wei's decision. I, Zhang Wei, am the emperors, the upper god in the mouths of these emperors who have merited thousands of years? I'm the one that's so pretending to be God's contraption? Silently, Zhang Wei picked the mouse back up and put it away. Then, sat down on the chair, froze and sat, froze for a while, without any particularly clear timeline. Zhang Wei raised his hand up and began to slowly read the comments. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Wei was slowly looking and reading. Lord God, although I ask for the road to eternal life, it is not for the widow, It is for the world. I have tried to choose the world's great talent for the prosperity of the world, and then Zen to his empire, but it does not work. If there is no one who can hold up the world, then the widow will have to come. Lord God, I have absolutely no selfishness. Lord God, if you do not believe in it, you can choose another talented person, and give him the road to eternal life. God, we, is the first responsible person of the Ming dynasty. This world people, chose us, we have to be responsible for, in order to the world. We killed a lot of brothers. We can't just stand up to the brothers. We have to stand up to the world, because we know, no brothers, no us Zhu Yuan Zhang, but without the people, our brothers and us, but also long gone. So, we don't ask for anything for us. We want to ask for a good emperor for the people. God above, give us a good emperor. We will pull out all the thorns on the scepter for him. God, I am Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty. Lu Che, I don't ask for longevity. I ask for the eternal solidity of the Han Dynasty. I ask for the Xiong Nu's trouble to be eliminated forever. I ask God to send down the General Star, or the Star of Wenku, help me to pacify the world, and achieve the achievement of 10,000 generations. It can be seen that what the emperors begged for in the beginning was nothing more than longevity and so on. But what the emperors asked for, by and large, was for the sake of the world. And what the people are seeking is not as grand as the emperors, nor as long as the emperors. What they seek is just a peaceful life and happy days. Looking at these, Zhang Wei tapped the interface to the platform's customer service. Why do they think I'm a god? Soon, the platform replied. In a way, God is that. He knows you and you don't know him. He understands your past lives and you don't know him. God is that. He can influence you. With a single word, he can make your life ripple, while you can hardly influence his life. In this way, you are their God. Looking at the replies from the platform, Zhang Wei muttered under his breath. I am God? But I can't bring any changes to them. To be precise, I'm just a video maker. To be precise, every historical parallel world is unknown to the future. Your video, so to speak, leaked a lot of information that counts as heavenly chances. This information, just a little bit of it, is enough to make the original historical trajectory of the entire world deviate. In that case, honorable video producer, do you understand? Zhang Wei understood. His own video, from now on, was no longer just a video. His own video, no matter which historical parallel world it was in, was considered a heavenly opportunity. Following closely, Zhang Wei spent a great deal of time scrolling through the comments. Unfortunately, it was simply impossible to finish reading them. The platform has generated the relevant data for comment analysis. Is it viewed? There's this kind of good stuff. Comment analysis? Clicking on the comment analysis made everything clear. The analyzed data showed that in the people's comments, apart from the comments against Qianlong and the Ming and Qing curses, the other people's comment information was divided into two categories. One category is to express the worship of the upper god, respect. One category is the desire, various wishes. The data summarized by the platform shows that the keywords of these wishes are stability and happiness, and the emperor's comments, compared to the people, are just as different. The keywords of the emperor's wishes were the eternal stability of the rivers and mountains, and 10,000 years of achievements. Good. This platform, good. I, Zhang Wei, have never been a little transparent, but on this platform, I'm vital, and my videos are even more important. And since that's the case, I'll do something big. Zhang Wei made up his mind to make a good video. Change the world. Since God has given me this opportunity to have the ability to change so much of the world, then I, Zhang Wei, will do it properly and change the world. Zhang Wei had just made a decision when the platform came to life. According to the regulations, Emperor Qianlong has made great sacrifices and contributions to the hot data of this video, and the platform intends to reward Emperor Qianlong. Of course, this is also a means of advertisement, as rewarding Emperor Qianlong for this matter in itself has a great deal of benefits for the maintenance of the account's hotness. In order to maximize the effect of the reward campaign, Emperor Qianlong's reward items will be chosen by you and delivered by you. The following are the prizes that Emperor Qianlong can receive. Please pick one from them. Reward Qianlong? Chapter 30, If the gods are not open to us, we'll go against them. Zhang Wei looked at the items in the reward pool and hesitated to choose. Divine rice seed? Improved gun drawings? 10 years of life extension? Clear wind pill? 500,000 taels of gold? Looking at the things in the reward pool, Zhang Wei did not react for a while. These rewards, they were a bit too powerful. Money was the least valuable here. On the other hand, the History of the Heavens platform was already sending the message to the comments section. In view of the contribution and effort made by the longest-lived Emperor Qianlong for this video, the platform has now decided to reward the long-lived Emperor Qianlong with the same prize. Prizes will be selected by video producer Zhang Wei and presented to him. Video producer Zhang Wei is selecting the prize. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The emperors and people of all dynasties saw this news. That reaction is not a little big. Great Ming. Hangwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang looked at this message, rubbed his eyes, put this message, is back and forth several times. Empress, we didn't read it wrong, right? No, Yuanzhang, although I'm also very strange, but it's true, the gods are really going to reward this Emperor Qianlong. Why is this? The upper gods have clearly scolded him like this, and still want to give him something? Zhu Yuanzhang didn't understand, really didn't understand. What can the upper god give him? Is he going to punish him to just die? Yuanzhang, the upper god has said that this is a reward. What reward? We don't believe that God is so indiscriminate right and wrong, just such a dog emperor. Impunity for him is difficult to remove the hatred of our hearts. Now, God not only don't see punishment him, but also to give him a reward. How do we can't understand? God, what is the meaning of this? In his words, Zhu Yuanzhang is already dissatisfied with the God in his mouth. Yuanzhang, God has his own reasoning. What reasoning? No reasoning. At this moment, not only was Zhu Yuanzhang unable to understand, the various emperors of other dynasties were also unable to understand. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang looked at the news that this reward was to be given to Qianlong and looked up at the huge bronze mirror in the air. Reward? The Supreme God is going to reward him for coming to the Supreme God's heel as a retainer. It's going to take him away directly, right? Hurry up and take him away. Such a contraption doesn't deserve to be an emperor. Muttering 2 sentences to himself, Emperor Qin Shi Huang stood on top of the palace platform, looking at the historical mirror of the heavens with an uncomfortable expression. God, you must not really want to give this Qianlong reward, otherwise unfair. I have done so much. Public heart, so, to reward, should also reward me. That Qianlong, what the stuff, cannot really reward him. Almost at the same moment, Qin Huang Hanwu, Tang Huang Song Zhu, many emperors looked in Qianlong even in a piece of the word reward, are not comfortable, and the people of all dynasties looked at the reward, also complained a lot. Qing dynasty, next to a farmland, a few farmers gathered together, looking up at the sky with sad eyes. Old brother, look at this reward, what does it mean? Is God going to add a few more years to this old Qianlong's lifespan? Or is God going to give him millions of gold to spend as he pleases? God, look at us, this money to that Qianlong's pocket, he will not give us a point. When he has the money, more feel the world peace, more feel the people's peace and happiness. The king does not see the people's suffering. How can the people seek food and clothing? Oh God, if you are so unsympathetic to the poor and suffering, and so indulgent to the emperor, how can we live our lives? Oh God, look at us. To the platform, Qianlong was like an actor who appeared in a movie, and this reward, too, was considered a reward. Before the video was broadcast, the platform put all this also said, but to the people, the platform, including the video producer Zhang Wei, that was not a platform or a video producer. The platform was a proper heavenly miracle to the people in the parallel world of history, and Zhang Wei, the video producer, was God. Now, the people were watching the heavens send God to reward Qianlong. The hearts of the people were not good, the mirrors of the heavens that represent the miracles of the gods. My great heavens, for thousands of years you have not had any miracles manifested, and now the miracles are manifested, but not for us, the people. God, is it because our ancestors did something wrong to you, and you manifested this time? Is it to punish us? Even if our ancestors had committed a heavenly evil, our suffering, we should have paid back this evil long ago. God, this emperor who is not for the people, this devil who sucks the people's blood and flesh, why, God is favoring him? So it seems, this God-emperor family, that saying is good, heaven and earth take all things as ruminants. Now it seems, we, are the grass in the eyes of heaven, and that Qianlong, is actually the precious thing in the eyes of heaven. For a while, many people were very critical of Zhang Wei and also the history platform of the heavens because of the 4 words reward Qianlong. Grievances arose from various historical worlds of various dynasties. Many people wanted to write these opinions in the comment section. However, quite some time passed, but no one was willing to be the one to stand out. Great Ming, Hangwu years, Zhu Yuanzhang jumped into action. Empress, we must ask for clarification. Take a look. This is the sins of Qianlong mentioned in the video of Qianlong. We have written them all. We have to ask the upper body. What kind of rewards can such a person, such an emperor, deserve? Just about to send it, Zhu Yuanzhang was stopped by Empress Ma. Yuanzhang, don't be impulsive. We're not being impulsive. We just want to ask the upper god why he's giving him a reward. The upper god also mentioned before the video was shown that this reward is given to whoever goes on the upper god's inventory. Although Empress Ma mentioned this layer of reason, It was clear that Zhu Yuanzhang did not feel that this could be a reasonable reason to reward Qianlong. Yes, the upper god did say that before, but isn't that not distinguishing between good and bad? Empress, when we were against the Yuan dynasty, we felt that at the beginning, it was like ants fighting against the sky, but didn't we come through all the same? And now, just the same, if this god is really an ungrateful god, we'll fight against him all the same. Chapter 31, Yi Gong is a good dragon. Qianlong is afraid of it. Zhu Yuanzhang was worthy of being Zhu Yuanzhang. Empress Ma glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang. The two founding emperors and queens shared the same mind. Good. Then wait to see what rewards the supreme god actually gives to this Qianlong. After we've seen it, we'll make plans. Right now, all the parallel historical worlds, almost everyone was watching and waiting to see what kind of reward Qianlong could actually get. And Qianlong of the Qing dynasty, the recipient of the reward, looked at the news that he had gotten a reward, but was not happy at all. At this moment, looking at the word reward, Qianlong back and forth to take steps. That look, not at all relaxed. Jinzhong, you said that the heavens are going to give me a reward. This reward, why exactly? It will not be that I have to ascend to heaven immediately. If it is ascending to heaven, the sky is good or bad is not yet known. Just on this earth, I am not equal to nothing? I see the attitude of the upper god to me in the video. Not very good. This, ouch. Emperor, what are you talking about? Jinzhong thinks that a reward is a reward. It's a good thing. Maybe, it's the upper god who wants to renew the emperor's life. When Qianlong heard this, the panic in his feet was a little less. Good stuff? Yes, it is said that hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. The slave thinks that the upper god must like the emperor. That's right. Maybe it's the words from the bottom of my lungs just now that touched the heavens. But maybe, thinking about the content of this video, the upper god has quite a lot of opinions about me. Alas, a sigh. Just now Jinzhong patted the horse's words, is considered the efficacy is all gone. What to do? If this reward is a natural disaster, how can I dispose of it? How can a natural disaster be called a reward? But the Lord God does things, the Lord God's words, and how is it that I can speculate? Qianlong muttered to himself. Qianlong is sweating in that muttering to himself. He is also waiting for the reward that his superior god would give him. And now, Zhang Wei, who was honored as the upper god by the crowd, was now staring at those rewards in the reward pool, was going back and forth, looking at them cautiously. To say that I have nothing to do with Qianlong and the Qing dynasty, I wouldn't say anything, choose what to give him. But now, even if I'm not a god, I'm still considered a god, so to say, with the rewards, I really can't mess around. Otherwise, if it's because of this choice of mine, making the people of Qing complaining, I can't come, I want face. Thinking about it, Zhang Wei knocked on a line in the comments section. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Wei, the producer of the longest-lived emperor video. Please understand the inconvenience caused by the server's inability to carry the huge amount of traffic before. Below, I'll make a few points of clarification regarding the rewarding of the Qianlong ceremony. First, this reward is not because of how much the Qianlong emperor has been recognized, not because what he has done is recognized by the author of this video and the platform, but simply as a reward for the Qianlong emperor's exit from the production of this video. That's all. This reward does not represent the author's standpoint preference, so please be aware of that. Seeing this little note, the heaviness on the faces of the emperors and people of many parallel worlds lightened by a few points. Great Qin, Xian Yang. See, I told you, the gods are annoyed with this kind of emperor who doesn't think about the people. But if it's all like this, why do we still have to give rewards? Perhaps this is the cycle of the heavenly Tao, the reasoning of which is not something you and I can understand. Between the various worlds, many people half explaining and half guessing, they also even accepted the matter of the platform rewarding Qianlong, and naturally dissolved the boundaries between Zhang Wei and Qianlong. The second point, this reward was supposed to be random, but the platform gave me this right to choose prizes. I can't be too random, because the emperor's every move is very involved, related to the countryside, and even more related to a country's people. So, in line with the principle of being responsible for more people, since this matter is up to me, I hope that my choice will bring the best results. So I have decided to choose the prize as a divine rice seed. God-grade rice seed. It's not that godly. In my knowledge, this kind of rice seed is the result of the research of a great scientist from a world I've been in, with an acre yield of 1,100 kilograms. This sentence was watched by the crowds of people from various historical parallel worlds, further solidifying Zhang Wei's identity as a god. Great Ming Dynasty, Han Wu years. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at this sentence and snapped his fingers with a yearning face. Empress, you've done the math. How many times the difference is this? Yuanzhang, what gap are you talking about? It's this divine rice, our Daming's highest acreage. Let's think about it. Yes, it's 333 kilograms. This is 1,100 kilograms. The difference is almost 4 times in the middle. This is also too powerful. This. Zhu Yuanzhang felt horrified. So did Empress Ma. Yuanzhang, when the Supreme God spoke of a world he had lived in, he was probably talking about the divine realm, right? That would naturally be. But what is a scientist? I don't know. Empress Ma shook her head, and in her eyes, there was yearning. We guess that must be the title of the other gods. Scientists, that is scientists. Queen, you say scientists and Confucianism and legalism have no relationship? Will not. Empress Ma had not yet spoken. Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed his own thoughts. How can that bunch of mortals be compared to God? You didn't hear the Supreme God say that this scientist is all great in the view of the Supreme God, so how great a character must this be? The people and emperors of the various historical parallel worlds all yearned for and imagined this great scientist that Zhang Wei had spoken of, and they also all floated the idea of this divine rice that Zhang Wei had spoken of. Third point, I would like to make a few requests to the winner. Mr. Qianlong, are you there? Mr. Qianlong? This one sentence asked each of the emperors everywhere with trembling hearts. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Is the Supreme God talking to that bull ***** emperor? How can this be? This dog fart. How is it worthwhile for the upper god to look for him? Find out if there's any. This Aizenjaro surname. Where exactly is it? Find this place. I will never allow this surname to continue. Great Tang, Chang'an. Li Shimen looked at this sentence. Mr. Qianlong in or out. Looked at the teeth. The first one that the gods are looking for is actually this Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. What is he capable of? Although I set the 10,000 states in music, but cannot tolerate this a small tomato descendant, then I first get God's grace, come to people. At this time, various historical parallel worlds, many emperors have a feeling of being green by Qianlong. That is all kinds of uncomfortable. Many people, they wanted to pinch Qianlong. Now, Emperor Qianlong, who was envied and even held a grudge by many people, was not so beautiful. On the contrary, Qianlong looked at this line of questioning in his palace. Before the confident and disdainful look at the world's eyes, have long since disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face of earthy color. Jinzhong, you see correctly. Is this the Supreme God shouting at me? This, slave dare not pronounce it, but it is indeed shouting at you. It is shouting me. Ye long good dragon person, not seen the dragon before. That is all kinds of crazy to find the dragon. However, wait until the dragon came to the front, such as Yi Gong person is shaking like a sieve, and then no joy, only a fear of the word. Now Qianlong, with the good dragon Yi Gong really not much difference. Previously, he was madly swiping money saying that he hoped to have a few words of personal conversation with Zhang Wei. Now it's good. Zhang Wei doesn't look for anyone directly to him. He's afraid again. Jinzhong, what conditions do you think the Lord God is going to mention to me when he looks for me? Is it to punish me, or is it to take me away? Jinzhong didn't know. Looking at Jinzhong who was shaking like a sieve, looking at Jinzhong glancing left and right from time to time, Qianlong also had a jolt. Jinzhong, what are you looking at? Your Majesty. Once the two sentences of Emperor were shouted, Jinzhong was directly soft on the ground. Emperor, slave listened to the old man said. The line of gods and ghosts. Unpredictable. Maybe God's errand boy, already in this house. Chapter 32, 5 Conditions. Are you willing? Asshole. If you talk nonsense again, I'll cut out your tongue. Qianlong said so, but he was still afraid. Looking at the corner, Qianlong was subconsciously clenching his fists. And then, Qianlong looked at the historical mirror of the heavens in the air outside the door and swallowed a big mouthful of spit. Comments section. Qianlong did not respond. On Qianlong's mirror of the heavens, the platform was sending an official message. Mr. Qianlong, this is the official number of the Zhu Tian History video platform. Given that the award process of the video producer Zhang Wei requires your cooperation, so please respond positively. Otherwise, the reward may disappear. Looking at this official private message that he had never seen before, Qianlong was hesitant and confused for a while. After a long time, Qianlong didn't make any response. Meanwhile, the people and emperors of the various historical parallel worlds were waiting for Qianlong's response. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. What did this Qianlong do? Why didn't he show his head? Is afraid? Humph. Little thing. Self-inflicted evil. The gods rewarded you seed, rather than rewarding you with a body death, is already a great favor to you. Now let you agree to some conditions. It is bound to be punished. You want to hide. You want to think beautiful. I will see how long you can hide. Qing Dynasty, Jiaqing years. Jiaqing looked at Zhang Wei who was going to make conditions to Qianlong. Those eyes were glowing. Does the Supreme God want the Supreme Emperor to pass on the throne early? Not to hog the throne and delay the running of the court? It must be so. The heart of the Upper God is like a mirror, knowing my suffering. Oh Upper God, please be sure to ask the Taishang to have self-respect. After another beat, the pop-ups suddenly rose in all directions. Qianlong, where are you hiding? Are you afraid to let this reward? Such a good reward is here. Clearly a good thing that benefits the country and the people. But you don't dare to ask for it. Little Qianlong, are you afraid that the Supreme God will take you away? Or are you afraid of something? For the Emperor, when there is an overwhelming temperament. Look at you. Qianlong, what kind of thing are you? Shrinking head turtle or rat? You boast of being 10 perfect. You boast of being perfect. You don't want to be a wretch. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Qianlong, don't dare to take it. Don't be ashamed of it. God above. We implore God above. Take back the rewards for Qianlong. He doesn't deserve it. Above the pop-up screen, there were all words of spoiled disgust for Qianlong. Qianlong looked at these, so how could he endure? Mud monkeys still have 3 points of fire. Not to mention, Qianlong is the most unwilling to let people look down on him. Stiffening his neck, Qianlong clicked on a few big words. Supreme God, Qianlong is here to listen to the teachings. At this moment, in the world that Zhang Wei was currently in, Zhang Wei looked at this Qing Emperor's logo and had an inauthentic trance. This is the Emperor of the Qing dynasty. Qianlong, who, letting out a long breath, Zhang Wei rubbed his hands together. After all, this one who claimed to be attentive to the teachings was the true and genuine Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty. This is the case. I have to make a few requests before I can issue the reward. Otherwise I think that with my authority, I can have the right to stop issuing this reward or change the content of this reward. As a matter of fact, whether Zhang Wei could change the prizes of this reward or not, and whether he had the authority to stop the distribution of the reward, Zhang Wei didn't know at all. He just said so. This was because only by saying so could he make Qianlong agree to these few conditions. Zhang Wei had just typed these few words up when the platform statement came. This platform declares that Zhang Wei, the video producer, has the absolute right to award prizes. A single sentence gave Zhang Wei great support. Everyone in the various historical parallel worlds looked at it and understood it, and Qianlong naturally understood it as well. Zhang Wei was the absolute right. Supreme God, you say, what is your request? I will definitely fulfill it. As I said before, if what the Upper God said is really what I did in my late middle age, I will definitely change it. What the Upper God said, I have already transcribed it word for word. I will definitely reflect on it carefully, take precautions carefully, and will never appear in the situation as stated in the video. Before Zhang Wei said the conditions, Qianlong first showed a wave of attitude. Looking at Qianlong's attitude, Zhang Wei was very pleased. Condition 1, reduce taxes. Condition 2, reform the rule of officials, to establish a set of effective and complete monitoring mechanism, to set up a secret monitoring all officials, secret exclusive to the emperor. Condition 3, truly send the divine rice seeds to all parts of the Qing dynasty, truly send them to the people. This matter must not be meddled with by any officials, and must be personally supervised by Emperor Qianlong. Condition 4, develop the mirror of the heavens into a channel for the people to reach the emperor, so that the world can be monitored, or it may have a miraculous effect. Condition 5, pay attention to the people's livelihood. From now on, reduce the use of the palace, the emperor as an example. All officials must follow suit. All over the official again have waste, need to be punished severely. If one of the above conditions is not met, the reward will be withdrawn. Are you willing? Chapter 33 God is big, or the emperor is big? Zhang Wei made 5 requests, none of which were to take Qianlong's life and reduce his longevity. Jin Zhong watched from the sidelines and breathed a sigh of relief. But Qianlong looked at these and was a little uncomfortable. Silence. Still silent. A face as gloomy as water. Qianlong looked at Jin Zhong. The eyes simply want to eat people. Jin Zhong, I am the emperor. The upper god is a god. Do you think the god is greater or the emperor is greater? Looking at Qianlong, whose face was as heavy as water, Jin Zhong how dare to answer. The slave is terrified. Say, do you think that the upper god instructs me to order me are supposed to? This, lackey dare not it. Jin Zhong knelt on the ground. His head did not dare to raise. Qianlong stared at what Zhang Wei said in the mirror of the heavens, and then looked at the historical mirror of the heavens outside, and the shade in his eyes was almost bubbling up. The divine right of kings, has always been nothing but a saying. I am the lord of this Qing dynasty. My kingdom, my world, my people. I will not care. I will not monitor. I will not do. The upper god shows signs of god shows. The upper god is big, or I am big. If it is the upper god is big, I am the emperor, but also the sole respect? Qianlong asked this. Jin Zhong did not dare to say. If in the future everyone suppresses me in the name of God, how else can I rule the country? How else can I rule people? On this side, Qianlong was thinking a lot and did not respond. On the other side, Zhang Wei stared at the message bar and was also fully focused. Qianlong was the first emperor Zhang Wei had faced. If Qianlong agreed to his request, then his plan of influencing the rulers of various dynasties through the video and the identity of the supreme god, and then going on to change that dynasty, going on to make that dynasty peaceful and serene, rich and well-being, would be half successful. It can be said that a good start is half of success, and a failed start is a precursor to inevitable failure. But if Qianlong didn't agree to his request, and there was no way for him to really sanction Qianlong like a god, then all the plans would be in vain. Oneself would still be just a video maker, changing the world. That would be a pipe dream. Qianlong, don't be petty, I'm doing this all for your own good. Zhang Wei was bitter. Qianlong was deaf. At this moment, Qianlong still did not reply. The other people from the other historical parallel worlds were all happy when they looked at these few requests from Zhang Wei and what Zhang Wei said to Qianlong. Daming, Hanwu years. Aya, my empress, did you see it? I saw it. Look how happy you are. How can we not be happy? God is a good God. Clear right and wrong. Arguing good and evil. These points require us to see and understand. This is to follow the temptation. So that Qianlong to be a good emperor, God is great. Either to be a good emperor, or, nothing to him, it is necessary to do so, to save him from the Huahua. Saying that, Zhu Yuanzhang then talked about the divine rice seed. Divine handiwork 1,100 pounds of mu yield. What kind of rice must it be? I'm afraid it would have to be 1 person high to fit so much grain in the rice. Oops, 1 person high. Wouldn't that be a tree? God, such a benefit, actually does not belong to our Ming. Hey, hate it. This dog Qianlong, on this thing, to not let him change is that problem. Not let him strict control of this kind of sub to go. Then, this kind of sub are officials. Planted out of the heart is the people's. Planted out of the food. I'm afraid that all have to be the emperors. Dirty officials, on the God love people so, we Zhu Chong 8, respect. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang had someone top his latest comment on the pop-up screen. Upper God, we are the first person responsible for daming. Zhu Yuanzhang, we think, this condition proposed by the upper God, is too appropriate, it's the right thing to do. The upper God is a good God. We, Zhu Yuanzhang, and we, the people of Daming, will build a shrine for the upper God, and worship him day after day. When the people of Daming saw this pop up, they quickly followed Zhu Yuanzhang's lead and went on a wave of pop-ups. Upper God, we love you. Upper God, this good thing, we see, this Qianlong is not want. You don't need to give it to him, we saw it long ago, this Qianlong is a bastard. These conditions, not to mention other things, just reduce the use of this item he can't do. If he can do it, he replied long ago. That's right God, you can directly withdraw the reward. That Qianlong, if you can see, you hurry up. Do not delay here. You cannot do, hurry up cat up. Be careful of God called the thunder split you. You dog thing, God rewarded you with divine rice seeds. You do not want it right? Shameless. We tell you Qianlong, the gods give the reward. To be frank, this is not for you. For the people, if you are not willing to for the people of the Qing dynasty to save you that a little rice, that a little abalone, you just say, yes, if we Ming Hanwu Emperor, see this good thing, diffuse is to reduce the use. Let us Hanwu Emperor Day cooking cake. Our emperor are willing. Of course, our emperor is willing. We are not willing, because our emperor is good to us. So, we want to let the emperor live better. That is, if it is really our Hanwu Emperor, the emperor did not blink long ago agreed. And again, if our Ming Emperor, the Lord God still cannot afford to mention these requirements. The Lord God also have to let our Hanwu Emperor every day to eat more, drink more, spend more, use it. Emperor Hanwu has turned the tables for the people of Daming, so he should enjoy more. Looking at the circle of praise for Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang on the pop-up screen, Qianlong was angry but did not dare to be angry. After all, his grandfather Kangxi had worshipped Hanwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang as his forefather back then. Not as good as the Hanwu Emperor to win the hearts of the people? How is it that none of the people of my Qing dynasty have come forward to speak for me? To what comes what? Soon, as Qianlong wished, the people of Qing hooted and hollered and sent up a wave of pop-ups. Alas, Lord God, we can see that you chose this rice seed for our good, but we understand that we won't be able to get this seed. This emperor of ours is not going to change for our sake. You want him to not live his good life for our sake. It's impossible. Some people are selfish and egotistical, so selfish that they always think they deserve to live a good life. And he simply turns a blind eye to the sins of others. Emperor Qianlong is such a person. He just doesn't want to face it all. Thank you God for your kind words. We see that the next Dorming is really good. God, if you have the chance, can you guide us? Teach us how to fight against the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty. We want to change the emperor. We don't want this emperor anymore. Upper God. For such a long time Qianlong is not willing to take a stand. It is clear that he is not willing to want this reward. Also, the divine rice seed. What good is it to him? Without this kind of seed he still eats and drinks. With this kind of seed he still eats and drinks. The key is that our lives may change for the better. The moment he thinks that we may live well, he is definitely not happy about it. We can't do anything when we are stuck with this kind of emperor. Oh superior God, take back the reward. We don't have this blessing, and we don't expect this emperor to do anything for us either. Looking at this wave of pop-ups, Qianlong was unable to sit still. Asking for this reward was in fact tantamount to recognizing Zhang Wei's absolute status. In the future, when Qianlong spoke and did things, there would always be people who would hold Zhang Wei over him. But now, if he doesn't want this reward, no matter if it is the people of Ming or the people of Qing, they will hate Qianlong to death. Dilemma. This dilemma, clearly obvious. However, no one sympathized with him, understood him. Everyone is scolding him. I in the eyes of the people is this? Qianlong was on the verge of crying. Why do you treat me like this? I'm not a cat, not a dog. I'm not this multitude. I am the emperor. Is a transcendent existence? What rewards? Send on send. Do not give on do not give. Fiddle with this one. But also let me scrimp and save. But also let me ensure that this kind of sun as much as possible to the people. Out of what kind of moth? How? I did not before this mountain. River, fishing, agriculture and forestry benefits to the people? I am very mean? I am learning the year Wanli emperor. Let everyone in the world hungry. Let him alone live a rich life or what? Why the people this way to me? Why? Qianlong into the bullseye. He was not thinking about whether the people had benefited or not. He was thinking about his position, his majesty, and the attitude of the people and Zhang Wei towards him. Therefore, he twisted. In other words, Qianlong was unwilling. Chapter 34, hundreds of people riot. Hundreds of officials forced the palace. Soon, because of Qianlong's silence, the comments and pop-ups began to come alive. Not only were there people talking about Qianlong, there were also people who began to greet Zhang Wei. Superior God, I am Liu Che, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. That Qianlong seems to be dead. It doesn't matter. The point is, I am asking, is it true that as long as one contributes to the video content? That is it true that as long as one is on the superior God's inventory, one will be able to receive a reward? I thought about it. This Qianlong 100 useless, is to live a long time, got a longevity of the most. I do not take this coincidence. Also do not want this useless most. Sealing the wolf Jushu, martial arts and cultural governance, all have a long time. I am confident that, with this can be one of the most, must be in the top 10 emperors of the list. I am thinking, if the God above's top 10 emperors don't have me, please add me to the list. In the video about me, I don't ask the God above to speak beautifully. I sincerely hope that the God above can comment on my life's merits and demerits. I'm not perfect, so I hope that the God above can take my pulse and look at the disease. I want to go up to the next level, and I also want to build up the blessings for the great Han. What Han Wudi said was already obvious. He wanted to get on the inventory. He wanted to take rewards. Lord God, I am Song Renzong, Zhao Ji. My empire just had the rising trend. However, the danger and threat never really disappear. Great song, always less something. I think this has nothing to do with me. This is my sin. I have read some history books. Compared with the emperors, Zhao Ji can be said to have little character, but I am absolutely restrained, absolutely open-minded, absolutely a benevolent ruler. Zhao Ji. I hope that the gods can scold me more. I hope that I can be among the top 10 emperors. The proceeds of the prizes, I will definitely be used for the people, for the great Song dynasty. As for the conditions, even if the supreme god wants me to die, I will do nothing. Han Wudi Song Renzong made a statement, and all the other emperors also made a statement, and they all wanted to go on the inventory to get the rewards as well. Everyone is positive, but also said, reward, do not have to live a long life, much less related to the emperor, as long as the blessing of the people. What is the request as long as the gods mentioned? They must be done. There is no reward for the statement are to the point that as long as there is a reward that is not enough to die. But this rightful Lord Qianlong still hasn't made a move until now. In the world where Zhang Wei was, Zhang Wei also sighed. Like this, Qianlong is this uncooperative, but the other emperor's reactions are okay. It's not a good start, but it's not bad either. Let's leave it at that. Soon after, Zhang Wei wrote a comment. Thank you all for your responses. It seems that Emperor Qianlong indeed doesn't like that reward too much. I'm going to apply to the platform to cancel this reward. At this moment, Qianlong looked at the mirror of the heavens and stared at the 4 words rice seed. Indeed, he was bored. The key was the attitude of the Qing people in these conditions that Zhang Wei, the supreme god in his eyes, put on him, which hurt him a lot. This condition is not difficult to do. I can eat a few meals less, eat a few dishes less. It's nothing. I just don't understand why the upper god especially take this out to say things. I just don't understand why the people are so let me chill. I'm not good? Am I bad? Am I profligate? I am like the Ming dynasty only that's so lazy and so ungenerous. Or for a woman to send the Jiangshan. I in the end where do not do well. I consider the divine right imperial power struggle is not the rightful right. This group of emperors, why do you want to behave like this? It seems that I am simply 10 evil. In the end, why? It is said that it is difficult to move an inch when one loses the way. Now, Qianlong is really feel the taste. Not to choose. Not to choose. I am known to my merits and faults. Change is. I want to use time to prove that I am just a little bit wrong. I only need to change a little bit. I want to use time to prove that I am the savior of the Qing dynasty. There is no God. Are the same. The Qing dynasty has me. Enough to be peaceful and happy. Your Majesty. Then you are not choosing? Jinzhong was surprised. Qianlong looked at the surprised Jinzhong and was also surprised. What? Jinzhong, do you think I'm changing my choice? No, no, no. Slave. Report. Soon. An urgent report reached Qianlong's ears. Emperor, it's bad. Something happened. What happened? So panicked. What kind of behavior? Your Majesty. Why did the emperor delay in agreeing to go to God and receive the reward? Qianlong's face turned green when he heard this. Nothing has happened yet. Even you, a small opinion watchdog, dare to use the name of God to press me. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Slave is not this meaning. Slave is not this meaning. Your Majesty. You'd better hurry up and choose. These unruly people are going to be chaotic. They're going to rebel. What do you mean? Holding a bunch of Zhu Tian mirror in his hand, this public opinion monitoring is panicked, almost threw the mirror to Qianlong's face. Emperor, take a look. Take a look. So many Zotian mirrors. How do you want me to look at them? Say, I daily monitor the dynamics of each place, mainly to see the people's heart. See if there is that take advantage of the opportunity to create chaos. There is no such thing as the former Prince Xu. Originally, at most, occasionally someone shouts that the day is not good to find the emperor to seek redress of grievances. This hearing is a lie. Under the rule of the emperor, how can there be a lack of food? This is not a matter of fact. But today, I take a look. It is really scary. Since the miracle manifestation, the emperor's video in the Qing dynasty spread all over the world. The video released that light. There are many people want to rebel. Said the emperor. You said. Say what? Say. I dare not say. Public opinion monitor prostrate on the ground. Qianlong listened to this public opinion monitor said so much. Public opinion monitor said to every day someone said not enough food. Qianlong automatic filter. Cannot hear the same. But to this someone said he. Qianlong's attention came. Say, I will not cure your crime. Those people said the emperor, you are a demon. Demon Toshing. Some years ago cannot see. Waiting for some time. This demon in your body to grow open. Began to hua chang. Sooner or later because of you is that, finished, unbridled, thunderous anger. This public opinion monitoring is also afraid. Go on. Yes, they said that the heavens sent the upper god down to take advantage of the fact that you have not really begun to hua ching before, authorized the people, replaced you, killed the emperor demon, correct the world. This kind of argument, different from place to place, but much the same. Moreover, each kind of royal demon argument, there are many people attached to it. We tried to control public opinion, but failed. The people don't care about it. Emperor, these are the videos. Take a look at it. Breathing heavily, looking at this one video, Qianlong was simply going to blow his lungs out. At the head here, it was mostly a setup, adding to Zhang Wei's comments on Qianlong in his videos, interpreting them maliciously, and finally concluding that if Qianlong did not die, there would be no peace in the Qing dynasty. The point is that many of the videos clung to Qianlong's failure to reply to Zhang Wei and his unwillingness to accept the reward, saying that Qianlong was unworthy. Watching the people from all over the world get agitated, Qianlong became even more angry. Is angry at the Qing dynasty's backbone of the ministers. They all arrived. Look at this group of courtiers. Qianlong bottom more. My people are really long feet, long arm each can. The Qing dynasty is the emperor alone. The people but are my lackeys. I'm good to them to give them food. Let them have clothes to wear. Which one starved him? This on the god, I see, is a big demon. Demagoguery. He deserves to die. Egu. Emperor, prudent speech which? A bunch of people heard what Qianlong said, all afraid. Emperor, you see, what to do. These people, Don't they just want to rebel? Rebel, then suppress. Your Majesty, think twice. Your Majesty, these people are obviously, these people are to rebel. But, Your Majesty should have made a decision earlier. To appease the people's heart is the main eat a few meals less. The requirements of the gods, endure. It is not impossible to do Qianlong froze. These people, they were all his inner circle It could be said that it was family, the most powerful people in the Qing dynasty. But these people, instead of working with him to exterminate the gods and shock the rebels, they advised him to endure. You are afraid? His Majesty, the foundation of the Qing dynasty, is the public opinion. The Qing dynasty road ahead, need God's guidance. You cannot violate the divine will. Your Majesty, if you insist on violating the will of God, I'm afraid I cannot agree. One minister took a stance, and the other ministers all agreed. The faces and eyes of the various ministers were filled with ambition and determination. Your Majesty, think twice. Your Majesty, think twice. Your Majesty, think twice, said three thoughts. The truth, this is forcing the palace. I do not agree. What can you do? Ministers, for the Jiangshan society, risking their lives to advise, there is no way back. For the Qing dynasty, ministers cannot help but ask the emperor, curb the temper, stabilize the national capital. Ministers are kneeling on the ground to ask Qianlong to endure. Look, Qianlong power, they are weak, but in reality, the situation of forcing the palace has become. Qianlong is not unable to see. His gang of blood relatives and friends, Abad, is to take him to quell the anger of the gods. Emperor to do now. Qianlong is indeed some passive. You guys? Chapter 35 The Emperor's Power Technique. Qianlong receives prize. Qianlong is still Qianlong, although he is selfish. He is good for nothing. He is sparse, he is selfish and arrogant. But he is still an emperor in the end. There are still some power techniques. Taking up the nearest cup and flinging it. Qianlong's face was like blue iron. What is the intention of this one of you demonic words? Being scolded like this, the ministers froze. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Jin Zhong, give me a pat on the back. Jin Zhong's entire body is now soft. Hundreds of officials forced the palace. Jin Zhong had only read about it in a small book before. Like now, the real experience. Jin Zhong or the first time. He was really scared. So scared that he was shivering all over. Shivering, Jin Zhong took out the mirror of the heavens. Your Majesty, it's ready. Good. You listen. I have seen since the upper god to give me reward, is bathing and dressing is ready to purify the heart and body to receive God's grace. The upper god is so kind. I thought that you all will be at home with me together. Meditate in order to receive God's grace. I do not want to, you and others, but such a mind is not pure. Presumptuous saying that people and God are not compatible. What is the intention? A sentence. To the 100 officials whole confused. You, don't disturb my purity. Now, the God has arrived. On behalf of the sky, on behalf of God to rule the people, rule the world. Later, the God and I, generally no different. How can I tolerate you such wanton lackeys to disturb the purity? Roll back, well prepared, don't slow down the God's grace. 100 officials listened and understood. Qianlong, this is to decently put up with this. Your Majesty, forgive me. Slave will go back now. Don't be in a hurry. Since the people of the world are in a hurry, should inform the people of all this, want them to be the same as me. Bathe and purify themselves. Wait for the upper god. Show the state of my Qing dynasty's upper kingdom. Show my Qing dynasty, the feeling of feeling. The video was recorded. The ministers were just about to leave when Qianlong called out. All the ministers, today's matter, I bear in mind. All the ministers and workers' heart, I have been well aware of. But I want to say a few words to you, to say a few words of self. God and I, not divided. You and so on. If you want a God and I constraints on the balance, it is better to self-understand as early as possible. All of you, good for yourself. A sentence, but the 100 officials to scare hard. Your Majesty, I have no such intention. Some officials want to explain. Qianlong, which give this opportunity? I still have to prepare to meet the gods. You guys go. By the way, who is in charge of the palace band today? Ask him to come to see me. Qianlong killing heart has appeared. The ministers, each silly like, drifting soul generally gone. They understand that today, they take advantage of the chaos to empty Qianlong's abacus. Finished, they, too, is almost over. Soon, Qianlong's public relations video shot in a hurry, sent out. It can be said that Qianlong's authority is the highest in the Qing dynasty. Once he sent out this video, the people of the Qing dynasty took a look at it, and all looked at each other. Yes, our emperor is now only how old? The gods said or after he is old. Even if his demon said is true, now the gods descended the decree. The emperor also want to change. This body of the demon should be dead. Just look at our emperor. This words, the demon, is suppressed. Not bad. We this Qianlong emperor, honestly, is the master of Kanxi selected? Yongzheng master set, master of Kanxi Yongzheng. This emperor do not have to say it. They chose, cannot be wrong. The emperor is now this sincere. I think, is that we are too anxious? Not bad, not bad, not bad. We still listen to the emperor. Hurry to bathe and purify, waiting for the grace of the gods. For a time, turn the tide. Have to say, Qianlong this crisis public relations is doing really good. Jinzhong, are they gone? Gone. Good. Said. Then have to do. Go. Command down. I want to bathe clean body. Then, Qianlong really bathe and change clothes. The whole process of anti-lock then sacrificing ancestors. Of course, come to this round of process. Qianlong is not dare to slack off. Hurriedly replied to Zhang Wei, the upper god. Qianlong must be purified and meditate. Only dare to come to receive this god-grade rice seeds. Only dare to take this benefit the people. Such as the benefit of the people of God. I daily dream wanna beg for. Now the upper god will be this thing to send. I, really thankful. God said conditions. I, must do, must be wide open the way of speech. Must according to God said accept the supervision of the people. And will also according to God commanded. Strengthen the authority to supervise. Will also be the mirror of the heavens will be utilized. Truly observe the people's livelihood. To do everything in detail. With these words, the emperors of the various historical parallel worlds were nauseated for a while. Soon, a wave of pop-ups came up. My gosh, Qianlong, you really want this is, you know why you can get this reward, because you are not a good emperor, because you are shameless, because you suck the blood of the people, you a blood-sucking emperor. You dare to say that the physical examination of the people's livelihood, you want to point the face don't? Qianlong, if you really so good, this longest living emperor you cannot be you understand. This reward you should not take. No, you don't deserve it. The pop-up screen floated, the comments flipped, and the people of the various historical worlds followed one by one to join in the fun. Looking at the remarks and the comments on the pop-up screen, Qianlong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But now, he has already pretended to this. Even if he doesn't want this divine rice seed that much, doesn't want to be that good of an emperor that much, but pretended to this. To pretend, then one must pretend to be true. God, I am misunderstood. I am not seen. This is normal. I only hope that God's eyes are bright and bright. Do not be affected by these people. Swallow sparrow peacefully know the will of the swan. Fish and shrimp peacefully know that I am the true dragon's heart. I want to do it to them to see. I guarantee that the seeds come. I will be sure to follow the words of the God. Personally supervise. Said to do it, Qianlong immediately sent a new video. Qing subjects, especially officials at all levels. This distribution of divine rice seeds. Whoever dares to break the taboo and make me lose face in front of the upper god, and in front of the emperors of all the realms in this world, you'll all be waiting for your heads to move, and the 9 clans to be linked together. And then, Qianlong arranged for the people in the palace to hold up the mirror of the heavens, all around, every place just so shoot, said to shoot to the miracle, forever as a souvenir. Zhang Wei's side to see Qianlong agreed to the conditions, I have to say, is considered an unexpected joy. This Qianlong, quite sincere. After clicking on this divine rice seed, he clicked send again. Having clicked send, Zhang Wei's side was not feeling anything, and at this moment, the gigantic heavenly historical mirror in all the other historical parallel worlds showed a vision, only to see that all heaven's history mirror 9 colorful light cohesion, and then, 9 colors suddenly dissipated into light points. This light points scattered, but not disappear. After some rolling, light points formed a huge pattern. Above the pattern, the energy field cohesion. All kinds of graphics gathered and scattered. Soon, the different geometric shapes began to rotate violently, combined, and formed a beam of light. The beam of light went straight to the sky. Looking at the enormous energy field on this huge dome, the people of the various historical worlds couldn't help but open their mouths and stare. Aside from the open mouths and glaring eyes and stretched arms, right now, everyone was frozen in place as they looked at this movement in the sky. It was really too shocking. Under the gazes of the crowd, some text patterns appeared in that energy field from time to time, and there were even more visions on the Great Qing's history of the heavens mirror. Other historical mirrors of the heavens are light flow, while the Qing's, in addition to the flow of light, the pattern on the energy field, fluttering between, actually is another condensed into another light, between the light cohesion, directly from the sky to the Qing's forbidden city, connected, in the eyes of the crowd. It was a new road that opened up on the energy field that went straight to the heavens, and this road went straight to the forbidden city. This, God, it's the God road, the God road. No, it's the God bridge, it's the God bridge. The Lord God is coming, the Lord God is coming. The people's eyes didn't know where to look. Suddenly a man shouted out, and the people all knelt down. It's the upper god coming. The upper god is coming. Inside the Forbidden City, everyone knelt down, while outside the Forbidden City, many people began to run towards the Forbidden City. All the people, no matter if they are far away from the Forbidden City or close to the Forbidden City, no matter if it is Hebei Qingda or that southwestern border, looking at this such a light, the people unconsciously ran a few more steps in the direction of the Forbidden City, not for anything else, just to be able to see some. In fact, in addition to the people of this imperial capital can see more truly, what other places can the people see truly? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, outside, outside. A bunch of people escorted Qianlong outside. As soon as he walked out to take a look, Qianlong also almost didn't stand still. That the dome of the sky above, a light, directly a huge beam of light through the sky, in which the text images, interplay, a look, it is known to be a miracle, and this unnameable huge beam of light on, even out of the other light, directly on the Forbidden City. God? Chapter 36 The Great Power of God. Qianlong convinced. 2 more steps forward. Qianlong no longer dared to walk, not even half a step forward. Kneel. Qianlong took the lead and knelt. Who would dare not to kneel? Greetings to the Supreme God. Soon, a voice rumbled by, and then, the light condensed into a channel gradually disappeared, and the dots of light that condensed into a channel dissipated and floated in the air, and then, the dots of energy gathered into an image. The image flipped, and gradually coalesced into a mirror of the history of the heavens again. The world, restored as usual, leaving only a bright heavenly historical mirror shining in the air. Outside the Forbidden City, many people looked at the world that had changed back, still lost in thought, with their mouths open. In the Forbidden City, the heads of all the people, from just kneeling down to now, has never lifted up. The emperor of the Qing dynasty, Qianlong, was the same. The spectacle in his eyes before had left nothing but awe and trepidation in the eyes of this unrivaled emperor. God's great power, God's great power. Just these 4 words, Qianlong was chanting back and forth. Perhaps originally, Qianlong still had some thoughts about Zhang Wei. Now, Qianlong had no thoughts at all. He did not dare to awe. Where is the Supreme God? No one responded. Where is the Supreme God? Qianlong, I am willing to be driven by the Supreme God, and I will obey the will of the God, and I will never dare to be half-hearted. After shouting several times, no one responded. Not to mention no one, not even the wind. Only after a long time did Qianlong raise his head. The vision was gone. It was as if nothing had happened. In front of him, there was only a box. Qianlong got up to go over, but everyone around him didn't even have the strength to stand up. Your Majesty, all get up. Qianlong ordered the men to carry the box over. Although the 2 generals who were ordered were not too daring. However, the imperial order is in front. Going may be death, not going must be death. Then still have to go. To the front, lift the box forward. Quite heavy. Open a look. The box is a small bottle. One bottle contains some seeds. This bottle? Looking at the sealed wide-mouth bottle, Qianlong can rare bad. Is this glaze? This is glaze. Look carefully again. Qianlong is in love. Do so smooth and transparent, immortal objects, really unusual which, here the head of the seed, well, a good fragrance. This is the divine rice seed. Look, unusual seed is not much difference. Qianlong looked at it for a while and carefully put the bottle down. All are not allowed to touch it again. Send this kind of seed to the Palace of Nourishing Heart. The seeds were sent to the Palace of Nourishing Heart. Qianlong looked at these seeds. It was a serious face. You guys retire first. I have to think about how to do the things that the gods have explained. Between words, Qianlong was already taking Zhang Wei, the upper god, as an absolute authority, guarding this kind of son. Qianlong but have no mind to think about things, eyes that are from time to time to look outside the big mirror. God's great power, God's great power. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. God's energy, no one can reach. I have to seize the opportunity. I am really ridiculous. How could I have the idea of going against God? Yes, I have to thank the gods. Soon, Qianlong spilled out in the comments, practically writing an essay. It probably meant that he was very thankful to the upper god or something like that. The emperors of the other historical worlds were all still out of their gods right now as well, because the visions scattered by that heavenly historical mirror were really vast and mysterious. It is really mind-blowing, calling people unforgettable. Great Ming, Hangu years. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the mirror of the heavens, his eyes darting to the sky from time to time. Empress, look. Qianlong took the things away. It is really hard to imagine. Qianlong got the prize in the end. What is the situation? Is the upper god personally sent to him, or how to send the upper god and how to go over? This Qianlong, the style of writing is magnificent. Is too much nonsense. How he did not say how the reward was delivered. All talk about words of gratitude, true or false. Soon, the platform's official message appeared. Prizes have been issued. Mr. Qianlong was granted a permission. Mr. Qianlong can send a platform-wide promotional video. Video content is limited to sharing prizes. The video platform-wide promotion time. 3 minutes. 3 minutes over. In addition to the Qing Dynasty Qianlong period, other historical parallel worlds, the video will be automatically taken off the shelves. Get this granted permission. Qianlong that is really in a good mood. This bunch of people, Qin Huang Han Wu, Tangzong Song Zhu, these people, they scolded me also scolded enough, but in the end only I saw the miracle. In the end, only I got this god. With this permission, I if not good gas them. Really sorry they scolded me. Come ah, just now that miracle. Are recorded? Recorded. Good, good very good. Recorded good. Give me in the divine rice seed a piece of co-picture. And so on, give me the book are posed. Although it is posing, but Qianlong that is really not red in the face. Soon, the video was pushed to the whole platform. Chapter 37, the first emperor to be disciplined by the supreme god. The emperors of the various worlds saw this video, and then looked at Qianlong's contentment in the video, that pretentiousness, and that showing off, all of them couldn't be bothered. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang looked at this smug Qianlong in the video, so angry that he almost dropped the mirror. This dog Qianlong, this does not let this Qianlong dog emperor took advantage of so. Miracle. Such a miracle. Such a miracle I also want to. I must be on this top 10 emperor's inventory. No, I will be able to go on this top 10 emperor's inventory. Great Tang, Chang'an. Li Longji looked at Qianlong in the video. The lychee in his hand suddenly did not smell good. I have what characteristics? I can account for a most what is it? I also want miracles. I also want divine things. I cannot even this little thing there are not. On God, your top 10 emperor's inventory. There must be Nia. The emperors from all walks of life looked on, all of them craving for it. Could they not be greedy? However, the heart gluttony, everyone does not say. To Qianlong this one video, the various historical parallel worlds of the emperor's mouth to Qianlong by no means spare. After a period of shelling, Qianlong was unharmed. The corner of the mouth of the smile, a little quite a lot, to be precise. The more Qianlong watched these people curse, the happier he was. Qianlong could see that these people were really red-eyed. Soon, in Qianlong's video, one of Qianlong's authors top, simply let the various emperors hate to bite their teeth. All of you, got the gods of the gods of the gods, since the encouragement, you do not rush, after all, and then rush, you should not be on the inventory, you still cannot. I have a mistake, but I have characteristics, you have it, if not, save it. Daming, Yunlai years, Judy's teeth are almost broken. Fast, non-stop hoof, give me fast. I have to find this Aizen Jaro genealogy. In the end this thing is whose seed. I get him. Great Song Dynasty, Qing Li year. Song Renzong looked at Qianlong this complacent looked at Qianlong this angry people don't want to die top, directly smashed the teapot. No imperial demeanor, simply blind. Such people, I am deeply ashamed. Emperors one by one. To say that the heart is not itchy, that is really false. Qianlong's video, permission time is up. Although the video other world's emperors are not able to see it, but this does not prevent Qianlong's heart from obtaining great satisfaction. Your Majesty, Jinzhong shouted outside. That voice was full of admiration for this Qianlong emperor of his. Jinzhong what is it? Your Majesty, good thing, come in and say. Jinzhong asked backwards to bring in the mirror of the heavens. Emperor you see, this is just now the people sent, are praising you. Qianlong took it over to have a look. Ooh, it's true. The Qing people's evaluation of him slowly climbed from the bottom. Our Qing emperor? It's right to say that he's the first person to be rewarded by the gods. Right, although he was named by the gods because he did a bad job. But, I'm sure our emperor will change. Yes, the emperor is not the previous emperors. That is the first to speak with the upper god. The first emperor to be admonished by the upper god. Looking at this scene, Qianlong was really confused, not knowing whether he should be happy or not. After a long time, Qianlong had a complicated expression and sort of squeezed out a little smile. Although the people's words are not good to listen to, but it's better than them having an opinion about me. If the God of gods wants me to change, I'll change it. After all, God's great power, not in vain. Qianlong's side really want to change, and the Qing folk, many people's mentality, also changed. Father, are you serious? You just wanted to fight against the Qing dynasty and restore the Ming dynasty with those heroes. How do you boast about the emperor again? Against the fart. You cannot see the gods do not want to change the emperor. I did not praise Qianlong. I just said, Qianlong by the god's admonition. He also want to change. This is not a bad thing. We rise up. We want a new emperor. If Qianlong can change, willing to bring us a good life, how can not? Father, do you believe him? The old man who was asked froze for a moment. I don't believe in Qianlong. I believe in the gods. The gods can send seeds. They can give him Qianlong to send down heavenly thunder. Do you understand? Raise your head 3 feet, there is God. Do you understand? The people of the Qing dynasty had hoped for their days and were each happy. And Emperor Qianlong, because of the great power of God that he was afraid of, also started to try to follow Zhang Wei's request and open up his speech widely. This time, a bloody storm in the Qing dynasty was inevitable. Chapter 38 Plate me the gods must plate me. It does not take long from Qianlong to send out the video of the wide open road of speech. The people of the Qing dynasty, that is layer by layer to the top. Qianlong how to deal with aside. The comment area, an official message. Let the people again and again boiled. The longest-lived Emperor Inventory video-related prizes issued work has been completed. Long-lived Emperor Inventory, temporarily come to an end. Next, the video producer, Mr. Zhang Wei, will decide the broadcast time for the next segment of the Emperor Inventory content. In Zhang Wei's rented house, Zhang Wei watched Qianlong's thousands of comments and assurances of faith. His brows furrowed. This Qianlong, can he do it? In case he can't get it right and something goes wrong. Isn't this a joke? Zhang Wei found the platform's customer service, which gave the following reply. The platform will always monitor the data during the Qianlong years of the Qing dynasty. Once the situation occurs, the platform will continue to follow up. If Qianlong has the intention to do everything right, there is a platform to cooperate. The rewards will surely be able to benefit the people. If Qianlong does not have the intention to do everything right, the platform will take back the rewards. Good. Zhang Wei had things that Zhang Wei was hung up on, and the emperors had the emperor's agitation. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Right now, Emperor Qin Shi Huang still hadn't come out of the shock that the miracle he had seen in his eyes had given him. Divine power like this. This is even more magnificent than that pavilion in the sky that I saw back then. In comparison, that pavilion is untouchable. And this great divine power, but it is real, truly subtle, a huge copper mirror, transformed into such a marvelous energy. Reorganization, that real power of the firmament. That's the power of the firmament, that passageway, connected to the divine realm, right? God realm. I can't imagine that I am in this life, really can encounter the miracle of God. These thousands of years of bronze mirror right in front of me. I also many parties to seek the immortal mountain. Superfluous. Qin Shi Huang was happy, but after being happy, Qin Shi Huang was suffering from a sense of loss. This top 10 emperors of the most, can have me? If there is no, what should I do? If there is, but the reward cannot have a practical role. How to do, such as that Qianlong, the gods are not happy with him. Give him in their own useless rice, this rice piece of the people, but cannot prolong the life of the people. In case what is given to me in time is also something like this. My life, won't it not be renewed? As he said these words, Qin Shi Huang looked up at the bronze mirror in the air with sincere eyes. God above, what I have been asking for all my life is longevity. Really not for myself, really not. For the sake of the people of Great Qin, for the sake of the countryside and the earth and grain, God above, you know everything. The Great Qin Empire, such as a baby in swaddling clothes, legs and feet and head, each with their own ideas, which in a person, is a disease, is a terminal disease, is ready to bleed. The world can no longer tolerate this kind of scourge. In my place, I will not allow. Those people of the 6 countries, short-sighted, actually think that a lifetime of merit and demerit, on the merit of the logging, in a city and a pool of gains and losses, really ridiculous. People, simply do not have the qualification of mutual merit. People, the need for unity, because people are weak. People, originally a family, outside the human race. Fairy gods and ghosts, the world strange, big unheard of. The human race is poor, life is short, but also easy to hurt. Do not unite in one place, to explore the way to go up, but is to attack each other. Really shapeless. God, I have the intention to make the world peace and unity, but suffering from no life. In that long-lived emperor's video, I already probably know. I have a short life, but if I die, Li Si, Fusu, all these people, do not understand my mind at all. Those people of the 6 kingdoms, is even more stupid. I don't kill them because they are the joints connecting the 6 countries with Great Qin. They have their mission, but they don't understand. They don't think about how to make the world truly unified. They want to break up the world that I've managed to lay down with great difficulty again. Ignorant. The northern border is ravaged by the foreigners. They turn a blind eye to it. They fight in their nests. When it comes to the northern border, that group of people in the north, that group of people in the West, they all have problems in their brains. So many problems, then I can't die even more. For the sake of the world, for the grand blueprint of my heart, I can't die. Qin Shi Huang's heart is indeed something that no one in the world can comprehend. The reason why he didn't kill the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms is because the blueprint in Qin Shi Huang's heart is not a city or a pool. Nor is it the world. It is also the world. It is the universe. Such a high level. Such a grand blueprint. Qin Shi Huang also understand. Not 100 years, a few hundred years. Don't think. But he understood more. The fragility of man. But only a few decades. So he thirsted for longevity. God, I want to live forever. Now it seems that God is my only hope for longevity. God, hear my heart's desire. Let me realize my prayers. Meanwhile, during the Hangwu years of the great Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang blinked his eyes. Sitting or standing, pacing back and forth, has been a long time. Cursing Qianlong, cursing is cursing. After cursing, it is still necessary to calm down. Whereas in the Qing dynasty, where that asshole Emperor Qianlong is concerned, this beam of light is too. This was enough to prove that if the upper god was willing, that beam of energy could go wherever he wanted. If the god wants to put rice seeds in that beam, he can put rice seeds in it. If the superior god wanted to install swords, then he could install swords. If the upper god wanted to mount calamities, then no one could hide from them. So magical, so subtle. Well, in the midst of all that subtlety, the upper god only gave that Qianlong rice seeds. Empress, you say, does the upper god have everything there? Empress Ma was on the side and couldn't help but nod her head. Just look at this visionary arcane. It must have everything. The upper god doesn't give him Qianlong's good things. We think it's right. But Empress, do you think if we really go on the inventory, do you think the upper god can give us any good things? Will it be the same as Qianlong's, and we won't get anything? Yuanzhang, you're drifting. What's wrong with you? That rice seed isn't good enough. If our Ming dynasty really got this, we'd still wake up laughing in our dreams. Looking at Empress Ma, Zhu Yuanzhang happy witch. Empress, we really not praise you, Empress. Really, we think, our life, with the history of all the emperors then, we can't compare to anything. Is our empress is good? They a bunch of warbling swallows, who can't compare to us. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes of pride, that is real. Okay you are not with this Qianlong, learn to float. If you float, you quickly give me down. The queen we are not this meaning, this rice seeds, indeed we want, but we think, the good things of the gods there, not just rice so simple the queen you say, that is the gods. This vision you also saw, the gods, should be omnipotent. Empress that Qianlong can get rice seeds, we, and you, we are which point is not as good as him, we must be able to get better, more to the welfare of the great Ming reward. Looking at the sky, looking at Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma also has a hopeful face. However, Yuanzhang, what if you can't get on the inventory at all? It won't happen. Our hearts are sincere, the gods can see it. Zhu Yuanzhang wanted a reward. Who wouldn't? Not to mention others. Let's talk about his son Zhu Di. At this moment, Zhu Di doesn't even send out his troops. He's just looking at it. Just standing there. Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Father? Zhu Gaoqi called out several times before Zhu Di slowed down. Crown Prince, did you see everything just now? Saw, father, all saw, that Qianlong's video. We also let people scold. You can rest assured, cannot let him comfortable. No, I am saying, if the next emperor is me, is your father me? Then, still used to send troops well, in case the gods and then reward a what the sky only have weapons and so on. Not to mention what the female Jinwala, this sea outside the sea, I want to where can be brought. Zhu Di's words, Zhu Gaoqi probably understand. Father, that still not go female true, in case if not you. This, wait, pretend to wait, also really wait, let the second first send people, secretly go, order the army, always on guard, secretly send additional troops, food and grass must be carefully supplied. I, issued an edict, say I've made contact with God, by order, in this waiting on God's teachings, other things, you know what to do. Also don't know later the emperor of the Ming dynasty speak that bad talk say half of the flavor is not what Zhu Di learned. Anyway, Zhu Gaoqi people listen to understand. Father, don't worry, my son understands, the gods come or not, all to help my Zhu family, an arm. Zhu Gaoqi went on an errand, waiting for Zhu Gaoqi no silhouette, Zhu Di dismissed the left and right, looking at the air copper mirror, actually shed tears. Supreme God, how I, Zhu Di, made the throne, you surely know, just by looking at your attitude towards the Qianlong. I know that you don't necessarily like me like that, but since you are a god, you must know one as well as the other. You must not let other people look at me like that. Say me, think of me, I, Zhu Di, to be honest, up to now, Also not used to call myself me. I grab the throne. I can't help but grab it. Let my nephew do. The Ming to play finished. I originally thought I came to do the Ming on the eternal solid, but now see, the Ming difficult which, if you do not like me, you do not look at me. You see the Ming how not easy. You let me on the inventory. You scold me unfilial. You let my father see. You let him also scold me unfilial. I admit, as long as I can go on the inventory, take the reward, whatever. I must prove that I am the emperor. I drive my nephew away. This decision, right, be sure to dish me out. Supreme God, be sure to dish me out. Chapter 39, Identical. Shu didn't want anything to do with the consequences of his father finding out that he had usurped the throne. Right now, the reward was most important. Various worlds, Han Wen Jing Wu Di, Tang and Song emperors of various dynasties, the 3 kingdoms, the 5 dynasties, the 10 kingdoms, Wei and Jin, emperors are all kinds of beg do not ask for anything else, just beg to be on the inventory. Although these people were eager in their hearts. In the comments section, everyone was silent. They were waiting for Zhang Wei. Finally, Zhang Wei spoke. This is the historical video account of the heavens, the second segment of the Emperor's inventory. Now starting, it was just like when the first video played. No, to be precise, everyone in all worlds was more focused than when the first video was played, more excited. After all, now they were the ones who had seen the true power of the miracle. The first time, in the hearts of the crowd, they watched in wonder. This time, in the hearts of the crowd, they were looking at the heavenly chances revealed by God. For a time, almost everyone in the Tang, Song, Qin, and Han dynasties, and all the parallel historical worlds, did nothing, sitting upright. They just stared at the mirror of the heavens in front of them. The first thing that appeared on the screen was a small piece of music. This piece of music was really different compared to Qianlong's piece of music before. Qianlong's music was resonant and surging. And this piece of music, how to listen to how to make people feel sadness. And then, in the sad music, the picture appeared. It was simply mountains and rivers shattered, grass and trees withered. In the picture, corpses and mountains of blood, fire plundered mercilessly. Truly, it deserves the word miserable. Following that, on this miserable picture, a line of blood-red characters appeared. The country is in ruins. The grass is deep in the spring. Tears in my eyes, birds in my heart. At this time, the music changed again, and the sound of dingo rose again. See the second paragraph of the top 10 emperors of the history of the heavens. Special note, the emperor on the list of this film. The reason for the list, simply because of a certain aspect of the emperor's ultimate. This film only to do interpretation of the inventory. Do not do specific rankings. The original creator, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's work is of the highest quality. The opening credits, which differ slightly from the beginning of the first segment, fade out. The scene changes again. Only a window is visible. Outside the window is dark. Inside the window is brightly lit. The shadow of a man's candle flickers on it. Looks like he's reading. See this candle shadow holding a pen. And know that this person is doing what copying annotations. He is the most sympathetic fallen king. In other words, he, indeed, deserves one's sympathy and is indeed pitiful. Seeing this, many of the emperor's people saw something. The most sympathetic fallen king? Great Tang, Chang'an. Li Shimin had just come out of his shock at the greatness of God's power and that sour feeling towards Qianlong, and hadn't slowed down for long. Now looking at this most sympathetic of emperors, Li Shimin had a look of indifference on his face. Those who die as kings are either hateful, demonic, or incompetent. These kinds, none of them deserve sympathy. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. What's there to sympathize with? If I didn't win back then, but lost, who would sympathize with me? Thinking back to that year, Li Shimin could not help but flash a trace of vicissitude in his eyes. The end of the Eastern Han dynasty. Looking at this most sympathetic of fallen kings, Cao Cao couldn't help but have his face sink. The most sympathetic fallen king is not His Majesty who wants me dead at all times. Is it? My ambition, Cao Cao, is to support the Han dynasty. With me, it is impossible for the Han dynasty to fall. Gentlemen say, is there any truth in what I say? The crowd looked at Cao Cao, all with complex expressions. Prime Minister Han is bent on supporting the Han, so naturally the Han realm will not fall. Yes, with the Prime Minister, the Han family is stable. How could it fall? This fallen king will definitely not be His Majesty. In addition, Prime Minister, my subordinates thought that His Majesty is always concerned about the Prime Minister's well-being. Those rumors that provoke the Prime Minister and His Majesty. The Prime Minister cannot be taken seriously. After staring at the one who spoke for several moments, Cao Cao laughed out loud. Not bad, I'm joking. His Majesty and I, a lifelong friendship. How could he want to harm me? Ha 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 ha, come, drink, and by the way a piece of this poor emperor, who in the end is he? Daming, the last generation of daming. Zhu Yujin was still reviewing the Zhang folds, he was not even looking at the mirror of the heavens. To be precise, there had been several waves of visions outside, and he had not found any of them. Like now, obviously now is the dawn of the Ming, but the sky is as bright as day. But Changzhen just did not find anything unusual, and in Changzhen next to guard the eunuch is standing straight, slightly lowered head in that sleep. To say that this sleep, that is really first class. Changzhen read the fold outside the palace. The palace did not sleep the night of the eunuchs and palace maidens found the vision. But there is a counting one. None of them dared to clamor. None of them dared to go to talk to Changzhen. Who dares to go? Zhu Yuchan day and night labor, has long set the rules. Non-military matters, do not bother him, or else you have to die. Thus, Zhu Yuzheng to now, is still bent on work. At the moment, the eunuch's on guard outside while on duty, while watching the video, looking at that candle shadow in the video, then taking that look in Zhu Yuzheng's direction. This eunuch almost fell to the ground. You, look at that. Look at what? The eunuch beside him responded in a low voice, afraid of disturbing Changzhen. Look, this is with the emperor. Does it look like? The eunuch on the side heard. So a comparison. Wicked. What do you mean like ah? This is exactly the same ah. Gosh, this next to the scene. This window on the pattern. In addition to this shadow because the outside day is too bright to see. Can only see a little blurred kind, but just look at it. Can see. This is exactly the same ah. This dead king. Chapter 40. Look at what you shouldn't and die. Shoo, you don't want to die? The two eunuchs' legs shivering, looking at not far away place all corners of the Changzhen emperor's personal guards and soldiers standing guard patrol, both with a face of pain. As soon as they were nervous, they were not careful, and the mirror of the heavens was directly stuck on the ground. Ouch, hey! The eunuch was heartbroken. Supreme God, don't blame me. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to offend the Supreme God. I really didn't mean to. One eunuch knelt down, and the other eunuch followed suit. Eguoi, you this sin is big. I also follow a piece of sin. This. The Supreme God spare your life. The Supreme God spare your life. The two of us have been suffering since we were small. The Supreme God, you must not be bothered with us. The Supreme God alas. The two people cried but did not dare to cry. Cece. Suddenly, what's going on outside? A sentence. The voice is not big, but it is full of majesty. Egu. Finished this is not. Two eunuchs more than tears. Your Majesty. Nothing is wrong. Your Majesty. It's the cat. The cat knocked over the slave's mirror of the heavens and ran away. Offended the emperor's purity. The slave is guilty. The slave should die. There was a creak. The door opened. The big eunuch who accompanied Changzhen in the house for the night watch came out and clunked at the two little eunuchs' two ear scrapes. A broken mirror can't even look good. I'll beat you to death. Master, this is not a broken mirror. You can't say that. Hearing this line of defense from the little eunuchs, the big eunuch almost didn't stare his eyes out. What's the matter? You also learned to talk back. You dog, for a broken mirror you dare to talk back to me. Without finishing a sentence, the big eunuch froze for a moment. This is dawn. This sleep fragrant AI. Egu. Bad. His Majesty this is another night did not sleep this is. You two things. How do not know to remind the emperor. Master, you look to the sky. Look. What to look at? Rarely said so. Subconsciously, the big eunuch still to the sky to look at a glance. This look was not good. Scary. In the sky, the sun had changed, just like a copper mirror. In addition, there is a moon. The moon is not bright, but can be seen. That is the moon. It's high up in the sky, and it's kind of dark. Looking down, a watery bright light. What's wrong with the sky? It's not right. Where did the divine mirror go? Master, that bright is the copper mirror. Now, is the sun of time, not the sky is bright. Is the copper mirror is bright. Also not so, is. Put what just happened as briefly as possible, and then give the heavenly mirror to the grand eunuch to take a look. The grand eunuch almost didn't soften on the ground. This is a divine object? Yes, master. The little eunuch gulped and pointed to the sky. Master, you just now? Was kneeling, was shouting in a small voice. The big eunuch looked at the two small eunuchs suddenly lowered their heads, took a few steps backward and knelt down. What is the use of you kneeling here? Kneel there, the divine mirror is there. Your Majesty. Emperor? The big eunuch turned around. Changzhen's eyes narrowed slightly, was staring at him. Egu. Emperor, forgive me. Slave is not out of order. Slave, emperor, you see the sky. You see, although Emperor Changzhen is a dead king, but in this deep palace, the majesty of Emperor Changzhen, that is very scary. After all, Chongjin single-handedly pouted the eunuch's ancestor Wei Zhongxian. Means of ruthlessness, eunuchs are afraid to the bone. Therefore, was Chongjin so look, the big eunuch simply lost his soul. Chongjin heard, slowly raised his head. This time, Chongjin also froze. Divine mirror, bright? What hour is it now? Your Majesty, it's the Z hour. Z hour, miracle, manifested. What time is this? Chongjin asked in the tone of voice, a few small eunuchs listening, only to feel a chill down the spine. Back to the Emperor, is 4 hours ago, but this divine mirror, is the night also see bright light? Your Majesty, it is so. Put things back and forth again. Chongjin probably understand. Such an important thing, why only now? Your Majesty forgive me. His Majesty expressly ordered that once the Emperor returned to the palace from the former dynasty, all things, unless the military affairs, otherwise, all are not allowed to disturb the Emperor. Stupid thing, the upper god manifestation. Such a movement, is not more important than the military affairs. You guys, go and get the punishment by yourselves. You also go. Nu-ah, thank the Emperor not to kill the grace. Thank the Emperor not to kill the grace. The eunuchs were pitiful and went away. Until a place where there weren't many generals patrolling, the two little eunuchs hurriedly pulled their master's hand. Master, I want to go home. Master, I also want to go home. The big eunuch looked at these two disciples and directly went up to give one person a kick. Useless thing. No talent. Just being scolded by two. Let the Emperor punish twice. Can't stand it. When did you raise this petulance? No, master. No. You see this. The two little eunuchs pointed to the picture in the video to show the big eunuch. That was in a hurry. You see, this is the Emperor. How dare you? What did I teach you guys? The big eunuch panicked. Although he chastised the two little eunuchs, he, himself, had a hard time holding back the panic. This. What is this? Who made this? Who shot this? Master, it's God. The little eunuch pointed to the upper sky again. The big eunuch took a look and was really confused. The upper god knows the front and back. The dead country. No, this didn't see the face. This is not. This window pattern is right. The whole looks like it, but, who can say that this is? Can you? The big eunuch asked and cried. The two little eunuchs were directly kneeling on the ground. Master, I want to go home. When the time comes to really let us say right. Stay here, that is not a death. Go out. Maybe there is a way of life, master. I want to go home. Three eunuchs so sad. Not to mention, only said Chongjin Emperor returned to the temple, the first time to rummage to find his own mirror of the heavens. Divine object? This thing was thought to be nothing more than a waste of time. Unexpectedly, it is actually a divine object. Open the mirror of the heavens, Chongjin Emperor, and strolled to the door. Originally, he wanted to first take a look at the first inventory video that made a few eunuchs say that it was divine. However, a few large words, which could be said to have knotted up and grabbed Chongjin's eyeballs. The dead king. The most sympathetic fallen king? Chongjin's face suddenly sank. Involuntarily, Chongjin clicked the video of this fallen king open. Looking at the mountains and rivers shattered, fire swept thousands of miles, Chongjin covered his heart with his hand. His eyes were red, and then wait to see the candle shadow. Chongjin ghost, to look behind. Poof. Chongjin directly is sprayed a mouthful of blood. Is it me? No, it can't be. Chongjin was very spellbound. From the real mastery of power sense, Chongjin every day is also 1 or 2 hours of rest. The rest of the time, a little fork in the road. All work. Why did he work so hard? Because damning rotten almost. To make up. To internal governance worry. External defense. The key, Chongjin is very clear. Damning gas number will be close. If you can give Daming a breath before this nearly gas, Daming may be able to hold out. Therefore, Chongjin is desperately dry. Is hoping to make up for the wasted time back? Is to hope that in the Ming dynasty is about to collapse by the external forces before the collapse, by the internal rot before the compost, the Ming a little bit to save back. In other words, Zhu Yujian had always had a big stone in his heart. He knew from the very beginning of his reign that he would probably be the emperor who would bring the end of Ming. Before the Hangu Yongla praised by the world, after the Wanli first class spurned, he has seen the good and the bad. He is not willing to top the hat of this dead country. He was afraid, so he did not want to work. But now, he was confused. Chongjin is not stupid. In other words, he is very smart. Smart enough that he could destroy Wei Zhongxian in a small way. Smart enough that he understood in time that all the contents of this account called the history of the heavens were heavenly chances. It can even be said that it is the fixed number. Smart enough that he merely saw this, and was convinced. This dead king, is him. Zhu Yujian strongly braced himself. Zhu Yuzheng dismissed the soldiers who rushed over to the personal guards, and was about to walk into the door. Suddenly, Emperor Chongjin put a foot that had already stepped into the door back. Taking a few steps backwards, Chongjin walked to a stone slab and stepped on it twice. Those three just now. It is standing in this seat. What wildcat knocked over the mirror? Clearly look at what should not look at. To hell with it. He also understand. Looked at what should not look at. Understand what should not understand. You have to die. Talking to himself for a while. Chongjin, that face, cloudy to eat people. Come to people. Emperor Chongjin, this shout. A personal guard came over. Go, catch back those three who just received punishment. Chapter 41. Is it? Should I be blamed for being too good? In addition, today, came to this palace. Within 4 hours came. All arrested. You, according to the rules on duty. Did anyone bring the mirror of the heavens? Your Majesty. No, we are all your personal guards. What you command, we must do. But Your Majesty, this vision, I'm afraid everyone has seen it. Not the matter of the vision. In addition to this, and then with these three close to, fellow countrymen and so on, contemporaries and so on, are arrested. First under the prison. I want to ask questions. In addition to the personal guards, everyone, no longer allowed to enter this hall. Yes, Emperor Chongjin, heart as fine as hair. After ordering everything, Chongjin subconsciously to enter the hall. 1 foot stepped in, 1 foot he came out again. Move the car. Chongjin deliberately changed a hall. A hall with his before this hall is very different. And then, Chongjin with heavy guards outside the temple, but also does not allow anyone to come in. Do all the preparations. Chongjin took out the mirror of the heavens. I believe that everything is still safe. If everything is fixed, let me know in advance of this fixed. I can change from it. I must be able to change from it. In the mirror of the heavens, the video had proceeded to the introductory session. Most of the fallen kings, from history, are that, either too amoral, let the people revolt, or too incompetent, too weak, let the people make the country fall apart and still unable to fight back, let the people pinch and be eaten up. He, neither amoral, nor incompetent, and even less weak. On the contrary, he is diligent, don't want to die of diligence. Before the video mentioned Chai Rong, has been considered desperate, but it can be said that then Chai Rong also spelled. In addition, he has the way, very much, on thrift, he did, not many people compare. It can be said that such an emperor, a good emperor, because he was a good emperor, or rather, he tried hard to be a good emperor, so, from his starting point, from his heart, he deserves sympathy, whereas a good and successful emperor would not be worthy of sympathy, but only of praise. He, instead of being worthy of praise, is only worthy of sympathy, because he is a failure. This failure cannot be said to have been a failure, but from the point of view of his imperial career, it can be said that he basically meets the evaluation of almost failure. Chongjin was here at the moment watching the video, listening to the evaluation that did not say his name, but only his name. Chongjin shed tears. He is even more certain that the emperor spoken of in this video is him. Zhu Yuchan. I almost failed. I exterminate the castrate party. Extermination is not good? God. You, me, am I wrong? The castrate party is not extinguished. How can Daming save itself? Watching the video, Chongjin Emperor is to see a sentence, then carefully back and forth to think about their own right and wrong. Watching a sentence, he was mouth to honor God, muttering. At this time, the emperors of other worlds look at this inventory of a dead king. The reaction is divided into two kinds. 1. Is Li Shimen this kind of extremely confident emperor, such as Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu Di? They felt that the fallen king in them simply did not match in temperament. Great Qin, Xianyang Palace. Qin Shi Huang looked at this inventory and first sighed. Oops, this video, not me. Which, the top 10 emperors have been 2 in the past. On God, how do you not inventory that great and tall and excellent? The last bull Shenlong is a cocky waist too small cute. This is not to see also know as a waist. How all let the waist get reward is it? Should blame me too excellent? A sigh. Qin Shi Huang took a sip of spirits. I am in the words of the gods in the fate of the early death, but I will never be the king of the dead country. In addition, my great Qin, although look at the words of the gods, look at the video of the gods, sooner or later, great Qin will die, but, my great Qin base, at least 1,000 years, too far back, I do not care. In short, my children and grandchildren are unharmed is, the king of the dead country, to let me know which one of the things that win the surname died my great Qin, although I have been his old ancestor, as long as my spirit is still there, I'm the same as beating him to death. Useless thing, how did you teach him to beat his father? Look at me, I taught Fu Su, how good, great Han, Emperor Wu of Han stared at the video and burst into laughter. In the laughter was undisguised contempt. The king of the fallen country. What a disgrace. The key this emperor disgraced to the 10,000 worlds. Humph. Some people fragrance for 10,000 years. Some people stink for 10,000 years. Wait until I go on the inventory. I believe that the word given to me by the gods must be the greatest, the most worthy of singing the praises of the emperor. Humph. The most deserving of sympathy for the fallen king. Disgraceful. I see. This emperor, simply do not dare to venture. Too humiliating this. And the other kind, is other emperors. They didn't have such a big heart as Qin Huang and Han Wu, and they weren't that confident, not that domineering. They, all of them, hadn't figured out who this fallen king was. So, the reaction of each of them, I can't help but say, was a bit over the top. Chapter 42, The Great Song Cannot Die. Great Ming, Han Wu years. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the introduction of this fallen king, that could not sit still at all. Empress, this dead king, it won't be our Zhu Yuanzhang, right? What are you talking about? Scaring yourself? No, not scaring myself. Empress, this thing, not right. Zhu Yuanzhang said more and more vigorously. Is more and more vigorously. Let's think about it. Is there anything we haven't thought of? Let's do some math. No, where is our little note? Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang looking for things all over the room. Empress Ma was a bit uncomfortable. Yuanzhang, you're not wondering what else you haven't thought of. You're wondering what other people you haven't killed, are you? When Empress Ma said this, the atmosphere between the two was not good. Empress, what do you mean by this? Zhu Yuanzhang, listen carefully, you've killed enough people. You can't kill anymore. When did we say we're going to kill? What we said is that we need to think about what else we haven't thought of. Dropping this sentence, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't talk to Empress Ma, he just searched. After looking around, he couldn't find anything. This is not right. Note on these people this? Empress Ma sniffed, even more unhappy. Of course it is not right. The note you think deserved to die has long been letting people name cancel the note. The rest, there is no movement. The emperor, you for the sake of the great Ming forever. The idea of thinking about it, the kill. You still have what do not feel at ease? Our empress, we have just complimented you, smart to compliment you. Look at you, confused. Ming in our hands, we can hold, but the standard cannot hold. Even if the standard can hold, he can hold how long? Look at him a day. Sickly, you say what if, when the time Yun can hold it? We are not afraid that we are a dead king. We Zhu Yuanzhang is the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. With us, everything is not afraid, but we are not here. We have to think about it more? Empress Ma looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. She could no longer suppress the fire in her heart. Shu Changba, why are you always like this? Hard-hearted. I don't want to care about you. Don't talk to me either. This thing got so out of hand that Zhu Yuanzhang was really confused. Empress, what are you doing? Do what? Listen to what you say. Just now you said that you are worried about the early death of Biaoer. You are worried about Biaoer's afterlife. I understand you. I won't say anything about you. But you are too much. You are hanging Biaoer to die early on your lips every day. You don't only say it in front of me, but you say it in front of other people. And you also say it in front of Biaoer. You always say that Biaoer looks at the body is not good. He is not good. More critical. He is not in a good mood. He suffocates. Do you understand? This output of Empress Ma. Zhu Yuanzhang really almost didn't catch it. Empress, you this mean that Biaoer is letting us be angry? Why not? You everywhere pressure him, everywhere say he is not good. He this prince, suffocated to death. You still have nothing to do as to think about the things behind him. You say, you are so right? Zhu Yuanzhang was stubborn. What he wants to do, how can it be changed by others saying a few words? Empress, we know Biaoer. He won't. He's just not in good health. We're doing all that for his own good. Biaoer knows that we're thinking about Biaoer's afterlife. We're also doing it for his own good. For the sake of Daming, he'll understand that too. You, Empress, you don't like to hear. We will say less. But, this Ming before and after. We can think of the risk. We have to go to block. You don't interrupt. We still have to think about it. Just now that young La Emperor Zhu Di's name. We are wrong or not wrong? Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang mention Zhu Di again, Empress Ma really couldn't bear it. Shu Changba, from the time you became emperor until now, how many people you have killed? How many should be killed? I can't say I understand. What? Killed almost? No more to kill. Want to hit your own child's idea? You also do not say anything else. Do not say what Dai Zi Biaoer. Just say me. I'm the empress. Is the biggest hidden danger of the Ming? Perhaps. I am the biggest risk of the end of the Ming dynasty. Kill me, lest you die than me first. I then dry the political. Empress Ma was speaking in anger, but when Zhu Yuanzhang heard it, he actually had a few more killing chances in his eyes. although this killing chance was only for a moment. But it was indeed a killing chance. Empress, you clearly promised us that you wouldn't say angry words that shouldn't be said. Why? I have said, I am a hidden danger. Emperor, you hurry to write me on the note. In addition to me this Ming's demise of the hidden danger. You will have a quiet heart. Kill all the people of the Ming. You are not afraid. Gas ah. Zhu Yuanzhang how not angry. In the entire Ming, who dares to talk to him like this? Empress, we are tired. No, we are not tired. We have something to do. We are leaving first. Zhu Yuanzhang whisked his sleeves away, still chanting under his breath. This dead king must not be our Zhu surname descendants. Must not. Thanks to our early Zhubiao set down the rules. The king died of the gods of earth and grain, the son of heaven to guard the country door. If certain Zhu family must be out of the dead king, the country is dead. The king must be the first country and die. In this way, even if it is a dead king, it is not shameful. Zhu Yuanzhang did not know. He passed down this sentence. Can be said to indirectly lead to the end of Chongzhen. Great Song dynasty, Qingli years. Song Renzong looked at this fallen king, or the most sympathetic fallen king. That is really difficult. The dead king, worthy of sympathy. That shows that this emperor is still doing well. The emperor is doing well, or extinguished the country. I think it is the cause of foreign trouble. External trouble. It is difficult to say that I am, my great Song, the biggest hidden trouble. There are two. One is the north of the trouble. One is the domestic redundancy of the old government. I have been diligent from morning to night, and restraint. I'm not bad, but if you count these two hidden trouble, if I extinguished the country, perhaps, I'm an emperor worthy of sympathy. I think about it, the most worthy of sympathy, the most worthy. Think and think, scare yourself, must be one at a time. Song Renzong Zhaoji thought, face more sad. My new policy can be said to open a good atmosphere. Redundancy solved a lot. This is a good thing. I let the great Song have a chance of life. There is a strong possibility. However, in this case the country is destroyed, but it happens to be more sympathetic. Throughout the past history, I think, the Han dynasty destroyed the country. Monarch Lu Xie destroyed the country. The dead king is not false. However, the world commented on Lu Xie, more to flirt with Shan Yanggong, who sympathized with him. There is the Qin second Hu He, the third son of the baby. The two of him, said who destroyed the country are the same. The two, Hu He shameful and hateful, the son of the baby, back to the sky. What is a pity? Song Renzong Zhaoji familiar with reading history books. Not much later on the various dynasties and generations of the deceased monarch's disc once again. After the disc, Zhaoji is even more afraid. So it seems, in the past, the dead king, or incompetent, or hateful, none of them are worthy of sympathy. Perhaps, this dead king, is me? If so, where in the end I do not do a good job, or that the foreign trouble is too heavy, the Song dynasty is unable to defend against it? No, this cannot. I am not willing to do this dead king. If it is really me, is not exactly should be the queen that I still shallow, is not exactly should be the world that those old pedants said that I am not as good as the first emperor said. Come on people, declared Han Qi. Ouyang Xiao, declared to come. Great Song cannot die. Chapter 43, my son's heart has been bitter all these years. If this fallen king is really me, as long as it's not a moment or three when I'm about to fall, then I can rely on what the Supreme God said and find a way to save it. In many historical parallel worlds, the emperors of various dynasties, especially those where the country was not too stable and there were quite a lot of internal and external troubles, the emperors who were still a little bit responsible, a little bit self-aware, and knew to live in peace and think of danger, were afraid. After all, these emperors have an okay opinion of themselves. All feel that they are worthy of the words worthy of sympathy, but also all feel that their own court does flounder. The most crucial thing was that everyone didn't want to be that fallen emperor. The less they wanted, the more concerned they were. The more concerned, the more they took it upon themselves. For a time, in various historical parallel worlds, in addition to Zhu Yujian, the rightful owner, who was sitting upright, intending to find a solution from the video, many emperors were also in the same frame of mind. In the uncharacteristic readiness of these emperors, the video continued. There are still redeeming features in his near failure. For example, he managed to orchestrate a power grab. Li Shimen sat up with a brush. Seizing power? There aren't many power grabs in this history. This? No, it won't be me. My kingdom, solid, very solid, not me, must not be me. The words are so, but Li Shimen, still afraid although I seize power, but I am civil and military. All good, my rivers and mountains, Who dares to die? If there really is, who is it? Who is it? Li Shimin came to his senses. When he looked at it just now, there was a pang of indifference, because he felt that this fallen king could neither be him nor his Li family descendant, because his great Tang was so bullish. But now, spare him Li Shimin. He also panicked. At this time, De Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang separated from Empress Ma, and in his hand, he did not forget to carry the mirror of the heavens to see. As he was walking, Zhu Yuanzhang encountered Zhu Biao. Looking at his eldest son, Zhu Yuanzhang was very serious. Biao, at this hour, why are you running around? On the opposite side, when Zhu Biao saw Zhu Yuanzhang, the luster in his eyes was mostly missing. There was a depressed look on his face. Father Emperor, Bill, why do you look sickly every day? Your mother said that we are the ones who made you angry. We made you angry like this. Tell me, is that what happened? Father, no, it's my son's health that's not good. Zhu Biao said on his lips that it is not. Whether it is or not, only he himself knows. Where are you going? This is. My son is seeing the latest video of the dead king. My son thought that there must be many ways to rule the country here. So I want to go to my mother and ask her for some guidance. No need to look for your mother. Let's watch it with you. Just in time. We want to tell you something. Father, this? Father is busy. I dare not disturb you. This is not dare to disturb. That is simply do not want to watch with Zhu Yuanzhang. But Zhu Yuanzhang just can't see his eldest son Zhu Biao's resistance to him. Hey, what we want to say to you, is to want you to watch this video, study well. In addition, we want to say to you again, we Zhu family people, the Ming opened the country, that will have to be responsible for the standard you remember. The king died of the gods of earth and grain, the son of heaven to guard the country door. This, to do our Zhu family group training, you want to pass it down from one generation to another. Do you understand? Yes, father, or not to bother father, son or go to find mother. Bill, don't bother your mother. She is angry. Go, follow us. Zhu Biao had a difficult face, but this difficult face, in Zhu Yuanzhang's view, is that his son is not in good health. Let's tell you, you must take care of your body. As he was walking, Zhu Yuanzhang Zhu Biao's father and son saw these words. For example, he successfully planned a power grab. Seize power? Zhu Yuanzhang stopped walking, glancing at Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao's face didn't change much. Staring hard at Zhu Biao's face for a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang quickly averted the sharp, suspicion-filled eyes as Zhu Biao looked at him. Father, why aren't you leaving? Oh, no, we're suddenly a bit hungry. Oh, then Father Emperor, why don't you go have your meal? How Zhu Bei hoped that Zhu Yuanzhang would go and have his meal. However, Zhu Yuanzhang does not go. No need. Biao, you said that this fallen king, how strange. He seized power. That means he is somewhat capable. Capable? How is he still a fallen king? Is it that this emperor who seized power used extremely despicable means? The one who was seized power had no defense at all against this fallen king who seized power. So an incapable person who took the throne through despicable means, who thought he was good, but in fact he was not, and could not rule the country very well at all. And so the country perished? Zhu Yuanzhang has something in his words, but people's heart is clear in Zhu Bei. People don't hear it. Father, my son thought, no, if this person is so seize power, then this kind of person, why is it worth sympathizing with? The above mythological language, word by word, if according to what father said, that the king who was seized power, it should be a vicious and incompetent and dim person, throughout history, which has this kind of king? Looking at Zhu Bei, Zhu Yuanzhang spared a deep thought. He nodded. Not bad, although what the god of the gods said, is not necessarily what happened before the great Ming. However, what you said is good. The word worthy of sympathy, deserves to be looked into. However, this sympathy, maybe it is because this fallen king has been suppressed for too long. Maybe, that emperor who was seized of power, did not do what should not be done. As this sentence was said, a kind of introspection flowed from Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Bill, just now the empress said something to us. We just didn't take it seriously. Now think about it. Bill, we, Zhu Yuanzhang want to say still, Zhu Biao but did not find Zhu Yuanzhang's different. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang he is guessing whether Zhu Biao will be the monarch who died after the seizure of power. What Zhu Yuanzhang is thinking is, will he really press Zhu Biao press too much? To the point that this benevolent son had to rebel to seize power. Zhu Biao did not know what Zhu Yuanzhang was thinking. Now, after listening to Zhu Yuanzhang's analysis, Zhu Biao has a lot more luster in his eyes. It was really, eager to try, nothing else, just because Zhu Bei decided that this time, Zhu Yuanzhang's thinking, wrong, and he, Zhu Bei, can finally prove himself. Father, let's not talk about the mother's affairs. First say this dead king. In fact, the son of the minister has already had a guess. This dead king, by no means father said that. The son of the minister thought, this dead king should be Ziying. Ziying? That Qin third soning? Not bad. My son thought that this word seize power was about Ziying, who later killed Zhao Gao and reclaimed the power of Qin. This seizing of power is not seizing power from the emperor, but seizing power back from the hands of an evil person. Father, think about it. Generally dynasties that are seized by treacherous ministers will quickly corrupt and fester. And this is exactly the cause of the downfall of the country. That Ziying was not able to seize back power with great difficulty, but he was unable to return to the heavens. Wouldn't he be worthy of sympathy? That Zhao Gao messed up the court, made Qin into a mess, designed Hu Hai to kill Qin's bloodline, resulting in Ziying having no brothers to help him, no uncles to support him, no available ministers, no adjustable generals, and an empty heart for protecting the country. But useless. Is it not worth sympathizing with? Looking at Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang looked relieved. Comfort from the heart. Bill, good, good, clear and quick thinking, good. When you say it like this, when we hear it, it makes some sense. Thank you, father, for the compliment. Being praised by Zhu Yuanzhang in a knot, Zhu Bei is really happy. Right, father, what did you want to say just now? Nothing, we forgot. Hey, Biaoer, good, we think, our Biaoer. A lot of things can be decided on their own. Biaoer, in the future, there are some things, do not need to get my approval, you decide yourself. Father, you? Zhu Bei didn't expect that his father emperor could actually say these words. Father emperor, you heard correctly. In fact, Biaoer, a lot of things, we are not letting you decide. It's that we are not assured, but your mother is right. We should let go. Father, Zhu Bei cried. He cried a lot. All these years, he did let Zhu Yuanzhang pressurize him to the point where he couldn't breathe. Unexpectedly, today, his father emperor had made this kind of decision. So much so that for a moment, Zhu Bei lost his temper a bit. Father, these years, my son has been suffering in his heart. His heart is suffering. Chapter 44, you guys are making me embarrassed. On this side, Zhu Biao Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son unraveled their lumps, while on the other side, Zhao Guangyi, the god of the sorghum river car of the great Song dynasty, looked at the video and his soul was scared out of his wits. Seize power? The dead king. Seizing power. The dead king. Zhao Guangyi candles and axes and seizes his brother's kingdom. This thing, he heart clear mirror. Originally, this emperor did quite well, except that there are always people who jump out to say that he Zhao Guangyi is shameless. Other things are quite good. After all, Zhao Guangyi is also considered a ruthless person. After all, he chose to solve his brother as the emperor at that time. This is the person who has long put the face sheds. Such a person, but let people curse twice. Tolerated. The key, Zhao Guangyi self-confessed, he is better than his brother. Therefore, since succeeding the throne for a year, Zhao Guangyi is to strong dry king self-criticism, and has been doing so. Everything wasn't that good, because there were quite a lot of people who didn't believe in him, but it was okay. He carried it off, and had faith in the future. But now, the confidence was gone. In Zhang Wei's video, the description of the fallen king, the more Zhao Guangyi looked at him, the more he looked like him. The more you look at him, the more he looks like him. When it came to this matter of seizing power, Zhao Guangyi just couldn't take it anymore. Lord God, this must not be me. Must not be me. No, how could I lose my country? How could I lose my country? I won't. It's not me. It's not me. But, the upper god's heavenly eyes. The upper god knows before and after. And I did do that, said half, and no one blocked his mouth. But Zhao Guangyi still did not say the sentence out. Losing the country. How can I lose the country? Will not. Zhao Guangyi was here for a while being him for a while not being him, and was going crazy. If it is really me, I am not going to be the world generation shame. The upper god this video said if it is really me, I kill my brother to seize the power of the matter. I will also perish the country. This is not let people scold me incompetent also shameless. Upper god, if it's really me, you can't just tell me what I've done. I can explain it to you. Zhao Guangyi cried. He was afraid. The key, what he did, that was really enough for him to die by 1,000 cuts. Could he not be afraid? At this time, during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di is also watching the video, and also saw the place of power grabbing. At this moment, Zhu Di had a gloomy face, and beside Zhu Di, several sons, each with a tense expression. Father, don't think too much. Yes, father. This is definitely not talking about you. Elder, who said this is father? Can you speak? Can't speak, don't say. Yes. Father, big brother scolded me rightly. I can't speak. Father, this is definitely not you. How could you be the king of the fallen country? After the second oldest finished the sentence, he subconsciously glanced at the oldest brother, Zhu Gaoqi, and the whole person froze there. Silly. Taking a closer look, the expression on the second oldest's face right now was almost exactly the same as his father, Zhu Di. In that expression, there was self-blame, hatred, disdain, and fear. Of course, more than anything else in that expression was unwillingness. Hey, second brother, what's wrong with you? When the oldest asked this, Zhu Gaoqi glanced toward Zhu Gaoxiu. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he too fell silent. Big brother, what's wrong with you again? Looking at this face of Zhu Gaoqi, on Zhu Gaoxiu's face, was puzzlement. It was contemplation. The three people, their expressions were each wonderful. The oldest three was looking directly confused. Big brother, second brother, father, you guys are making me embarrassed. How come it seems like I'm the only one who doesn't have anything in my head? How is this? See what? Big brother, second brother, this seizure of power, this death of the country. The father is difficult to worry about even if, although this cannot be the father, but the father worried. There is a certain reason. You too, what do you mean? The second brother, you did not duo. Chapter 45. The second brother and did not seize. More. How many worrying things. A seizure of power was only pronounced with a do sound, and Lao San's expression was wonderful. Second brother you? The oldest brother spared a glance at the second, flabbergasted there again. This time, the contemplation and incomprehension on the oldest brother's face increased. Oldest, what did you just say? Shu still had that complex expression on his face. Asking this one sentence, Zhu Di didn't bring any emotions with him either. But when Lao San heard this question from Zhu Di, he was directly kneeling down. Your Majesty, the son is saying, the second brother and did not take. More, how much worry, what good mood he has complicated. Raised his head and looked at the second. Zhu Di also did not let the oldest three get up. The oldest two, how do you, as if with me a mood? What, are you afraid, that you'll take over the oldest circle and then perish? Father, no. The oldest two also knelt, looking at the two kneeling, Zhu Di's face, still no expression. Turning his head to look at his eldest son, Zhu Gaoqi, only then did Zhu Di's face have some smile on it. Boss, look at you like this, you are fully prepared. This throne seems, you have long held steady? Zhu Gaoqi's reaction compared to his two words, it was much more composed and atmospheric, although, as he knelt down, he still had a pensive and puzzled look on his face. Dad, the throne is your, I am the crown prince, is also your set, you say change on change, besides, you are not also said well, I am the crown prince, do not know when it is gone, but it does not matter, because the second body is good, and, I often listen to the second, you said to him do not know how many times, hey, forget it, a sentence forget it, can be considered to show Zhu Gaoqi's superiority. No, you say, what did I say to Lao Er? And, when did I say that you don't know when it's gone? Glancing at Lao Er, Zhu Gaoqi's expression at this moment, was no longer as casual as before. In his contemplation and disbelief, there was one more thing, that was an imperceptible determination. Father, the oldest two often tell me, you said, I, the crown prince, is not as good as him, you see, the throne is not at all okay with me, what do I have to keep or not? When Zhu Di heard this, he almost didn't stare Lao Er's brains out. Lao Er, when did I tell you that the crown prince is inferior to you? Father, you didn't say that. You, hey, forget it, Daming might be gone in my hands Daming is shaky, you guys don't think about how to keep Daming well, you still think about fighting. Can Daming withstand this? Lao Er, is your brain broken? In the last sentence, Zhu Di's voice raised at least 8 degrees. This could scare the oldest two to death. All of you go down. Boss, you stay. Zhu Di didn't do anything to Zhu Gaoxiu. He just scolded him and then let him go. When he was still in front of Zhu Di's eyes, Zhu Gaoxiu had a scared look on his face. When he and Lao San passed Zhu Di's eyes, the fear on Zhu Gaoxiu's face turned into anger. This dead fat man, he tried to shade me. Good thing father isn't toward him. Lao San, your mouth, can you keep it in check in the future? You almost got me killed today. I sometimes feel like you're an undercover agent sent by the boss to my side. Second brother, this you can say is not right. What am I doing? I am your people. The key you today this expression management to do, is really not good. You did not see your face, exactly the same as the father. What the father think? I know, he is afraid of this sees the power of the dead king is him. I took a look at the second brother your face. Don't I look? Dad also saw, that look, what you think in your head, who is not all door clear. Zhu Gaoxiu heard. It makes sense. Then you say the boss that expression is considered what is going on. What's going on? Second brother, I tell you, the boss is not simple. I just observed. His face, just don't understand. he looked at you this face, and think about that, seize power and die. I guess guess. The boss thought about it. If it is true that the second brother you seize power and die, then how did you seize power? I see his expression. Just don't understand. Probably he felt in his heart that you are dead and can't be the emperor. How is he so confident? The second brother you pin. Zhu Gaosu while walking. As he walked, it was a face of killing. Boss, we'll see. Second brother, don't wait and see. Father is right. Now, not the time to fight. You say in case this dead king is you, then you seize power. That is to apologize to the ancestors. That is to harm the great Ming. Why don't you say that Daming is in the father this? My brother, hey, you cannot think so what to say. A hand covered Zhu Gaoshu's mouth. The oldest three is really afraid. Second brother, if it is true that the old master of this generation out of the matter, then we cannot fight even more. Perhaps, if it is true that the old master here out of the matter, this death of the country's credit, with us to fight for the throne, cannot be disassociated. Lao San, this person, can't help but say that he is not sober. The two brothers left. The oldest two looked back at Zhu Di and Zhu Gaoqi's shadows reflected on the wall, still a little reluctant to leave. What do you think they're chatting about? Second brother, don't think about it. We see the mirror of the heavens. If it is really our two generations, we have to make a good decision. Not bad, not bad. After saying two good sentences, Lao Er still reluctantly glanced at the shadow on the wall. Old 2 and old 3 left. On the other side, Zhu Gaoqi knelt in front of Zhu Di, not saying a word. What? Aggrieved? Father, my son's son is past the age of condescension. My son is not condescending. Are you reminding me to give up the throne earlier? Father, I've said it all. This throne, it has nothing to do with me. Okay, get up. Say the right thing. You see, this dead king, is not your father me? Zhu Di this question. Zhu Gaoqi is also a face of sadness. To be honest, the son of the court feels that it is not the father. Don't say it's not. I ask you, if it's your father me, what should I do? Or, if it's the oldest two, what to do? Kill him? Hand gestures together, rise and fall sharply. The oldest looked at Zhu, didn't say anything. If it's me, what should I do? Thank you for your death and invite Zhu Yunju back? Also, if it's true that the country is dead, where exactly is it wrong? Is it because you said that it's not appropriate for Daming to succeed and conquer now? It's appropriate to nourish the people, and I didn't listen to it, so the country is dead, or what's going on? God's last video. That emperor is female real, but in Daming, right in your eyes and mine, right on this opinion map, I think, it is looking at me smiling. I had thought, this female real, is really out of the emperor, at least have to be in me after a few hundred years out of the emperor. I did not think, it is likely, people these years will be out of the emperor. I am not comfortable, and this also first, also let me not comfortable, said, is left the boss to discuss. But basically, are Zhu Di in that talking to himself, I fight Jingnan, is to see out of the Ming was Zhu Yunju this kid mess, to be in trouble, I seize the power. My father left dozens of sons, all serve me, because I said, the Ming in my hands, then in the hands of Zhu Yunju, 100 times stronger. Now well, if the video in a while to the end, I am this dead emperor, I shall not let people curse to death, or, it's true that you let the oldest two take over the power, and he becomes the fallen emperor, he will be scolded to death. You, me, the oldest three, your son, our old Zhu family's nest of rebels, all have to be scolded to death. So now it's just that. I insist on not falling out of the country, and you, insist on holding on to your imperial throne. Also let your son, learn more how to deal with his second uncle. Don't be as useless as Zhu Yunju. After saying that, Zhu Di loosened his shoulders. Go down. I stay for a while, right, put your what rest and recuperation. To keep the main what how many years? Year after year there are years of important things. Su tu ji that. Bring, I take a good look. Hey, Zhu Gaoqi gone. Left Zhu Di alone, closed his eyes in deep thought. The video is right in front of him, but he does not dare to look at it, and he does not dare to go on to put it down. Father, I fight Jingnan, really to save the Ming. I really think that the Ming in my hands than in the hands of that boy strong. Father, I'm wrong, right? Zhu Di said forget it, what should come still have to come. Know in advance, then do not know the confused death of the country strong. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Di clicked on the video. Continue to watch. Chapter 46, the hit face comes too fast, like a tornado. This seizure of power is not the kind of Li Shimen to kill his brother to seize power, nor is it the kind of Zhao Guangyi to kill his brother to seize power. These two's seizure of power is to take the throne that has been passed on to his own family from his own family. He is not. A sentence that almost scared the two emperors to death. Great Tang. Li Shimen looked at the mirror of the heavens. His face reddened. Supreme God, are you so direct? Someone come, monitor the public opinion of the Great Tang for me. See if there are any who take this video of the Upper God and say something about it. Once there is, take it down immediately. Yes, although Li Shimin was thunderous, but how big is Great Tang? His personal guards passed the news down little by little. Where was it as fast as Zhang Wei's video spreading across the sky? At this moment, just as Li Shimin saw this sentence, the people of Great Tang, each sighing, Egu, look at this, AI. The Supreme God in the end has told our emperor's business, but how to say it? People are doing, the sky is watching. What can we do? No way. Hey, this time, our emperor must be other dynasties' world. People scolded. Let's get ready. We cannot let people scold our emperor. Someone scolded. We have to dislike back. That's a must. We must dislike it. If it wasn't for the emperor, could we have this good life today? Hey, the gods think also know the situation. Here is a simple mention. We cannot let the people who have the heart to use the gods of this unintentional words attack our emperor. If Li Shimin heard this almost unified words of defense from the people all over Datong, he would have been very happy. However, Li Shimin could not hear it. Moreover, Li Shimin didn't believe that he could make the people of Datong embrace him so much. After all, just on the throne that time, the court Jianghu, the voice of opposition, or not small although not small, but, Li Shimin sighed, or carry, he would have done this in broad daylight. People are hard to step on the blood up. People this throne, positive and incorrect. People sit steadily, but another historical world. Sorghum River Car God cannot be so good. Zhao Guangyi, killing his brother to seize power. Zhao Guangyi, killing his brother to seize power. Zhao Guang, pooh, Zhao Guangyi's mouthful of old blood spewed out. Supreme God, why treat me like this? Why do you want to have a hard time with me? I have bitter reasons. I can explain. What face do I have left to face the ministers, the royal family, and the world? God above, you are asking me to die. The year was 977 AD, the second year of Zhao Guangyi's succession. It was so hard, to keep a lid on this candle and axe thing. The alliance of the Golden Pavilion, according to time, was still 10 years away. Multiple maneuvers, although Zhao Guangyi has preserved his reputation, but also preserved the foundation of his rule. But, many things, still in everyone's heart twisted. I do not know when this thing will have to turn out. This year, Zhao Guangyi's throne, not stable. It was already unstable. This is good. It was not easy to cover up this ugly fact. Let Zhang Wei to turn out. In a word, overturned, that is called a thorough. Before today, Zhao Guangyi's face, so that he himself to stick up to do not know how much gold. This time, the face slapping came so fast that it was like a tornado. Zhao Guangyi's face is letting the slap. The gold all fell away. This can be how good. It is difficult to use thunder, but, right now, elder brother's old ministry, there are still many served in important positions. At that time, how good. For a time, Zhao Guangyi had no idea. And the people of the Great Song dynasty looked at this sentence of narration at this time. All of them were disgusted. This emperor of ours is a fake? The emperor is not fake. Is to get the position is not right. You cannot see this is to rob others. Is hard to get his brother dead to grab the throne. Candle shadow axe sound. This is not empty cave. Then such a person. He can be the emperor. That should come to a person. Smashed his head. Robbed him of the throne. Let him know no powerful. You get this is what words this called. Then this is not messed up. His brother kill him. His brother and then let his brother's brother kill. Then, the emperor not to say a day a change. That has to be a meal a change which. And, if this is really the case, that axe shall not be sold out of stock. What does it mean? What is the meaning? This is the standard of successful rebellion. The people of the Song dynasty, almost everyone is the same, hate the gnashing of teeth, deeply thought not ashamed, not to mention the people, even the officials, they all hate it. On this still do a fart, this follow a kill brother sees the throne of dry. I still want a face don't, my son in the future how to look at me. This can't come I don't do it, this on the go. Hey, master, don't go This can't say quit just quit which. This can't this. Why not? You can do it. Egu. I can't do it just because I say so. It has to be approved by the emperor and the court. You are still a person. You, the emperor, you also think he is the emperor? It is what I said. I tell you, it is what I said. This emperor, 3 days do not want. You have to let the people get killed. I tell you, Song dynasty, chaotic, each looking for a way to live, but also the master. Dog, the entire Great Song dynasty, all of a sudden, has not been a dark current, that is all kinds of collapse. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At this moment, Zhao Guanyi didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. This lousy face also allowed the eunuch who came in to have a clear look. According to the rules, Zhao Guanyi should take care of his image. But, Zhao Guanyi's entire body was as dumb as a fool, and he didn't even speak. Emperor, what's wrong with you? This is, call the eunuch. Eunuch no, Emperor, the eunuchs are gone. All quit, Emperor, outside. Zhao Pu came. Zhao Pu, who let him in? Does he still know the rules? Zhao Guanyi became conscious. The first reaction was anger. Angry at Zhao Pu. But in the next instant, Zhao Guanyi wasn't angry anymore. The general situation, honestly, he guessed. Outside. What's going on? Emperor, outside. Anyway, Zhao Pu with a lot of people, came in. Do not greet. Emperor, slave is afraid. Afraid Emperor, do not go Emperor, you go first. I stall. No one, cannot go. Go, outside. A voice, calm and very stable. Soon, the sound of soldiers in one place. Let Zhao Guanyi, two eyes burning. Chapter 47. Damned king. Damned subjects. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. No one is protecting the emperor. Your Majesty. No, Zhao Guanyi. Who would protect a hypocritical emperor who killed his brother and seized power? Zhao Pu's voice came first before his person. Listening to the voice, Zhao Pu's voice was full of complacency and pleasure. Soon, Zhao Pu came with 100 officials. Zhao Guanyi, you are a great rebel. You must be destroyed by heaven and earth. The God above has sent down a divine decree. I, Zhao Pu, am obliged to help the God above, help the world, and destroy you, a morality-less, shameless thief. Zhao Pu, you trespassed on the palace gate. What is your crime? Dear ministers, what are you doing? What are you going to do? Are you going to be compelled by this Zhao thief? Are you going to join this Zhao thief and turn against me? After Zhao Pu, the 100 officials were speechless, but on their faces, the answer was already written. Zhao Guanyi couldn't see it. It really didn't understand. What the hell is going on here? You guys, why are you also behind Zhao Pu? You guys are my beloved. Joke. Zhao Pu looked at the almost crazy Zhao Guanyi with an indifferent face. In the essence of his eyes, there was disdain. A person like you would also have a beloved? Once upon a time, how the late emperor treated you. Didn't the late emperor take you as a beloved? More than a beloved. The late emperor treated you as if you were his own son. This is a great favor. But you don't give thanks but always think of usurping the throne. People like you, without any sincerity, and how can you be accompanied by sincerity? I tell you plainly, you can't be the emperor. Zhao Guanyi, give you a face? You make a sinful edict, and then, make the last decree. Make Prince Dazhao of Beijing Zhaoyin as the new emperor, and set up me, Zhao Pu, as the new ruler's auxiliary minister. Do you understand? In Zhao Pu's words, he was already referring to Zhao Dazhao, who was then the governor of Jingzhou, as a prince. With such remarks, Zhao Guanyi's heart was literally cut to the bone as he listened. However, Zhao Guanyi could not say half a word. The upper god manifested. That scene was outstanding. Everyone saw it. The energy field that went straight to the heavens. No one knew exactly where it led. However, everyone understands that he, Zhao Guanyi, understands even more. This heavenly history mirror is a true divine object, and the heavenly history account, and Zhang Wei, that is truly the voice of the heavens, the man in the sky. Zhang Wei said in the video that he, Zhao Guanyi, killed his brother and seized power. Then he, Zhao Guanyi, killed his brother and seized power. There is no way to defend, and even more so, there is no need to defend. In heaven, not a single person will still believe him. In truth, if it wasn't Zhang Wei's video that said this, it wasn't a big deal, regardless of who said it, as long as it wasn't God saying it. Zhao Guanyi had a way to take these people, kill them, and beat them up, resolved. And after that, with thunderous tactics and all sorts of maneuvering, no matter how big the storm was, he was able to suppress it. But now it is different. Zhang Wei's video, its significance, is the will of heaven. God's will says that Zhao Guanyi is a thing that kills his brother. Then the people of the world, and even his Zhao Guanyi's subordinates beloved, must also add a layer of understanding on top of this fact that Zhao Guanyi killed his brother. That is, God thinks that Zhao Guanyi is not a good thing. Zhao Guanyi was not a good thing. In other words, he did not deserve to be an emperor. That's something. Zhao Guanyi froze for a long time. Looking at Zhao Guanyi like this, Zhao Pu was in no hurry. The current Zhao Guanyi could not escape with his wings. After a long time, Zhao Guanyi slowly spoke. Zhao Pu, even if I am at fault, even if God has a will, it should be me doing it myself. Why do I need you to command? Do you think that if you make this move today, I will seal you as the new ruler and auxiliary minister? Zhao Dozhao should be the emperor. Zhao Tingmei can also be the emperor. You think I will obey your heart? Ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. Zhao Guangyi said and laughed. Laughing, he cried again. Zhao Pu, without today's descent of the supreme god, aren't you still being pressed by me to lift your head? Today's defeat in the gods, defeat in the will of heaven, rather than defeat in the hands of your Zhao Pu. What do you have to be proud of? Jumping clown, really no shape. The eyes of the world are looking at me. The divine is looking at me. They are also looking at you. Do you think that I can't see through your intentions? Look at you, Zhao Pu. You have not been too anxious, have not eaten too ugly. Reprimanding Zhao Pu angrily for a few sentences, Zhao Guangyi composed himself. Today, what do the 100 officials wish to do? The people behind Zhao Pu did not speak. In the past, Li Shimin killed his brother and seized the throne. The bloodshed was not great. However, it was also sacrificed a considerable number of old ministers. Dissident ministers. I got the throne. Have I ever removed dissidents? Spare this Zhao Pu. I also keep him. Zhao Duzhao, Zhao Defang, my 2 nephews. I have suppressed them? Sentence by sentence. The questions made the 100 officials indeed unable to say anything. Since the supreme god said that I killed my brother, I will graciously admit it. I recognize. What can you guys do? Look at all the ministers and workers to come today. Look really righteous. Look, really each deep shame and righteousness. But, when I won the throne, all the ministers and workers are aware of me to kill my brother's action, or do not know. If you know, you are acquiesced to my behavior, and then, driven by me, take my salary. So, all the ministers and workers are all traitors. Each is my Zhao Guangyi's accomplices. Today Zhao Pu was so unruly. When I succeeded the throne, how not to see his righteousness? Hearing these questions from Zhao Guangyi again, each of the 100 officials were unable to speak. That face, too, is only worse and not the worst. The head of the Zhao Pu listening to Zhao Guangyi said, is also all kinds of no way. Although Zhao Guangyi generously admitted the fact of killing his brother, but also so shamelessly questioned them these subjects. However, Zhao Guangyi the sophistry, cannot say that there is no reason if they knew back then, what is called if, Zhao Guangyi in the end how to be the emperor, today came to these people. There is a counting one. Everyone's heart is very clear. As Zhao Guangyi said, they know, they play dumb, they are accomplices. With some anxious look on his face, Zhao Pu looked at Zhao Guangyi and took a step forward. Zhao Guangyi, you don't want to civilize yourself and try to pull us into the water. We were, back then, all of us let you cheat us. Is that so? Staring at Zhao Pu, Zhao Guangyi's eyes, cold and contemptuous. All the ministers and workers, they all let me fool them too? Yes, a word yes, although dull, but, the 100 officials finally gave Zhao Guangyi a response. When Zhao Guangyi heard this, he laughed. Good, 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 saying 3 good words in a row. The aura on Zhao Guangyi's body, without realizing it, came back most of the way. In that case, this crime of dereliction of duty on you guys, how do you count it? This, dereliction of duty? If the fight martial arts and so on, Zhao Guangyi compared to the years Main Chai Rong and after the song ancestor Zhao Guangyin, it can really be said that again open 10 cars he cannot catch up with others. However, if the heart, Zhao Guangyi is still very good. All ministers and workers, if you say that I am the damned king, then you all are the damned ministers. Chapter 48 Zhao Guangyi, I will kill you. How is it? According to what Zhao Pu said, I should abdicate. Then all the ministers have to accompany me? If Zhao Pu or the world has the intention to let me die, then I, too, will die one. Of course, all the ministers and workers also have to accompany me. After saying this, Zhao Guangyi looked at, originally followed Zhao Pu, Ironheart to Zhao Pu a piece to drive him out of power of the 100 officials. Now all faltered. After all, what Zhao Guangyi said was reasonable. Looking at the plan of attacking the heart has an effect. Zhao Guangyi that is simply not stop. And look at this Zhao Pu in front of you. Look at him. With one sentence, the 100 officials really did look towards Zhao Pu. Today, Zhao Pu brought the 100 officials to force me to die, or force me to go away. This change of heaven's merit, count him, or count you guys? Just now you also heard, he Zhao Pu won a new ruler auxiliary minister. Do not know, he this auxiliary minister, in the end gave you what officials? What wish? The ministers did not say anything. This, the heart knows what is going on. If Zhao Pu did not give them favors, they were just really brain damaged and would not come to force the palace with Zhao Pu. It seems that all of you have really been bought by Zhao Pu. Good, good, it's just that, if the new ruler is really established, Zhao Pu as an auxiliary minister will be done for sure. But your official positions, can you really keep them? Can the new ruler be like me, only suppressing, not killing? He doesn't want to liquidate what happened back then? If he wants to, How many of you can go it alone? Can Zhao Pu really protect you? Or is he really willing to protect you? To not say that people Zhao Guangyi was able to usurp the throne back then. This worked to conquer people's hearts. Zhao Guangyi can't say that he doesn't have a set. Soon, with a few words of questioning, this forced alliance almost fell apart. Minister Zhao, if the new ruler really wants to liquidate that year, how will you protect us? Today, all of you have come. Are you not changing your ways? Are you not hanging on to the edge of the cliff? Why? Are you afraid? Afraid? Can you not be afraid? Minister Zhao, no matter what, you must reassure us. Don't worry. Everyone must rest assured. Today, we use our lives to break through the palace gate, for His Majesty to get the throne. How His Majesty is like that? Unloading the donkey. Zhao Pu's words are obviously not convincing enough. Looking at the agitated 100 officials, Zhao Pu, this gas cannot sink. Zhao Guangyi, you think with your clever tongue, we will give up. Everyone, to say guilty, Zhao Pu is also guilty, and so on the new king was established. I'm an auxiliary minister, but also depends on whether His Majesty recognized. If His Majesty does not recognize, Zhao Pu is the same as the body to die. I am not going to take advantage of all of you, to pave the way for me. Zhao Pu's mind Zhao Pu said that a tearful, but, who believe? No one believed it either. Prime Minister Zhao, we are willing to call you Prime Minister Zhao right now. We can all see and understand that if today's matter comes to fruition, His Majesty will surely honor you and look up to you. But us, Prime Minister Zhao, we want a guarantee no matter what. Otherwise, there's no way for us to do what we agreed to do. Yes, Minister Zhao, we can't take our lives with you for our future. A court official. Between words, it was more mercenary than a businessman. Zhao Guangyi listened to everything in his ears, and his face was full of ridicule. Sure enough, you people witch. Ha. Zhao Pu could be annoyed to death now. Originally borrowed the heavenly prestige people grudges. Today broke into the palace. That is properly must win the game. Well, this time, let Zhao Guangyi a few words. Their own team, there are people who want to go against the water. To explain, not good explanation. People want to guarantee, also cannot guarantee. At one time, it is the time of annoyance. Zhao Guangyi favor in this laugh. Zhao Guangyi's laugh. Laughed so hard that Zhao Pu simply gritted his teeth. You are dying today, and you still dare to laugh? Zhao Pu, you learn from me, but you have not learned any essence. Zhao Pu, you followed the late emperor, and followed me for some time. How come you have not learned anything? The first emperor Yellow Robe, added a loyal and righteous name. I ascended to the throne as emperor, also made up a brother compassionate son righteousness, and you Zhao Pu, empty-handed come to force the palace. You think you give yourself a crown to risk their lives to protect the country's head. You forget, you with me, to black are black, to white are white. My nephew, really will use you? Zhao Guangyi knows that today is almost finished. So he also does not give anyone to leave any decency. This does not stay decent which, say out words, is not good to listen to. Looked at the group of ministers then ate the face of Xiang still difficult. Zhao Guangyi also do not care so much. Sitting on the dragon chair, that is talking to himself. No one cares. Everything is cause and effect. I'm wrong. No, not I'm wrong. It's Big Brother. It's you who are wrong. It's you who made the emperor worthless. Big Brother started. The emperor is not so majestic. Otherwise, how dare I usurp the throne? And you, a bunch of clothed animals, how can you let this happen? Acquiesce to this, and even secretly push this to happen. Now, Zhao Pu looks like he is going to pass the throne to De Zhao. In fact, he is holding back his energy to also want to take the yellow robe. Ha. What emperor? What loyal minister? Hypocrisy. Since Big Brother took the old master in vain, the emperor is not so valuable. Zhao Guangyi, you obviously see through all this. Why can't you resist being the emperor? Do you still really think that the people of the world and this group of people in front of you will respect the imperial power? I am ridiculous. You guys are just as ridiculous. No, you are more than ridiculous. You are hypocritical. You are even more hypocritical than me. 100 officials listened to Zhang Guangyi's mumbled words of this how no matter what, all of them had a deadpan look on their faces. Zhao Guangyi's meaning, he usurped the throne, learned from his elder brother. This is right. And who did Zhao Guangyi learn from? It was with Guo Wei. Ever since he watched Guo Wei establish the later Zhou, and watched Guo Wei pass the throne to his son Chai Rong, the founding emperor of the Song dynasty. In the eyes of Zhao Guangyi, the founding emperor of the great Song dynasty, the emperor was not taken so seriously. So, after Chai Rong, Zhao Guangyi has the same kind of example. Really in vain Chai Rong is the respect of the Lord. In Chai Rong after the death of the body with yellow robes, called the emperor of the establishment. Just Zhao Guanyin also did not expect all of this everything, or his brother Zhao Guanyi in the eyes. I should say that not only his brother is Zhao Guanyin with the gang of people have seen in the eyes. Moreover, they understood one more thing. Screw the MM's divine right of kings. Whoever is bull, whoever dares, who is the emperor? So, there is nothing really monarchs and ministers in the Great Song dynasty. The emperor never defends his ministers. The ministers never defend the emperor. In this way, from the king, down to the county, between the royal family, between the ministers and the king, it's all about calculations. Everyone is busy calculating power in their nests. So the greater the external trouble, the greater the internal trouble. This, in the end, is Guo Wei's woe. In the end, this is the inevitable collapse of imperial power. It's just that all these Song dynasty officials are busy calculating. None of them saw it clearly. Now it's different. Now, Zhao Guanyi sees it quite clearly. Wrong, all wrong, a bunch of damned ones. I deserve to die. You Xiaopu deserve to die. Big brother also deserves to die. None of them are good. None of them, all of them deserve to die. You guys deserve to die too. Listening to what Zhao Guanyi said, all the 100 officials in Xiaopu only felt that Zhao Guanyi was crazy. You gentlemen have seen it. Zhao Guanyi has broken his guts and lost his soul in fear. Just now he was all crazy talk. Crazy talk can be believed? No, no, no. Minister Zhao, you still have to give us a guarantee. Zhao Guanyi is crazy. The crown prince is not crazy. In case he wants to liquidate the past, how can we be protected? Zhao Pu's head was spinning. These people, why are they so hard to fool? Guarantee, guarantee. According to this madman's words, I can't even guarantee my own life. How can I guarantee it? Gentlemen, I, Zhao Pu, came here today to fight for my life, to reclaim the throne for the late emperor, for the crown prince, not to ask for favors. I, Zhao Pu, came here. I have already put my life on the line. Gentlemen, if you are not here to fight for your life, but rather, to ask for favors, then stand behind Zhao Guanyi. Don't join with me, Zhao Pu. I think it's too dirty to say good mouth. Zhao Pu's mouth, that is really killing. When he said this, who would have the heart to back out? If you beat this retreat, you will lose your face. But now, what does Minister Zhao intend to do? Naturally, I want him to write an edict, a sinful edict, and promulgate it to the world. Minister Zhao, this matter, have to think again. Think again. The ministers in Xiaopu argued in front of Zhao Guanyi. Zhao Guanyi unknowingly was spitting out another mouthful of blood, and after that, drifted off to sleep. Your Majesty, shouting what emperor? You guys are not afraid that the crown prince will know and blame you? I Zhao Fei's. This is what time? Now, he is still the emperor the emperor of a country, a book, How to Tolerate Loss, declared to Dr. Outside of the palace, Zhao Duzhao, the prefect of the capital Zhao Daizhou and his yamen to see Zhao Guanyi killed his brother to seize power. A few words, the whole person is frozen. Only after a long time did Zhao Daizhou have some reaction. Uncle no, he is an enemy. An enemy. Why? Zhao Guanyi, I will kill you. Chapter 49, Your Majesty, please punish me with death. Let's leave aside how Song Taizong Zhao Guanyi's great Song dynasty is going to be for the time being, and just say that Zhang Wei's video of the top 10 emperors is still going on. At the moment, Zhu Di of the Great Ming is guarding the video and has yet to see information that would rule him out as a fallen king. As for Li Shimin, even though he had strengthened his confidence that he wasn't the king of the fallen kingdom from that one sentence, he was also panicking. Great Tang, Chang'an. Li Shimin stared at this sentence before looking at the pop-ups and comments on the video again. It was interesting to see that the pop-ups and comments were now peaceful and quiet. What's going on here? If Father's dynasty was also a world unto itself, Father and my two brothers should be scolding me in the comments and pop-ups. Great Tang, Gaozu period. At this time, it was already some time into the night. It was roughly equivalent to 8 or 9 o'clock at night. However, because of the historical mirror of the heavens, the current Great Tang was several times like daylight. Tang Gaozu was staring at Zhang Wei's second emperor inventory video in his palace, seeing exactly the line about Li Shimin killing his brother to seize power. Staring at this sentence, Gaozu's eyes were staring out blood. You are so cruel, so cruel. Come on, call Li Shimin to me. Call me, this rebellious son. Rebellious son. No, wait. First go get someone to call the crown prince and the king of Qi. In addition, send troops, heavy troops to guard the king of Qi's residence and the crown prince's residence. Remember, use all of the crown prince's and the king of Qi's residence soldiers to make sure that there is nothing wrong with the crown prince's residence and the king of Qi's residence. Angry to angry, Li Yuan was not unconscious. Also, on the Qin king's side, don't bother calling him for the time being, he's very busy. Li Yuan's subordinate eunuch glanced at Li Yuan. At this moment, This founding emperor of the Tang dynasty had a depthless depth in his eyes. Just like his name, like the abyssal sea. No one knew what he was thinking. What? Do you want me to say it again? King Qin is busy. Don't disturb him. Yes. Wait. Go call Lu Hongji. Don't let anyone find out. This matter is very serious at first. Listen. Your Majesty. I understand. Making a big bow, the eunuchs under his command discreetly took Li Yuan's orders and left. Looking at the empty hall, Li Yuan had a tired face. The world, in the hands of King Qin. This world, will it be different? Lord God, you said the Qin king killed his brother to seize the throne, and I do not know whether it is before or after my death. If I have not died, he did this, then where to go? This is a fixed number. God, why don't you say that after the Qin king seized the throne, in the end in this world, is good or bad? Is good or bad? Li Yuan is confused. Li Yuan doesn't understand. This founding emperor of Great Tang cried. Great Tang, this big country. In his hands Li Yuan, too heavy. On weekdays, to be able to ensure the stability of this emperor, to be able to balance the interests and relationships of all parties, has been really not easy. To say that the future of this country, Li Yuan just think about it and feel a headache. In the end, how is the best choice? Li Yuan did not dare to think. Also do not know how to think. Therefore, even if he knew that Li Shimin had taken the step of killing his brother and seizing the throne, he was not able to make an immediate decision to kill this rebellious son. After all, Li Shimin was too strong. King of Qin, will it be the best choice for Great Tang? Li Yuan had no answer. Incoming. Soon, outside the hall, another eunuch in charge came. Your Majesty, you go and call pay silence. Let him secretly seal the road around the outside of the Qin king's mansion. Observe it at all times, and once you find Qi, halfway through his words, Li Yuan looked up at the sky. No, don't shout. If everything must happen, then, there is always a winner. There is a loser. So, I intervene horizontally. It is better to let go and look. Look at the world. Look at the upper god. In the end, who is chosen? Go down, outside the temple ho. Yes, Li Yuan finished, then closed his eyes and rested his mind. After closing his eyes for a short while, Li Yuan opened his eyes again. Come man, the eunuch in charge just now, came out again. You go, pass pay silence with a secret order. Ask him to send 3 teams of men, respectively, in the dark to guard the Qi king's mansion, the Qin king's mansion, and the crown prince's mansion. And in addition, ask him to personally guard the Qin king's mansion, the Qin king's mansion, and not to be lost. Yes, after sending out this person, Li Yuan rested for a long while before Lu Hongji, who was invited by Li Yuan, came. Your Majesty, seeing Lu Hongji, Li Yuan had a sad face. However, there were other people at this time, although Li Yuan was sad on his face, but in his mouth, he didn't say a word outwardly. Hongji, you wait first. You come here. Looking at the henchman he had just sent out, this eunuch quickly went over. Your Majesty, with you going to the crown prince's residence and Qi Wang's residence to send a message, can you do it? Back to the emperor. All have been done. Slave is sent to invite the General Lu, himself personally go to the Qi king's house and the prince's house. I just arrived. I saw the Qi king's house, prince's house soldiers first class are going to go out. In addition, there is also to go to the transfer of the meaning of the military barracks. Slave in accordance with the emperor's meaning with the king of Qi and the crown prince have said. What did they say? After the slave finished, the crown prince Qi Wang said that the emperor is holy, and after that, the family will be well settled. Give everything to the general who came to dispatch. But set out, Li Yuan can panic. But what? However, look at the prince and the meaning of the king of Qi, is to be sent by the emperor's soldiers and generals to guard the king's palace prince house, and after the two of him, Li Yuan looked at, complex color, his face, was expectant and nervous, no one knew exactly what he was thinking. How are the two of him going to be? Reporting back to the emperor, the crown prince and the king of Qi want to bring people to the king of Qin, to the king of Qin's mansion. The slave does not know whether to stop this, so come back to resume orders. What? I let you do what to go. Obviously the situation is tense. How dare you come back like this? Emperor, spare your life. Emperor, spare your life. Slave is also out of ideas. Qi Wang and prince, crazy like that are like a fierce beast. Slave is afraid. Emperor, spare your life. Emperor, Li Yuan face, not much disappointment, but between the words, this emperor, like he was angry. Are you sure you brought my words word by word? I have said that I will keep them safe and let them come to the palace to see me. My words are not good at Qin Wang, and they are not good at Qi Wang and the crown prince? Asshole, are all assholes. Li Yuan was furious, really angry. These several sons, none of them are heartless. Stand down, go and stop them. If you can't stop them, let them step over your dead body. The emperor let you die. You have to die even if you don't want to. The eunuch under his hand looked at Li Yuan and stopped crying, nor did he beg for mercy. Emperor, if the slave really dies, the slave is outside the palace. That large family. I don't believe that they dare to kill the people around me. Go! Yes. The eunuch under his hand went. Lu Hongji watched from the sidelines, eyelids slightly drooping, motionless. Hongji, quickly come over. Something to discuss with you. Do not want to. Lu Hongji although is over, but, not yet waiting for Li Yuan and Lu Hongji to say a word. Lu Hongji directly kneeled down. Your Majesty, please punish the minister for his death. Chapter 50 Minister, want to see the hearts of the world. Looking at Lu Hongji with a death wish, Li Yuan was confused. What is the offense of the Minister of Love? Your Majesty, when I came, I saw the Prince Qi Wang and his 2 men with their men and horses. They were raging and galloping down the street. I stopped them. What? Li Yuan took another look at Lu Hongji, and then took a look at the mirror of the heavens on Lu Hongji's waist. Needless to say, understood. Lu Hongji had already seen the video about Li Shimin killing his brother and seizing the throne. Hongji, your Majesty, I take the body of a lowly minister. Presumptuous speculation of the holy will. Today a stop. I am even involved in the emperor's seizure of power struggle. Is really contrary to the minister's original position. Please, your Majesty, to cure the minister of the death penalty. Lu Hongji is said stop on stop, dried to recognize, not at all ambiguous. You dare. Li Yuan finished a bold sentence and had nothing else to say. I am bold. Please Emperor punish me with death. Gritting his teeth and holding his mouth, Li Yuan crossed his arms. For half a day, Li Yuan didn't say a word. Do you really think that I won't be willing to kill you? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lu Hongji, you don't think that you have high merit and labor. Don't think that I rely on you more and more. Don't think that I can't get away from you. You are so bold. Hey, don't say. People Lu Hongji is indeed laborious. People are not only by his Li Yuan more rely on him, he is also rely on Li Shimin. People are not only his Li Yuan can't leave. People are even Li Shimin also can't leave. Why? Not to say anything else. Just say people today this consciousness, this judgment, and this courage. It is enough to prove that the 2 dynasties of Tang Emperor cannot leave people, that there is a reason. Emperor, if the Emperor is merciful, a moment cannot make the decision to kill the minister. Can you listen to my words? Staring at this Lu Hongji, although Li Yuan's eyes were full of dislike and sulking. However, Li Yuan still subconsciously moved a little closer to Lu Hongji. If you dare to speak out loud, I will not spare you. Yes, Li Yuan let Lu Hongji speak, and Lu Hongji stopped pretending. Your Majesty wanted me to come today. I think it's because of the future great Tang state fortune is stated by the Supreme Spirit. To be honest, I watched this video at home and was also unable to sit still. However, if it's really the King of Qin, maybe what? You're saying, Rao Lu Hongji, also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Maybe the great Tang is considered to have ushered in the most suitable successor to the Lord. Your Majesty, please punish me with death. Death. Just no death. You all a virtue. From the beginning, you are like this. Everything has its own idea. I this Lord. I this King of Tang. I this now the Emperor of Tang. When have you ever been afraid of me? Not moving to ask for death. Ask for death. Look at it as soft as to be served. In reality, it's all about the means. I this Emperor. Subordinates do not respect. The sun is not heavy. Li Shimin killed his brother to seize power. Put me where? Qi Wang Prince, always a place, received me into the palace to face the saint's will, but insisted on going to the Qin Wang house. They learned from whom? You say. Looking at Li Yuan so, Lu Hongji eyes are not afraid, not contempt, but deep admiration. Your Majesty, the Emperor is talking about gas. The Emperor's 3 sons, each learned the Emperor on the Emperor's body of imperial power and dominance. Each has the will of the world. The Emperor in the heart of the happy. I'm afraid to be greater than the worry. Lu Hongji this sentence, heard Li Yuan want to take off his shoes. What is greater than worry? I am now worried to death. And, you do not digress. I am talking about you bring my son bad. Where is my Majesty? Where is my Majesty? If it is not that each of you is like a dragon like a tiger, if it is not that you are too arrogant, Li Shimin where he goes to learn from the example, he dares to be so lawless? Your Majesty, Qin Wang did not learn from us, Qin Wang learned from you. What are you saying? Although Li Yuan looked shocked and angry, but, after listening to Lu Hongji's sentence, Li Yuan's face has been all calm. The Emperor knows people good use, open-mindedness. Therefore, the Emperor has the world's capable people to help. These people, more talented than Hongji, we do not serve each other, but all serve the Emperor. We have different minds, but all heart for the emperor to conquer the world, embracing the majesty of the emperor's lord of the 9 states. This is the emperor's civil and military, the emperor's power of the art. The world is established. 100 things are waiting to be done. The emperor does not stick to small details, courtesy of the wise, for the world to set up a virtuous talent. This is the emperor's benevolence of the world, and for some may infringe on the general situation. The emperor from the start since, look gentle as water, and the world, actually kill and decisive. This is the emperor's royal power hegemony. These 3, in my view, only the Qin king has learned the essence. Only the Qin king. This biting word, it is critical. The meaning of Lu Hongji's words, Li Yuan had already understood. Your Majesty, I'll say one more thing that I shouldn't say. After saying this, in Lu Hongji's eyes, there was a look of admiration. What do you want to say? Your Majesty, this world, is the emperor's? The subjects, is the emperor's? Today the king of Qi and the crown prince may have a change of heart. The emperor strategized, rushed to the thing before the fermentation to send people to stop the Qi king's house, the crown prince's house, 2 houses of government soldiers. I think, Qi king's crown prince to lead the troops to Qin king's house of the change of heart in the emperor's considerations, right? If the emperor doesn't want them to go to the Qin Wangfu, even if the old minister doesn't stop them, I'm afraid, there are people who will stop them, and, they must be able to stop them, right? I'm only afraid, the emperor doesn't want to stop, or, the emperor doesn't know, should stop, shouldn't. Staring at Lu Hongji, Li Yuan circled around this. Lu Hongji left, right a few times. Lu Hongji, good, ah, you're good at making things up. The cunningness that flashed through Li Yuan's eyes was seen by Lu Hongji. After seeing it, Lu Hongji gave Li Yuan a kowtow. I had intended to forcefully retreat the crown prince and the king of Qi, but, when I came, I had already instructed my men to stall for a while and then let the king of Qi and the crown prince's men pass, and, I didn't go to notify the Qin king's house. Looking at Lu Hongji, Li Yuan was a bit puzzled. Which show are you singing? I am thinking, if the emperor wants to see where the hearts of the people are, then the heart of the minister. First of all, let the emperor to see, not only the minister, the hearts of the people of the world. The emperor must also want to see, in other words, the minister, want to with the emperor a piece of the hearts of the people of the world. In the end, how to choose. Chapter 51, must protect the Qin Wangfu peacefully. Therefore, I, the minister, did not notify the Qin Wangfu. If not, Li Yuan did not call anyone, but called Lu Hongji to come. People Lu Hongji see the problem, see the most understanding, deal with the problem, is also the most cattle. Lu Hongji, I let you say, almost believe, you do not want to pat me on the back. I do not eat this set, this high hat, you give me to bring, I cannot bring, the world of what people say, you think I do not know. The world said, my world, half rely on you, half rely on the king of Qin. But a good luck, which have you said these civil and military? A few more calculations. Emperor, what I said, all is the heart. I admire the emperor, so I, always with the emperor a heart. Emperor, I hear, there is a sentence should not say, knowing that you shouldn't say, why do you keep saying it? One sentence. Li Yuan looked at the opposite side of Lu Hongji, face of defense and disguise all unloaded, a face, only sour and helpless. Old man, say it, emperor, your mind, only you understand best. Nowadays the great Tang, is the emperor's? The emperor wants it out of chaos, he has to be out of chaos. The emperor wants it to be peaceful, it has to be peaceful. The emperor wants who to go to the chaos, who can go to the chaos? The same, the emperor wants the final result to be what the result is. In the end, it will be what the result is. Your Majesty, if what the Supreme God says, is bound to happen, that which happens, must be what your Majesty chooses for the world in the end. Saying these words, Lu Hongji really is 5, and Li Yuan, looking at Lu Hongji, pulled him up. As soon as Lu Hongji looked up, he saw the founding monarch of the great Tang, and saw the silent tears flowing from the corners of the eyes of this founding Tang emperor, who was ruthlessly underestimated by later generations. For a long time, a monarch and a minister looked at each other without words. Those who know me, Hongji also, only, as Hongji said, I dare not choose which, the great Tang, the future of the country's fate, in my thought, not to mention that this choice, no matter whose life, are my flesh and blood, I cannot afford to give up. Is that I finally forced myself to give up? Chose, but if I choose not right, poison the world. The world does not know as I am sorry for them, but I know, you know, that gang of old things, also know. Looking at the sky, Li Yuan let out a long sigh, and the gods, and the people of future generations, they will understand, will blame me? I can't afford this 1,000 years of cursing. Lu Hongji cried. Li Yuan also cried. Then the minister. Dare accompany the emperor? A piece of scolding. Minister. Expressly. I choose the king of Qin. I am here. Please emperor, choose the king of Qin. Minister. 9 deaths without regret. Lu Hongji knelt down again, and simply did not get up. You want me to choose? I know I finally, or to choose, just, I have said, I will not choose. My 3 sons are big, the world is also set. My mission, completed, is to the time of handover, just, choose who. Originally I think, slowly pacify the king of Qin and the king of Qin's old department. Unload the king of Qin's prestige and honor. All efforts to protect his whole life, pass the throne to the crown prince, is the best choice. But today look on God's words. I have hesitation again. After all, the king of Qin, like you said, he is like me. I know you did not put words through. What do you mean the king of Qin is like me? Is the king of Qin is better than me? More suitable for the emperor? I know, just the crown prince full-blooded Long. To abolish the full-blooded Long, does not let the world in great turmoil? I can see that Li Yuan is difficult. Lu Hongji saw that Li Yuan really did not make up his mind, so he stopped advancing. I know, I also know, today Chang'an is chaotic, but no danger, but after today, I think, the emperor will have the holy judgment. The old minister, accompany the emperor a piece of waiting. In the palace, Li Yuan and Lu Hongji in this sitting to see the sky great light of the heavens historical mirror. Far away, that is quite cozy, and outside the palace, Pei silence ambushed in the Qin Wangfu perimeter of the government soldiers. That is each nervous. What's going on here? How come we've been pulled over? It's not very good this. Why do we have to surround the Qin Wangfu? Don't ask too many questions. We don't need to know so much. What the top tells us to do is what we do. That's for you to say. Thin. Among the soldiers, a few of them became anxious as they talked. You don't know who's in the Qin king's palace? King of Qin. What's wrong? What else? Don't you know the weight of the word king of Qin? I'm telling you. This is the king of Qin. A soldier with a long beard put his thumb up automatically at the mention of the words king of Qin. What's wrong with you? Are you forgetful or do you think I'm forgetful? I heard you. This is the king of Qin. What's wrong with it? Isn't it just a prince? Look at you. The whole thing is like the real thing. Seeing that this soldier on the other side did not take the king of Qin Li Shimen seriously, the big soldier with a beard went up and gave this frivolous descendant a big pair. Why are you hitting people? Hitting you? It's good that I didn't kill you. Kid. New here? Nonsense. Newcomer. Can work under Lord Pei? I know the king of Qin, but I know the crown prince better. And the emperor. TSK 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 TSK. The bearded man TSK 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 scat a few times, and in his words, he was full of disdain. Without the king of Qin, there would be no great Tang. I'll say it plainly, if it wasn't for the fact that Lord Pei came to the king of Qin's mansion today on the orders of the emperor, I wouldn't have come at all. And I wouldn't have come even in defiance of the order. To the side, a thin big man toward the bearded man this. You're silly, you don't come. In case something happens, someone really wants to be unfavorable to the king of Qin. Who will protect the king of Qin? Today was not my shift, but I gave someone to change the shift. Guess why? I'm just afraid that Chang'an will change and our king of Qin will be in danger. That video, you guys have seen it, right? At the mention of the video, everyone was silenced. Don't be quiet, when you don't speak. It's like I've said something wrong. Speak up you guys. Have you watched it? The soldiers still didn't speak, but their stony expressions had already given the dissipated big man the answer. And at this time, the light-hearted backstage boy was in a daze. What are you guys talking about? What video? It's stipulated above that you can't look at the mirror of the heavens on duty. You guys won't? Shut up, little brat. I tell you, today, there is a big event to happen. You, give me to remember. In a moment when something happens, to the Qin Wangfu is the most important thing. Anyone cannot step into the Qin Wangfu half-step. You nonsense. Today to come, Pei adults did not say in the end is to protect the Qin Wangfu or attack the Qin Wangfu. This Qin Wang, vegetarian too high profile, the wind is always over the crown prince. I see. The emperor has long been dissatisfied with him. I see this time. Words have not yet finished. This scion was from the back of a one. Knocked out. Brothers, I have just heard and understood. Everyone should be with the king of Qin was born into death, or admire the king of Qin. Today Chang'an is not peaceful. All of us are smart, must protect the king of Qin's house peace. Chapter 52, Suspicion of forcing the palace. On top of the restaurant not far from the soldiers, Pei Silence stood high above, looking out through the window. On his face, he was also very uncomfortable. Today's imperial decree, difficult to do which. If the Prince of Qi Wang watched the video, come to seek a spell. I protect the Qin Wangfu. We have to offend the Prince of Qin. The Emperor let me come. do not let anyone else come, is to make me soft to deal with, but then soft, this juncture, offend the Prince of Qin, the end of the day, it's not good, offend also offend, just, the Emperor this intention, what exactly, the words of the gods, is the heavenly opportunity, Qin Wang is not the first long, should be convergence of feathers to seek a peace, but as the gods said, Qin Wang treason, the Emperor should let me take him, now but let me protect him, if the prince found that I was authorized by the Emperor here to protect the Qin Wang Fu, in the end, the prince of the Emperor has a suspicion, I pay silence, is a sinner which, today's miracle appeared, heavenly opportunity, I thought it was heaven to help the prince, but I do not want to think that the Emperor's mind, so difficult to pinpoint, how to do which, talking to himself, only feel everything is difficult to do, pay silence sat and could not think of a way, had to stand up, pacing back and forth, pay silence pay silence, think of a way, the crown prince should not be offended, the king of Qin is even more incapable of friendship, now, the emperor's heart is so obvious, pay silence if you listen to the emperor, there will be no good days in the future, but if you don't listen to the emperor, today this pass can't even pass, can't you, can you force the palace with the crown prince, pay silence what to do, think of a way, pay silence and Li Shimin do not deal with each other, therefore, explicitly and implicitly, pay silence is the most hopeful that Li Shimin will fall, now well, the Prince of Qi has most likely moved out, otherwise, Li Yuan wouldn't have asked him to guard the Qin king's mansion, originally, the god of heaven revealed the atrocities after Li Shimin, which in pay silence's opinion, should be the perfect time, but the emperor's attitude made pay silence understand, everything, it's not that simple, or, I'll take a crime of dereliction of duty, then, let go and let the king of Qin and the prince of Qi each show their skills, if the prince wins, I thank the emperor for his crime, the prince knows that I am derelict of my duty of the original intention, will certainly thank me in my heart, will certainly save my life, if the king of Qin wins, I'm afraid that I dereliction of duty or not, protect the Qin royal family or not, there is only one end, pay silence bet, maybe the emperor let me come to guard the Qin king's mansion, is to help the prince, the emperor always know that I don't like the Qin king, spare me, the emperor still sent me, the reasoning of which, I should understand, pay silence, quickly think, what else did not think of, quickly think, pay silence thought back and forth, afraid of any omission, just thinking about it, came the situation, report, not far away, the king of Qi, the prince, with all the way to the house soldiers, each with swords drawn, is rushing towards the Qin Wang Fu, report, southeast direction, there is a small team of people and horses, touching the street, wearing plain clothes, looking, like toward the Qin Wang Fu, coming, pay silence was also nervous, is there a total of 2 men and horses, yes, good, listen to my orders, due to the miracle manifestation, the sky is as bright as day, this is not a bad thing, but, the people are walking around more, increasing the risk of injuring the people, so, everyone, press on, wait a little longer, I'm going to stop the crown prince and the king of Qi, pay silence said, as if it was human words, in fact, it wouldn't be human words, my lord, that squad, whatever, what squad, my lord, it's that, the scout didn't finish his sentence, pay silence didn't let people speak, are you sure that's the crown prince and the king of Qi, if it's just the people, deal with it hastily, in case of a death, the emperor there, how to explain, to do things, be unhurried and thoughtful, but in case, there is no what if, after saying that, pay silence went downstairs, tightly rushing, pay silence finally appeared in front of the crown prince and the king of Qi before they passed the secretly arranged blockade line, crown prince, did the crown prince also come to the Moonwatch Tower to enjoy the divine mirror? Looking at pay silence with a smile on his face, even if Li Jiancheng had more than enough killing intent, he could only stop in his tracks, Lord Pei, so elegant, what the crown prince said, the miracle appeared, the blessing of the great Tang, Pei, can't not come to see which, staring at pay silence, crown prince Li Jiancheng didn't have much defense, miracles appear, heavenly opportunity descends, pay adult, don't know, pay silence knows, but pay silence can't say prince, what heavenly opportunity, the matter of the king of Qin shooting me and the king of Qi, forcing the palace to seize power, is a heavenly opportunity, what, pay silence's acting skills, really not bad there are such things, Lord Pei, do you really not know, really don't know prince, I can't talk to you, I have to go into the palace to face the saint, ask the emperor to lower the decree, purge the demons, no, you see me panicked, I think, Prince, bring this many people to come. It should have already got the emperor's decree. Ah, then I can't delay the prince's office work here. Prince, quick please. By the way, Crown Prince, I don't know. The emperor's decree. How is it going to be disposed of? Looking at Pei Silence, Li Jiancheng looked confused. Lord Pei, there is no decree. This Crown Prince and the King of Qi are preparing to take the King of Qin and go to the palace to face the saint and ask the emperor to rule. What? Pei Silence had a surprised look on his face. Crown Prince, if this is the case, Pei Sil can't be allowed. What? When did you gasp with Lu Hongji a nose? Just now let him stop me. He also said that there is no decree cannot let. In the end, he is still not gray. You let not let? Hearing Lu Hongji also know this, Pei Silence face cannot help but more worry. Pei Silence can't let today. Let go. Crown Prince, for the Crown Prince's grand plan, if there is no holy decree, but also please Prince Qi Wang will be behind the troops and horses as withdrawn, and after that, please Prince and Qi Wang with me into the palace to face the saint. Listen to Pei Silence this sentence. In the words, this behind the troops and horses 4 words, Pei Silence is biting particularly heavy. After saying this, Pei Silence also did not forget to sweep back. Seeing Pei Silence like this, Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji both kind of didn't get it. You really want to stop me? Looking across at these two brothers, Pei Silence was deeply helpless. It's not stopping, it's inviting. Inviting the Crown Prince and the King of Qi, with the minister, to go into the palace to face the saint. Good, you wait for me to take the King of Qin. Take him, let's face the saint together. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Saying this, Li Jiancheng was about to rush forward. Crown Prince, Pei Silence shouted. He was really anxious. Unfortunately, Pei Silence couldn't shout at Li Jiancheng. Crown Prince, wait. In the back, Li Yuan's subordinate eunuch came. How come it's you again? The emperor sent word. The emperor said that he must let the two of you enter the palace to face the saint. I don't believe it. The emperor won't go back to Li Shimen like this. Egu, the two of you, the emperor said, if you want to pass, I have to die first. Then you die. Li Jiancheng's killing heart was not yet pacified, so how could he be easily persuaded? Crown Prince, think twice. Slave's life is cheap. But if slave dies, Crown Prince, slave was sent by the emperor. Don't you understand? Li Jiancheng was no longer angry. No longer angry. This sentence, he still heard. Father is determined to protect Li Shimen? Crown Prince, as you can see, nowadays, one must not be impulsive. With the person from the palace, Pei Silence persuaded Li Jiancheng again, with much more certainty. Crown Prince, today, if you break into the Qin Wang's residence and take the Qin Wang into the palace, not to mention the impact among the people, just to say that if you want to escort the Qin Wang into the palace, you will have to be followed by a group of government soldiers, so to enter the palace, isn't it suspected of forcing the palace? Chapter 53. Where is the King of Qin? Where did the King of Qin go? A sentence of forcing the palace, but really, shouted Li Jiancheng. You wanton. You nonsense. Prince, if you don't bring your government soldiers, you must tie the Qin King's hands and feet, even to the point of injuring his body and destroying his home, so that the one who kills his brother and seizes power will no longer be the Qin King, but the prince. Pei Silence is worthy of being Li Yuan's beloved. This logic, bar none. Li Jiancheng could not be convinced. According to you, I don't have to do anything. Prince, truth be told, the emperor sent me to stop the two of you here. The prince only need to bring back all the people behind him, then the people that the minister brought. Naturally, there is no need to stay here. The prince and the minister to go into the palace to face the saint. The other things, there is the emperor's decision. There is the heavenly will to adjudicate. This sentence set out. Pei Silence is still the people behind the 4 words bite very heavy. The prince's heart was confused, couldn't understand, but the sight of the Qi King Li Yuanji, but heard some clues. Big brother, Pei adult means, you put, is that so? Big brother, Lord Pei has always supported you and disliked the King of Qin. Li Jiancheng frowned for a while, then looked at Pei Silence and nodded. Lord Pei's grace of advising you today, Jiancheng accepts it. Hearing Li Jiancheng's words, Pei Silence's heart was simply sweeter than honey. With these words from the Crown Prince, Pei Silence's death is worth it. Crown Prince, King of Qi, please, everyone, on my command, hit the road back to the house. Wan Che, Lord Pei's meaning, do you understand? When he told the people to retreat, King Qi kept his eyes open. Shui Wansher, who was then the general of the East Palace Guards, narrowed his eyes and nodded. Crown Prince, Wansher will go last and make sure that everyone returns to the palace, never causing trouble for the Crown Prince. Good. Shui Wansher withdrew his people, not really all of them, and when Pei Silence told people to withdraw, it was quite a solid withdraw, all withdraw, leave no one behind. Lord Pei, is this the end? Crown Prince and King of Qi. I have persuaded. Qin Wangfu is not in danger. Lying to people and ghosts. Pei silence his mouth. Soon, the King of Qi and the Crown Prince's men and horses arrived at a dense forest and began to change. Densely packed people, with short weapons and in civilian clothes, started to enter the city. The group of people who were withdrawn by Pei silence, how could they not feel at ease? So they also changed into civilian clothes, took their weapons, and just stood guard at the Qin King's mansion. At this time, Qin Mansion, Fang Xianling Du Rui had already discovered the difference. Old Du, where is the King of Qin? Where did he go? Ayah, this is not for the Turks matter. Fetch the scriptures to go. This. Ayah, this outside must be chaotic now. The video is out. Li Jiancheng, Li Yuanji, which can stand it? Ayah, this. The King of Qin went out. How many people with him? How many people can bring? Changsun adults there. The King of Qin has always been a secret interaction. Today, is the same. The King of Qin slightly dress and go. The entourage took one. Ouch. Fang Xianling's eyes went black and almost passed. Old Fang, report, there's a situation outside. Say, don't panic. Yes, Lord Du, the concierge there is watching. There's a group of people outside the mansion. Sneaky, with weapons in their belts. Sure you're not mistaken? Absolutely not. Du Rui dragged Fang Xianling in his hands, one pair of eyes turning back and forth from side to side. How many of them are there? Many. Moreover, it looks like two groups. My lord, if we let them get up to the high wall, I'm afraid that the soldiers and generals within the king's residence won't be able to stop them. Although it's nighttime now, but the whole world is as bright as day. So they dare? They're not afraid of losing their reputation? The henchman who came to report glanced at Du Rui. His mouth wanted to say a word but didn't. That tangled face was being seen by Du Rui all in his eyes. What do you want to say? Lord Du, I'm afraid that the matter of the King of Qin killing his brother and seizing the power has already spread. This is the reason for them to step on the King of Qin's residence. The royal residence is in danger in a moment. This dangerous situation. I'm afraid. No one is willing to protect it. No one is willing to take care of it. Chapter 54, Kill or Die. Come on. After saying this, the henchman stopped speaking. Du Rui heard this sentence and then looked at the fainted Fang Xianling. Yes, it's true. Now the situation. Forgive Fang Xianling this kind of brain. Counting of fainted vegetables cannot count the way. After thinking for a while, Du Rui looked at this subordinate, his eyes sharp and ruthless. Qin Wang killed his brother to seize power. How do you think about this? My subordinate dare not. My subordinate does not have any opinion. I will make sure you say it today. This, my lord, outside now. Looking outside, this subordinate's heart is burning. Du Rui can be good. Other no matter. Must want this subordinate to say a 1, 2, 3, 4. Do adults, honestly speaking, if the King of Qin is not so brave, so high merit, the prince succeeded the throne, will be the world's common wish, so that, the throne, the King of Qin will not fight, also cannot fight. However, the King of Qin God brave, simply Godman general. This matter, the world know, not to mention the crown prince, is the current emperor. I'm afraid that it is also difficult to cover the King of Qin's glory. So, the royal power of the fight, avoid cannot be avoided, not you die of the situation, the throne cannot be determined. So, the King of Qin kill brother. Show, the King of Qin won. So in my subordinate's view, it is the King of Qin who kills his brother, not the crown prince who kills his brother. My subordinate is only happy, although he said this with a reddened face. However, when this subordinate said it, the firmness of his eyes was unquestionable. Good, what a world common knowledge, what an unavoidable. I'll ask you again. The situation outside was only getting worse with time, but Du Rui just held on. There was just no rush. He was asking question after question. He was not tired at all. What is the attitude of the brothers and whatnot over there by your side? Lord Du, we are sworn to follow the King of Qin to the death, and it is a blessing for us that the King of Qin has seized power. Good. I'll ask you again. The henchman looked at Du Rui, and on his expression, he was already a bit impatient. My lord, what exactly do you want to ask? Outside the dissident tasting, you hurry to think of a way. Think of a way. I'm not thinking of it. I ask you, do you think the world? How do you think the Qin king kills his brother to seize power? At this question, the henchman who came to report the situation was silent. Just now, he said, this matter, I am afraid that no one in the world wants to take care of it. But Du Rui pretended not to hear and asked him this question again. He couldn't just say it again. After all, this is not a good thing to hear. Subordinate does not know. Let me tell you, today, the safety of Qin Wangfu and the death of you and me are determined by the outcome of the imperial power, not by the transportation of you and me today. A sentence of cloudy mountains and fog, Where was the henchman who came to report the situation to understand? Sir, today, it will depend on the choice of the hearts of the world. Let's wait here. Wait, right. Du Rui was old and calm, but he was in a hurry for this one of his men. Lord Du, the king of Qin has asked you to take charge of the Qin king's mansion. Does he mean that he wants you to stand by and watch? How could I stand idly by? Saying this, Du Rui drew out a short blade. I will live and die with the Qin king's mansion. At this moment, outside the Qin king's mansion, Shui Wanshare, with his men, was already surrounding the entire Qin king's mansion. Come on, today's opportunity is on the line. Whoever can take King of Qin Li Shimon's head, whoever, in the future, will be on a level playing field. Attention, do not expose your identity. We are not the Crown Prince's East Palace guards. We are the common people who cannot tolerate a rebellious villain like Li Shimon. Understand? A sentence that kills and kills. Understood. Good. Li Shimon, proud of his accomplishments, now by the divine disclosure of his evil deeds. Such an evil man. The world has to but together. We kill Li Shimon, for the Son of Heaven to clear the demons and evil. On. Go. Go. For a while, the command go resounded everywhere. Before Shui Wanshare could understand what was going on, he let someone stab him. Me, I'm your grandfather. You, with unbelievable eyes. Shui Wanshare collapsed. The person who killed Shui Wanshare carried a large sword and looked around. Everyone remember, Shui Wanshare, commander of the East Palace Guards, died in civil unrest, died honorably. All understand? After one sentence, many of Shui Wanshare's men automatically stood out, standing behind this man who had stabbed Shui Wanshare to death. What's going on here? Everyone in the crowd automatically stood into two groups. One set of people looked at Shui Wanshare. The group was confused. The other set of people, standing behind the person who had stabbed Shui Wanshare, each had a death wish. Gentlemen, we have always admired the King of Qin, deeply impressed by the King of Qin's divine power, have long intended to defect to the King of Qin, but there is no opportunity to do so. Today this Shui Wanshare is our surrender. If you have the heart to defect to the King of Qin's command, then give this Shui Wanshare a knife, and from now on, we will be all the way people. If you don't want to be on the same path, you guys leave now. No one will stop you. Just this Qin King's palace. You can't enter anymore. All of a sudden, in the guards of the Crown Prince's East Palace, a big half of them were separated to consciously guard the Qin Wangfu. This is the direct line under the eyes of Crown Prince Li Jiancheng. The hearts of the people in the world can be seen. At this moment, the two groups of people separated from the Prince's East Palace guards are still in a stalemate, and behind them, the group of people that pay silence disbanded, but spontaneously continued to guard Qin Wangfu, looked at it and got confused. What's going on in front? I don't know. What's going on? They did it on their own? Go take a look. Soon, this group of Eastern Palace guards that had split into two groups were surrounded. Don't move. We are ordered to protect Qin Wangfu. You guys, what are you doing? You say you're under orders. Whose orders are you under? And how do you prove that you're here to protect the Qin King's mansion? Hey, is it your turn to ask me? Now you are surrounded by us. Say, what do? You don't obey me and I don't obey you. This day, can't talk at all. Look at that. That guy, do you guys recognize him? The man who stabbed Shui Wanshare to death kicked Shui Wanshare's corpse, his head raised high. The Crown Prince's East Palace Guard commander. Dead. I killed him because he wanted to break into the Qin King's residence. I've admired the Qin King for a long time. You guys, if you're really defending the Qin King's residence, join me and surround these people. If not, I advise you to leave obediently. The King of Qin is both civil and military. God's mighty world, should be the Lord of the world. Kill brother to seize power. Is compelled. If you want to use this to attack the King of Qin, is really shapeless, should be killed. There is one. Count one. I am a nobody, and I have never worked for the King of Qin, but my heart aspires to the King of Qin, and I can't change it. If you want to kill or die, come. Chapter 55 Letting go of the fight? Good one is unchangeable. Ha. Kid, what's your name? In the future, I must recommend you to the King of Qin. Truth be told, in my Zhang Kaishan, is once the King of Qin's account pawns, had the honor to speak with the King of Qin, for the King of Qin has led the horse, and later on, it is also the King of Qin who single-handedly promotes me, and I have today. Good boy, the King of Qin must like you like this. All of a sudden, a bunch of people each revealed their identity. It can be good. This one had raised horses for Li Shimon. That one had cooked for Li Shimon. There were others who were grateful because Li Shimon had relieved their old home from the suffering of war. Of course, more. All of them have never seen Li Shimon, but all of them admire Li Shimon very much. You are a big fan of Li Shimon, and so is he. For a while, a thrilling siege became a fan meeting. The rest, it was simple. What about them? What attitude? Say, you guys, what attitude? If you want to stay, cut on this Shui Wancher's body. If you want to go, we won't stop. If you want to break into the Qin King's palace, a dead end. Choose. The prince's personal guards from the Eastern Palace, each face like ashes. If the King of Qin wins the world, we only ask for our deaths today to be able to exchange for our family's peace. And then, many of them cut themselves. The remaining 10 or so, gritted their teeth, red-eyed, glaring at the large hundreds of people surrounding them, hissing, electing the King of Qin. Can the King of Qin let us win? I don't know. Well, it's better than dying right now. I choose. Anyone who chose King of Qin. Li Shimen took a stab at Shui Wancher. Soon, in front of the Qin King's mansion, there was a field of dead corpses. Before the dead corpses, there were densely packed people with densely packed weapons, and after the dead corpses, was the gate of the Qin Wang mansion. On this side, the Qin Wang mansion was safe and sound, and on the other side, Pei Silence with Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji, is already able to see the palace from afar. Go, take Xuanwu Gate, Changtian Gate walking, too slow, I can't wait, I need to see father now. At this moment, Li Jiancheng did not know that he died at Zuanwoman. If he knew, he was afraid that no matter what, he wouldn't dare to walk through Zuanwoman again. Crown Prince, wait, Pei Silence shouted, and Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji slowed their steps. What's wrong? Both of you. It will take some time for the accident to happen on the Qin Wangfu side. And secondly, we clearly encountered an unknown assassination on the way, so we really can't come so fast. What assassination? Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji looked at Pei Silence's pair of fox-like eyes, two faces blindfolded. Prince, Qi Wang, assassination you and I three, almost did not come. You guys, forget? You? Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji looked at each other. Understood. Pei adults reminded should, that, we, the very woeful ha 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 ha. Soon, Pei Silence's trio arrived at the Changtian Gate. Pei Silence at this moment, with a confident and relaxed face, started calling the door. I am Pei Silence, ordered to bring the Crown Prince and the King of Qi, and enter the palace to meet the saint. Lord Pei, the Emperor sent someone to deliver a message with me, saying that you can come in, or you can go back to the Qin King's mansion to station yourself. Whatever, but the Crown Prince and the King of Qi, they don't have to come today. What? Pei Silence thought he had heard wrong. Please, say it again. Pei, didn't hear it clearly. Lord Pei, the Emperor has already calculated that you are going to bring the Crown Prince and the King of Qi, so he has long since sent someone to pass word with me, saying that you can come in, or go back to the Qin King's mansion to be stationed. Whatever, but the Crown Prince and the King of Qi, they don't have to come today. In fact, the first time, Pei Silence heard what this gatekeeper said. However, he didn't dare to believe which. Your Majesty, did you order anything else? No, only that the Crown Prince and the King of Qi should not come. Then about the matter of Qin Wangfu, and the matter of Qin Wang, the Emperor has not commanded something else? No one answered. Bother, please, about the Qin Wangfu's matter, and the Qin King's matter, did the Emperor command something else? Still no one answered. Bother, don't bother, Pei adult, the Emperor explained these. The Emperor also explained, said Pei adult if he has been asking questions. Tell Pei adult, the Emperor his old man's body is a little sick, a lot of things, temporarily do not have the heart to think about. Everything, Pei adult from the heart is, the Crown Prince and the King of Qi, also from the heart is, Lord Pei, the last general guarding the city has important matters at hand, so I won't say much more. After saying this sentence, the gatekeeper guarding Changtian Gate stopped saying anything else. Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji raised his heart with anger, but did not dare descend it. After all, this was Changtian Gate, the face of their old son which, Crown Prince, King Qi, let's go. Pei Silence let Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji walk in front, and he himself walked behind. While walking, Pei Silence muttered to himself, from the heart, why don't we see the Crown Prince? Why, Your Majesty, what exactly are you thinking about? From the heart, Li Yuanji and Li Jiancheng walked in front, also muttering for a while. Big brother, what do you think Father Emperor means by this? What do you mean we don't have to come? Father's meaning? I don't get it either. Lord Pei, Li Jiancheng called out to Pei Silence, and Pei Silence greeted him with 2 steps. Crown Prince, Lord Pei, there is no need to be polite. It's just that the words Father Emperor passed over. What deep meaning is in them? Before Father Emperor said, let us come, now he said he won't let us go in. This is? Li Jiancheng was confused. Pei Silence is also confused. Crown Prince, please. Pei Silence Li Jiancheng walked in a piece, while Li Yuanji followed behind the two. Crown Prince, nowadays, the emperor has already planned to cede the throne. What? It's just that. The emperor has asked you to decide for yourselves, to whom the throne will be given. Saying these words, Pei Silence was all gloom. Although I know this meaning in the words of the emperor, but, Pei Mao does not understand why the emperor will make this decision. Clearly that Li Shimin is already the body of certain death, the situation of certain defeat. Why? Being asked by Pei Silence, Li Jiancheng was even more confused. Father, let us decide our own choice of the throne. Pei adult, you mean, Father, let us outside this palace. Let go of the fight? Chapter 56, taking down the prison before making a decision. Pei Silence didn't speak, only nodded. And then, before Li Jiancheng could speak, Pei Silence sighed deeply. Pei a certain view of the meaning of the emperor. Not only to Prince Yu and that Qin Wan Li Shimin let go of the fight. The emperor means, let us these subjects, and even, is to let this Chang'an, and even the world's generals, the people, are let go of the election, let go of the fight. This sentence, Li Jiancheng was heard and understood, repeatedly reciting this sentence of letting go of election, letting go of contention. Li Jiancheng's footsteps, unconsciously slowed down. Father does not want us to fight before him. Father wants a result? Prince wise, Pei Silence took a step ahead of him, and gave Li Jiancheng one knee. Crown Prince, there is no time to lose. It's time to move. Pei Mao's mind. The Crown Prince should know. Today Pei Mao came together with the Crown Prince. I hope tomorrow, Pei Mao can still come together with the Crown Prince. Knocking open the gate of Changtian. 2 words, no need to say more. Li Jiancheng understood. With Lord Pei's help, Jiancheng's heart is in the right place. At this moment, Li Jiancheng and Li Yuanji followed Pei Silence and left. And in the palace, Li Yuan looked at the two kneeling across from each other with complicated eyes. How long do you plan to kneel? Is this considered forcing the palace? Shang Shen said, you kill your brother to seize power. I wonder you kill your brother to seize power? I think, is my crown prince Li Jiancheng killed me? Then you kill your brother to seize power? Think not. I think again if it is not so, where am I? You killed the crown prince. There is me this off which, before you come, I have called the doctor to me. Unhurt, that, is you ahead of time to solve the me? Or kill the crown prince after the solution to me? Not bad. On the opposite side of Li Yuan, is Li Shimin. Only, it was the younger Li Shimin. And kneeling next to Li Shimin was no one else but the current Changsan Wuji. Your Majesty, Qin Wang, he, will not do this. Changsan Iching, I really also did not expect. You are already chosen a new master to serve. Li Yuan word for word. Li Shimin and Changsan Wuji, both passive. Speak, yes. At this point in time, playing nice is no longer helpful. Father, my son just wants to be the emperor. My son should be the emperor. My son can't not be the emperor. Great Tang, only in my hands, can be stronger. Li Jiancheng, although it is the first long, but the pattern of its people, the civil and military, cannot afford the Datong rivers and mountains, cannot tolerate me as a high merit of the ministers of the younger brother, but also cannot tolerate the 10,000 parties of righteousness. So, the Datong's perilous, fixed in Li Jiancheng ascension to the throne time. Further, the army generals are mostly straightforward. They embrace me, not a day or two. If my son does not claim the throne, how long can Li Jiancheng keep them? No matter where I consider it. For the life of my son, for the life of my family, for the life of my confidant, for the life of my subordinates, for my friends, for the world, my son must contend. I cannot not contend. A word comes, Li Shimin is direct. Li Yuan listened. Could he not understand? For a long time, Li Yuan did not say anything. Li Shimin was at his highness, also stopped speaking. Silence, a long silence. If you call the emperor, the crown prince's party members, family members, how do you dispose of them? Father? Li Shimin almost didn't hear clearly. You, also, if you claim the throne, the Taishang, if there is a delay in your imperial authority, how will you deal with it? For a while, Li Shimin was speechless. In the original history, after Li Shimin killed Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji, he thundered and exterminated all of Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji's sons, but did not kill their daughters. In addition to that, Li Shimin also dominated Li Yuanji's royal consort Yang. As for the crown prince and the party of the king of Qi's beloved, Li Shimin is not deeply investigated. Even, is able to use as much as possible, without any misgivings. Even that Pei Silence, Li Shimin to its abhorrence, also did not kill. Everything, Li Shimin have decision. Only, when Li Yuan so asked, Li Shimin in turn is not good words. Father, cut off the roots and roots. Shut up. Li Yuan's face sank like water. Now, I want to kill you. Only in a moment. I can give you the throne. I can give you everything. But you have to understand, if I give you, It's not the imperial power that you took, it's the imperial power that I gave you. So there is no such thing as chopping off the grass, and there is no such thing as getting rid of the roots. Understand? My son is terrified. Li Shimin looked at his father and emperor, unable to see through. However, he understood a little bit of what Li Yuan said. If Li Yuan wanted him to die today, he would definitely die. Wait for the gods to open the permission to comment on the video. Wait for the heavens to let this stopped video continue to play. I will ask clearly, see clearly, figure out, if you really have the ability to set the world, the powerful Tang, if the destiny of heaven is you, I will give you this destiny of heaven, only, all the direction, to be arranged by me. Li Yuan's meaning is very clear. Changsun Wuji looked on and hurriedly made Li Shimin kowtow. Your Majesty is wise, your Majesty is wise. 1,000 generations of great Tang, all depends on the Emperor's holy ruling today. Seeing that Changsun Wuji was so excited, Li Shimin followed suit and kowtowed to Li Yuan. My son, I respectfully obey my father's will. The dusty unsettled battle for the imperial power of the Great Tang has been temporarily controlled by Li Yuan, and at this moment, in the 10,000 Realms historical parallel world, the images on everyone's mirror of the heavens had all appeared to be stuck. Right now, as long as they were watching this short video of Zhang Wei, basically, the images on the mirror of the heavens were all of this sentence, not the kind of killing a brother to seize power like Li Shimin and Zhao Guangyi. Great Song Dynasty, Taizu period. Zhao Guangyin looked at this sentence, Zhao Guangyi killing his brother to seize power, and was slow to react. Why isn't the video playing down? After this, there must be a reason why Guangyi killed me. Right, can't rush, I have to ask clearly. This Zhao Guangyi, whether it is renamed. You go to the Prince Yin Jing to me called. I have something to ask him. Tap on the comments. Comments are not available. Due to the comments are too hot. In order to ensure the experience of watching the video, this platform is temporarily closed. Due to the platform's temporary decision to suspend the commenting service, the server load is heavy. Had to temporarily suspend the account of the history of the heavens of the second short video playback. To your inconvenience, I am very sorry. Zhao Guangyin C comments cannot be used. The video temporarily stopped again. For a time, at a loss. Hurry, Zhao Guangyin and instructed his subordinates. Do not go to call Prince Yin Jing. Sent people to Zhao Guangyi house surrounded. Not allowed to come in and out. Zhao Guangyi, with take down the prison. After thinking about it, and then make a decision. Chapter 57. This is not the Emperor's life. Do not understand the Emperor's way. 2 words in the different name of Zhao Guangyi is already a sign of Zhao Guangyin heart attitude change. After commanding, Zhao Guangyin retreated to disperse the left and right. Looking out the window. God above. Why my brother wants to kill me? Why? Great Song Dynasty, Ranzong period. Zhao Ji looked at his throne, and suddenly there was a pang of weakness. Taizong killed Taizu to establish himself. Taizong killed Taizu to establish himself. Then my throne, is it not the wrong way to come? The foundation of the country, is not all shaken? After Taizu, now it's just a prince. But who should be a prince in itself, has become an emperor. Ridiculous. Song Renzong, this person, was originally a bit obsessive-compulsive. Truthfully, there was also a bit of mental cleanliness that meant, since he was a child, he had taken the monarch as a self-control, self-possession, and self-reflection. Now, from Zhang Wei's video he realized that he was simply after the rebel and traitor. This gave him a blow that could not be described as big What to do? Song Renzong Zhao Ji was confused. God, quickly let the video continue. I want to see why in the end. Why Taizong he wants to do this. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. I don't know if Song Renzong really felt it. Anyway, as soon as he shouted, the video that had been stuck for quite some time, really moved. The relevant programs and algorithms of the processor have now been dealt with, and the video continues to play. Delayed everyone to watch the short video. Very sorry, now the platform specially issued compensation to each user's account. Please pay attention to check receipt. This compensation is nothing to Song Renzong. The key is, the video can continue to look down. In the video, the narration continued. The power grabbers in history are basically stealing the kingdom in various ways. That is, taking the ready-made great mountains from another person in another family, or grabbing it from another family to their own walk. He is not. He is taking back the river and mountain that belongs to their own family that others have stolen away. Watching Zhang Wei's narration in the video, Song Renzong's face was even more confused. What about the matter of Taizu and Taizong? How come they weren't mentioned? Just mention that? This doesn't work. So, how do I know how I can live with myself? On this side, Song Renzong wanted to know the inside story of that year. On the other side, on the side of Li Yuan and Li Shimin of Great Tang, it was even more difficult. Great Tang, Gaozu period. Is it possible that the lag just now got rid of some of the video content? How come there's only this little bit of record about the Qin king killing his brother and seizing power? What's going on here? It seems that the only way to ask is to wait until the commentary opens up again. The king of Qin listens to orders. Li Yuan was now taking the absolute initiative. Moreover, what Li Yuan was displaying now was a wisdom and calmness that others were very unaccustomed to. Therefore, Li Shimin was now looking at his father in a daze. Father, from today onwards, you will stay in the palace. What happens outside? I have my own measure. Everything. Wait for the god above to inform me of the future destiny of the Great Tang. I will, when the time comes, make plans. Li Yuan's words, Li Shimin understood. Therefore, although the Qin Wangfu and his gang of people's safety and security are much worried, but he couldn't do much else. Yes, at this moment, the fate of the Great Tang and the fate of Li Shimin were all involved in Zhang Wei's video. It was just that, when Zhang Wei made the video, he hadn't counted so finely, and hadn't counted that the selection of the empire during the period of the Great Tang's high ancestor, such a big event, was actually between his words. If he had counted, I'm afraid Zhang Wei couldn't help but say a few more words anyhow. Daming, Chongjin period. Chongjin Emperor Zhu Yuchan looked at this video that was paused and then played again. His face was covered with teardrops. What this says is that I overthrew the castrate Wei Zhongxian. I am the king of the dead country undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. In Chongjin crying hard, the video is still playing. This seizure of power has fully proved his ability. But, he is still too young and in too much of a hurry. The truth that breaking rule is not simply breaking the tools and machines of rule of all previous rulers was, indeed, established and widely spread in the Western Revolution much later. But the fact is that the rich history of the change of feudal dynasties and the struggle between imperial power and centralized power before him was enough for him to understand this truth. To seize power does not mean to wipe out all the layouts, all the machinery, all the power of all the previous rulers. A ruler, since he has all assumed the word rule, many of the arrangements he has made, many of the forces he has cultivated, have absolute managerial utility for the people and things and all the relationships he rules over. In other words, the enmity between rulers has indeed no real relation to the world being ruled, or to the tools that rule it. Somehow, he solidly did not understand this, and he solidly confused the unbeatable powerhouse he wanted to overthrow with the broken world that this powerhouse was struggling so hard to maintain. In the end, he seized power, but the power he gained was smashed to pieces by himself. This led to the fact that his successful seizure of power was both the beginning of his rise to power and the beginning of his downfall. Possibly, because he was not the emperor's life. Do not understand the emperor's way, much less understand what is the checks and balances, so all his decisions can only be from his point of view and height, all only stretches straight, all can only calculate personal and immediate gains and losses. So, how can save the country? This cannot be said, is also one of the reasons for his death. Zhu Yujian looked at this one-sentence paraphrase and couldn't help but repeat it. The beginning of the rise of the country, the beginning of the fall of the country, originally not an emperor, does not understand the way of the emperor, gained power, but was smashed to pieces by me. What does this mean? Learned in advance the fate of the future, raises Zhu Yujian this kind of straight anxious stubborn nature, also began to reflecting on whether he was really wrong. At that time, the late emperor wanted me to keep Wei Zhongxian, said he can use the Ming. I only when the late emperor was confused by the traitors for a long time, and not on the heart. Now it seems that, could it be that the late emperor's move? There is really a deep meaning? But Wei Zhongxian is a first-class big traitor. The world, all the people, all the learned people, the justice of the ministers, all of its abhorrence. And besides, this person power over the field, arbitrary, exclude dissenters. The late emperor was suppressed by him, has been so pathetic. The royal family without a day of reckoning, but also the handwriting of this person. I don't kill him. How to purge the dynasty of powerful ministers of the atmosphere. How to suppress the dynasty full of civil and military. How to set up the prestige and confidence. How to level the world's people's grievances, the anger of the scholars, and how to be able to order the execution of prohibitions. How to protect the emperor's prestige. Speaking, Zhu Yujian stopped talking. Silence, a long time of silence, and then, Zhu Yujian threw a slap to his face. Chapter 58 How to listen to all seem to say the emperor of the dedication. Zhu Yuchan, you kill Wei Zhongxian. Is it actually in order to keep yourself on this throne peace and quiet? Imperial power alone. Imperial prestige. If this is really the case, how have you ever put the people in the heart? Chongjin Emperor has been a little back to the flavor. And at this moment, the video continued. After seizing power, he just got himself a throne with no one to restrain him. No confinement. But such a throne, such a country, did not solve any of the key crises or threats. did not resolve any of the contradictions that are really enough to destroy the country. On the contrary, the price of his throne with no one to restrain him is that there is no longer anyone who can help him to check and balance the dynasty and field, no one who can moderate the contradictions, and no longer anyone who can truly be a general leader from the macro of the world, and cope with the absolute crises and threats. Hearing this, Zhu Yujian cannot sit steadily. The upper god's intention. It is difficult to weigh. Zhongxian is the backbone of the minister of the great Ming, and is to the great Ming cramp the skin of the wicked? I'm not a villain. He weighs Zhongxian, but also absolutely no such checks and balances of the field, against foreign enemies, and even more so, no such family and country mind. I do not believe. Ming Dynasty, Haizong period. Ming Shizong Juyu School is already away from the sickbed. At this time, on the contrary, he saw the video of this dead king again. Difficult which? The previous video, that emperor is Aizen Joro. That is, the people of Hojin. They did the emperor, the king of the dead country. I'm afraid that it's not me. It is the next one. From this power-grabbing, Zhongxian, you come, next to Shizong, an old eunuch, full of complex color, being so called by Shizong. The old eunuch only put away the thousands of threads in his eyes. Your Majesty, Zhongxian, this video, I'm afraid to say, is the king of letters. Soon to return to heaven. Earlier, I also told you about the future of the world. The king of letters, is the future emperor? I said, to you to assist well. Now it seems that King Xin is afraid that he will do something that should not be done. According to what the god above said, King Xin does not believe in you. But if King Xin cannot believe in you, cannot use you, what about the world? Seeing the unwillingness in the eyes of Juyu School, Wei Zhongxian cried hard. The slave is a damn rotten life. With the support of the emperor, only today, the emperor said how I want me, how I am. The emperor, you command it. You are commanding the slave to accompany you a piece of the road. The slave is not ambiguous. Cannot. The chaos of the Ming, chaos in the gentry of the great wealth, the people of the great suffering, chaos in the army is not strong. No one in the court. After the gold of the strong, the treasury of the virtual, the private of the scholarly family. This pile of pieces, you are well aware of, but also can be maneuvered. The letter of the king, although the royal family, but also have the liver and guts. However, to him to do the emperor, is indeed reluctant to do some. I want to cough. You, emperor, you do not say. Slave understand. Wei Zhongxian really have feelings with Ming Shizong? Really? Wei Zhongxian, you give me to listen well. After me, really know where the root of the curse of Ming, really know how to maneuver. Is you Wei Zhongxian? You are misunderstood by the world or not? By the letter of the king of the suspicion of hostility also, you give me to hold on. These years, you exclude dissenters. I understand you. What you do, I am protecting you. You or I intend to raise out of the power minister. You must hold up. If there is no today's words of the gods, I have not mentioned. Today the gods of the heavenly plane descended. I will say, you must take the king of the letter as the honor. Check and balance the scholars. Gentry, compassionate to the people. Alleviate the contradiction. Reuse capable ministers. Regardless of the near and far enemies and friends, think of a way to guard the mining supervision policy. Fill the treasury. Sharpen the army. The king of letters wants you to die. You have to prevent. You have to before you die. These things are handed over well. Find good people. For you, for me, these things are done well. The damning, hold up, you die again. Understand? Which, you suffer aggrieved. Find me back. You create sins, or I still, not hurt the letter king, not inhibit the royal family, the world expose, I, and you with the ancient times, you can listen to clear? Zhu Yuzi since Zhu Yuzi, great wisdom, the way of checks and balances, the view of the big picture, really not Zhu Yujian can compare. Wei Zhongxian listened, was crying while howling, the liver and intestines. Zhongxian this scoundrel punk, into the palace, because of the emperor's holy heart, was able to get a new life, but also because of the emperor's bias. To today, Zhongxian is a villain. Zhongxian is not loyal, but, the emperor's grace, Zhongxian will be 9 deaths to report. This world, Zhongxian is a true villain. The emperor is a true saint. Others, are hypocrites. Now, the saint is going away. Hypocrites want to go on stage and sing. I, a true villain. For the emperor, fight with them. Your Majesty, Zhongxian led the order. Just the letter of the king if you see this video. Which change? Since for you to pave. Wei Zhongxian, you when you keep your word. Even if I die, will also look at you, emperor at ease. This will go to prepare. In the meantime, the Three Kingdoms world. Cao Cao was watching the video. Mesmerized. How does it sound? How does it sound like it's talking about Emperor Xian? Chapter 59, Your Majesty won't let me kneel. So I won't. Emperor Xian is the king of the end of the world. The Eastern Han exists in name only, and at this juncture, it is no one else. It is I, Cao Cao, who holds His Majesty hostage and preserves the Han family. His Majesty's dissatisfaction with me, suspicion, has been there for a long time. The god said that the dead king, meaning that the Han family will die. I Cao Cao preserve the Han family, and send you and others together to raise the trust. How will the Han family die? Dismissing his left and right, Cao Cao couldn't be bothered with a headache. Now, this problem is big. Must pay attention. Dead or not say. The key, this dead king did not do anything, is to seize power to do okay. Your Majesty to seize, cannot seize others, can only be to seize my power, plus the words of the gods, how to listen. How is my Cao Cao right? Besides me, Cao Cao, who else is worthy of the word power, and who else, with every move, is able to relate to the gentry, the scholars, the army, the treasury, and the people? Saying these words, Cao Cao's eyes were filled with a look of disdain. However, if this is the case, and His Majesty succeeds in seizing power, and also smashes this authority to smithereens, then wouldn't it be that I, Cao Cao, who was determined to help the Han people, ended up in a miserable end, and that my friends, my men, and all of this laying out of my heart for the world, would all be destroyed by His Majesty? Where did it go wrong? Where is it? Where did it go wrong? I have obviously been very careful. Cao Cao was a smart man. He knew very well that he, the Prime Minister, had already made Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xia, very unhappy. Lu Xia, at all times, wanted to get rid of him, Cao Cao, so he was very careful. He never believed that Lu Xia really trusted him, nor did he ever believe that the Han family really trusted him. This dead king is undoubtedly Your Majesty. He should not have the emperor's life. Naturally not familiar with the emperor's way. If familiar, how do you not know that the first emperor Yingzhang is the emperor's mind, boldly relying on LVBUA, so as to become the Qin dynasty hegemony? And how could he not know that Emperor Wu of Han dynasty was an imperialist, who authorized several capable ministers in the east, Wei, and Hua, and only then did he achieve the success of sealing the wolf's residence. Gaozu Lu Bang, let Han Xin do to such a great extent, still want to use more than want to kill, to lose importance? How is not the foundation of its hegemony? I Cao Cao, I think that literature and martial arts, can do Han Wu's east and Wei Hua, can do Lu Bang's Zhang Liang and Han Xin, can be the Qin dynasty's LV Buwei, can be the Han dynasty's backbone. Nay, Your Majesty really doesn't understand, really won't. Cao Cao's meaning in these words was obvious. He felt that Emperor Xian was basically in line with what Zhang Wei said about this emperor in his video. Neither was very good, neither had a pattern. In that case, how can my great cause be accomplished? 1,000 defenses. Where exactly did it go wrong? Su Chu hurriedly came in. Prime Minister, go and invite His Majesty here. No, come with me to see His Majesty. Prime Minister, isn't that right? With that, Su Chu made a neck-wiping motion. No, I, Cao Cao, will ask the emperor to kill me today. Su Chu, you first send someone to notify the 100 officials to gather at the Zhangtai, and afterward, follow me into the palace to meet with His Majesty and ask for death. Su Chu, scary? Not afraid. If that emperor's little child really dares to receive the Prime Minister, I'll chop him up. After saying that, Su Chu left, and then, the 100 officials received the news, all unknown. What does the Prime Minister mean by this? I don't know, but there should be a conspiracy. We'd better be careful. Among the 100 officials, there were more than 2 sets of factions. One set of people gathered together more and more. The more people with different political views they encountered, the more the officials spoke, the more they were very careful. Some time ago, Mrs. Dong wanted to, be careful what you say. There must be a demon when things go wrong. All of you be careful which, gentlemen, you say it will not be this video mess. I watched that video, which said the dead king, may be Your Majesty this? A single sentence that couldn't help but make people's thoughts come to mind. Between the eyes turning left and right, the eyes of the crowd, mostly landed on Eunuch Dong. After all, Eunuch Dong was the emperor's abbot, and if it was really Lu Xia who was said to have been killed in this video, then the one who was killed would be Cao Cao. In that case, among these 100 officials, the one who wanted to kill Cao Cao, who dared to kill Cao Cao, and who might be able to kill Cao Cao, other than this Eunuch Dong, who else could there be? Eunuch Dong was being watched by so many people, and it was a displeasing sight. What are you looking at me for? Look again, look again. Eunuch Dong crossed his waist and shouted at the top of his voice to the left and right. When the 100 officials saw that Eunuch Dong was like this, they were all very bored and stopped looking there. People do not look as not look. The key Dong Taisher confused The assassination of the Chow thieves is still being planned. It's not clear if things can come to fruition. Now the heavenly chances seem to have been uncovered by the gods. According to the gods that mean, this time the uprising, it is certainly successful. But, that Chow intelligent and suspicious, if he follows the clues, use this to cause trouble. I'm afraid that the big thing is not good. Gentlemen, must pay attention to Eunuch Dong spoke with understanding, and the crowd listened with alarm. But if that's the case, according to what the Lord God said, once Chow dies, the Han will no longer have a foundation. Your Majesty is the king of the fallen kingdom which, with one sentence, Elder Master Dong would not be able to. What the Elder God said, is it really so profound? Not bad Taisher. I came to think carefully. Chow indeed is to ensure that the Han treasury is full, the army is strong, the scholarly gentry and so on, do not dare to have second thoughts, the people live in peace, foreign enemies do not dare to easily invade. All these, is indeed Chow's credit You, Dong Taisher listening to these, although not happy, but, to refute, he really can not refute. If Chow dies, you and I, with His Majesty, and with Sun Lingjun, united and working together, are we still no better than him? A Chow? Taisher nowadays the chaotic world. Before a word was spoken, Su Chu arrived. Gentlemen, quickly into the palace to come. The Prime Minister has arrived. Although the words Dong Taisher is already Chow as a person who must die. However, upon hearing this greeting from Su Chu, the 100 officials who had just cursed Chow no matter what, were now each straightening their sashes, behaving in a disciplined manner, and entering the palace gates one step at a time. His Majesty has arrived. The Prime Minister has arrived. His Majesty is here. The Prime Minister is here. His Majesty has arrived. The Prime Minister has arrived. The 100 officials heard the words and cooperated. Long live His Majesty, and good health to the Prime Minister. Long live His Majesty, good health to the Prime Minister. Long live His Majesty, and good health to the Prime Minister. On top of the Zhang Tai, Chow is on the side and Lu Xie is in the center. Next to Lu Xie, is a trembling inner official, and next to Chow, was the tiger-backed Su Chu. Your Majesty, lately I've been too busy to come here to be taught by Your Majesty. Your Majesty forgive me. Chow made a move to kneel, but Lu Xie hurriedly held Chow back. Prime Minister, why do you need to be like this? Everything is fine here in me. Everything is fine. There is no need for Prime Minister to be concerned. Previously, the moment the historical mirror of the heavens manifested its visions, Chow had Su Chu come once, not for any other reason. It was to take away Emperor Xian's mirror of the heavens in case Lu Xie saw something he shouldn't have seen and said something he shouldn't have said. From the time the mirror was taken away until now, Emperor Xian was apprehensive, afraid that Chow would become suspicious. This time, Chow came straight to the rescue. The battle was so big that for Emperor Xian to say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Fine, if Your Majesty doesn't allow me to kneel, I won't. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to disobey the decree. Chow sits upright, looking dignified, but leaves a half-bent, humble Lu Xie there, standing left and right, looking flustered. This picture, coincidentally, was exactly what the 100 officials who came and saw clearly. Chapter 60 Kill the minister and get it over with. To be precise, this image was for those few people at the front of the 100 officials to see clearly. Who are the people in front of the 100 officials? That's right, it was Eunuch Dong and his party. Chow traitors, how dare you? Your Majesty is really soft and weak. What does this look like? AI, the Chow traitors are hateful. Coughing hard, Eunuch Dong had a difficult look on his face. Lu Xie looked down below, then at his relative position with Chow, and was also a bit embarrassed. Prime Minister, I'll go back and sit down. Emperor Xian of Han went back to do his job well, and Chow looked at the hundreds of officials coming, stood up, shook his clothes, and straightened his beard and hair, and then, in front of the hundreds of officials, he knelt down for Lu Xie. Prime Minister, what are you doing? Lu Xie then tried to help Chow again, and just as he got up, Lu Xie looked at Eunuch Dong's terrifying pair of eyes and a head that was swaying back and forth. Help! Don't help? Lu Xie is truly in a dilemma. Prime Minister, what are you doing? Your Majesty, please punish me with death. Chow said this, and when Lu Xie heard it, he didn't know exactly how to react. Prime Minister, you are, well, joking. I'm not joking. Your Majesty, kill me and punish me with death. Right now. Chow was extremely intimidating, demanding that people kill him. Lu Xie looked across at Chow, and then at the 100 officials. The 100 officials were dumbfounded. This is? Did I hear wrong? Yes. What does the Prime Minister mean by this? The bottom whimpered. Su Chu listened and took a step forward. The Prime Minister and His Majesty deliberated. The following is which don't want to die. So bold. Dare to no imperial decree, and the clamor in front of the temple sound like a bell. The 100 officials heard, but also each quiet. The key, the 100 officials there, listening to the Su Chu's flood, but Lu Xia there, listening to Su Chu's treble cannon deafening Prime Minister, what is the crime committed? How is the death penalty? I misuse the country. Even the Han may be destroyed because of the minister. Such a great crime should be executed. At this moment, although Lu Xia is flustered, but his face, it is really impossible to say whether he is happy, sad or afraid. Prime Minister, what the Prime Minister said, I can't understand. Trembling in finishing this sentence, Lu Xia himself sat back trembling, just sitting there, looking at the kneeling Cao Cao. Lu Xia could hear his own heartbeat now. Really, it was too exciting. Your Majesty, I am the Prime Minister of the Han Dynasty. As the Prime Minister, I am in charge of all the officials and take care of the world. Such an important position. I have failed in my duties. I can only make all the officials do their best. The people are at ease. The chaotic robbers take heart. But I cannot make your Majesty feel at ease to the extent that the ruler and the ministers are at odds with each other. This is one of the misdeeds of a country. Secondly, nowadays chaotic world. Your Majesty and young, unable to deal with so many problems. I but in vain, always listen to the words of the eunuchs and other people. Want your Majesty shoulder the world, for ministers to share. This misrepresentation of the country of the second. Your Majesty's young body, the heart of a teenager, dealing with state affairs, dealing with the military. There are always oversights, so forcing your Majesty to deal with state affairs is intended to make your Majesty bear the responsibility of the death of the country. This misrepresentation of the country of the third, the minister, is really to be put to death. I, Cao Cao, ask your Majesty to execute my ministers as a warning to others, and I also ask your Majesty to execute my Cao Cao's vassals, close ministers, and 9 clans as a sign of His Majesty's great favor. Where is Cao Cao's plea? Where is he looking for death? This is clearly a flash of the wrist. This was a naked threat. Eunuch Dong and the 100 officials got it. Lu Xia didn't get it at first, but when he heard about this young man's heart and the responsibility for the death of his country, how could Lu Xia not understand? Silently glancing at the seat suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. Lifting his butt up, Lu Xia knelt down on his butt. Prime Minister, what is the crime? What is the crime? Get up, quickly. Lu Xia has not finished a sentence. Su Chu followed and knelt. The end will also please die. The last general and all the generals under the Prime Minister's account can only keep one side of the peace, condescending to His Majesty to be partial, but cannot for His Majesty to take over the world, is really shapeless, is really misleading the country. I ask your Majesty to kill the generals under the Prime Minister's account, as a warning to others, so that your Majesty's generals will not dare not to do their best. In this way, the world can be obtained. Su Chu's voice is still like a bell, a treble cannon, but Lu Xia is now listening, is not at all harsh. Understand, Cao Cao has quit. Cao Cao's men are also not doing it. If they do, Cao Cao can put the people at ease and the officials at ease. Cao Cao's men can keep Lu Xia in peace and the Han Dynasty alive. If they quit, who else will be able to reassure the people? The officials, and the rebels? Cao Cao's men, such as Su Chu and other tough generals, such as Gui Jia and other strategists. If they also quit, who else can make him Lu Xie to be at ease, so that the Han Dynasty to survive? Looking at the chapter of the palace under the 100 officials, dense, large and small, Lu Xia looked at it again and again. Who can? No, the luster in Lu Xia's eyes, gone. Looking at Cao Cao in front of him, Cao Cao at this moment had drawn a short blade and presented it with both hands. Please, your Majesty, personally slay me with your hands, to show your imperial authority. The person's Cao Cao's white neck was stretched out and his white blade was held out, just waiting for Lu Xia to make his move. However, Lu Xia was slow to move. Underneath the Zhongtai Palace, Eunuch Dong watched and was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Kill, ouch, kill. Looking at Mrs. Dong's mouth, Lu Xia could see it clearly. However, he didn't take the sword after all. Prime Minister, not guilty. No, I'm guilty. I deserve to die. If I can't make His Majesty feel at ease with me, I'm the biggest hidden danger to the Han Dynasty. Kill me and be done with it. Chapter 61 Li Shimen, born to be an emperor. The sword Cao Cao was holding in his hands was raised higher and higher. Looking at this knife that was getting closer and closer, Lu Xia only felt a nameless oppression in his heart that was getting heavier and heavier. Prime Minister, you are not guilty. To you at ease. At ease which? I am well aware that your Majesty is uneasy. This is not your Majesty's fault. This is my sin. Please, your Majesty, kill me with your hands, so as to end the future. Lu Xia now understood what Cao Cao meant, and how he couldn't afford to take the sword. However, Cao Cao was in such a state that he couldn't close the deal. If you can't end it, people don't look bad for Cao Cao. But he, the emperor who doesn't even dare to hand over his neck to be killed, he looks bad, eyes fluttering and anxious. Finally, Lu Xia saw the savior. Sun Lingjun, Lingjun, come quickly. Your Highness, come quickly, come quickly. Lu Xia invited Sun Yu over, and Sun Yu immediately knelt. Your Excellency Sun, what are you doing? Are you going to ask for death as well? Your Majesty. Minister, please, Your Majesty. Watch a video released by the Supreme God. Upon seeing Zhang Wei commenting on the power-grabbing behavior of this one deceased king whose name was still unknown, basically a failure of a failure, Lu Xia's entire person was losing the mental energy to even stand. Me? Is this me? Sun Yu did not answer Lu Xia's question. The Prime Minister is unwilling to be such a powerful minister. The fate of the Prime Minister and His Majesty, it has to be said, was facilitated by Sun Yu. Therefore, Sun Yu deserves to die. With a bang, Lu Xia directly stumbled and fell. Sun Lingjun, I remember the Prime Minister praised you before. Most capable of checks and balances. Checks and balances. Is the way of the Emperor, right? Prime Minister fallacious praise. Sun Yu dare not be. Just check and balance the way. Is the way of the Emperor? Your Majesty is right. I understand. Hands clenched tightly, Lu Xia turned around and walked over to Cao Cao, picking up the knife in Cao Cao's hand. And then, Lu Xia aimed the knife at his neck. Your Majesty, protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. How could Elder Tongue not be nervous as he watched his dragon son-in-law act like this? Your Majesty. No. Sun Yu, what did you tell His Majesty? You bewitched His Majesty with your lies. Sun Yu, you'll die a horrible death. 100 officials, listen to the order. This is the first time Lu Xia has spoken so loudly since he became emperor. The 100 officials were all stunned when they heard this. Your Majesty. No, you can't. You can't believe Sun Yu's words. He's in league with Cao Cao. Your Majesty. No. Elder Master Dong, it is now me who is telling you to follow orders. Elder Master Dong, do you still have me, the Emperor, in your sights? Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare. All the 100 officials knelt. Lu Xia looked at the 100 officials, looked at Cao Cao, and with a hard stroke, he almost didn't scratch off half of eunuch Dong's life. Your Majesty. Then, wisps of hair fell down. Lu Xia cupped a handful of hair in his hand, and then, threw the knife. Prime Minister, my hair, is my life? Is the life of the Han family? This life, as much as I can give to the Prime Minister. What does the Prime Minister think? Looking up at Lu Xia, Cao Cao was first stunned, and then, Cao Cao laughed out loud. As he laughed, Cao Cao's tears flowed. Good. Your Majesty. This sentence of Your Majesty's is quite like Emperor Lu Xiu, the Han Guangwu Emperor. Good. I'm not Wang Mang, but if I can become Your Majesty's Guangwu Emperor, I would like to be Wang Mang. Ha 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 ha. Your June. Loan your June O. Your June's 3 words can make His Majesty have this realization. Your June O really is the Zifang of the world. Good. Cao Cao stood up, claimed this handful of hair in Lu Xia's hand, and carefully tucked it into his arms, and then, picking up a knife, cut his own hair. Your Majesty, I'll use this handful of hair for the time being, to be the life of my close ministers, my family ministers, and the lives of my 9 clans. This life, to Your Majesty, a king and a minister, 2 pairs of hands on one. In the world of the 3 kingdoms, Cao Cao and Lu Xia, with this full head of disheveled hair and tightly clasped hands, changed nothing, but everything, again, seemed to have changed as a result. At this moment, in the 10,000 worlds, in the mirror of the heavens, the content of Zhang Wei's video was still continuing. Long story short, his power grab was a failure. It can be said that it basically doesn't count as seizing power. It's just killing people, cleaning up. To say seizing power, it's a bit of an exaltation for him. In comparison, Li Shimon's seizing power was beautiful. Whether it's beforehand, afterward, during the event, Li Shimon thinks clearly and understands the trade-offs. It can even be said that Li Shimon's seizure of power everywhere embodies the righteousness that death cannot disrupt the country, and everywhere embodies the aesthetics of checks and balances and proportion. It can be said that Li Shimon was a born emperor, and he knew how to think from the emperor's point of view when he wasn't an emperor. He knew exactly why he was seizing power and what he was going to do afterward. All in all, when it comes to seizing power, Li Shimon's handling of it is only the most beautiful, not the more beautiful. Zhu Yujin of the Chongjin period of the Great Ming looked at this paragraph of praise for Li Shimon and frowned. And in the other world, the Great Tang world during the period of Great Tang Gaozu, the young Li Shimon and Li Yuan, Li Jiancheng, Li Yuanji, Du Rui, Fang Xianling, Pei Silence, as well as countless subjects and people of the Great Tang, These people watched Zhang Wei's various compliments to Li Shimin in the video with even more varied expressions. Imperial Palace. Li Yuan silently recited these few lines of commentary about Li Shimin, and every now and then, he looked towards Li Shimin's face. A born emperor? Chapter 62, just being fooled around and used as a gun. At this moment, this young and promising king of Qin Li Shimin of His Highness Li Yuan did not have the mirror of the heavens to look at. Right now, he belonged to the category of being punished for standing, in layman's terms, not to mention looking at the mirror of the heavens, because he was standing a bit far away from Li Yuan. So, even listening, Li Shimin couldn't quite hear the commentary in Zhang Wei's video. The Supreme God is so biased towards you. Unexpectedly? Frowning, Li Yuan subconsciously glanced at the mirror of the heavens outside. Let's see what's so good about you. A born emperor. Li Yuan's side was concentrating on looking at the heavenly mirrors, while outside the palace, Li Yuanji, Li Jiancheng, and Pei Silence were looking at the born emperor as stated in the video, and their expressions were more than just frowning. Lord Pei, you see this? Pei Silence looked up at the historical mirror of the heavens with a somber expression, a pair of eyes that were filled with worry. Crown Prince, I'm afraid that what the Elder God has said is not favorable to us. Why? How could the Supreme God condone such a thing? He even praised it greatly. A person who disregards the respect of elders and children, is he worthy of such praise from the God above? A sentence was spoken, and a loud thunderstorm flashed through the air. Boom! A clap of thunder made Pei Silence's face turn ashen. Upper God, could it be that what Pei said is wrong? Could it be that a deviant non-firstborn like Li Shimin, being the emperor, is deserving? Listening to it as a question. In reality, Pei Silence already had a big problem with the superior God in his eyes. Since ancient times, the new ruler is the firstborn. This is the unchanging truth. I, Pei, will never move this. Li Jiancheng was listening on the sidelines, and there was still a hearing? Pei Silence no longer has that much confidence in their cause, in his Li Jiancheng's future. Now Pei Silence, the face is no longer the cloud of certain victory. Instead, it is a face of death wish. Could it be that I, Li Jiancheng, am not destined to be destined by heaven? Crown Prince, must not be discouraged. Li Shimin killed his brother and seized power. How could the gods truly favor him? In the last video, the gods did not really curse that Emperor Qianlong for a single word in the entirety of the last video, but the fact that the gods loathed and denied that Qianlong, anyone can see it. Pei Silence's words couldn't help but be considered a form of self-congratulation and struggle. Pei deeply knows that this matter all depends on the will of heaven, although now it seems that the fate of heaven favors Li Shimin, but how exactly the will of heaven is not yet known. Prince, wait and see what happens. Everything is laid out, unchangeable. Now, the arrow is on the string, have to send. Good. Li Jiancheng is now out of ideas, and at this moment, in the Qin King's mansion, Du Rui watched the video commentary about Li Shimin seizing power. That was slapping his thighs while shouting at Feng Xianling. Old Feng, I say old room. You should wake up quickly, you wake up old room, quickly. After shouting for half a day, Feng Xianling woke up leisurely. King of Qin, where is the King of Qin? Quickly arrange for the King of Qin to leave the city. Quick, just now you fainted for a moment. The King of Qin has arrived in Hunan. Come on, looking at Du Rui's happy face, Feng Xianling's eyes were filled with suspicion. What's going on here? Don't ask, quickly look. When Feng Xianling took a look, he too slapped his thighs in joy. Heaven's will is so, heaven's destiny. Good. Congratulations for the King of Qin. Congratulations for Great Tang. No, where is the King of Qin? Old Du, where is the King of Qin? Being asked by Feng Xianling, Du Rui also stopped laughing. The King of Qin is at Lord Changsuan's house. He should be fine, right? You're confused. You didn't send anyone to go find Goa. How can you sit so still? Feng Xianling cursed and went towards the door. Oh look, inside the courtyard of Qin Wangfu, a group of government soldiers are on full alert, looking out from the doorway. Outside the door is densely packed with people. What's going on? Old Du, what's going on? The door has been blocked. Now no one knows what the situation is. Outside do not know what kind of people. A moment to say that they admire the King of Qin specially come to guard the door. A moment to say that it is the King of Qin's old department to come to guard. I do not carry a clear. Simply do not care. I don't care can work. The King of Qin has not come back. Not right. Outside really if the King of Qin's old department. The King of Qin should have come back long ago. Also not right. Maybe now outside has been chaotic. Feng Xianling's mind flew out countless possibilities for a while, but none of these possibilities could be confirmed or overturned. What about this? The King of Qin is not here. In case the King of Qin has made any blunders, and in case that Crown Prince's party sees that the gods are so complimentary of the King of Qin, and the dog jumps over the wall. The king of Qin will die 9 deaths. Du Rui, you. Oops, I'm useless. Fang Xianling came up and gave himself a slap. Quickly, think of a way. Fang Xianling, think of a way. The king of Qin can't have an accident. At this moment in the Great Tang, the people and subjects were all looking at the heavenly mirror. And in the mirror of the heavens, Zhang Wei's video, the narration about Li Shimon's seizure of power was not yet over. Li Shimon's seizure of power, and his seizure of power, from the very beginning of the purpose, is 100,000 miles apart. Li Shimon seized power. Can't say that it is not for his own dream of emperor. Can't say that it is not for the 9 to 5. But realistically, truly, Li Shimon seized power in order to protect his own life, the life of his confidant, the life of his old subordinates. From this point of view, Li Shimon's seizure of power is characterized by a large degree of helplessness and sadness. If Li Shimon does not seize power and allows Li Jiancheng to rise to power, then when Li Jiancheng rises to power, or even before, he will have to get Li Shimon killed. There is nothing else. Li Shimon is too strong, too dazzling. 16 years old people. Li Shimon fledgling, did a big ticket, Yen Menaha. Li Shimon, this young man's name, almost rang over the world at that time. All the famous generals. Another 3 years, people. Li Shimon is only 19 years old. 19. A lot of people still take their son to play with mud. People. Li Shimon has already accomplished a feat, victory over 100,000 Xueqin strong rider. After this, they fought for 3 days in a row, breaking 8 dangerous passes, killing countless enemies, almost kill all the poor. This is not much to mention. People single-handedly explore the enemy array, such as walking in their own courtyard. Also not much to say. Only to say that people single-handedly go to the meeting. 4 or 2,000 caddies retreated the Turks' troops of the country when only 25. This kind of merit, this kind of martial arts, can say, if the emperor at that time Li Yuan is not his, Li Shimon is fake as his own father. No need Li Jiancheng. Li Yuan are going to get Li Shimon dead in advance. At this moment, Great Tang, Chang'an, Li Yuan looked at the mirror of the heavens, and then looked at Li Shimon at his highness. On his face, he couldn't help but flash a trace of relief and a trace of bitterness. Who said otherwise? This son of his was indeed too good. From this point of view, Li Shimon's seizure of power is something that should be done, and must be done. But on the contrary, his seizure of power was unnecessary, unessential. In fact, his seizure of power, to put it mildly, was more like, or rather just brainless, being fooled and used as a gun. Chapter 63. Bewitching fancy. Autonomous acts of destruction. Daming. Chongzhen years. Chongzhen Emperor Zhu Yuchan looked at this being fooled as a gun. That can be really unpleasant. I have been fooled. My hands, feet, brain, are their own. Why ever will be manipulated? If said manipulation, that really is Wei Zhongxian. He died before the first emperor. Everywhere manipulation of the first emperor. The first emperor has not yet died. He was thinking of manipulation of me. I kill him. Subwise move. Why is not wise to say? Gas to gas, howl to howl. But wait for the video narration as sound. Zhu Yuchan or honestly, obediently and coquettishly not say a word. So listen. When he came to power, it was not difficult, and there is not much life and death situation. Almost logical. It was considered peaceful, but he didn't want this peace. Imagine, a prince took over the throne. A juvenile mind, a belly full of ambition and ideals of the prince took over the throne. That is always want to do something to achieve out. That is always don't want to be idle. That is always want to reflect their own value. However, it's not that the court doesn't seem to need him, it's that they really don't need him. All things, there is that powerful minister who decides all. He, the emperor, watched as people moved troops and promoted officials under his nose. It didn't take long, he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted presence, he wanted absolute power. He wanted to destroy the powerful minister, and then he realized that by himself, he couldn't do it. Soon, a group of readers, a group of educated gentry full of benevolence and righteousness came to him and said that they understood his feelings very well, and said that the power officials were in power, so the world was dim, and said that all the problems in the world were brought about by the power officials because of the prejudice in his heart against the power officials, and he believed it, believed in the nonsense of these people. And then, quite naturally, this group of seemingly noble, seemingly loyal to the king and the country, cynical readers began to plot a power grab with him, an emperor who can't hold power at all and can't solve problems, not going to figure out what this country really needs and why it's really weak, but going to engage in something as boring as existentialism. In short, it doesn't matter whether the world is good or not, it matters whether he, the emperor, does it with a sense of existence. For the sake of this sense of existence, for the sake of getting the recognition of that group of readers, For the sake of appearing to be doing a great job as an emperor, for the sake of his own peace of mind, he chose to seize power. In contrast, Li Shimin seized power. Think again and again. Purpose is clear. In their own advantages and disadvantages. In the world's advantages and disadvantages. All thought through. Do not seize is dead. Seize. 9 deaths. Once born. All things are renewed. Great benefit to the world. So, although difficult, although 9 deaths, Li Shimin chose, do, and his seizure of power, sparingly. Obviously his dynasty at the time of the biggest problem is not in this powerful minister. Obviously at that time seized this power. Almost no benefit but 100 harm. He still seized. If really want to give his seized power to find a reasonable reason, that is this powerful minister is indeed the power of the dynasty, is indeed done to suppress dissent, flatter the saint, dictate the state government, many times used to the emperor on behalf of the decision and so on many of the things that should be killed. In this way, his seizure of power is a little bit of a reason. But, which powerful minister does not have these faults? Without arbitrariness and excluding dissenters, can one be a powerful minister? A powerful minister fawning shows that he is of one mind with the emperor, and that his power is the absolute support of the imperial power, and this also becomes a reason why he should be killed? It can be said that he is really a little too peaceful, too idle. His seizure of power, there is really nothing worth circling. In a nutshell, his seizure of power is a costly brush of existence, confusing fancy self-breaking arms plus confusing fancy autonomous extermination behavior. Great Tang, Chang'an, Li Yuan looked at the comparison in the video. The worry on his face was getting less and less, and the relief was getting more and more. In his eyebrows, Li Yuan even had more than a little happy look. On the other hand, Zhu Yuzhan of the Great Ming looked at the commentary in the video, his eyelids drooping and sad. I am not brushing the sense of existence. I really also have pros and cons to consider. Why the gods put me to kill the eunuchs? Said this is so worthless? The side of the couch will not allow others to sleep soundly. My Ming, is the Zhu family? That way Zhongxian and Hack's 2 people will be the first emperor fiddled with what kind of situation? Is it that I also want to cloth his dust? That way Zhongxian, Chui Qingxiu, a hold on the imperial government, one in charge of the Ministry of War, so terrible, the Daming royal family, live in the shadow every day. I was 10 years old into the palace. See more, naturally no. The castrate party is not extinguished. Daming is not emerging. I am right. Zhu Yujian almost crushed his hand. He was not convinced. Just now, said before the seizure of power, the purpose, the starting point and the pros and cons considerations. Now, or to Li Shimin and him to do a comparison. Say a few words about his aftermath after the seizure of power. To be honest, with the people Li Shimin's aftermath than his aftermath. No, he did not have any aftermath at all. It's all nonsense. Chapter 64, Good son, how did you kill me? All nonsense? Lord God, me, is it really so bad? Zhu Yuchan looked at this sentence by sentence Zhang Wei narration in his denial. Sad it really isn't for the sole purpose of imperial power. It really isn't. It really isn't. It is for the Ming to remove the tumor. I have a good aftermath. Pouting the eunuch party breathing space, and then did not give the eunuch party any opportunity. Daming for many years eunuch's chaotic government wind. After me, and then there cannot be any turnaround. My aftermath. Not nonsense. God. You can hear. Right. But where Zhang Wei video inside said these words for a second person in addition to Zhang Wei said, Zhu Yuchang cannot be willing. However, the person who said this, is not someone else, is Zhang Wei. It is the man in the center of the sputtering curtain on the historical mirror of the heavens. In Zhu Yuzhang's heart, Zhang Wei is God. God says you are not good. What can you do? Therefore, Zhu Yuzhang had no more emotions or reactions other than crying and being stubborn. In the video, Zhang Wei's narration continued. To say that Li Shimin's aftermath is beautiful is because Li Shimin, from planning to seize power successfully, and then to finally deal with Prince Qi Wang's party. In total, it's just letting the crown prince, the Qi Wang, and Prince Qi Wang's blood male relatives bleed and lose their lives. Perhaps in Li Shimin's mind, born in the imperial family of men, are in this life and death gamble, who die and who live, are the fate of heaven, and others, are not, and should not do this imperial power strife victims. Therefore, Li Shimin launched the coup, only let the Li family shed blood. In addition to this, all people, including Qi King's beloved Wei Zhang, the Crown Prince's East Palace Guard's commander Shui Wanshare, and even Pei Silence, who has repeatedly wanted to kill and harm Li Shimin. Li Shimin did not move them. At this moment, Great Tang, Li Yuan looked at the commentary, stared at Li Shimin, and actually shed 2 lines of tears. Good. Just now, I asked you how you should handle this and how to make amends. Why didn't you say anything? Li Shimin sniffed and then looked at Li Yuan's face. Now Li Yuan, this face, Can't really see any seriousness. Lifting his breath, Li Shimin also took 2 steps forward and knelt down. Father, my son originally intended, if you can really win, must kill the crown prince and the king of Qi. After this blood relatives, afraid of violating the holy will. Therefore, do not dare to answer. Hearing these 4 words, Li Yuan's face was complicated. Sighing quietly, Li Yuan is also clueless. Hey, the god of God is right. Born in the emperor's family, this imperial power struggle is really a life and death gamble. The people of the imperial family, born with honor, but this honor, also accompanied by cruelty, although I do not tolerate, but, you can sympathize with the people, love and cherish good talent, really is the emperor's heart. Very pleased, hear Li Yuan such words, and then listen to Li Yuan's words in that a stream of love and tenderness. Spare Li Shimin, this kind of iron blood hard man, also cannot help but move. Father, my son is guilty. The son's servant planned the coup. At the very beginning, he took the father as the biggest threat, and took many precautions. The son's servant is guilty. While Li Shimin and Li Yuan, father and son, were tearfully looking at each other, in the video, the narration was still continuing down the line. These, is not enough to make this glory great emperor sealed god. Its seizure of power after the many initiatives. Do not kill the crown prince Qi Wang party, do not liquidate, do not exclude dissidents, are not the most can reflect its glory. And this aftermath initiative that can best reflect its emperor's honor, its emperor's responsibility, its emperor's might, and its emperor's hegemony, and that is also most easily overlooked, is Li Shimin's strong claim to the throne 2 months after killing his brother. At this moment, the warmth that Li Yuan and Li Shimin's father-son duo had been feeling came to an abrupt end. Staring at Li Shimin, Li Yuan's outstretched pair of hands stopped in midair. In a pair of eyes, it was very complicated. As Li Shimin looked on, Li Yuan's very complicated eyes, there were actual killing opportunities. 2 months, strong as an emperor, king of Qin. What is strong? Li Yuan kind of won't. Retracting his outstretched hands, Li Yuan paced back and forth. I know that you want to claim the emperor. I know, it can be seen that this strong claim to the emperor 4 people to Li Yuan's blow. A little big. I thought, you kill your brother to seize the power. It should be you seize the position of the crown prince, and then seize the right to inheritance. Or, is the crown prince of Qi Wang body fall? I consider you if you do not call the emperor, will be backfired. Out of protection, early let you call the emperor. I think of many possibilities, only did not expect. You are strong to call the emperor. Strong? Exactly how strong? Glancing at Li Shimin, then at Changsun Wuji, Li Yuan looked tired. Before Li Yuan asked Li Shimin, if Li Shimin ascended to the throne, he is too on if there is an obstacle to Li Shimin's imperial authority. Li Shimin will deal with that sentence. This is to be used to ridicule to scare Li Shimin's angry words, but I did not expect. People Li Shimin really turn him Li Yuan from the emperor strongly into 2. No, it is likely to become the late emperor. Originally I thought, you want the position of the crown prince, although I intend to hand over the power to you earlier, but, now, 2 months, Li Yuan already can't even organize a fluent sentence. I think too much. It seems, if you have the intention to ascend the throne, perhaps, indeed, do not need my approval. The supreme god said that perhaps in your view, the battle for imperial power, the one who bleeds, should only be the Li family. Is this Li family which? Good. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Li Yuan laughed at this time. That is really sad. Good. That, my Qin Wang, you just said, you are on my multiple precautions. It seems that this lest the night is long and dreamy. Within 2 months, has become the first emperor, right? Can I ask, you, my good son, I sincerely ask you, you have to sincerely answer. Good son, how did you kill me? Chapter 65. Good son, if you don't become the emperor, who will be the emperor? A few short words almost didn't crush Li Shimin to death. Father, this? Never thought about it? Li Yuan repeated these 3 words spoken by Li Shimin and let out a long sigh. Just now, you said that you just want to be the emperor, that you should be the emperor, that you can't help but be the emperor, and also said that the great Tang can only be stronger in your Li Shimin's hands. I thought that what you said that it is only in your hands was a comparison with the crown prince and the king of Qi. It's me who thought too much. This only in your hands that you said is comparing me. No, it's comparing me. Li Yuan, in the same piece. Emperor, you are in a hurry. This sentence emperor, not Li Shimin shouted Li Yuan, but Li Yuan shouted Li Shimin. Father, in this, there must be a misunderstanding. Son to father. Absolutely no second thoughts. Li Yuan stared at Li Shimin. The killing chance in his eyes grew more and more when, in the mirror of the heavens, another voice came. After Li Shimin killed his brother, the comments and voices in the court towards Li Shimin are very unfriendly. More than a few are advancing words for Li Yuan to kill Li Shimin. But Li Yuan is not stupid. Imperial power struggle, bloodshed, flesh and blood. Can avoid better? Cannot avoid. What can he do? Today's death is Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji. At least one Li Shimin is left, is his real son is a fake. In other words, today's death is Li Shimin. At least the remaining Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji is a real son is a fake. Li Shimin and Li Jiancheng Li Yuanji. Only one side of both sides can survive. This matter, Li Yuan early clear. Can he really kill Li Shimin? Therefore, Li Yuan chose to keep Li Shimin down. And the way to keep Li Shimin down is to cooperate with Li Shimin to put Li Shimin's Zuwanwoman gate killing of his brother under self-defense. And after that, to give Li Shimin a crown prince position. In this way, let many people know is Li Yuan's attitude. Li Shimin even if it is preserved. But in fact, Li Yuan underestimated the reaction of the court after Li Shimin killed the crown prince. It's too ruthless. A wild wind and rain. This wind and rain, Li Yuan has been on behalf of his son top. But, really top hard. Even, this wind and rain. The prince direct line, Qi Wang's party, plus the prince and Qi Wang's old friends, close, relatives, and countless interest groups, they stirred up in a piece of trouble. Li Tang Jiangshan is really shaken. Li Yuan at this time, top hard keep Li Shimin, not good to keep. Things have developed to this point. There may be a lot of fans think, this is Li Shimin is not ruthless enough. Ruthless enough, early to these princelings, Qi King vassal to get, dry and clean, which still have so much bold trouble. Let's go on to say, not to talk about Li Shimin left such a big tail, he in the end right or wrong, the key is, the tail is not big enough to fall. Li Yuan really a little bit of top, Li Tang Jiangshan, are a little bit of the meaning of disintegration. The group of ministers angry, there is not kill Li Shimin never stop meaning. Normally, anyone who stands in Li Shimin this position, the first idea is sure to meet out, the sky collapsed, a big top, but people Li Shimin did not. People find Li Yuan to discuss, let Li Yuan zen. This zen, not to drive Li Yuan away from him as emperor. Li Shimin is rushing to replace his father Li Yuan to top this storm. After all, in Li Yuan's position, to return to protect Li Shimin, he is really difficult to do. He is not good to protect. So simply, Li Shimin ascended to the throne. The group of ministers who want to borrow this raw chaos, Li Shimin directly with his wrist, wrenching win, all turn the page. The river and mountain or the Li family, did not change people. Wrestling lost, he Li Shimin died. That delusion of chaos Li Tang Jiangshan, whether it is a headstrong, or a group of headstrong, have to give him Li Shimin burial, and then, Li Yuan continue to be the emperor. So, after Li Shimin discussed with Li Yuan, he came to a strong ascension to the throne by concealing the sky from the sea. This a strong enthronement, bluffing, in Li Yuan's cooperation and operation, in Li Shimin's gang of wise and near-demon retainers of the many preparations, directly is the Li Shimin's strength and Li Shimin's control over the Great Tang. Influence, etc., are hype packaging to the point of explosion. For a time, the group of ministers converged, and actually everyone was convinced. Daming, Emperor Chongjin looked at the explanation about the aftermath of Li Shimin's seizure of power. Between the expressions, our disdain, why is it so troublesome? Directly in the killing of Li Jiancheng when he killed his party first class, to him this party can no longer lift up his head. Not just good, to be an emperor's man, do things to leave a tail, indecisive. Such a good aftermath is also called good? Could it be that the gods have been saying the opposite? Could it be that the gods are ready to suppress me first and then raise me later? Emperor Chongjin was looking down on Li Shimin's good aftermath move when the commentary came in Zhang Wei's video. Some fans see here may not understand. Li Shimin why not kill the crown prince party? Not kill the king of Qi close ministers? Obviously killed. There is no such thing behind. He can be peaceful and stable as the crown prince, and then logically become the emperor. Like him, he killed his brother, got a scolding, and then still kept his brother's close ministers party members, waiting for people to mess with him, and then, watching these people messing with him and messing with his father all the way to that kind of point, he still didn't kill these people. He preferred to make the intention of his own death, but also kept most of these people, even though these people have gotten so loose that they've put their hands inside this royal business of their Li family. Why? This is Li Shimin's way of being an emperor, the heart of an emperor. This, too, is the greatest difference between Li Shimin, the glorious great emperor, and Zhu Yuzheng, the most sympathetic, but not praiseworthy, fallen king. When Emperor Chongjin saw this greatest difference, it was hard to bear, and there was no need to mention it. The key was on the Great Tang side. Li Yuan looked at these secrets of Li Shimin's strong ascension to the throne that the supreme god had said, and for a moment, had no response. Just now, He almost drew his sword and pointed it at Li Shimin. Although he didn't draw his sword, but the killing intent in his eyes, he didn't hide it at all just now. The other child is so understanding, so good, so responsible. The strong ascension to the throne is to draw the fire of the world from him, Li Yuan, to himself alone. Looking at it, Li Shimin is treasonous. In fact, Li Shimin is intended to sacrifice himself, to preserve this group of capable and skillful officials of the Great Tang, to preserve the fundamentals of the governance of the Great Tang, but also to preserve the rule of the Great Tang, and to preserve the bloodline of the Li family. Such a great realm, Li Yuan does not understand even if he actually stared at others. Li Shimin, not only stare, but also want to kill people. The key, but also talk to hurt people, to people hurt like that. I really shouldn't, really should not this, you, son son Embracing Li Shimin, Li Yuan is wow and cry good son, you do not do the crown prince. Who do the crown prince? You do not do the emperor. Who do the emperor? Chapter 66 Problems, Damien big problems. Good son, I just didn't expect that kind of juncture. How could I agree to let my son in front of the top? How could I make such a decision? I'm useless, can't change the first wife system. Although I know you are the most suitable to be the crown prince, but I can't give you the logical. See your sibling rivalry, I can't reconcile. See the blood and flesh, I can't change. Finally left you a son. I actually want you to rush in front. This father. Failure, good in my good imperial son. Li Yuan cried sadly. Li Shimin listened and was also sad. Changsun Wuji watched from the sidelines, and was even more very moved. Qin Wang is intelligent and filial. The emperor's father's love is like a mountain. Such a ruler and subject, father and son, will be a good story for future generations. Because of Zhang Wei's video, Li Shimin Li Yuan father and son, no longer have any animosity. Good imperial son, quickly get up, with me to see the video of the god of the gods, to you quite high Yes, thank you father emperor. In Li Yuan Li Shimin a peaceful, fatherly and filial gaze, the video continues to play. Li Shimin understands that capable officials and skillful officials are the basis of governance, understands that ministers are the pillars of the heavens, understands that emperors can be replaced, ministers cannot be cleared, but Chongjin does not understand. Li Shimin can be for the countryside, tolerate the 100 officials scolding, scholars crowded out, the world cold eyes, more than a few times to give up their lives, bear great risks and resolutely immobilize the 100 officials, but Chongjin cannot. Li Shimin sees power or not, sees power after killing or not, how to kill how much, all from the overall situation, very sober, and Chongjin sees power or not, kill or not, how to kill, how much to kill. It is a chapterless. The second look at the mood, the third called confused, the fourth is at the mercy of others. It can be said that if Chongjin with Li Shimin dropped a child, Chongjin can kill a blood full of mountains and rivers in the Great Tang, can kill their own originally close ministers to be afraid, killed not dare to be close, not dare to do their best, not dare to build a career, and then, the Great Tang extinction, the rise of 100 generations, and Li Shimin, will certainly put that Chongjin can't wait to kill the power minister for, feed, support, until the internal worry clear, external trouble clear, officials improve, the treasury is full, the army is strong, the 100 officials to do their best, until someone can replace this power minister's class, can top the burden on the shoulders of this power minister. After that, Li Shimin must be able to let this powerful minister die with great dedication and honor, so that all the ministers will be envious and want to learn from this powerful minister, and want to die for their king. This difference, we are talking about this dead king today if you look at it, really do not necessarily understand, but you see this, cannot not want to think of the difference between the clouds and mud, and even more cannot want to think of the reasoning behind it. Daming, Chongjin Emperor looked at this sentence by sentence, frowning, that look, indeed, there are a few points to turn over the brain that feeling. What do you mean? Kill the people, do not dare to get close, do not dare to do their best? Clearly kill the person who should be killed, is to clean up the dynasty. The courtfield ministers see the monarch of the killing, naturally know what he should do, should not do what, naturally know, his life in the hands of who, naturally know what he should do, what the Lord God said, really no reason, until now, Chongjin all still think he is right, he all still felt that his killing spree was establishing the king's authority, rather than doing something stupid, and another world, Great Ming, Yang Lier, Zhu Di looked at the words and phrases in this video, a hanging heart, sort of put down, looking at it this way, this dead king is definitely not me. Other than that, on this so-called powerful ministers, when I seize power, I really don't have. It's not that I'm blindly confident, It's my father, who did a good job. Glancing at Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, Zhu Di was very emotional. Father, I know that all the powerful ministers of this daming let you pluck clean one by one, and I also know that you are not plucking for me, but this thornless scepter of thorns, in the end, I still hold it for you. He. Actually think about it, father, if it is not you put a bunch of competent are plucked, I want to take over the power of Zhu Yunju that boy, but also really not good witch. Ha. Laughing, Zhu Di was really laughing happily, but suddenly, Zhu Di froze, and then, Zhu Di's expression became serious, quite serious. Slowly raising his head and looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, Zhu Di's face was ashen. Father, Yunzu, let me seize the power. I have seized this power. Honestly, now that I think about it, I feel that it is smooth and surprising. Originally, I still think it's my own power. I haven't tasted the flavor of this. Today, after listening to the video of which stupid emperor the supreme god this doesn't know to say, I tasted the flavor. Father, this isn't right. There's a problem. Ming big problem. Chapter 67, you're right, we're doing it wrong. Zhu muttered to himself and paced back and forth. Every now and then, he had to look at the portrait of their old master. Wrong, indeed wrong. I was able to seize Zhu Yunju's power, not because the vassal king's heart was united, but because the group of ministers were ineffective. Why were they ineffective? It's because I'm afraid of killing. Father, Zhu Di, that pair of eyes, rarely afraid of the time. When dreaming of Zhu Yuanzhang knew that he Zhu Di rebel to seize power. He Zhu Di was afraid, eyes full of fear. Other than that, spare a life threatening. Zhu Di has not been afraid, but today, Zhu Di was afraid. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, Zhu Di's eyes were full of Xiao Chang. Father, the officials of the Ming dynasty have made you afraid of killing them. Father, when I seized power, I also killed a batch. That batch is not much, still willing to be loyal to the king and the country's loyal ministers, but they let my son kill. Speaking of this, Zhu Di slapped his head. I said recently a small Varrat how to become more and more hard, more and more difficult to manage. Not Varrat really hard. Is the generals of Daming? They do not dare to make a merit, not willing to make a merit. They do not want to do their best, do not dare to do their best, and also not willing to do their best anymore. Daming is not incompetent generals. It's that there is no one who wishes to be loyal to the king and the country. It's that there is no one who dares to be loyal to the king and the country anymore. The supreme god is right. Killing the wrong person is wrong. Although this fallen king must not be me, Zhu Di, but Zhu Di also killed wrongly. Indeed killed wrongly. In the past, father always said, I am like father. Every time this time, mother will always point me, said I can't learn everything from father. Mother is right. Heavy ministers, meritorious ministers, can't be treated like father that way. Peaceful and stable dynasty, never kill out. Li Shimen. Zhu Di thought about it, actually rummaged through the bookcase and turned out the history of the Tang dynasty that recorded the life of Li Shimen. The god above said that you, Li Shimen, are good. I, Zhu Di, will ask for more advice from you. The Yanla emperor held up the history of Tang. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang in the Hangu era of the Great Ming dynasty was already flipping through several pages of the history of Tang together with his crown prince Xu Biao. Biaoer, what does the god above say about this Li Shimen and this cloudy difference between this stupid emperor? Biaoer, what do you think? Father, my son thinks that what the god of the gods said is reasonable. The reason why Li Shimen became a great emperor of the ages is because there were a bunch of capable ministers willing to fight for him. Moreover, it was a crop of capable ministers who were willing to fight for him. This is definitely inseparable from his habit of loving his ministers as if they were his own, and loving talent as if they were his own. Looking at Zhu Bei's expression, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Then according to this calculation, Biaoer, then we're fine with killing an important minister and a great general. Do you think it's right or wrong? Zhu Bei sniffed and did not answer. Father is the emperor. What father does, has its own father's reasoning. Son, has no right to intervene, and never thought that what father does will be wrong. Ha. The standard child speaks and does things, also has a smooth and moderate. Good. Complimenting Zhu Bei, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes showed some sadness. Standard, we suddenly remembered. We still have something to discuss with your mother. We go first. You see Li Shimen. You continue to see. Look at. We think Li Shimen this emperor. We before him not enough to understand. This emperor, a little something. After saying that, Zhu Yuanzhang went to Empress Ma's place. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang walked back. Empress, our good empress. We have something big to discuss with you. Empress. Before Zhu Yuanzhang even entered the door, these anxious cries entered Empress Ma's ears. I'm here. What's the matter? Your Majesty, have you thought about killing me? Empress, why are you still angry? We're looking for you. There's really something. Empress, the new video sent by the god. You've watched it, right? I watched it. I'm watching it. What's wrong? Daming's founding emperor and queen. Now do not know that this dead emperor dead country. Not Tang Song, not Yuan Chang. That emperor died. It is their two founding emperors and queens started the Daming dynasty. Empress, we think, you are right. There are some things that we did wrong. Many of our habits need to be changed. Immediately have to change. Chapter 68, the reason for the destruction of the country. And 3 more. Where did you go wrong? We shouldn't kill many people. King Yen, can't be killed either. Zhu Yuanzhang finished, completely did not look at Queen Ma's face, straight into the head of the house. Zhu Yuanzhang then add water and pour tea himself. We just watched the video of watching Shang God with Bill, and we realized that we are confused. We were thinking of removing the potential threat to the standard, but we actually forgot that the prerequisite for a stable imperial power is a stable and strong country. We killed too many people, too many capable people. In case something goes wrong in the future, the standard can't be solved by himself. There is Yan Wang in. There is a care to Yan Wang than others, more reliable. With him around, we are more at ease. King Yan can't be killed. Saying that Yan Wang can't be killed. Zhu Yuanzhang has already said it several times. Empress Ma was looking at Zhu Yuanzhang from the side, a face of disappointment. If you don't look at this video of Shangshan, you're going to kill King Yan? Where exactly did Deer make a mistake that you want to kill him? Empress, why are you like this? Didn't we say, we're wrong, let's not kill King Yan? Before in the mirror of the heavens to see that blur, we really want to kill the King of Yen, because, we think, if the King of Yen really have a counter intent, to the Ming dynasty, 100 harms and no good, at that time, if the standard cannot get him, how to do, so, we plan to kill him, but now after watching the god's video, we think that if we kill the Yen King, the Ming dynasty might not be stable. Do not kill, we came to find you. 2 things, one is, you usually get closer to the Yen King, some words, you say to him, then I say to him, you tell him, let him send his 3 sons to me, I want to get close to close. The meaning of Zhu Yuanzhang's words is clear, he kills Zhu Di, is not about father-son relationship, and does not care whether Zhu Di should be killed or not, he does not kill Zhu Di, also is not speaking of father-son relationship, also does not care whether Zhu Di should be killed or not, as to say that he wants Zhu Di's 3 sons Ni Tianluan, also does not speak of father and son master and grandson affection. What he wants is still a reassurance. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Yuanzhang's consideration did not take Zhu Di as his son to do. With such a hardened heart, how could Empress Ma have a good face? Emperor, I'm tired. You go out. Don't you haven't promised us yet. This thing, if we say, Yan Wang is definitely not assured. You have to promise us. Must you have to get the 3 children to us? Your Majesty. Empress Ma was already directly pushing Zhu Yuanzhang outward. You go, Emperor. I'm tired. Really tired. Go. Empress, what are you doing? We still have one more thing to discuss with you. It wasn't that Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't see that Empress Ma was angry. Crucially, he wouldn't be able to coax either. So, simply, he pretended not to know. Empress, we know that you're tired, but we just have one more thing to discuss, and we'll leave after we finish. The Supreme God said that ministers are the foundation of the gods of the earth and grain. This is true, but there is another way of saying it. Water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. The ministers and emperors are like the water and the boat. We can't kill all the water, but we have to make sure that the water never make a mistake. So, think and think, or to find some real strength for the standard one heart. These years, we only kill people. This selection of people, trust the work. We can't do it. So, still need you to come. What Zhu Yuanzhang said, Queen Ma understood. Zhu Yuanzhang, you were willing to choose me as your wife back then. Was it because you thought I was suitable to be the mother of a country? Yeah, we've said it for I don't know how many times. Our empress, no matter which emperor, he has to be envious. I see, by choosing me, you are choosing an empress for the world. Zhu Yuanzhang, do you still have a heart? All considerations, when have you ever used your heart and emotions? The important and meritorious officials of the Ming, those people you killed. Which one is not your brother? Zhu Di Zhu Biao. Which one is not your son? Who do you have in your heart? You are hard-hearted. You are heartless and unsympathetic. Empress Ma cried as she scolded. How many years? She sacrificed her life for this founding emperor. How many years? She do his virtuous wife. Never overstep the rules. How many years? Although she has opinions about what he did, but she always understand him. Always support him. But, Empress Ma is just more reasonable. Just more heartfelt. She is also a human being. Zhu Yuanzhang, you are a qualified emperor. Or rather, you are an excellent emperor. But, to your son, you are not a good father. To your friends, you are heartless. To me, you are even more sorry for me. Since you talk about the world and rules and everything, well, emperor, from today, I am your empress, your subject. What you want me to do today, I will do it. Just, in the future, don't talk to me about parents. I don't deserve it. After saying that, Empress Ma pushed Zhu Yuanzhang out. Empress. Zhu Yuanzhang was about to push the door when Empress Ma opened it again. King Yan's campaign is outside. In order to ensure that King Yan is not distracted, what your majesty has commanded me to do will have to wait until King Yan returns. I hope that your majesty will sympathize. After saying that, Empress Ma closed the door. Seeing Empress Ma like this, Zhu Yuanzhang shrugged his sleeves and did not say anything more. Empress, we are an emperor, destined to be widowed. Emperor, originally not worthy, and have no right to parenthood, and even less right to have any personal feelings. We kill our brothers. We kill our brothers who have lived. We kill our sons. We kill our own sons. Likewise, we will not spare ourselves, since we're the emperor. That's all we can do. What we owe you, what we owe our son, what we owe our second and third brothers, what we owe everyone. After we die, after our next life, we'll pay it back. We'll pay it all back. After saying that, Zhu Yuanzhang took a big step and left. Behind Zhu Yuanzhang, Queen Ma's dead shut door flashed out a crack. Yuanzhang, your heart, how hard it must be, how bitter it must be. Daming, Chongjin years. Shu Yuzhan stared at the mirror of the heavens with an anxious face. It's better not to look at it. What the Supreme God said, I can't agree with. The time is put here. It's not as practical as approving two Zhangji. Counting, Zhu Yuchan could be considered the first emperor who felt that watching Zhang Wei's video was a pure waste of time. He was about to card the mirror of the heavens and get up to criticize the medals. What played next in Zhang Wei's video, however, made Zhu Yuzhan unable to stop. In addition to this really undeserved power-grabbing behavior, there are 3 other reasons why he destroyed the country. Chapter 69 Demon Mirror. 3? Which 3? Sitting down again, Zhu Yujian had a pious look on his face. 1. After he seized power, he reused the Shi clan, making the Shi clan a new group of powerful officials without anyone to check them. The key is, this scholar clan really can't compare to the power ministers he killed that are as loyal to the king and the country. So that, this scholar clan is in power, sheltering the gentry, leading to an empty state treasury. Later, when the country is in trouble, the scholars are even more selfishly thinking of retreating to find a way out. In short, is not only not willing to share the wealth with him, more not willing to share the hardship with him, moreover, even think can rely on betrayal of him for some benefits. Second, after he seized power, the royal power no one checks and balances. The country's big plans, such as the policy of defense against foreign countries, often by his one person say, the key, he look at the problem, but also very radical. Other ministers can see that his arrangements have problems, his decisions have problems, but everyone is afraid of loyalty to the king to enter the words of the death. So, he wants to do what he wants to do. Thus, due to the immutability and impracticality of the policy against the strong enemy, he lost, and this defeat was repeated, completely shaking the foundation of the Great Ming. Third, he never put the people in his sights. This is the most deadly reason. A dynasty, even if unprecedentedly strong, if not people-oriented, often to quickly decay, not to mention his dynasty, which was originally full of devastation. Such a dynasty, when the powerful minister he brought down was still around, that powerful minister could often do something to make the people, despite their resentment, not so willing to rebel. He is different. After he seized power, instead of thinking of resting with the people and gathering their hearts, he pushed the people farther away, so far away that they were simply antagonistic. So much so that when someone rose up later on, a single call was answered by 10 million people. Because of the fact that he had done all he could to lose the hearts of the people, he was diligent, but his diligence was mostly spent on ensuring that the group of powerful ministers he had defeated would not resurface, on formulating fundamentally wrong imperial policies, and on the governance of an army that had long been exhausted. One could say that he has been wasting his efforts. It can even be said that if he had been a bit lazier, perhaps, his dynasty would have continued for another 100 years. But, although he wouldn't have done the right thing, he wouldn't have been an emperor at all. But his diligence wasn't fake. His heart of a fist wasn't fake. His ambitions and ideals weren't fake. He was not a smart emperor, or even, he could not be counted as a smart person at all. He had no pattern. He was muddle-headed. He could not distinguish between good and evil. He did not know checks and balances. There was no scheming to speak of. It was simply haphazard. But, he was a heavenly son who guarded the country's gates, and he was an emperor who died in front of the gods of the earth and the gods of the earth. he did his best, without reservation. On the occasion of the destruction of Ming, he saw something of the human heart and knew that he had made some mistakes that he should not have made. It was too late. He also issued the lament if Wei Gong were here. It wouldn't be like this. He also understood some things, and straightaway shouted the evil of the civil officials is especially worse than that of the eunuchs. Perhaps out of self-reproach, perhaps in order to abide by the family tradition. He killed himself and martyred himself, and finished a busy, helpless, hot-blooded, and embarrassing life. He, the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuchan. As the three words Zhu Yuzheng slowly disappeared, in the video, the shadow shown on that window gradually became clearer and clearer into a human face. That face, serious, earnest, written with vicissitudes, not a trace of meticulousness. From his eyes, one could only see concentration, but not a bit of slackness. Looking at this face of his, Zhu Yuzhan left two silent tears. I really tried my best. God above, the late emperor, I'm sorry, I'm sorry for the world. I'm a waste, woo Father, late emperor, I'm bitter, the burden of the great Ming, too heavy, I cannot afford to come. I'm sorry for us. I do not deserve to be a descendant of the Zhu family. I do not deserve. I have no face to see my ancestors. Chongjin couldn't tense up. If Zhang Wei's video is always scolding him, always saying that he is not good, then Chongjin must be tough to the end. Even if he was really wrong, he wouldn't recognize it. But Zhang Wei hadn't been scolding him. Zhang Wei even praised him, saying that he did his best and had done everything he could, although perhaps it would be better for Daming if he didn't do it instead. But this was a great affirmation for Chongjin. He was too afraid of being denied. He needed affirmation too much. Lord God, I just mindlessly said, I know, I can't, just like what the upper God said. I tried my best, but if the Supreme God knows me, how will my ancestors know me? If the Supreme God knows me, how will the people of the world know me? They will surely scold me. They will scold me to death. I, Zhu Yuzheng, infamous for thousands of years. At this moment, Zhu Yuzheng, still immersed in grief, and Chongjin period of the Ming. At this moment, many other people looking at the video, each panicked. Lord Zhao, you see this? Lord Gu, I look at the meaning of the Lord God. This means that the civil officials are misguided? Zhao Nanxing, who was then the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, looked at Gu Dazhang, who was then the minister of rights, with a face of indignation. We Eastwood lectures, we criticize the ills of the times and remove the bad dynastic winds. What's wrong with that? That's a good point, Lord Zhao. I also feel that what the Lord God said is really no reason. See, the Lord God means that castrate Wei Zhongxian is simply the patron saint of the great Ming. Shouldn't he deserve to die? Between words, Gu Dazhan looked at the heavenly historical mirrors in the sky, with much disdain in his eyes. Lord Zhao, you and I are both readers. Since ancient times, the scholar does not speak of strange power. I see, we need to call on the world's scholars. Attack the words of the gods, cannot let the world be compelled. Between the words, Gu Dezhan was actually intent on destroying the historical mirror of the heavens. Good, Lord Gu, we have extinguished that incomparable 900-year-old Wei Zhongxian, so we can't do away with this nebulous, I don't know when it will be gone miracle of the gods? It's just that, Lord Gu, right now the top priority is that emperor of ours. Lord Zhao, are you saying? I mean, in case our emperor believes in the words of this demon mirror. This? Gu Dazhang sniffed and slightly grouped his thoughts. If that's true, Lord Zhao, as I recall, after Wei Zhongxian, who carried the burden of the Ministry of War? Lord Gu, understand. Ha 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 ha. Civilian officials group. Collusion. They are afraid of Zhu Yujian? Maybe Wei Zhongxian was afraid when he was there, but Wei Zhongxian is not there. Sincerely protect the emperor. Sincerely maintain the imperial power of the castrate party is not there. They are not afraid of a little bit. Chapter 70, it's no one else. It's the Tung Lin party. At this moment, Zhu Yujian's place hadn't finished crying. Only, the crying, now, wasn't as loud. Upper God, thank you. I, Zhu Yuzheng, can have the Supreme God as my confidant. I have no regrets in dying, and no fear in destroying the country. Zhu Yuzheng uttered these words of fellowship, and originally thought that this was counting out the grievances in his heart. But, the next paragraph in the video, but let Zhu Yujian break defense one after another. Zhu Yuzheng. Many people look at him directly from the perspective of the emperor. From the perspective of the emperor of the destruction of the country. Looking at it this way, Zhu Yuzheng is labeled failure, brainless, incompetent. But, if we look past Zhu Yuzheng's life, from a prince, He took up the burden and became the king of this chaotic world. Isn't it a kind of courage and commitment? Although it is because he did not see through his relationship with Wei Zhongxian, with the Donglin party, although he wrongly hated Wei Zhongxian, but, with the body of a young man, a heart to fight and maneuver, rectify the dynasty, is not a kind of fearlessness and greatness? Putting aside the emperor's imperial mind and power tactics that the emperor should have, what he did, could it not be considered a gentleman? Hearing this, Zhu Yuchan couldn't hold his tongue again. That pair of mouth hard to hold back, hard to die up and down to bite on a piece. Mouth is not long open to cry hard, but, tears cannot hold God, this is back to protect me? God, Zhu Yujian, what virtue and what ability? Wiping his tears, Zhu Yuxing more or less stood up some self-confidence because of these words of Zhang Wei, and in the video, the narration continued. Overall, he is a special stroke in the doomed and tragic end of Daming. His appearance, his last-ditch effort, his chaotic fists of self-suppression, although stupid, but can't help but say that it didn't reflect the national style of Daming, the Shu family's style of kingship, the righteousness of kingship. If the trend of decline of the Great Ming that started from Wanli Jiajing cannot be changed at all, then, just from my point of view as a video producer, Zhu Yuxing being the emperor is the best ending for the Great Ming. He let the Great Ming die unyielding, die not will, die hard. Up to this point, looking at the screen that was gradually turning black, everyone felt that the video should end. However, on the screen that had already turned black, a little bright light actually appeared again. Here is what was added by the secondary editing later, because it was discovered that the video produced by myself had the potential to have more meaning. So this small section of the video was added as the end of the most sympathetic emperor. Here, to be precise, is advice for Chongjin. If the Chongjin who saw this video is not in the process of hanging himself, then everything should still be saved. Advice for me? Zhu Yujian looked at the words and was suddenly tingling. Upper God, upper God, upper God. You, why are you so biased towards Yujian? So biased, upper God. What virtue and what ability do I, Zhu Yujian, have? Zhu Yujian was confused. Truly, this is really, with divine help, there is still salvation. Everything is still saved. Really there is still salvation? Looking at the historical mirrors of the heavens outside, Zhu Yujian really did not know how to express his feelings. Zhu Yuxing's heart was excited and unable to calm down. Zhang Wei's video could not care if he was calm or not. Soon, the small section of the video that Zhang Wei added later, also began to play. The breakdown of the problems of Daming at that time is divided into internal and external problems. Let's start with the internal troubles. The root of the internal problems of Daming. Emperor Chongjin thought it was Wei Zhongxian and the clique of castrati, but in fact, it was a mistake to take the imbalance between the contradictions of the royal family and the powerful ministers as the fundamental contradiction of the country. Daming dynastic chaos. The fundamental problem of the dynasty is not prospering. Out of the gentry, out of the class contradiction without strict control and adjustment. It is the wealth gap between the people and the gentry and the rich and the poor and the never normal, never fair, absolutely anti-human difference and class divide, leading to almost all of Daming's internal troubles and internal problems. And this gentry and scholars, it seems to be two categories of people. In fact, the gentry is the scholars is the gentry. These two categories of people, or rather the representative of this large category of people, is no other than the Donglin party in the Daming dynasty, which claims to be a prestigious and upright school. Chapter 71, Loyalty to the king is useless. You can attach yourself to the Eastwoods, Donglin party. Just now, Zhu Yujian had been resolving in his own misery, and although Zhang Wei had also mentioned something about the civil government group, Zhu Yujian was not really reacting to it. But now, Zhang Wei explicitly stated the root of the internal trouble, which was the Donglin party. Zhu Yujian listened. How can he not be disturbed? Donglin party. Back then, Donglin lecture. The literati in the radical body of the country. A call. Then there are literati spontaneous unity. Acupuncture. Reform of the new wind. Back then, was also affected by its influence, only to have a firm belief in reforming the world. Donglin party. Is the root of internal trouble in Daming? Chongjin heartily, is not willing to believe, because the Donglin party, from their Donglin lectures after, from Wei Zhongxian compiled the Donglin party roster. The Donglin party has been with the righteousness, with the high winds and high integrity, with the same death. The death of the country can be. These sacred words are inseparable from each other. It can be said that in the eyes of the world's scholars, in the eyes of the Ming, all a little bit of knowledge and insight, a little bit of the heart of the country. In the eyes of the young man, the Donglin party is the spiritual leader. The Donglin party is the god which how could they become the root of the internal trouble of the Great Ming? No, not this. There must be some misunderstanding. Chongjin, believe it or not, Zhang Wei's video speed, is not the slightest bit will not be slowed down by half a point because of this. The Donglin party is not a true loyalist. They are under the banner of removing the ills of the dynasty, in order to bring down Wei Zhongxian's castrate group, and bring down Wei Zhongxian's castrate group is not loyal to the emperor and the country, but in order to clear their obstacles, so that they are the scholars, and really no one to check and balance again. A group of learned men, how can they not understand Wei Zhongxian's existence? Is the emperor used to check and balance with them a powerful weapon? How can they not understand that any emperor will not agree to their crown of evil and treacherous plans? However, Zhu Yuxing died in the end. Zhu Yuchan took the throne. They saw the opportunity, the absolute opportunity. Originally, they didn't know if this king of faith would recognize their treacherous plan. Who would have thought that this king of faith, half-counted or not, was their protector? In other words, this king of letters is always ready to be their protector of the way. The next thing, logical. The East Forest party members shouted every day to be loyal to the king, every day to Zhu Yujian to give advice, many sides around. So Wei Zhongxian really fell. The castrate party also fell. Donglin party in the creation of the absolute castration party terror, set up in the perfect atmosphere, took Zhu Yuxing's authorization. So, the Donglin party with the rapid thunder of the trend, the power of the dynasty, the formation of a huge alliance. This alliance spread, military, ritual, household, Shangshu and so on and so forth, all the power centers of Daming. Waiting for everything to stabilize, the Donglin party began to show their fangs, abolishing the mining supervision system, increasing people's taxes, secretly transferring Daming property belonging to the national treasury, digging up and emptying. For a time, the scholars and gentry, money and power were connected, and Daming was completely rotten. Here, the Donglin party's woe, not only they exclude dissidents, the key is, after the Donglin party exclude dissidents, collusion with the rich merchants and gentry, accelerating the oppression of the people. Here, on the Daming to come to at least 3 hard knife. 1 knife, let the people cannot live. Within, completely cut off Daming vitality. 2 knives, the absolute Ming dynasty way to make money. The treasury dried up, cannot raise soldiers, in the outside, lost the power of the enemy. 3 knives, so that the court officials and the world of scholars to see and understand one thing, that is, loyalty to the king is useless, can be attached to the Donglin. Chapter 72. It's useless to think too much. Why don't you have a fight? Chongjin Emperor Zhu Yujian looked at this sentence. That really shook like a sieve. Loyalty to the king is useless, can be attached to the East Forest. Loyalty to the king is useless, can be attached to the East Forest. No wonder I'm never busy. They are using these things to hold me, to seal me firmly above this dragon chair. In the imperial court, Donglin party. Abominable, abominable. Zhongxian if in, not to this. I, the gods say good. I Zhu Yuchan, finally said this. Wei Gong ah. Zhu Yuxing cried ah. While crying, Zhu Yuxing didn't dare to be too loud. Too loud. It would be easy to not hear the secret recipe for saving the country that Zhang Wei had given him. In fact, from the time when the Donglin party was bent on protecting the rich merchants and abolishing the mining supervisors, a lot of people have already understood the flavor. This gang of old clappers who slayed the dragon have already transformed into dragons. The key, their emperor is still one to let this gang of old clapper dragons at the mercy of. Looked at Wei Zhongxian under the field. See Donglin's dejected. Who in the world still do Wei Zhongxian? Who is still willing to do Wei Zhongxian? This is the third knife. This knife, completely and utterly let Zhu Yujian became a loner. Finally, the war lack of money. The head of the civil officials Donglin party. No money to donate. Abbot Zhou Kuei. The family has $600,000 of cash silver. At that time, only donated 13,000 taels, which, there are 5,000 taels as Queen Zhou's. I am no longer a minister. It can be said that these civil officials of the Great Ming have long seen that the Great Ming will die. They, long ago, do not want to be loyal to the king. They want, but before the death of the Great Ming, to make more money, and then, gladly do the new minister of the new dynasty. Such Donglin subjects, what is the use of keeping them? Donglin, the world when the total punishment, and Chongjin Emperor, is a good emperor, only, he has not learned how to do the emperor. So, the army of the generals, when the emperor's order as the honor, but not to the general's order as the honor. The world of the aspiring soldiers, when the emperor's power as the top, not to the chief as the top. All over the government soldiers, more can not do rich merchants good gentry's henchmen. When take up the sword, protect parents and parents, hometown fathers and mothers. As for the local 100 officials, when locking up the injustice of the gentry, in order to prepare for the sentencing. Chongjin Emperor, when out of the imperial decree, to the local officials, people, the army, extinguish the Donglin, collect its property, distribute the people, enrich the military pay, reduce taxes, and the convenience of the people. In addition, kill the guilty gentry, collect their property, fields and mines, and then do the distribution. I hear, on the contrary, there is a copy of the number of properties in the core home of the Donglin officials. Thought to check. Soon, the words just fell. The picture, a name, and these names behind the property, can really jaw-dropping. Chongjin is here watching. How do not know? Now is the key time. Must, move up. Just, Zhang Wei said in the video is inspiring. But now, Chongjin think about it, he is surrounded by, actually really no available people. God's plan, vigorous and grand. But I, alone, how can I mobilize this big world? Chongjin in thinking of ways. And on the other hand, a group of officials of the Donglin party also want to think of countermeasures. Daming, Lord Gu, look, how is this? Panic about what? Gu Dezhan looked up at the historical mirror of the heavens, and in his eyes, there was hostility. A mirror, presuming to lift up this rotten Ming. He's delusional. Daming, humph, what's the use of lifting it up? You do not see this demon mirror, said Afterlife. Is the latter Gene World? I have heard Huang Taiji, this person, extremely capable of circumspection. Think, if he is the emperor, you and I will not be affected by anything. Zhao Nanqing looked at Gu Dezhan, momentarily speechless. Then, Mr. Gu, can there be countermeasures? What countermeasures are needed? The castrate party has been removed. There is nothing to be afraid of. Many of the things that this demon mirror says have not happened yet. Want to add to the crime? There is no reason to be afraid of. I do not believe that. What it says, everyone believes in what it says. But, Lord Gu, Zhao Nanqing raised his head to look at the sky. In his eyes, he was worried. Just now that vision manifested, the great power of it, the people of Daming, the 100 officials, and the generals in the army, but they all saw it. And, from the view of that Qianlong matter just now, the emperor this time, may also want to get rewarded. And then look at this demon mirror power, and its attitude towards the emperor. I'm afraid, is not to help the emperor. Zhao Nanqing's thoughts, Gu Dezhan listened, also could not help but frown. What has been done for many years, coupled with today's change, we in Chongjin, either we watch him die, take him to find Huang Taiji to claim credit, or he kills us, and then set up the emperor's authority. Zhao Taoran, you still think of sacrificing for this Daming? Gu adults, Zhao absolutely no such intention. From Shizong exclusively favored Wei Zhongxian, to the emperor's frequent replacement of the cabinet, preventing me and others such as preventing household thieves, I have no illusions about this Ming. Now, just listen to Gu adults, the only way to fight. Good, in that case, contact all parties and all places. Now, only to collect all the power in our hands, hold the emperor, and after that, enter the palace to face the saint. Zhao Nanqing Gu Dezhan, two people made up their minds, began to send people to run around in many ways. The imperial capital of Daming was suddenly treacherous and surging with dark currents. Inside the palace, the eunuchs were all trembling. They also see, the imperial city is going to be in chaos. They, either follow Chongjin a piece of life, either way, they have to die with Chongjin. As for taking Chongjin out to take credit, don't think about it. Chongjin's guards, that is not a joke. Said to get dead you, even the sound does not let you out. For today's solution, a few, we are with the emperor a loss. In fact, throughout the ages, we like this, are dependent on the imperial power, we are not loyal, but also cannot be, before the emperor does not understand. Now the god said this much, the emperor must understand, we must guard the palace gate, or else, in the future, do not die, but also worse than death. Right, then what shall we do? Go to the emperor's place, and listen to the emperor's dispatch. The eunuchs made up their minds, all from everywhere to Chongjin that go. People, the more they go, the more they go. Wait until Chongjin that really also counts the pressure of a peace. Your Majesty, we come, at the disposal of the Emperor. Your Majesty, we have come to wait for the Emperor to deploy. Your Majesty, we come at your service. The eunuch's voice, indeed, was not too thick, but it was indeed bright. A loud shout, coupled with the large number of people. People make their own momentum. Chongjin in the house through the bright, looking at the layer of people outside, cannot help but feel deeper remorse. From the beginning of the intention to destroy the eunuch party. No, to be precise, from the beginning of understanding, he hated eunuchs. Therefore, he is not good to eunuchs. Indeed, very bad. However, now helpless, the most dangerous time, or this gang of his usual most hate the most annoying most disgusted eunuchs, guarding him, try to adjust the state of grooming. Chongjin out of the door. See Chongjin Emperor, eunuchs are kneeling kata emperor, You believe us, we will never betray you, we just have this heart. Outside the gang of hypocrites, will not accept us, the world, there is no place for us to stay. Emperor, our life, only in the imperial city, only in the emperor. This world, only the emperor tolerate us, with the emperor's honor. No one dares to treat us as not human, but if we don't have the emperor, we also don't have. Emperor, something you just command, knife mountain fire sea, we break through, we must want the emperor, live in peace, kill that gang of shameless stuff, emperor, you command it. Chongjin clenched his fists, held his strength, looked up at the historical mirror of the heavens, from the gods to pick this out, the imperial city, on your death, there is no room for more thinking useless, how about that fight on the fight? Chapter 73 Yang, I will die. Is Chongjin sure? No, but there is no, cannot wait any longer. Go to ask Yang Sikhang, to make sure he follows the instructions of the gods, as far as possible to maneuver everything. Here, is my metaphorical order, with Yang Sikhang, immediately promoted to the first minister, have everything, the right to kill and give birth to, he, on behalf of me. Finished, Chongjin led a short video. The content is probably, the evil of the civil officials, exposing the hypocrisy of the Donglin, cursing the rich merchants and gentry who steal the country. There is also, sinning, as well as, make a wish to the people. Chongjin promised, after this hurdle, first of all, to return the rich to the people, return the field to the people, do not levy taxes, enlisted in the army have merit reward, open up the land, wish to the generals. Chongjin promise, can respect the imperial power, according to the order to guard the territory, kill the cholera of the minister, the general, rewarded with an official title. These, all of them, are the lure. Chongjin's short video, in addition to lure, and coercion, damning, a military camp, outside the tent, a few soldiers came together in a piece, eyes alive. What do you say? We use the general attached to the East Forest, want to oppose the court as the reason, kill the general, collect all of these 5,000 soldiers, kill the big mountain, and establish ourselves as the king. How? Anyway, looking at the Ming is about to be in chaos, how about a few brothers? Bet, lose, the big deal is to die, win, we can make ourselves king. A few other people heard this and were also moved. This, can it work? In case everyone thinks so, that's not the end. You kill me and I kill you. General is just an identity. Look at you. You're silly. Isn't this with the help of the gods? Let's just say, we are arranged by the gods. The emperor's mandate. Who can check the authenticity? Who can? If there is really someone who wants to pick a fight, let's make an example of him and take the initiative. Won't that be enough? A few people more discussion. The more think this matter is feasible, is ready to do it. Chongjin's video, coercion that part, came. I have got the upper god's will, must rectify the Ming, but also clear, the upper god has said, will help me arm. The upper god, has opened the eyes of heaven, monitoring the world. There are delusional people. There are false gods to create chaos. There are false in the name of my cholera. Will be a moment by moment, rot their hearts and lungs, destroy the lives of their children and grandchildren, and will be on the basis of their sins, and devalue their souls in the 9 hells. I have been in accordance with the instructions of the Lord God. All persuasion entrusted to Yang Sikhang, all those who receive the order of Yang Sikhang, see the order as if to see me, as if to see the Lord God, no order to self-execution. The people of the world, generals, do not follow. After watching this video released by Chongjin, a few generals, silly, do not know how to react. Still go? Or forget it. Just now the upper god can appear. You are not unseen. That said descending 10,000 heavenly thunder. With play like, I do not put together this hilarious. Then I won't go either. Like this kind of scene, in De Ming, that is not 1 or 2 places. Many people, want to rebel, want chaos, but, don't dare. Some people rebelled and messed up, a time, but is not bright, not for anything else, just because the mirror on the head, too scary. Imperial Palace. Shu Yuchang finished sending this one video, sent to find Yang Sichang's people, has also gone, after doing 2 things. Chongjin knows that the rest is to look at the fate, so, also simply do not want too much. Are you guys afraid? The eunuchs and palace maidens nodded and shook their heads. Still need to say? Of course they were afraid. If today's difficulty passes, I will definitely reward you. You guys are good. Shu Yujian finished, and did not say anything else, only left the palace maid eunuchs crying there. He himself, on the other hand, looked at the mirror of the heavens and reverently knelt down in that direction of the historical mirror of the heavens. In the mirror of the heavens, Zhang Wei's video, still continued. If we can solve the root of the internal trouble, and then supplement it with fair fields, another career path, break the solidified class, redistribute property first class, or the internal trouble can be pacified. Then, is the external trouble? In fact, the external danger of daiming is not serious. At this moment, in another world, Zhang Wei looked at the sentence he wrote and blushed a little, because this sentence did not match the reality. Tapping the keyboard slowly with his right hand, Zhang Wei sighed. Zhu Yujian, which Zhu Yujian, I've taken great pains with you. If I don't say so, I'm afraid that people Huang Taiji take advantage of your disease to take your life. At that time, the internal conflict reached the most intense. The external defense is absolutely empty. At that time, the death must be. You say you, also really brave. Obviously see the internal worry so, also dare to outside so just, you still think you are your ancestor Zhu Di? Zhang Wei is biased towards Zhu Yujin? Compared to Qianlong, Zhang Wei to Zhu Yucheng, indeed very eccentric. Then, shouldn't it be eccentric? Perhaps. Eccentricity is normal. Huang Taiji, don't blame me. After all, in other historical worlds, Hojin and Qing still exist. You Huang Taiji, also have the opportunity to show your talent. But Zhu Yuji, too difficult. True, too difficult. Muttering to himself, Zhang Wei continued to look at the video that continued to play down. On his face, a worried look. Daiming's foreign trouble, not to death. After all, how many years are so over? Wanli Jiajing that time, are like that. Daiming is not also nothing. So, hustle outside must first do not have to worry about the outside. As long as you do a good job of everything can be flat. So far, about the Chongzhen Emperor's short video, to this end. And at this time Chongzhen under the rule of the Ming, self-help, has just begun. Daiming, Emperor Chongzhen looked at this sentence, his face more pious. To bustle the outside world must first secure the inside. Not bad. Yang Sikhang is the meaning of this. I look for Yang Sikhang, should be looking for the right. Within the palace, Chongzhen Emperor prayed 1,000 prayers, and outside the palace, when he saw the palace eunuchs who were in a sorry state, even with multiple wounds on their bodies, Yang Sikhang was blinded. This is? Lord Yang, don't ask more questions. Quick, receive the decree. Yes, Yang Sikhang had been following the video of Zhang Wei and Chongzhen. Probably what this decree was, Yang Sikhang could guess. However, Yang Sikhang did not expect that within this imperial city, it had actually become chaotic. Special order Yang Sikhang, full power to exercise the right of life and death on behalf of me. See this son of heaven sword, such as see me, Yang Iching, must guard my sword, guard my world. Kindly, Lord Yang, quick, take the sword. Yang Sichuan took the sword. How did he not realize? This sword, heavy which, whether he can hold it or not, it's still not certain. Yang, 10,000 deaths. Yang Sikhang cried as he took the sword. He cried a lot. Yang Sikhang, have waited for this day for a long time. The Eastwood is without merit. It should be killed. The gentry is unable to, should be killed. Please go back and report to the emperor. Yang Sikhang, if I don't succeed, I will be killed. Your Excellency, please allow Yang to make arrangements to ensure your safety. Took this dying order. Yang Sikhang hoofed it, because he grasped the literature while performing martial arts. Therefore, it was more convenient for him to deal with a lot of things. Soon, an army surrounded the palace, inside and out. Chapter 74, 3 Guarantees. Daiming boils over. And then, Yang Sikhang counted the number of people, the armies he controlled in his hands, which he could instantly call up at will, excluding the ones defending the palace. There weren't many left. That's all of you. Soon, under Yang Sichan's arrangement, his people were in the imperial city, and began to move around everywhere. Set activity, in fact, is a few people all the way, scattered everywhere in the imperial city, banging gongs and drums. Didn't say anything else, just said 3 things. Copy the evil gentry's home, copy the home of the officials on the list given by God, waiting for God to monitor, and then do the distribution. Within the imperial city, there are many residences of the gentry. However, this doesn't stop. There are still poor people in the imperial city who are trying to make a living. As soon as the news was spread, many people spontaneously followed the generals sent by Yang Sikhang with weapons that could not be called weapons at all. For a while, the generals sent out by Yang Sikhang went from 3 by 3 to dragging a large number of them after 3 by 3. Cooks, horsemen, guards, hard laborers, countless. Anyway, there were many people. For a time, Yang Sikhang can be said to be with 4-2, really dialing 1,000 pounds. Inside the imperial city, Gu Dazheng, Zhao Nanqing and others, all a bit panicked. What's going on here? Where are the people? Where have they all gone? Where are the soldiers and generals? Why haven't they been transferred inside? Gu Dazheng was overbearing. The key, Where does he have the capital to be overbearing? Lord Gu, we usually, with the military generals, really bad relationship, plus that video and the content, they are not willing to accept the order. They said, only to receive the emperor metaphorical order, or Yang Sichan's order. Clenching his fists, Gu Dazhang was filled with indignation. This bunch of martial artists really have no brains. Where's the palace? What's the situation now? Lord Gu, people went there, also hunted down and killed those who came out of the palace, but didn't kill them all. There are so many that escaped the net, and got into Yang Sichan's door. This, how is it? Zhao Nanqing had no solution. What could Gu Dazhang do? Nowadays, it's Yang Sikang, the size of a lovable with no desire. Of the times? Ha 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 ha. Wei Zhongxian after us. After us is Yang Sikang. Yang Sikang after who? Ha 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 ha. We civil officials. If it is really this decline, see how the gang of martial arts how to get Chongjin dead. No us, he can hold down. He Yang Sikang. Hold down? Humph. I take the head to him to kill. He dares it. We have no damning this gentry first class. He can manage it. Gu Dazhang is talking, was surrounded by people. Looking at this group of people surrounding him, Gu Dazhang was full of contempt. What is this? This is cooking, horse carrying, line ah, Yang Sikang. You are out of soldiers in a hurry. You are not picking and choosing? Gu Dazhang, don't move your lips. The gods have said, the people are the foundation of the empire. Yang Sikang today is fortunate to be able to work with the people of Daming to save the country, to save the tide of madness from falling. Yang, very honored. Yang Sikang bowed and saluted, and the people returned the salute. Lord Yang, we are the ones who are honored. Alright, Yang Sikang, you are still quite capable of pretending. People, let me just say one thing. Today, Yang Sikang is pretending to be a very respectful. After today, when we fall, he, Yang Sikang, will likewise turn into a tiger that is even more terrifying than we are. Aren't you afraid? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. A crowd of people listened. Honestly, what Gu Dazhang said, not many of the people could understand. You shut up you. What kind of Lord Yang we do not know. What kind of you? The gods can be said to understand. We also see it. You like this? Is a disaster. Go! With a kick, Gu Dazhang was kicked down. Gentlemen, today the difficulty of the imperial city to solve. All rely on you. Just outside the imperial city. Many people, but also need you more to go to the god's meaning. The emperor's meaning, as much as possible to say. Yang Sikang, this is the mass line. To the bottom. This kind of big official, holding the sword of the Son of Heaven. But a word, is this kind of warm and gentle? How not to let the people sigh. Lord Yang meaning, we understand. For a time, the difficulties of the great Ming, the internal worries, actually solved in this way. The rapidity of the change made people smack their lips. Looking at the silver collected in various places, more than $70 million. This is still cash silver. Other, silver bills, house deeds, land deeds, etc. Countless. Lord Yang, it's all been counted. Those who have committed crimes in various places, those who have participated in this Gu Zhao rebellion, have all been arrested. There are also those gentry who have close ties with the Donglin party. All of them have been arrested, and even before a detailed investigation. I know that they haven't made any mistakes. Good. Dreamlike. Yang Sikang knelt down towards the historical mirror of the heavens. Thank you, Supreme God. Go, follow me into the palace to meet the emperor. Soon, Yang Sikang entered the palace. Chongjin listened to Yang Sichan's report, looking at the carloads of silver, also as in a dream. Solved? This Donglin party, tree roots deep, so easily. On the solution? Your Majesty, the words of God, word for word, the root of the Ming, in the people, what the people want to do. It must be devastating. No one can block. Probably said some process. Chongjin stared at the silver, couldn't stop nodding. Go, with me, with the people together. Divided, this belongs to the people's wealth. Carloads of money and silver, from the palace and pulled to the outside of the palace. Chongjin in the middle. Outside is the guards, and then outside is the people. The people who shouted loudly, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Emperor Wise, Emperor Wise. Looking at the scene of this mountain shouting long live, Chongjin cried again. Such a scene, he was in a dream, do not know how many times. Finally this unattainable dream, actually realized. The people, in accordance with the words of the gods, I need to return the rich to the people. Compassionate generals, now, I will be on this silver 70 million taels and this land deeds countless, to the gods that, from today onwards, Ming 5 years do not collect taxes. Long live, long live, long live the emperor. The grass people are willing to liver and brain for the emperor. The grass people are willing to liver and brain for the emperor. Whoever says he's against the emperor again, the grass people will turn into ghosts and fight him. Chongjin never thought, just one does not collect taxes, actually have such a utility to rule the country. Also, wait until the state capitals will be the evil gentry's ill-gotten gains collected. I will be these gentry's fields, from the new distribution, to ensure that, the plowman's field, to ensure that, there is no tenant. At this, the people could not cry out. All cried a heartbreaking cry, cried like a broken liver. I can go home. I don't have to beg for a living outside anymore. I don't have to be a parasite. Hundreds of people crying. Chongjin suddenly is a slap himself. 2 times. 3 times. The people looked at this also field tax-free emperor actually beat themselves. Which can shed yo? Emperor, what are you doing? The people are kneeling. Chongjin looked, sobbing. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I've been wasting the people for so many years, but today I have the people's protection. Have the people so loved. I'm guilty. Guilty In addition, where I am the generals and soldiers of the Ming dynasty, years owed military pay, due to the loss, I will pay back, make up for my Ming dynasty bloody war, to protect my Ming dynasty peace, I, by no means treated poorly, good, Emperor wise, soon, everywhere saw from the mirror of the heavens a lot of Chongjin to the silver and the gods said these 3 guarantees. For a time, Daming simply boiled over. Chapter 75, This kid, don't sell me out. Everywhere there are officials or people spontaneously guiding the people, taking corrupt officials and arresting evil gentry. A roaring self-revolution, in the Ming, from the top down, and from the bottom down, continues to be staged. Watching the video of the war reports sent from all over the world, Chongjin looked at the surrounding gleeful people. The heart is a beautiful God above. Thank you God above. Chongjin knelt, all the people knelt. Thank you God above. God. Thank you God. Thank the upper God which, Daming's self-help, in a very short period of time, was accomplished. The foreign enemies in the northern part of Daming, in the mirror of the heavens, were putting the process of Daming's self-rescue in a knot. Huang Taiji looked up at the sky, a long sigh. Come pass the order. Strengthen the border defense. There must not be any person. Unauthorized war. Also must not be someone. Stir up trouble. Good thing that I early on to the big Ming show good negotiation and peace. Now, this negotiation and peace, even more to put on the agenda. At this time, the Ming, Hanwu years. Zhu Yuanzhang stares at the video. His eyes are staring at blood. From the video, it was said that this fallen king was the last emperor of the great Ming. Zhu Yuzhan. From the video probably said Zhu Yuzi the cause of the death of the country. Zhu Yuanzhang is the face of the blue-black, eyes red. Until now, the video has ended for a while. His face, eyes, are still the same. Zhu Biao was at the side, also with a face of disbelief. Father Emperor. Are you alright? Asshole. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious, eating my Zhu family's salary, yet he dares to have such dissenting thoughts, dare to exploit the people, dare to take advantage of the emperor. Simply damned. This Chongjin emperor, is the same, how such useless, weak. Cursing these few sentences is obviously not enough to make Zhu Yuanzhang out of anger. Keep cursing, until Zhu Yuanzhang eyes the opening of Zhu Tian mirror comment privileges. Zhu Yuanzhang only stopped cursing. Chongjin, we are Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. We are looking for you. A comment sent up. Zhu Yuanzhang's face, not black anymore. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's face was as red as a pig's liver. The emperors of the 10,000 worlds don't know how they are laughing at us right now. Laughing at our Zhu family, all thanks to this ungrateful grandson. Disgraceful. Saying that, Zhu Yuanzhang sent a few more comments upwards. Chongjin, come out. Go to the ancestral hall. Give me a reply on your knees. Zhu Yuanzhang popped up in the comments. Far away from Chongjin's time, Zhu Yuzhan watched his old ancestor come to ask questions, and said that he was not afraid. That was a lie. Yang Sikhang, I am here. I order you here to deal with the dry thing with all your heart. There shall be no mistake. A little thing. Yang Sikhang is not without the mirror of the heavens. He cannot know what Zhu Yujian is doing to go? Seeing through and not saying anything, Yang Sikhang looked at Zhu Yujian and answered on his knees. Your Majesty, you have been wronged. This is what I deserve. Besides, it's a blessing to be taught a lesson by my old ancestor. Zhu Yujian ordered some instructions and left. He had to go to the ancestral hall to kneel. When he arrived at the ancestral hall, with all due respect, Zhu Yuzhan knelt down first, and then, only then did he pick up the mirror of the heavens. Looking again, in the comments section, it wasn't just Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di, Zhu Biao, Zhu Yugong, and even Wanli and Jiajing have all popped up. Daming, the royal family, I am Zhu Di, not Zhu Li. Chongjin, You are my big brother Zhu Biao's generation. What's wrong with you? My big brother Zhu Biao external softness. The most benevolent. How to you? I watched you simply do not care about the people's affairs. You are not for death. Do you believe me to gallop over to smoke you? Daming. The royal family. I am Zhu Biao, the crown prince of Daming. Chongjin. Not I rely on the old to say you. You do this emperor. Not. Is very not. The people are the basis of the country. How can you focus on the ministers of the party? They fight for theirs. They end up fighting for your favor. Daming. The royal family. I am Zhu Biao, the crown prince of Daming. You are good. You go down to fight back and forth with them. You are so messy. Who still sees you as an emperor? Who is your father? I think this thing he has to take great responsibility. Chongjin his father. If you see you show your head. I have something to ask you. Daming. The emperor. I am Zhu Yugong, not Zhu Yutang. Chongjin is it? I do not know you are the first few generations after me. Anyway, you must be in the back of me. And, you should know that I am on the throne when faced with a terrible situation. You see how I do. The old Zhu family of men. Have to carry how do you give the whole country destroyed? At this moment, the Ming Hongwu year's Zhu Yuanzhang is still angry. At Zhu Yuanzhang's side, Zhu Biao is a little afraid to relax. Father, Chongjin this child has not yet spoken. Maybe it is afraid. However, this is a Zhu Yugong. He said that he also faced tricky situations, but looking at what he said, he should have survived. What? Ask him, what problems he encountered. Which family caused trouble? Really strange. We set the foundation of the Great Ming, at least 300 years. Will not be a problem. How to listen to after us. The Great Ming so much disaster? Yes, father, I ask. Don't be angry. Zhu Biao brushes to right upwards. And soon, the comment area has a new comment. Daming, royal family. I am Zhu Bei, the crown prince of Daming. That Zhu Yugong, the old ancestor asked you. Which generation are you from? Are you the grandson or the great-grandson of Yunju? Daming, the royal family. I am Zhu Biao, the crown prince of Daming. You're not so much the son of Yunzue, are you? Daming, during the reign of Emperor Xiaozong. Zhu Yugong looked at this question from Zhu Biao and was a bit at a loss for words. This is my ancestor's big brother. He may still think that I am his descendant. Isn't this embarrassing? Old Zhu family, not a little cute. Zhu Yugong thought about it and did not say anything. And at this moment, during the Yunle years, Yunle Emperor Zhu Di looked at this comment section that was already occupied by their Zhu family. His heart was hanging in the air all the time. He was afraid that if something went wrong, his identity as the Yunle Emperor would be discovered by Zhu Yuanzhang. Once discovered, would he still be able to live? Therefore, he strictly ordered no one to comment. But he can control the comment again. He can control his own comments. Can he control Zhu Bei? Looking at Zhu Bei this question, Zhu Di gasped for air. Zhu Yugong, counting the family tree. What generation? It should be the 8th generation. Zhu Di did not know Zhu Qizhan's absurd scandal. So, naturally, according to the genealogy, counted on the 8th generation. This kid, be smart, don't sell me. Chapter 76, Zhu Yuzong, come out. One moment his eyes were open. The next moment they were closed, and the next moment they were open again. To be honest, Zhu Di was panicking. Uncontrollable panic. For a long time, no one said anything. Zhu Di watched. The tension in his heart. Much better. Good boy. Good. Still smart. Zhu Yugong didn't say anything. Zhu Biao looked at it. What's wrong with this? Zhu Yuanzhang's side is waiting for him to reply. He doesn't reply. Isn't this intentionally making Zhu Yuanzhang angry? At that time, Zhu Yuanzhang temper up. Scolded whether to scold him Zhu Yugong do not know. The key is, will certainly scold him Zhu Bei. Because, this Zhu Yugong is definitely his descendant of Zhu Biao. As expected, waiting impatiently, Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Bei, went up and scolded. Zhu Standard, you usually, how to teach your son, Zhu Yugong, this name look, should be the 8th generation, how? Only to the 8th generation, should not return to the words of the ancestors? How do you pass on the ancestral training backward? Or we usually teach you a lesson. You have pressed to listen to it. Say, not listening to the lesson such a big crime or going to buckle on the head. Zhu Bei were dare to take it? Your Majesty, the son of the father's lessons, word for word, all in the heart. To Yunzai, I am also careful education, do not dare to have half a bit of partiality. This Zhu Yugong has a problem. Nothing to say, is that I am not strict in discipline? I go back. To Yunzai must be more stringent. The father don't be angry. What about that Chongjin? He also did not say? Does he think that the sky is high and the emperor is far away anyway? Does he think that he can do whatever he wants? We can't get to him anyway. He is not afraid of which heavenly god to give us a reward. We want to choose Shuttle World. We go to his place. cut off his head, and other let others seize power. Not as good as let us to seize. If we take it, daming will still be daming. Let's see who dares to make a move. Zhu Yuanzhang is really no place to spread the fire. So, can only be such a messy hair? He himself also knows that children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. He can now know his own after the fate of the Ming dynasty is already God's favor. As to say again to discipline, again to change, difficult, the standard, we thought, we are the people pile grow out of the emperor, we and other emperors, that is not the same. We learn from the experience of Liu Bang, we do not dare to let the feudal king chaos, we can kill all killed, is afraid to go the old road of the Han dynasty, we can think of all think of you. This, how is this not enough? Why? We not only killed almost all the foreign surnamed kings, we also formulated the policy of suppressing the same surname vassal king. We also learned from the experience of those bad things in the Tang dynasty. We wiped out all the feudal officials, Mongolia, Walla, all these places we made obedient. Alright the standard. In the end what is going on? In the end what is going on? Is not we handed you the law. You think too hard. You changed. It is useless. Decades cannot see what to. 100 years later, you can be to the future generations to cause trouble. Bill, you say, what's going on? Around and around. This pot, or to the body of Zhu Biao. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Bei had a melancholy face. Father's account of the state policy, the son of the minister have kept in mind, and there is absolutely no intention to change. In a word, this pot, people Zhu Bei does not carry. Good. Today, with this video, we will shake out all the emperors of daming. Shout out. We must find the root cause of daming's demise. We must think of ways to strangle this scourge at the root. Find now. Say dry on dry. Zhu Yuanzhang hands do not stop. A comment appeared in the comments section. Daming, emperor, we are the first responsible person of daming. Chongjin, I am your ancestor. Say, who was your last generation emperor? At this moment, Chongjin had just finished reading the comments of these old ancestors when he saw the ancestor of all ancestors, the founding emperor of daming, the godlike man of their Zhu family. Zhu Yuanzhang's question, the previous generation of emperors, if I tell the name of the late emperor, the old ancestor asked two questions at once. If he knew that the late emperor played carpenter's work during his reign, would he? The late emperor would blame me, but if I don't say it, it seems like it won't work either. The late emperor, I'm sorry. Soon, the comment area, Chongjin appeared. Daming, emperor, Chongjin will be daming to rise up. The old ancestors, and all the ancestors, I am Chongjin. The words of all the ancestors, I have remembered. Daming, emperor, Chongjin will be daming to rise up. I have been instructed by the gods, and have made many strategies to save the country, and at present, daming is stable, and all the ancestors can rest assured that I will not let daming perish. Daming, emperor, we are the first person responsible for daming. You do not say that useless, not too ashamed of which, we ask you, who was your last emperor? Daming, emperor, Chongjin will be daming rise. Back to the words of my ancestors, the late emperor Zhu School, is my brother. Daming, emperor, we are the first person responsible for daming. Brother, did you take your brother's kingdom? Daming, emperor, we are the first person responsible for daming. Who did you learn that from? Daming, emperor, Chongjin will make daming rise. Old ancestor, don't misunderstand. Brother Zhu Yusu was not good health, died young, was 23 years old, did not leave an heir, so in the end, the late emperor died, passed the throne to me. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at this explanation, his face clouded with suspicion. Zhu Bei, did you hear that? Father, my son heard it. Zhu Yusu's health is not good, he died, and there is no heir, so he passed the throne to Zhu Yujian. Brother's position and brother's position. There is also something. You nonsense. We are talking about Zhu Yusu. Good. 23 years old died. 23 years old. How can there be no heir? Not strange? Listening to what Zhu Yuanzhang asked, Zhu Biao was also suspicious. In the history books, anyone who dies young, or war, or lust, or plague, think it's either war, or plague. How can it not be lewdness? The more Zhu Yuanzhang asked, the worse his face looked. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang went up another comment. Daming, emperor, we are the first person responsible for daming. Zhu Yuzheng, where are you people? Are you pretending to be dead, or are you busy looking for death in bed? Get the hell out of here. Chapter 77, it's all Zhu Qizhen's doings. Daming, emperor, we are the first person responsible for daming. Get out. You give us a good explanation to explain. Why die so early? Why no children? At this moment, during the Shi Zone period, Zhu Yu school has almost finished. Looking at the old ancestor Zhu Yuanzhang. This culture, Zhu Yuzheng has some weakness. Grade gently. Why he died. This problem, no more than his own more clear. Not because of anything else, just because there is no moderation. Zhu Yuanzhang said well, he is in bed to find death to find too serious. So, really early death. As for why there is no heir, Zhu Yuchang had children. 3, only, each did not survive. Originally, Zhu Yuzhong only felt that this life is over, but when asked by Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Yuzhong only felt remorse and self-blame. Zhang Xian, how am I going to explain to my old ancestor? Now you cannot explain. You can hide. When I go, or to see the ancestors, then, how can I explain? Wei Zhongxian listened and wept. Emperor, it is the slave is not good. Did not admonish the emperor, only think that the emperor can be happy. Emperor, it is the slave who harmed the emperor. The slave is willing to die to thank for the crime. To accompany the emperor to explain, it is the slave's fault. The slave is a mistake. The slave is a misuse of the country. The slave deserves to die. Now Wei Zhongxian beside Shizong is very clear. He might as well die early. In this way, there is no need to be angry and suffer. Looking at Wei Zhongxian, Shizong only sighed. Zhongxian, are you afraid that after I die, you will be executed by the king of Xin, like what the gods said? Wei Zhongxian did not speak, does not look up, just cries without saying a word. I think that when King Xin sees the merits and demerits of his life as stated by the Supreme God, he will change. Zhongxian, I know, for many years, there have been people who say that I have no heir. It is you and guest milk intentionally set up, in order that I have no heir. You good to keep the glory and high power. And there are also people who say that I's inordinately. It is you who intentionally arrange. You are aggrieved. Finished. Shizong also answered honestly. Zhu Yuanzhang gas Tang Zhu family descendants, died of desolation, and no heir. The probability is that because of excessive tenderness to grinding to be unable to procreate. Shame on you. Asked the situation of Daming. Shizong honestly explained. Daming handed over to him is not very good. In his place, he is still considered to give Daming meteoric renewal. Anyway, people also lost. Zhu Yuanzhang happy to look up from Shizong to find the light of the emperor. Light of the emperor did not know that he was on the throne of a month to die. Shizong no and Shizong no. Guanzong is also bed looking for death. Looking for death. Asked Guanzong Daming situation. Guanzong said Daming to his hands not yet 3 days. He has not yet felt the situation. Guanzong upward to find Godzong. Godzong said Guanzong asshole, definitely not what he taught. Is the child himself learned bad? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. And I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Further up, Muzong said he is not obscene, not chaotic, also have heirs, the key, no merit, no fault, Ming in his father's hands, in his hands on what kind of? This find upward, find Ming Shizong. At this moment, Ming Shizong a little panic. However, more panicked than him, is Zhu Di. This bit by bit to find up. This is almost found on the 8th emperor. If you look further, you will find his grandson, from his great-grandson to look up. He Zhu Di, cannot really hide. In the year of Yangla, the capital of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di took a deep breath and looked around. Nervous, really nervous. Don't ever look upwards. What father is looking for is when exactly the downhill slope of the great Ming started. Downhill, downhill. Anyway, the downhill slope is not in my place. You must not find me here. I know that I didn't listen to you and did what you hate the most. I don't want to make you angry. I don't want to. Staring at Zhu Yuanzhang's portrait, Zhu Di was now somewhat desperate, but he is desperate not desperate. Zhu Yuanzhang tracing the roots of the interview, is not stopped at all. Commentary, Zhu Yuanzhang is non-stop, not stopping for a moment. Daming, Emperor, we are the first person responsible for daming, judging, right? Are you also trying to say? What kind of Ming is in your father's hands? What kind of Ming is in your hands? Daming, Emperor, I'll go to court even if I lose. Back to the words of the ancestors, my father's daming is far worse than mine. I can be counted as the lord of the Middle Kingdom. In my hands, the gang of civil officials, none of them can turn over the sky. Humph, if Chongjin can be like me, pinch civil officials in the palm of their hands, so that they do not dare to make a fuss. The daming, how can there be a chaotic reason? This sentence, then before those children and grandchildren's answer, much stronger. Zhu Yuanzhang watched, and saw the clues at a glance. Daming, Emperor, we are the first person responsible for daming. Are you saying that the civil officials have messed up daming? Daming, Emperor, I go to court even if I lose. Yes, ancestor, you do not know. In me, there is a high rue, that can egg of strength. Said I if this, stirring up the court, then I am the ancient sins of daming. But, this court is not I muddy, is the Ingzong Zhu Qizhen, are he did good. At this moment, daming, the period of Ingzong. When Zhu Qizhen saw this sentence, his tiger body shook. Chapter 78 The True Emperor. Daming, Emperor, I go to court even if I lose. In short, he didn't listen to the advice. He personally conquered Walla, folded the Daming's military generals and honored officials. That incident, our group of descendants called the Mutiny of Tumu Fortress, miserable which hit the Daming military generals were devastated. The civil officials took advantage of the situation. But, Ingzong, did not care, and even intended to promote the civil officials to dominate the court, which gave us later generations of Ming emperors, caused great trouble. De Ming, Emperor, I go to the court even if I lose. If I don't stir up this court, if I don't make them dizzy, can I be a true emperor? Daming, Emperor, I go to court even if I lose. It can be said that I am under the old ancestors, outside of Taizong, the only one of the true emperor of Daming, but forgive me for doing this true emperor. I cannot change the fact that Daming's martial arts is not in the future. The later generations of the king selected eunuchs to suppress the civil officials, perhaps helpless? That Chongjin killed all the eunuchs, lifting the civil officials up. I feel that he is not the brain to let the door clamped. At this time, young Lai years, Zhu Di looked at this sentence Taizong true emperor, cannot help but reach out and touch the beard. This Jiajing looks quite smart, have vision, just, father you cannot ask in detail which, and Jiajing, you a little thing, I this or praised you smart, you cannot suddenly make a fool, put my name out Zhu Di heart, hanging, good thing, Jiajing is not stupid in the end. In the comments section, Jiajing's comments, from Zhu Qizhen, back to Zhu Yuchan, Daming, Emperor, I go to the court even if I lose. Chongjin, have you read the history of Daming before you? Daming, Emperor, I go to court even if I lose. Yes, you should have read, just cannot read out the inside of the curves, just did not read out the Emperor of Daming, born to fight against the civil officials. These two words make Chongjin very embarrassed. In addition to Chongjin, the Ming Dynasty Ingzong period of Zhu Qizhen more embarrassing. Ingzong period. At this time, Zhu Qizhen has not yet pro-conquest Walla. However, he has made sure to go to the intention. Although the Empress Dowager and Yu Qian are not happy, but he is going, must go. Originally, he was going to use his emperor's supreme power to be tough for a time. But, looking at the comments section in the Mirror of the Heavens, which had just turned into the Zhu family's exclusive parliament, Zhu Qizhen was a bit confused. After all, he never thought that an emperor, actually to fight against his subjects. He had even less thought that the ministers in the courtroom of an emperor were actually divided into what civil officials and military nobles. This Jiajing, talking about me? I should not pro-conquest wear it? Zhu Qizhen blindfolded. Zhu Qizhen next to Wang Jin saw Zhu Qizhen so, rushed forward to relieve. Emperor, why need to be so hung up? Posterity comment, more than by that distortion of history compulsion. The emperor levies war at, clearly hand to hand. How will lose? But, can I may, should not go. I cannot do the ancient sins of Daming. Zhu Qizhen stupid. He was afraid. And at this time, Zhu Yuanzhang in the Hangwu years has also found what he wanted to find. The decline of the Ming, in the civil and military imbalance. Civilian and military imbalance. A large number of military generals in the Tumu Fort mutiny loss. We probably know. Bill, this Jiajing, look quite smart. He evaluated you as a true emperor. Good. This shows that Bill, will be a good emperor. Good. Zhu Yuanzhang still thought that the Taizong in Jiajing's mouth was Zhu Bei. He did not know that the Taizong in Jiajing's mouth was Zhu Di. Bill, the civil officials are in a mess, separated by several dynasties. If we want you to administer a solution now, do you have a solution? Zhu Bei sniffed and was in a trance. He didn't hear a thing that Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Father, the emperor was born to fight against the civil officials. Isn't it important for the emperor to be of one mind? Isn't it to be of one mind? Looking at Zhu Bei, Zhu Yuanzhang is a face of bitter hatred. His Biaoer, the good is good in the good and kind heart. This bad. I'm afraid that sooner or later must be bad in this. Bill Zhu Yuanzhang was just about to teach Zhu Biao in a stormy manner, and Zhu Biao was subconsciously taking a step back, ready to be scolded. And then, Zhu Yuanzhang picked up the Mirror of the Heavens. Bill, you wait until we give that Chongjin kid a death order, then we'll properly teach you the way of a king. Soon, after posting a comment, Zhu Yuanzhang put the Zhu Tian mirror aside and began to teach Zhu Biao. On Chongjin's side, he saw the dead order Zhu Yuanzhang gave him. According to what the Supreme God said, save the great Ming from the fire, suppress the civil officials, suppress the eunuch chaos, wrest the people's livelihood, and raise the martial arts. Do these things, or else, when your soul returns to the heavens, we will not spare you. Zhu Yuanzhang word for word. Changzhen naturally understand. The old ancestor rest assured. By check, will not dishonor. From the opening of the comments section to now, a water of comments. Are the Zhu family? Others, none of them came up. This is very different from the situation when cursing Qianlong, the emperors of other dynasties, the people. None of them went to disturb the family meeting Zhu Yuanzhang was having in the comment section. On top of that, the entire 10,000 realms, the entire comment section, didn't have anyone popping up to ridicule Zhu Yuzhang either. After all, Zhu Yuzhan was working hard, and everyone could see it. The supreme god was very biased in favor of Zhu Yuzhang. After watching this video of Zhang Wei with Zhu Yuzhang as the main character, the emperors of all dynasties were thinking, what if it was their imminent demise? Their dynasties, is there any risk of extinction? All the dynasties, they were busy checking and introspecting themselves. Great Song Dynasty, Song Renzong, Zhao Zhen muttered under his breath at this time, with complex eyes, that complex eyes, from time to time, burst into killing. Civilian officials, Chapter 79 If the minister speaks, can he be spared a death? The civil officials group swelled up. Starting from the Song Dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin, the emperor, understood from the time he became emperor that it was too easy for a military general to become emperor. As long as his army is strong enough, they don't even have to be the strongest. Just about. As long as he wanted to, as long as he had the support of the vast majority of the people, being an emperor really wasn't hard. Much simpler than winning a hard battle. Recognizing the horror of military generals, Zhao Kuangyin became emperor, intentionally or unintentionally on the suppression of military officials group. The most famous is the cup of wine to release military power. After that, whether it was Zhao Kuangyin or Zhao Guangyi, both began to explicitly and implicitly lift up the civil officials. As for the military generals, that was always being suspected. To Song Renzong here, Song Renzong can be said to civil officials of love, more than life. But the defense of the military officials, suspicious Song Renzong also really did a kind of extreme. It can be said that Song Renzong thought that the military general is his biggest threat. Such an emperor for various reasons on the military general's suspicion to the deepest sea. Zhang Wei said that the civil officials scourge of the country to this. How can he not be afraid? He was the one who had lifted the civil officials up step by step to a terrifying point. Hanging which? Am I even so confused? Will not. Military generals scourge of the country. Then the civil officials have a greater threat. The civil officials heavier. With pen and paper writing can be controlled. But the military generals, with what control? Simply cannot be controlled. Song Renzong zhazhen back and forth, talking to himself. One moment said that he was right to lift the text and suppress the military. A moment to say that they may be burying the root of the trouble for themselves. Anyway, there is no fixed attitude. Give me Han Qi, Ouyang Xiu too. Han Qi Ouyang Xiu quickly came. Looking at the sharp representatives of the young scholars that he single-handedly chose, Song Renzong's heart was slightly stabilized. I chose you guys. Yes, definitely yes. Han Qi Ouyang Xiu just came in and heard Song Renzong say this, looking at each other, both puzzled. Your Majesty, what are you doing? You guys, quickly come over. I have something to ask you. Han Qi Ouyang Xiu was all human, although they didn't know what Zhao Zhen wanted to say, but they keenly realized that this summoning today was absolutely extraordinary. Your Majesty, you say, I ask you, military generals, can be heavy? Ouyang Xiu Han Qi knew each other again and again. Neither of them were in a hurry to state their position. The question of whether a military general should be reused or marginalized has always been a taboo in the courtroom. Who does not know that the Zhao family is a military general origin? Who didn't know that the thing that bothered the Zhao family the most over the years was that the military generals embraced power, and the thing that they feared the most was that the military generals would get the credit. Your Majesty, this matter should not be spoken by ministers and others. Yes, Your Majesty, this matter, Your Majesty has his own plan. We do subjects, listen on the line. Narrowing his eyes at these two young excellents, Zhao Zhen more and more angry. You guys are unbridled. Who let you guys learn from those old pedants? If that's the case, what use would I have for you guys? Say, look at Zhao Zhen this meaning. If today Han Qi Ouyang Xiu hides his words, the two of them would probably have to be cut. Emperor, in that case, I said, can be spared a death? Your Majesty, Minister, same question. Looking at Han Qi, looking at Ouyang Xiu, Zhao Zhen nodded with deep meaning. It seems that you guys really have ideas? Han Qi Ouyang Xiu looked at each other again. In his eyes, all had a touch of death wish. Your Majesty, the Minister Han Qi if you say, can be spared a death? Your Majesty, if Ouyang Xiu says, can I be spared a death? Chapter 80, if the martial generals are not heavy, the great Song dynasty will not prosper. Good. although Zhaozhen had a stern look on his face, but in the end, he still said a good word. I guarantee that what I said today, only you and I, the three people, and then there will be no one else who will know the content of our conversation today. I also guarantee that I will not punish you. After saying that, Zhaozhen held back his left and right, ordering everyone to stay away. Now, it's time to speak. Zhaozhen was so generous. Han Qi Ouyangxiu also relaxed his defenses. Your Majesty, I dare. I fought. The military general is today's Song dynasty is the most important. Must be heavy. The matter should not be delayed. I seconded the words of the gods, so that the minister thatched. I fought. The military generals are not heavy. The great Song dynasty does not prosper. To say that Ouyangxiu Han Qi is still young. People Zhaozhen is just polite and courteous. Said they can let them both speak freely. Who would have thought that people Zhaozhen's polite words, they also took it seriously. The military generals are not heavy. The great Song will not prosper? Song Rinzong repeated this sentence from Ouyangxiu Han Qi several times. Every additional time, Song Rinzong's tone of voice had one more point of killing intent. Good, you go on to say, how a military general is not heavy. The great Song will not prosper. Looking at Song Rinzong who gasped for breath after breath, Ouyangxiu unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. I thought that this video of the Supreme God has made it very obvious that this dynasty called Daming, in the end, it was defeated by the weakness of the military generals. And the weakness of the military generals was because the emperor intentionally suppressed the military generals. This situation, and the great Song how similar, that Daming's power of the military generals, is a confused emperor cut off, and the great Song's power of the military generals, is, young Ouyangxiu even though he thought he dared to say, but this sentence in his mouth, he has to say it. It is really a little difficult. Say, yes, Your Majesty, I thought that the great Song martial arts should not have been so soft. Think of the year when the dynasty was founded. My great Song martial arts generals such as clouds, each powerful. Which foreign countries can make my great Song military soldiers look at the side? But, nowadays my great Song, almost no generals available. Which change, the loss of willpower. All the court itself. I'm guilty. Please Emperor kill me. Ouyangxiu said also euphemistic. So euphemistic, but after finishing, Ouyangxiu still directly please die. Ouyangxiu, you dare to talk about the great ancestor. I, the minister, have not spoken of Emperor Taizu. You are sophomoric. Chen, I deserve to die. Please Emperor punish me. Zhaozhen was so angry that he was trembling. But, spare me the trouble. He still controlled this fire of his. Speak, continue speaking. Today, I will allow you to be reckless. Yes, subject Han Qi. Today is death. Also say, Ouyangxiu did not directly say out. Han Qi cannot know what is. Your Majesty, when Taizu founded the country, the cup of wine to release the military power, I fought, but the expedient, Taizu is for the peace of the world, is not afraid of the military generals, is not trying to inhibit the military generals. Later, Taizu left suddenly. Taizong followed Taizu's system in everything. As for the matter of military generals, Taizong did not know Taizu's deep intention, so, began to emphasize the text and light military. Now it seems that this kind of decision-making, really shouldn't be. Finished the sentence, Han Qi looked up to see Zhaozhen. Zhaozhen's face has been blackened. Emperor, please allow the minister to finish and then die. Anyway, it's all at this point. One more sentence is earned. Living an instant longer is also earned. Although the older Han Qi was an old thing who was observant and quite good at clinging to imperial power. But, young Han Qi crazy mad enough to dare to scold the emperor. Now, the words top to this, he can put away, cannot hold it is not a man. Your Majesty, I would like to ask, now, the country is safe? Your Majesty does not say. I also know, the world knows, the country, uneasy, this is inevitable. The defense of foreign trouble is not strong. How can the country be safe? Then, why is the defense against foreign troubles ineffective? Han Qi this goods, write articles to follow the temptation, which discusses the national government. That is more a ring. All sets. The external defense is not strong, only because the army is less knighthood, less silver money. Therefore, no one is willing to join the army, but also not willing to do their best to serve the army. Why? Because, if one takes the path of the army, one has no development in one's life, and one's life is stifled. May be lucky, made a war merit, can be knighted, but, for the court made a military merit and knighted generals, maybe by the people to pay attention to the feeling, but, they will be the emperor valued, will be the 100 officials respect, will not, can say, into the army, no merit of bumbling, better than to build a career. So, the more years, the army and the good talent less, the more mediocrity, the more passionate to serve the country less, and the more mixed eating and waiting for the dead more. How can an army like this be capable? Han Chi said, the aura that is more and more sufficient. Speaking now, he is forgetful, even kneeling are not kneeling. Why is the Great Song dynasty like this? This is all because the court light military. The court is light military, resulting in the people light military. Everyone reads books but does not practice martial arts. So, how to defend against foreign trouble is powerful. Your Majesty, the court can no longer be like this. I'm afraid of the Great Song dynasty. Thus, the country is destroyed. After saying that, Han Chi simply did not look up. Please, Your Majesty, allow me to die. I have no complaints. Chapter 81 Zhaojin, Fast Self-Redemption. My little trash. Han Chi finished to die. Zhaojin in Han Chi opposite, stood with his hands, neck high. Han Chi, you to my side only how long? Live in the temple only how long? You did not learn to sympathize with my heart, but learned with the gang of old school. Everything to death, because I self-appointed benevolence, so you think I really will not kill you? I recognize that if I speak today, there will be a death. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm more afraid of my own death of a wimp, death of disgust, death of calculation, death of the end of life but lost the subject's origin. Therefore, I would rather die, but also do not do useless subjects, but also do not do misuse of the country of the villain. Han Chi's eloquence, totally okay. Zhaojin love is Han Chi this logic, love is this articulation, love is Han Chi he is not afraid of the world, only allowed him to be close, only so valued. But now, Han Chi is more logical and clear, articulate, Zhaojin more annoying. Han Chi is not afraid of this kind of dare to say, Zhaojin more annoyed. Han Chi, I cultivate you, enable you, is to let you for me to go with the gang of old codgers, not to want you to fight with me in this way. You want to die of anger me? Look at Zhaojin are covering the chest. At any time does sudden death so like? Han Chi also had to convergence. If Zhaojin ruthless heart with his cold black face, Han Chi absolutely hard. I'm not afraid of death. What else is there to be afraid of hard? But Zhaojin did not cold face black face. Zhaojin is now heartache. He Han Chi can die, which is not afraid of. Zhaojin cannot die. Not can't die. Is never because he Han Chi death. Also never because he Han Chi suffer a little damage. This is not a crime that he Han Chi is willing to bear. Your Majesty, you do not get angry. Han Chi has no such intention. Han Chi for the official, has its own duties. Han Chi cannot eat the official salary. Han Chi must help His Majesty to watch, listen, think, even if the death, do not dare not do their best. Han Chi at this time said the more rightfully, justifiably. Zhaojin this breath, the more smooth not down. Han Chi, you said heavy military generals, leveling the border, plus merit, reward money and food. Good. Then I ask you, the military generals to get the title, to get the power, to get the army absolute life and death of the right of the people 100 officials, but also love. So, if this will be a day to born against the heart for the thieves, say this sentence to Zhaojin that gas pale face, more than a touch of red, that is a block of what red, not something else, is ashamed. For the thief? That means, his old ancestor Zhao Kuangyin, is a thief? Perhaps. Zhaojin also realized that it is not good. So, simply turn the face with the body are turned over, directly back to Han Chi Ouyang Xiu two people, and for the thief to use, make mischief. Then when I go where to go, I win what? Etc. Would like to check and balance for your Majesty. Check and balance. Big talk. Zhaojin really couldn't hold out any longer. He really had to find a place to sit down. Otherwise, there was a real possibility of dying of anger in one life. Han Chi, Ouyang Xiu, I ask you, if according to what you say, military generals have money and food and army, have the right to autonomy, they are bent on rebellion. You too, together with the world's scholars, there is a way to subdue it. To what subdue? With pen and paper, ink, or with your Han Chi this 3-inch tongue? Words. Han Chi Ouyang Xiu looked at each other. No words. How do they not understand what Zhaojin in the end worried about? Zhao family because of the wrong place to fall this heart disease, have to heart medicine. But this heart medicine, Han Chi Ouyang Xiu can give out? Your Majesty, when the first emperor united the six, the soldiers and soldiers under his command, such as Meng Tian, such as Wang Jian, which one is not a good hand? And then compared to the previous 5 hegemonies of the spring and autumn period, which vassals do not have a few strong generals in the hands of which strong generals are not pivotal, which is not a handful of soldiers of the country. However, the strong generals back then, the conquest in is commonplace. It can be said that the country at that time, is wrapped in a layer of walls, intermingled with some of the people and the land of the huge barracks, for the weight of the generals, can be seen, but back then, only to see the vassals merit logging, but do not see there will be a self-sustaining for the king of the king, said half. This, Han Shi said no more. Say it again, and then have to poke the spine of the old Zhao family. I thought, since ancient times, for the generals have for the mission of the generals, for the emperor, there is for the emperor's destiny, but since the great Tang Li Shimen Xuanwo change, the emperor, is never man-made, not the heavenly election, but the great Tang Li Shimen to the martial arts to get the throne, when to suppress the military generals. Thus, the great Tang prospered, and 10,000 states came to court, but the great Tang later clans and towns, the great Tang overthrow, also because of the non-suppression of military generals. Zhao Zhen see Han Chi's cracks, a sentence, thought it could be settled, but it is argued, what the official said, not bad, the clans and towns, the great Tang is not flourishing, but in fact, this has little to do with the military generals. This is the royal family is too weak cannot rule the country. Official, military generals, like tigers, foreign enemies, like lions, the emperor, like taming tigers and hunting lions. Hunter shrewd, the stronger the tiger, the weaker the lion, and if the hunter shrewd, but the tiger is weak, the lion, naturally, will eat the hunter and the tiger. The wisdom of the official, can shine through the ages, under the benevolence of the official, how can there be a counter-general? This sentence, can be a hi-hat without compromise. For a time, Zhao Zhen really cannot say, said Han Chi said it is not right, people are praising him, said Han Chi is right, then today's defense, he lost, that the song policy on military generals, is really going to change, to really change, he can like Han Chi said, do a successful hunter? Look at Zhao Zhen eyes have thought about the color of struggle, Han Chi is a moment, spit lotus flower, view of my Song dynasty, Taizu and Li Shimen, are the same, are in the position of martial arts, are under the command of the generals like clouds. If you learn Li Shimen inspirational governance, military generals in the external conquests, civil officials in the internal security, the emperor led the civil and military duties and missions, has already been made to have no time for him to worry about other people, and what is to say that each other to hold each other back. Perhaps, the great Song does not have the fate of the great Tang. In any case, Li Shimen is the royal family, and Taizu, is outside the general, which, it seems to let the military generals to seize the power of the precedent. There is a reasonableness, which, it seems to let the royal family, born with a fatal bloodline, perhaps, the great Song was never innately disabled. Han Chi, Hugh to say again, not waiting for Zhao Zhen to stand up and jump to scold. Ouyang Xiu first Han Chi roared, and then, looking at Han Chi, Ouyang Xiu eyes with tears, shook his head vigorously. He said, buddy, you really don't say it. You say again, not only you have to die, I'm sure TM also cannot live. But, Han Chi does not care about that. Officials, I heard, the ancient Guangong scraped the bone to cure poison. Although the process is miserable, but this scraped the bone, but can save the Guangong life, so that no longer have the disease. Song dynasty is poisoned Guangong, not under the power of the wolves and tigers, although there is Guangong of the sword of the power of the gods, but cannot tie the chicken. Officials, some things, have to be As a speech officer, Han Chi's professionalism, can only say, ceiling, to cow. This little word, a set of words, Zhao Zhen heard, simply cannot find people's loopholes. The key, Han Chi this reason is right, but this kid is also too choking. Although Han Chi this little word sounds quite elegant, but the meaning of these words, is not it cursing? Translation, Han Chi just said, just these sentences, your great-grandfather Zhao Kuangying cannot, your great-grandfather did not do the right thing, your great-grandfather also cannot, your grandfather that needless to say, plus your father, 3 generations of ancestors, all finished stuff, because of these 3 generations, plus you, your old Zhao family is almost finished, if you don't wake up if you don't change it's really over. Look at your old Zhao family now, the cattle blowing quite big, the spectrum is not small, is not even tied chicken power, fast don't self-deception, big brother, fast self-salvation my dear little garbage, Zhao Zhen how good face a person, let people in this yin yang said so, he is still unable to refute, as if he was tied, stuffed mouth, blindfolded, so that people hit the face, pain cannot shout, and even glared at others cannot do, this kind of suffocation, he could be comfortable? You are bold, Han Chi, you delude the state affairs, 3 times and twice, insulting the late Emperor Taizu Taizong, you, damned, gritting his teeth, biting broken, Zhao Zhen also only squeezed out such a banal to the extreme harsh words, effect, do not want to know, no effect, people Han Chi today, said beauty, said a happy, cool dull satisfied, Your Honor, I deserve to die. I know I deserve to die. I have no regrets. Han Chi said, raised his head, tears, but full of smiles. I am a humble family. Family lineage is light. Get the official's appreciation. Get close to the saint's body. Get the speech officer clear stream. The official's grace. I only death to repay. I understand the official. No, the official wants to change more than the new government. The official wants to change the decadence of the Song dynasty. Want to change the Song dynasty 4 generations of the disease. The disease to change. Not easy. Scrape the bones to cure the poison. The necessary sacrifice. If this change to save themselves, necessary to leave blood, then Han Chi would like to be the first person. Thank you, official. Fulfillment of the minister. Fulfillment of the minister, this 10,000 generations of beauty. Words. Han Chi to Zhao Jin heavily cowed out ahead, and then, violently get up, which does not go. Straight he went to Zhao Jin beside the pillar.